You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
It looks like another wet one, folks. Get your umbrellas and your booties if you're going out. Possible thunderstorms over
Margaret?
2 hours. Cloudy tomorrow with a 50% chance.
Margaret?
Yes, Miss Alva?
Come here, please.
I'll be right there.
Now, it's important.
The dishes are all done. Do you need something?
It's getting late.
It's not that late, is it? We can play a game of cards if you like.
A storm is coming.
Is it?
Well, that's what they said on the radio. A very serious one.
The sky was clear this afternoon.
Nevertheless, I think you should be getting home.
Well, I'll just fix your cup of tea then.
I'd like to be in my bed.
So early?
Well, I'm feeling a bit tired.
Well, as you wish. Do you have your shawl?
It doesn't do much good. Oh, awfully chilly this evening.
I'll raise the thermostat.
Ah, there's the rain. Oh, I hope the roof holds.
Why wouldn't it? You had it reshingled last year. Here we go. I'll turn the bed down for you. Now, take my hands up and out of your chair.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Margaret. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, you do just fine. You'll be walking again soon. Have you been doing your exercises like Dr. Mays told you?
It's no use. These legs simply don't work anymore. Oh, Margaret, I'll never leave this house again.
Now you stop that. There's a big, wide world out there. Places to go and people to see.
The only way I'll see them is if they come here. And there's not much chance of that. Most everyone I know has passed on.
Surely not. You have a phone right next to the bed. Call some friends. Keep in touch.
Oh, it's been too long. I don't know if the numbers work anymore.
Of course they do. If they don't, talk to Miss Finch at the telephone exchange. She'll look them up for you. Now, wait right here. I'll get your pills and a nice cup of hot tea.
Hurry, Margaret, the rain. You'll never get home.
Oh, don't you worry about me, Miss Alva. I'll be back with your tray.
Oh, my. Such a terrible, terrible storm.
Miss Elva Keene, who lives alone on the outskirts of Linden Fleet in Maine. Her world has shrunk to the size of the small house she owns and may never leave again. For some years, the pattern of Miss Keene's life has consisted of sitting in her wheelchair or lying in her feather bed, knitting, reading books, listening to the radio, eating modest portions of food, napping, taking her medication, and waiting. For exactly what? She's not sure. Perhaps for something different to happen. Something small but significant that will make all the difference. Miss Keene doesn't know it yet, but her time of waiting has just ended. For something different is about to happen, by way of an unexpected phone call in the middle of a stormy night. A telephone call routed directly through the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Night Call, starring Mariette Hartley, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oh, someone calling? At this hour? Oh. Hello? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. The thunder. Hello? Hello? Who is on the line, please? Oh, no one, apparently. How odd. Perhaps I was dreaming. Oh, for the love of... Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. If you wish to speak to me, please say something, or I'll hang up. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Just a moment, Margaret.
You're up early this morning.
Oh, what is the matter with this phone?
I'm trying to make a call.
No one's picking up at the switchboard.
Well, I imagine they're pretty busy this morning, what with the storm and all.
I suppose.
Phone company, Miss Finch speaking.
Ready for your tea?
Just a moment. Miss Finch, this is Elva Keene.
Yes, Miss Keene, can I help you?
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Well, I'll do my best. What is the problem?
Last night, about 2 a.m., my telephone rang.
Oh?
I answered it, but no one spoke, and I didn't hear any receiver hanging up. Just silence.
Is that right?
Or rather, a crackling sound like wind and rain.
That would be electrical noise, a faulty line, most likely.
The same thing happened a few moments later.
Well, I'll tell you, Miss Keene, that storm last night about ruined our service. We've been flooded with complaints about fallen wires and bad connections. I'd say you're pretty lucky that your telephone is working at all.
Oh, you would you?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you say then that someone was trying to call me, but that the connection was washed out?
That's as good an explanation as any, Miss Keene.
But who would have tried to call me in the middle of the night?
I'm sorry. I wish I could be of more help, but the way things are right now...
Is it likely to happen again?
I really couldn't say. It might. Were you expecting a call?
Not at that hour.
It depends on what's causing it to happen, of course.
Could you find out?
If there's a breakdown somewhere, our crews will find it and repair it.
And what am I to do in the meantime?
If it does happen again, you just call me and I'll run a special check on it. Will you do that?
Well, if that's your only suggestion.
I'm afraid it is. I'll be here in any event. Well, goodbye, Miss Keene.
Goodbye.
All taken care of?
I'm not sure.
I'll start your tea, and then we'll move into the living room. Would you like that?
Margaret.
Yes, Miss Alva?
Did you call me?
When?
Last night.
At 2 a.m? No, ma'am, not me.
Oh. I thought you might have tried to check on me because of the storm. But then I don't pay you for nights, do I?
More tea?
No, thank you.
Have you taken your pill?
Yes. Don't I always?
Never missed one yet.
The highlight of my morning.
The mail should be here by now. Shall I check the box?
Why don't you do that?
With multiple injuries in the 5-car pileup, so take caution while driving in these slick conditions. The storms are still very strong in the north and northeast, while the rest of the city, the severe storms seem to have passed over. Several areas were still without power last night due to fallen wires. Workmen restored electrical service shortly before dawn.
Here's your mail, Miss Alva.
Thank you.
Anything interesting?
Oh, an advertisement. Another advertisement. The light bill, the telephone bill, of course. No personal letters.
You heard from your sister a few days ago, didn't you?
Oh, that was weeks ago, Margaret. 3 weeks and 2 days, to be exact.
Has it been that long?
Yes, that long. Nobody cares whether I live or die.
Oh, sure they do, Miss Alva.
You don't understand.
Don't I?
You can't. You have no idea what it's like to be alone.
But you're not alone. I come by during the day.
Yes, you do. And for that I thank you. But it's been so long since I've had a real visitor. I mean, someone who came of their own accord.
Oh, now don't talk like that. You're going to get yourself into a mood. I'm sure lots of people are thinking about you this very moment.
Who?
You'll hear from someone any time now. Just be patient a while longer. Wouldn't you like to work on your knitting?
All right.
Can I get you anything else?
Not just now.
Well, start thinking about what you want to eat tonight. I'll make a list and go to the store later. For now, I better get the dishes washed.
Hello? Hello? Margaret?
Yes?
Come here, quickly.
Was that the phone? See, someone's calling you now.
Take the receiver.
What for?
I want you to listen.
If you like.
Well?
There's no one on the line, Miss Alva.
Just listen. See if you can hear whether anyone's there.
There's nothing.
But you heard it ring, didn't you?
Yes.
Tell me if someone hangs up.
Not a thing. The line's dead.
Wait.
What's the matter?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'll call Miss Finch and have them check on it.
You really think that's necessary?
Yes, I think it's necessary. Am I to suffer calls like that at all hours of the day and night?
Calls like what? There was no call.
Then why did it ring?
It was a mistake, that's all.
How could it be a mistake? Someone must have dialed my number.
Not if it's a malfunction. Something's wrong with the equipment. I'm sure they'll... What are you doing?
Reporting it.
Phone company, Miss Finch speaking.
Hello, Miss Finch. I thought you should know. I've received another one of those calls.
There we go. I peeled you an apple. And here are 2 of your favourite cookies to go with your tea. Can you think of anything else?
No, I'm sure that will do.
All comfy?
Perhaps one more pillow.
Certainly. Here you are.
Thank you, Margaret. You go to so much trouble.
It's no trouble at all.
I wish you could understand how degrading it is for me to ask for help. I've always been able to take care of myself.
Oh, now. We get along just fine, you and me. We're friends.
I don't have friends anymore.
Don't be silly. You have more friends out there than you realize.
Oh, I wish that were true.
You'll see. You'll hear from them. Meanwhile, don't fret about those phone calls. Don't give them another thought.
I'll try not to.
It was the storm, I'm sure of it.
Perhaps you're right.
Whatever the trouble was, the repairman have fixed it by now. But just to be sure, why don't you keep the receiver off the hook and then you won't be bothered?
Oh, that's a good suggestion.
You know, I have an extra television set, a portable. I could bring it over if you like.
No need. There's hardly any reception out here.
There is if you put up an antenna or connect with the cable system.
That costs money. Besides, there's nothing I care to see.
Suit yourself. But if you change your mind, let me know.
You should be getting home.
It is getting late. Let's see. You have your pills, your knitting. Would you like a book?
I'll be going right to sleep.
Good night then, Miss Keene. See you in the morning.
Yes, in the morning. Oh, Margaret, there it is again. What should I do? Nothing. Just as I thought. I won't speak. I'll hang it up and then leave it off the hook. Yes. Who's there? Who is it? Hello? What is making this sound? Is anybody there? Anybody at all? Who is on the line? Who is it? Who? Hello? What is that? Please, please leave me alone. No. Please. No.
Here we are, your favorite spot in the living room.
Not today, please.
Well, where then, Miss Elva?
Away from the window.
If you're going to knit, you'll need the light.
I don't care to knit just now.
Very well.
And close the curtains.
Close them. I just opened them.
That's the way I want it.
But look what a lovely day it is. With the curtains drawn, there'll be hardly enough light for anything.
Please do as I say, Margaret. I'm not feeling well.
Why? What's wrong?
My nerves. I hardly slept last night.
You didn't?
Not a wink.
Why on earth? What happened?
Do I have to tell you?
No, not the telephone.
Yes, at all hours, over and over again.
You're sure?
Indeed, I am. The sound is so loud in this house, it hurts my ears.
Well, we can't have that.
And this time, he spoke to me.
He didn't.
Margaret, I simply can't bear it.
Shush, dear, don't you worry. We'll do something about that right now. Call Miss Finch and clear it up.
She won't listen.
Of course she will.
She doesn't take me at all seriously.
Well then, I'll have a word with her. We can't have you going without your sleep.
Operator.
Is that Miss Finch?
It is.
This is Margaret Phillips, Miss Keene's private nurse.
Oh, yes. How are you?
I'm fine, but Miss Keene isn't doing so well.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Why haven't you fixed her line yet?
I've told her we'll repair it as soon as...
It's gone beyond that. Now someone is speaking to her. She can't sleep at all. If Miss Keene's health should be disturbed any further, the phone company will be held responsible.
Now, just a minute.
Give me the phone.
Here she is now. She'll tell you herself.
Miss Finch.
Yes, Miss Keene.
There's a voice on the phone.
A voice?
It says one word over and over. Hello. It doesn't sound normal. It sounds distorted.
Are you sure it's a voice?
What else could it be?
Well, static on the line, sometimes.
It was someone, I tell you, the same someone who kept listening to me say hello over and over again without answering back. The same one who made those horrible noises.
What kind of noise?
I don't know. That's why I'm calling you. It must stop immediately.
A voice, you say? Was it a man or a woman?
I couldn't be sure.
So you have no idea?
I tell you, there is no way of knowing. It could be either.
And you're positive it wasn't someone on your party line?
Oh, don't you think I know the people on my party line?
Of course, Miss Keene, of course. Well, I'll have a man come out as soon as possible. The crews are still pretty busy, what with the damaged lines and all from the storm, but I'll tell them to put a rush on it.
And what am I to do if this person calls again?
Hang up, Miss Keene.
But whoever it is will only call back. And then I have to answer to stop the ringing.
That's my best advice. It's either that or disconnect the line.
No, you can't do that. What if there were an emergency? I have no way to call out.
That's true. Then there isn't much choice. I suggest you talk to them. Try to find out more. Get a name if you can. Do that and we'll have something to go on. We'll take immediate action, I promise you.
But I don't wish to speak to them at all.
Then I'm afraid there's nothing we can do.
So you won't help me?
We can't. It could be absolutely anyone. There's no way to know.
I see. Then, good day to you.
What did she say?
Not a word of help. It's obvious she doesn't believe me.
Oh, I'm sure that's not true.
As far as she's concerned, I'm just a nervous old biddy falling prey to my imagination.
But she didn't actually say...
Well, she'll find out differently. You all will, if it's not too late by then.
Such talk. You're letting yourself get way too upset. Why don't we have some breakfast? Would you like that?
No, I'm not hungry.
In a while, then. We'll both have something. I'll leave the curtains drawn so you can catch up on your rest. Would you like a pillow for your back?
Make sure they're completely drawn.
But it's so dark in here.
I can't afford the risk.
What do you mean?
If someone's out there, he could be watching.
Watching what?
Me. Oh, nothing tastes right today, not even tea. It's not your fault. I'm feeling so out of sorts. Margaret? Margaret? That's all right. Stay where you are. You're entitled to a nap, too. There. That will stop it. I won't put it to my ear. I won't. But if I don't take the call, I'll never know who it is. Oh. All right, I'll leave it on the hook. And the next time it rings, I'll force myself to speak to them and find out what they're up to. Oh. Hello?
Hello.
Who is this? Who's calling, please?
Hello.
Who's calling? I've had quite enough. Stop this at once.
Hello.
Why do you keep saying that? Can't you hear me? Please.
Hello.
Margaret! Margaret! Margaret!
Yes? Oh, Miss Alva. I was just resting my eyes. Is everything all right?
No, it is not.
Then what?
The telephone.
Oh. Did it ring? I thought I heard something.
It's a man. I'm sure of it.
How do you know?
Because he just called again. I heard the tone of his voice. It was deep and hoarse. Like there was something wrong with him.
What did he want?
I don't know.
Then how?
He just keeps saying hello. Over and over. That's all he says. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Now you've got to stop this, Miss Keene.
I've got to stop. I'm not the one who...
You're working yourself into a state over...
Over nothing?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. You were going to say it.
Now, Miss Keene, I was not. I think I'd better put you back in your bed so you can...
I don't want to be put in my bed. I want to know who this terrible man is who keeps calling.
What did Miss Finch tell you? She told you it's probably a bad connection, didn't she? The telephone wires are still wet from the rain.
It was not the connection. It's a man.
I'm not arguing, Miss Keene, but if he keeps on saying hello...
That's all he says.
Then obviously he can't hear you. And that would be because of a bad connection. Doesn't that make sense?
No. He heard me. I know he heard me. He paused each time and waited for me to speak. I don't know what he wants.
Then why don't you hang up on him, Miss Alva? You don't have to listen, just hang up. Is that so hard to do?
No, I've tried that. But the voice... Hello, over and over. Hello, hello, hello.
Then do this. Take it off the hook. There. Now he can't call you, right?
Nobody can call me.
Leave it that way just for the time being, until all this funny business is over. It will be the same on the extension. And then if you decide to make a call, all you have to do is hold down the arm for a second. Isn't that right, Miss Keene? Miss Keene?
But why is he calling me? Why would he? Can you tell me that? Why? He wants something from me, but I can't imagine what it is. Oh, I can't bear that sound. Try putting a pillow over it. There. No.
Hello.
Hello?
Where are you?
What?
I want to talk to you.
No.
Where are you? I want to talk to you.
Please.
Where are you? I want to talk to you.
No, I beg of you.
Where are you? I want to talk to you.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Phone company.
Miss Finch, the problem is getting worse.
Oh, hello, Miss Keene.
I tell you I won't have it.
Have you tried leaving it off the hook?
No, it doesn't do any good. He just waits for me to hang up so he can call back. I left the receiver off last night, but I can't do it anymore. Even when I bury it under a pillow, the noise keeps me awake. I haven't had any sleep in 24 hours.
Then perhaps, Miss Keene, we should disconnect it after all.
No, I am an invalid, Miss Finch. I must have telephone service in case of emergency.
I'm sure you must.
Now, I want the line checked. Do you hear? This terrible thing must stop right away.
All right, Miss Keene. I'll put a man on it right away, and this time we'll get to the bottom of it.
Swear to it.
I give you my word.
Oh, good. Thank you. You don't know what this means to me.
I'll call you as soon as we find out the problem.
You'll see to it, no matter what it takes.
Of course. First thing, we'll give you an answer before noon.
Thank you.
Don't you worry now.
Oh, bless you.
That's what we're here for.
Your play.
What?
Pick up your cards, Miss Elva. This is what we need, you'll see. A nice game of canasta.
Oh, yes.
Now, it's your play.
What is the matter with that girl? She promised faithfully that a man would check on it today. The afternoon is almost over and no one's been by.
Maybe he doesn't have to come by, Miss Elva.
Why wouldn't he?
If the problem is somewhere else, with one of the telephone poles, for example.
Well, I suppose that could be true, but if she promised she'd let me know.
Look at your cards. Did you get a good hand this time?
Oh,
That'll be her, don't you think? Want me to answer it?
yes, if you would.
Hello? No, this is Margaret Phillips. Would you like to speak with her?
Who is it?
Just a moment. You see, it's Miss Finch. Now everything will be fine.
Oh, yes?
About those calls you say you've been receiving, Miss Keene.
Say I've been receiving. Why don't you believe?
We sent a man out to trace them. I have his report here.
And?
He says he followed your line through all its connections. He found the problem.
Well, what is it?
A fallen wire on the edge of town.
Fallen wire?
Yes, Miss Keene. The weather blew it free of the pole.
I don't understand.
One end was on the ground, so no signal at all was getting through.
Are you telling me that there were no calls?
I'm sorry, but there's no way anyone could have called from that location, Miss Keene.
I tell you, a man called me. There must be a phone there. There must be some way for him to call me.
Miss Keene, the wire is lying on the ground, unattached. Tomorrow our crew will put it back up and you won't have any further trouble.
There must be a way that someone got through.
But there is no one out there. No one at all.
Out where?
Miss Keene, it's the cemetery.
Oh.
Miss Keene, are you there?
What is it, Miss Elva?
Miss Keene? Miss Keene?
Why have you dropped the phone? Will you tell me what's wrong? Miss Keene, for heaven's sake, what is it? Here we are. Valley View Cemetery. Are you sure you want to get out of the car?
Yes.
I wish you'd tell me why you decided to come all this way. Miss Keene, this isn't good for you. If you hadn't made such a to-do about it, I'd never have taken you in the first place. Why won't you answer? What can there possibly be out here for you to see?
Get my chair from the back seat, please.
Very well, have it your way. Careful. Now. Up and out. Here's a blanket for your legs. Though I can't imagine why you'd want to. Miss Elva? What are you looking at?
Over there,
You mean inside the grounds?
on the other side of the gate.
All right. We'll have to steer clear of the power lines, though. Well, there's a loose telephone wire hanging down. Can't see where it touches the ground. Where are we going?
The first row on the left. About halfway down, as I recall.
That's where the wire ends.
I knew it.
Here?
Here.
And we better not go any closer. It's fallen directly onto a grave. Right by an old headstone. What's the name? Brian Douglas. And the date of birth and death, more than 50 years ago. Oh, the poor young man. Only 27.
I knew it.
Miss Elva.
It's him.
Who?
It's him. Brian. Oh, Brian.
You knew him?
Brian, my fiancé.
He
died a week before we were to be married.
Oh, Miss Elva, I didn't know.
We were in a car together. I insisted on driving. I was always insisting on things, telling him what I wanted, dominating him in my way, and he always did what I said, always. I lost control of the car, steered it right into a tree. Brian went through the windshield. He was cut to pieces. I was left crippled, and now he's trying to reach me, I'm sure of it. Don't you see? He's trying to reach me. So many years out here alone, in the sun, in the wind, in the rain. And now, at last, I can talk to him. I won't be lonely anymore.
Would you like more covers on the bed?
No, Margaret, I'm perfectly fine.
I can plump up your pillows for you.
That's not necessary.
I can't leave you like this.
I'll be all right. Good night.
But...
Good night, Margaret.
You call me if you need me now.
I will.
I'll be home all night.
Yes, Margaret. Good night.
Hope you sleep well.
Now then, you may call me any time at all. I'm waiting. Oh, this is ridiculous. Now that I want you to call. Brian? Brian? Are you there? Can you hear me? It's Elva. Elva! Oh, Brian. Brian, my dear. Brian, where are you? Where are you, Brian? Can't you hear me at all? Brian! Are you there, Brian? If you are, please speak. It's Elva. Elva! You can speak to me now. I didn't know it was you. I thought... Brian, please, I know you're there. It's Elva. Talk to me, Brian, please. I beg you.
You said leave you alone.
No, but I didn't mean...
I always do what you say.
Oh, God, but I didn't mean... Brian, I didn't mean that. Not this time. I didn't understand. I only meant... Oh, Brian. Brian, speak to me. No, Brian, don't go. Don't leave me here. I didn't know it was you. I didn't understand. I tell you, there were so many things I didn't understand. I didn't mean to say. Brian, please. Please. Oh, please. No. Oh.
According to the Bible, God created heaven and earth. But it is every man's prerogative and every woman's to create their own particular and private hell. Case in point, Miss Elva Keene, who in every sense has made her own bed and now must lie in it. Sadder but wiser, by dint of a rather painful lesson in responsibility, transmitted from the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Night Call, starring Mariette Hartley, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Sarah Wellington, Meg Thalkin, and Doug James. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Greg Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Now then, to begin.
Recording.
Act 2, Scene 1. We open on a wide valley, the Alps in the background, as a ragtag army of men in brass helmets descend, followed by a bunch of elephants. In the foreground is their leader, Hannibal. Make that a herd of elephants. No, strike that. A thundering herd of elephants. Next shot. I need a drink. I say, I need... Oh. Yes?
Greg?
You have reached the home of Gregory West. At the tone,
Cut it
please
out,
leave...
West. I know you're there. For one thing, you don't have an answering machine. For another, I can hear you sweating.
Hello, Sammy.
You know what day it is? It's Monday. You were supposed to have the script on my desk this afternoon.
Oh, that, yes. My typist is running a little behind schedule.
Your typist?
Well, you know I don't use a typewriter.
So get a word processor or a laptop.
Never. Dictation is the only way. Helps me get the dialogue right.
What's her number?
Who?
Your typist. I'll send a messenger.
Not until I have a chance to look it over. Make any last-minute corrections.
The network wants pages, Greg. They don't have to be perfect.
Just give me a couple of more days.
I can't stall them much longer. They want to shoot Hannibal's animals in the spring.
They doubt me?
They doubt their own grandmother if they had her under contract. They've got a lot riding on this.
Well, you tell them I'm not some Hollywood hack. I'm a legitimate writer. They're lucky to have my services.
And you're lucky to have a six-figure deal. This isn't Broadway, it's TV. And you've got a mortgage to pay off.
I'm aware of that, Sammy. Oh, I shouldn't have answered the phone. The one time I do. Is it Harold Princeton? Is it the Theatre Guild? No, it's my agent with dialogue out of a Bud Schulberg novel.
Bud who?
Look, the script will be ready when it's ready. Do they want it fast or do they want it good? Ask them that, would you please?
They want it tomorrow. That's what they want. I'm telling you.
Bye, Sammy. We'll talk in the morning. Oh, my. Now I do need that drink. Mary? Did you hear what I said?
Yes, darling?
Ah, there you are. I was wondering
Scotch and water?
How did you guess?
I think I know you by now. Relax, Gregory. You deserve a break.
How right you are.
Sit on the couch. I'll massage your temples before you go back to work.
Ah, what a fine idea.
Is the drink all right?
Perfect. As always.
There. Now close your eyes. Doesn't that feel better?
I swear, Mary, you have, magic fingertips.
The least I can do for such a talented man. That brain of yours must get overheated, working hour after hour, morning till night.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh, yes, you could. You're a genius with words.
I know. Oh, Mary, Mary.
Yes, Gregory?
Hold me.
It would be an honor. Who's that? Outside the window, I thought I saw...
No.
Gregory!
Not Victoria.
Gregory!
She can't be home yet.
Gregory! How dare you!
The home office of Mr. Gregory West, noted playwright, and now a resident of the Hollywood Hills. A quiet, thoughtful man, even a bit shy, and at the moment, very happy, despite the fact that he is over deadline. His latest project? A script assignment taken to ensure that his household remains secure, despite the occasional fickleness of drama critics. The other ingredients of that household? There's Mary, warm, affectionate, devoted, the ideal companion for someone who values peace of mind. And the final ingredient, Mrs. Gregory West. In a moment, she's going to learn the secret of her husband's success, a method of creative writing taught only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, A World of His Own, starring Charles Shaughnessy, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Gregory! Oh!
Is she gone?
Yeah, for the moment. Are you cold?
What?
The air, it's chilly this evening.
It was.
Shall I light the fire?
Not if you're with me.
You're so lovely.
Oh, Gregory.
Don't worry just yet. Oh, Mary.
Gregory! Unlock this door immediately.
I'm sorry.
Greg, not again.
I have to, Mary.
But why?
You don't know what she's capable of.
I know you have a woman in there. Open up.
No, Greg.
What else can I do?
I warn you, Gregory.
Oh, my.
Are you so frightened of her?
She can make my life miserable if she chooses.
All right, then. If you must.
Do you hear me, Gregory? Are you deaf?
Be right there.
Don't think you can hide her from me.
What's that, dear?
Don't think you can let her out the window either. Gregory!
Ah, I thought that was you.
Where is she?
Who, my dear?
Not behind the drapes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Under the desk?
What are you going on about, Victoria?
You know perfectly well. I suppose you let her out the window.
But the window doesn't open, remember?
Then where?
Who?
You little worm, you know who. What have you done with her? Where did she go? Where?
Please, stop. My glasses.
A cozy fire. Your smoking jacket.
Oh, only because it's comfortable. You know I don't smoke.
Of course you don't. In order to smoke, you'd have to heat up. And you've never risen above room temperature.
Sit down. Let's talk this over.
Have you installed a secret door in here?
No, dear. The study's as it's always been. A place of seclusion for my work.
For your work. For monkey business, you mean? What are you doing?
I'm arranging my notes.
Notes? Those are tapes.
Well, you know I prefer to dictate, dear.
I'm not your dear anymore, you libertine.
Who's a libertine?
You intend to stand there and deny it.
Deny what?
That you had a woman in here.
Victoria, I never meant
Liar. Cheat. Fraud.
Victoria!
If you force me to do it, Gregory, I'll have this room torn down. Panel by panel, board by board.
Why?
Don't toy with me.
Who's toying?
Then you must think I'm handicapped.
What?
Lacking in all my faculties. The vital functions, like sight. You think I'm blind?
Of course I don't.
Then how can you refuse to admit it? I stood outside that window and saw the two of you on that sofa there. Don't. Zip it. Shall I describe her to you, Gregory? Her brown hair, the simple black dress, the pearl necklace, how she handed you the drink. If I'm not mistaken, this drink right here.
I don't recall who made that.
You don't? Your private bartender, maybe? In our own home, Gregory. Our own home. That drab, ugly little creature.
She's not.
Aha!
How was your day, dear? You, went to a movie, didn't you? Was it a good one? Apparently not. Oh, well, they can't all be works of art.
Didn't expect me home so soon, did you? Thought I'd go out to dinner afterwards.
I didn't say that.
I've had my eye on you for some time now.
Oh, how flattering.
You thought you fooled me, didn't you?
Why, no.
You know you can't lie to me. You thought I'd never suspect the real reason you kept sending me away from the house. Have to be alone to work. The famous playwright. Famous philanderer is more like it.
You do me an injustice.
Oh, do I? All right. Out with it. Who is she?
Victoria. Dear.
Don't you dear me.
Ow!
And don't touch me.
At least try to understand.
Oh, I understand perfectly.
But you don't.
Why don't you enlighten me then?
There's no other woman in my life.
There certainly isn't. Not anymore. Because you don't have a life.
How can I explain it to you?
That's the question of the evening. How? Well, I'm waiting. I'm a very patient person. I'm not going anywhere. Go ahead. Take your time. Choose your words carefully. Because I intend to report each and every one of them to my lawyer.
No, that won't be necessary.
I'll be the judge of that.
Victoria. All right, then. You recall my play, The Fury of Night, Dear? The one that made my reputation? It won a Tony Award? Then there was interest from Hollywood, and we moved out here.
I'm listening. What about it?
Well, you remember the character of Philip Wainwright. He was the first character that I was ever really successful with. The critics said he lived on stage, not a collection of mannerisms. He breathed,
What's her name?
What?
Her name. What do you call her? Fifi? Foofy? Or do you just call her whenever you feel like it?
Mary, but...
Mary! How common.
She's not common.
Oh, you mean she has hidden talents? I'll bet. Does she cater to your every need? Drain off your tensions before they have a chance to build up?
Victoria, don't. I'm trying to explain.
Then go ahead. I'm all ears.
All right. You know I've spoken many times of how fictional characters seem to come to life for me. Such vivid life that they begin to determine their own actions. As the author, I may have some particular lines and moves planned for them, but they simply won't do it. They become so strong that they begin to take over the story.
I'm not interested in a lecture on writing. You artistic types are all alike, full of mumbo-jumbo about feelings and moonbeams. It's all smoke and mirrors. A cover, a front for self-indulgence, wish fulfillment, laziness. I don't know what you'd do if you had a real job to go to. If your delicate sensibilities could stand up
Victoria, I'm asking you to bear with me.
Bear? I've borne you too long. And now it's over. Finny, kaput. 10-4, over and out. Wave bye-bye, mark it and strike it.
But this is important. Philip Wainwright. He was the first one of my characters ever to behave like this.
Like what? Like you? With a complete lack of morals? With duplicitousness?
Duplicity?
What?
The word is duplicity.
Is it? Well, I've got a word for you.
Look, I must finish this, so please don't interrupt. Now, no matter what I tried to make him do in the service of the story, he balked. Flatly refused to take direction. Wouldn't accept my choices any longer.
This is ridiculous.
He was real. Alive, do you hear? Alive. With a will all his own.
We're off the subject.
No, we're not. This is the subject. Philip Wainwright was alive. So much so that one night while I was working right here in my office, he came walking in through the door.
My God. You're delusional.
Victoria, believe me, he did. He walked right in and took a chair in front of the fireplace. A real flesh and blood man. Not just words anymore. And I had created him. What are you doing?
I think psychiatry is next on the agenda.
No, put the phone down. I'm telling you the truth, Victoria. Characters from my plays began to come to life. I saw them. I talked with them. I shook their hands.
And made love to them?
Yes! I mean no!
You want me to put the phone down? How's this? Right on your fingers.
Ow!
Get out of my way.
Look, hear me out. You know how I work, how I dictate my dialogue and descriptions into the tape recorder.
The lazy man's way to riches.
I can describe any character at all into it, and now, if I do it well enough, truly enough, the character will come to life. Real life, Victoria.
Listen to yourself.
They don't even have to be characters in my scripts anymore. They can be any kind of characters I want.
You belong in an asylum.
You told me that you saw Mary in here, didn't you?
Oh, I saw her.
Then how did she leave?
I don't know. But I trust my own eyes before I trust you.
Well, think about it. She didn't use the window. And you know very well that there's no secret door in here.
The magician reveals the tricks of the trade.
I'll tell you how she left. Because I want you to understand. Look in the fireplace.
The what?
The grating. Go ahead, look.
I'm supposed to believe that she went up the chimney?
Well, in a sense. But not the way you mean. Here, I'll show you. See this? What is it?
A melted cassette tape. Is that what you do with your so-called notes? Burn them?
Only on occasion. When I have to get rid of something in a hurry, or someone. The tape I had recorded her on, I threw it into the fire just before you entered the study, and she was gone. Poof! Just like that. Uncreated. Look, if you'll come over here, you can see what...
I've heard enough.
Wait!
I'm leaving.
I'm telling you the truth.
Get out of my way.
Where are you going?
I'm going to have you committed.
Look, you've got to believe me, Victoria.
What do you think you're doing?
Trying to save our marriage.
By locking the door? Don't waste your time.
It's so simple. Look, I could describe a cat or a dog or any kind of character you wanted, but I assume you'd rather see Mary. Besides, I've created her so often that she's readily available.
Oh, is she? Give me that key.
No, not yet.
Recording.
Her name is Mary. She's 36, 5 foot 3 inches tall, simply built, brown hair, fair complexion.
The key.
On the surface,
Now.
a plain, quite ordinary female, yet with that quality of inner loveliness which gives her woman real beauty.
If you won't give it to me, I'll take
tender,
it.
A gentlewoman, an understanding woman. As she wears a simple black dress, a single strand of pearls at her throat.
I'm warning
very
you.
little makeup, her hair arranged simply.
There.
She's coming up the
I've
front
got
walk
it.
now. She's crossing the porch. She's opening the front door.
Greg, someone's in the house.
Closing it. Walking down the hall.
Who?
Good evening, Mrs. West.
Well?
She's real. How did you do that?
Do what?
Bring her here. On cue.
Don't you understand? I described her on the tape. You heard me.
But why, Greg? Why do you bring me here now?
Because... it's a bit tricky to explain.
Try.
Come in, Mary.
Thank you. I'd love to.
She asked you a question.
I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Give me a moment, Mary.
You do know each other.
Oh, yes. Your husband's a wonderful man.
What do you want here?
There's nothing to be afraid of, Mrs. West. I'm here because it's Gregory's wish. It's not mine to doubt him.
Doubt him? You mean you don't?
I'm sure he has his reasons.
There. See? Well, Victoria? Do you believe me now?
This is some kind of plot. You did let her out of here through a secret door somewhere. Behind the bookcase? I'll find it. Then you tell me some fool story about characters who come to life and walk around as big as you please.
It's not a plot, I assure you.
Not a very clever one, that's obvious. You lock the door and pretend to make her real. And she slips around from the backyard and comes in through the front door and tries to make me think she's...
Oh, no. That's not what happened.
Not at all. I swear.
You're trying to drive me insane. You want to have me committed.
I only did it because you said you were gonna have me committed.
Oh, no. You want to get rid of me so you'll have our property all to yourself. So you can share it with this...
Nothing of the kind. I only wanted to show you. Yeah, it's a demonstration.
Greg?
What is it?
Is that why you brought me here? Not because you wanted to see me, but only to show her?
Mary, try to understand.
I am trying. Only...
Victoria's my wife.
Not anymore. Not after this diabolic conspiracy.
Oh, come on, Victoria. Can't I do anything right?
That's something I've been wondering for years.
You haven't answered me, Greg.
Answered what?
Is that all I am to you? A parlor trick? Something to show off?
Go ahead. Lie some more.
Victoria, do you honestly believe that?
Yes. And that's the only thing I believe. I hope you two are very happy together.
Here we go again.
Don't leave because of me.
I wouldn't think of it. I'm leaving because of me.
Victoria, please.
Let go of me, monster.
Very well.
I'll claim false imprisonment.
In your own house?
What are you going to do now?
Oh, you'll see.
I'll scream. I will.
What for? No need.
Is that my tape?
It is.
And you're going to...
There's no way around it.
Craig, why do you do this to me?
I'm sorry, Mary, but what else can I do?
But again? I just got here.
I have no choice.
That's all you ever say. Don't you think I'm nice enough?
Oh, that isn't it at all.
Not loyal? Not interested in your work? Not sensitive to your needs? Not giving enough?
No, quite the contrary.
If you're going to be cruel to her, don't do it because of me.
No, of course not. Wouldn't believe me. Oh, no. Had to make me prove it. Make me force poor Mary to... Oh, Victoria. Sometimes I wonder. A man has feelings. Feelings that get turned into thoughts, and then into words. And those words go onto paper, and eventually they live, and breathe, and walk, and talk, and strut upon the stage in their petty pace for a paying audience. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Not even after living with me for so many years. I really don't want to do this.
If you do, don't bring me back again, Greg.
Mary.
Just don't. I can't stand it any longer.
You're a part of me. You know that, don't you? I'm not speaking figuratively. I give you my word when I say, this hurts me more than it hurts you. I'm so sorry, Mary. But she is my wife.
I understand. I suppose. Greg, I feel so strange. What's happening to me? Help me. Greg, help me.
Please. Greg. I feel so strong.
What happened to her?
She's burning brightly.
Where is she?
I've told you.
But where?
Oh, don't you believe me yet, Victoria?
Where did she go?
I uncreated her.
No. That poor woman.
Come here. It's all right, dear.
But
Shush. Hold on to me if you like.
what have you done?
It won't happen anymore, I promise you. I'll never do it again. I never would have done it in the first place if I hadn't been so lonely. It's just that you're so perfect, Victoria, in so many ways. So impeccable, so flawless. You make me feel inferior.
Really, Gregory? I can't help what I am.
Well, maybe not, but that's why I created Mary. I didn't do it to insult you. I just wanted a little company, that's all. Someone who wouldn't judge me and find me wanting. Someone I could talk to, someone I could feel comfortable with, instead of like a worm. You do understand, don't you? This has been a small sacrifice for me, and a giant step for the institution of marriage.
What are you doing now?
What else can I do? Return to work. Burn the midnight oil. And all for a paycheck to maintain the lifestyle you so richly deserve. Another tape, another dollar. We'll work it out, Victoria. You'll see. Somehow we'll work it out. I realize that I'm inadequate compared to you, and at least in some ways it's my fault. I should have been a pair of claws scuttling across a... Victoria? What do you have there?
Got your keys out of your pocket.
Well, but I thought...
Don't try to stop me.
Well, where are you going?
To the nearest lawyer.
What?
I'm going to have you put away for the rest of your unnatural life. Away from tape recorders. I'm going to live in this house alone from now on. In peace. Free of your diseased mind.
No, Victoria.
Yes, Victoria.
Wait! No, wait! I can't let her go. I can't. I have to stop her. But how?
Recording.
A giant red-eyed elephant is standing just inside my front door, and he's mad. He isn't going to let her pass. Something the matter, dear?
Get that elephant out of my home!
Will you stay?
Yes.
What did you say?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Very well.
Hurry.
Just a moment.
Gregory.
Yes.
I can't hold the door. His trunk. He's grabbing my hair.
Another second or two. There.
You're mad.
You shouldn't have said those things, Victoria.
What things?
You'll stay now?
You think you can keep me here?
You don't want me to do it again, do you? How about a herd this time?
No.
It's just a simple matter of recording on another tape. Well, I have plenty.
I said no. I'll stay for now, Gregory.
Good.
But I can't promise for how long.
No?
You think I can live with a madman?
I don't know, can you?
Oh, Gregory. It doesn't have to be this way.
Oh, you're so right.
When we met, you were a struggling playwright. Then you had a play off Broadway. I was so proud. It moved to off-Broadway, then to the Great White Way, and the reviews. I was so proud.
We were happy then, weren't we?
Ecstatic. We were a team. Onward and upward. There was no stopping you. No stopping us.
I remember.
And then the next play, and the next. It was like a dream.
Yes.
I could sit up all night, listening to you talk about your writing, reading me scenes out loud, and it was wonderful. I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Neither would I.
But then, something happened. I'm not sure how or when. You began withdrawing from me, living in your head. You shut me out, Gregory. I thought when we moved here we'd be close again. But the deadlines, the pages, you didn't have time for me anymore. You didn't have time for a wife.
Well, I'm truly sorry for that, Victoria. But I think we can salvage it, don't you? Start fresh, as soon as I finish the script.
And will we move back to New York?
Well, I don't see how we can afford to. Broadway isn't what it used to be. Nothing but revivals and musicals now. This is where the money is. Our future is here.
What future?
Well, if Hannibal's Animals gets good numbers, I'll be flooded with offers. But what I really want to do is produce. Sammy says that's where the real money is. We'll form a production company, get some pilots going, and, well, by this time next year, we should be sitting pretty. We'll move to a bigger house with a pool, and I'll have every room wired for sound with hidden recorders. That way I can dictate no matter where I am. And after a while, I won't have to write at all. My characters will do the work for me. I'll straighten their collars, wash behind their ears, and send them out into the world to make me famous. Can you see the future, Victoria? Can you?
Thank you, Gregory.
For what?
I can see the future. What it would be like with you. And now I know I was right. You are insane.
Oh, come now.
The first chance I get, I'll have you in a padded cell. Believe it, Gregory.
I do. Well, I guess that's it.
How long have you had a safe in the wall?
This one? Well, only since we moved here. Before that, I had a safe deposit box. From the time we were married.
What's in the envelope?
Oh, see for yourself.
It has my name written on it. Victoria West.
That's right.
What's this supposed to mean?
I'll show you.
A cassette tape.
Your tape.
What do you mean, my tape?
Shall I put it back for safekeeping, Victoria? Or shall I burn it? Which will it be?
You wouldn't.
The choice is yours.
You want me to believe...
Oh, I'm telling you, Victoria. As if I had to. Well, look at yourself, Regal, beautiful. You could have had any man you wanted. Haven't you ever wondered how you got stuck with me?
That's absurd. I know who I am. I have a lifetime of memories.
Oh, I know you do. I gave them to you myself. It's all here on the tape. Didn't I just tell you you're impeccable? Flawless? Exactly the sort of wife that I used to think I wanted more than anything else in the world.
This is another of your tricks.
Why do you suppose I was so upset when you came back before, No, not because of Mary, but because it was the first time you'd ever come back against my will. The first time...
Do you think you're frightening me?
No. No, I guess not. You're beyond that, aren't you? I made you too strong. I forgot to give you human frailty. Well, I guess I deserve it. It's what I asked for. I'll put it back in the safe.
Give me that.
Oh, you want to be careful, Victoria. Very, very careful.
You tedious little bore. How could I ever have believed I loved you? Here's what I think of your childish trick.
Victoria! Do you know what you've done?
I feel strange.
Well, I'm sure you do. It's too late. I can't pull it out of the fire.
I think I'd like to lie down. You don't mean to tell me it's true. No. No, it can't be true. No. Gregory.
Victoria! Oh. I told her. I told her. Oh, why wouldn't she listen to me?
Recording.
Her name is Victoria West. She... Better to leave well enough alone.
Recording.
Her name is Mary. Mrs. Mary West. She's 36, 5 foot 3 inches tall, slimly built, brown hair, fair complexion. On the surface, a plain, quite ordinary female, yet with that quality of inner loveliness which gives a woman real beauty. A tender, gentle woman. Just now she's coming into her husband's study.
Hello, Gregory.
There you are.
What do you have, darling?
Oh, nothing really. A tape recorder. One of the tools of my trade.
Will you show me how it works someday?
Oh, I don't think it would interest you. Oh, it's of no importance. Nah, no importance at all.
Is the drink all right?
Perfect. As always.
Oh, Gregory.
Mr. Gregory West, still shy, quiet, very happy, and apparently in complete control of the Twilight Zone.
A World of His Own, starring Charles Shaughnessy with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder, Alyssa Fraden, and Doug James. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're entering another dimension, beyond any limits known to man. This is the universe of imagination, a wondrous land of brave new stories from the far reaches of space and time. So fasten your seatbelt. There's the signpost up ahead. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Starlight Magazine. I'm sorry, Mr. Harris hasn't come in yet. Would you care to leave a message? Oh, hi, Christine. Lunch at the Cock and Bull? 12 o'clock. I'll remind him.
Paula,
Yes?
did you proof the feature story yet?
Give me 20 minutes.
Make it 10. I need to double-check the whole issue before pickup. Where's the center spread art?
Nate's got it.
Why isn't he here?
He called a little while ago. He's stuck in traffic or something.
Well, he can just get himself unstuck. If we miss deadline again... Rennie!
Yo!
How's the cover coming?
Printing it out right now.
Good. Don, did you finish the insert?
What insert?
The new line from Lady Lynbrook?
I never saw it.
They sent camera-ready copy yesterday.
I'll have to repaginate everything.
Then do it. They're a huge account.
Okay, boss.
And Rennie, add a teaser on the cover. Free inside a sample of Tempest Fugit. That's the name of the perfume. Will it fit?
I guess it'll have to.
That should be everything, except for the color separations.
I'm sure Nate's on his way.
I'm sure he better find another job.
We need him, Cheryl. He's our graphics coordinator.
Oh, I can hire interns who will do it for nothing.
Oh, well, how well would they do it? You have to admit his work is good, and it makes us money.
It's the camera-ready ads that make us money. All the rest is filler. Call the messenger service and reschedule. When's the last pickup?
1 o'clock.
Tell them we're running late. Maybe they can stretch it.
I'll try.
Sorry. I got hung up.
Hi, Nate.
Do you realize how long you've kept this staff waiting?
Oh, what time is it? My watch isn't working.
Your watch is not alone.
You won't believe what happened. I stayed up all night to redo the art. Then the car wouldn't start, so I called the repair shop.
You could have called a cab.
It took 45 minutes for a jump start. Then, when I finally got here, the elevator quit and I was stuck between floors. I know I said I'd be here an hour ago.
Make that 2.
But it's not my fault, I swear. You can't beat the clock. The harder you try...
Did you bring the disc?
It's right here.
Load it and print it. You can have your nervous breakdown after we go to press.
Here, use my computer.
What's the matter with her this morning?
Another day in the cackle factory. Look at this first so I can sign off on it.
What page?
Center spread, the feature story.
At night, our fair city glitters like the proverbial Christmas tree. Who wrote this track?
Our beloved managing editor. Shirley thinks she's a writer now.
That's because she won't pay real writers.
Whose phone is that?
At least put it on vibrate.
Hello? Oh, hi, Chris.
Oh, she called before about lunch.
Yeah, we're still on... I'll be there, I promise.
No cell phones in the office.
It's Christine.
Tell her you'll call her back.
Honey, I'm here. Listen, we're on deadline.
Now!
This is a bad time. Can we talk about it later?
Give it to me.
What did you do that for?
So you won't have any distractions. Get back to work.
You know what, Shirley? I don't need this.
That makes 2 of us.
I'm out of here. You can mail my last check.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Box up all my stuff and leave it with Paula.
If I have the time. Right now, some of us have a magazine to put out.
Introducing Mr. Nathaniel Harris, former fine arts major, engaged to Miss Christine Crosley, and lately employed at a small publishing company. Very lately. Because this is a man whose hourglass has finally run out. He just learned one very important lesson, that he can't be in 2 places at once. But consider, how different might his life be were there but world enough and time. Every question deserves a response, and this one is about to be answered in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The 25th Hour, starring Mike Nussbaum with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Any dessert today?
Just coffee and a check.
Very good.
What time is it?
Mr. Harris, nice to see you.
I have a reservation for noon. That clock, it can't be right.
1 p.m. exactly.
Oh, no. Is she...
Table 4.
Chris, you're still here.
Where else would I be? Lunch takes an hour, plus or minus a few minutes. I've done my duty.
I am so sorry. Did you order yet?
If I wanted lunch for 1, I'd have stayed home.
Honey, it was a deadline day. Not only that...
It's always something, isn't it? You shouldn't make dates you can't keep.
It won't happen again.
You're right. It won't.
2 glasses of rosé, compliments of the house.
Thanks, Frederick. Chris, the editor's been impossible to deal with. Today, she actually smashed my cell phone. Can you believe it? So I told her...
Care to see a menu?
Sure. I stood up, and I said...
Need a few more minutes?
Please.
Very good.
Anyway, I told her what she could do with her job. Ask Paula. She was there.
We should drink a toast.
Great idea. To...
Old acquaintance.
What?
It's about time, Nate. You never have any left over for me.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I'm not bitter.
Chris.
We need a break. From each other. Who knows? Maybe it's true what they say on greeting cards. If you love something, let it go. If it comes back, it's yours to keep.
Chris, listen.
Goodbye, Nate.
I'm trying to tell you...
It's all right. Think of how much more time you'll have now.
To tell you that I won't ever have to go back to that miserable job again.
For you, sir.
I didn't order it.
From the gentleman. He thought you might like something stronger.
Which gentleman?
The corner booth.
The old guy in the brown suit?
Yes, sir. He's one of our regulars.
Yeah, why not?
Very good.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
Can I buy you one?
Oh, dear me, no. Not necessary in the slightest.
Have we met?
Not that I recall.
Then why the drink?
I thought you looked a bit under the weather. Nothing fixes that like a Moscow mule.
Is that what it's called?
Oh, ginger beer and vodka in a copper cup. Their signature drink when I first came here. Of course, that was years ago.
And Nate Harris, and you are...
Blevins is the name. But you can call me whatever you like, so long as you don't call me late for dinner. Please, sit down.
I think I've seen you here before.
Oh, most unlikely. I'm the type who blends in with the woodwork.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
When a man is my age, he becomes invisible, practically speaking. Perhaps because he's no longer in such a hurry.
Then I envy you.
Oh, you mustn't. I have nowhere to go and nothing to do, unlike yourself.
Actually, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now.
Something will present itself. It always does. I saw the way you came in. Your features a blur of energy like hummingbird wings.
It's nerves. I haven't had a free minute all day.
I was like that once. But now I have so much time. Well, I don't know what to do with it.
You're lucky.
Don't be so sure. You have a schedule to keep, a job.
Not anymore.
Oh, is that right?
I was 2 hours late to work this morning. One time too many. And to top it off, my girl just walked out on me. So I guess I'm flat out of time.
Pity. But now you've hit the nail on the head, haven't you? Time. There's an old saying that it's wasted on the young. In fact, it's wasted on people like me. I have all the time in the world, more than I can possibly use. Excess, you might say.
Well, if you figure a way to bottle it, let me know.
Do you mean that?
Are you kidding? I'd pay anything to have a little extra. Anything.
Oh, no need for such a sacrifice.
That's easy for you to say. If I could have what you have, I'd hock everything I own.
I assure you that won't be necessary.
No?
Let me tell you about myself. As I say, I've reached the point where I have too much time on my hands. That means the opportunity to read, to study, to speculate, and to tinker. What's unimportant falls away, and all that remains is what truly matters.
What are you getting at?
Simply this, Mr. Harris. I'm about to share something that may sound incredible, but it's really quite straightforward, at least in principle. You see, nothing is created or destroyed in the universe. It merely changes form, moves to where it's needed, so to speak. Sometimes that requires a little nudge, of course.
I'm not sure I follow.
Consider rain falling on arid land, air flowing into a vacuum. The process is the same. Surplus redistributed to maintain a certain equilibrium. The truth is that nature abhors waste.
Now you've lost me.
Consider what happens in a typical day. As soon as you have a free hour, new tasks flow in to fill the gap. The result is that a busy man never quite manages to stay ahead of the game.
You got that right.
But what if you could add another hour, or another, and another, until the pressure is drained off, equalized? Tell me, what would you do with that extra time? Travel? Write the great American novel?
Use it to get caught up, probably. I studied to be an artist. Now I'm a consulting graphics coordinator. You know what that means? I push ads around on a computer screen. Don't ask me how it happened.
No real mystery. You needed to earn a living, and time got in the way. What you need is time that's off the clock, so to say, before what matters is only a memory.
Don't tell me. You're selling a magic potion. What's it called? Time in a bottle?
Nothing so fanciful. The product of my tinkering is purely scientific. I happen to have a prototype with me.
Spare me, old-timer. Thanks anyway, but I'm afraid I can't afford whatever you're selling.
Oh, it's not for sale. It's still in the experimental stage.
Oh, come on. I know what that is. I took music lessons. It's
a variable rate device to mark the passage of time. Allow me to demonstrate.
Congratulations. You've reinvented the metronome.
Try to lift it.
That's heavier than it looks. What did you do? Put lead in it?
It's quite empty as far as the eye can see. Open the panel in the base. Oh, you have to lift the latch.
Well, there's nothing inside.
Are you sure?
A pivot for the arm attached to some kind of bearing, that's all. But it feels like it weighs 10 pounds.
That's because the little door leads to... Well, I wouldn't want to confuse the issue. Call it a storage chamber.
Oh, it smells like stale air to me.
Oh, it hasn't been tested in a while. The contents are flowing out now that the mechanism is activated.
Well, what contents?
That which is beyond price and invisible to the eye. Go ahead, examine it.
There must be a layer of iron under that veneer.
Only the thinnest of plywood.
Oh, where'd you get it? From a magic supply company?
It took me years of trial and error. This is the 81st and final model. Or is it the 82nd? If my calculations are correct, it possesses certain unique properties.
Listed on eBay. You'll find a buyer.
As I said, it's not for sale. But it is available on loan.
What would I do with a thing like that? Put it on my coffee table?
Well, I need someone to field test it.
Test it? How?
To be sure that it's ready. Think of it as a kind of temporal storage battery, operating on the principle of equalization. I've infused it with some of my time, the excess I told you about. Say you're running late and you need a few extra minutes. Take it out and start it ticking. When you've had enough, one touch stops the arm.
Wouldn't that be something? You almost had me going there for a minute. If it were real, you could name your terms.
Oh, it's quite real.
I suppose you can prove that?
If I do, will you agree to a test?
Here comes the con.
Put it back in the case and take it home. Use it at your discretion. All I ask is that you return 1 week from today and report your experience in detail.
And what sort of experience might that be?
Why, the natural principle of equalization. It's already begun to work. You asked for proof, hmm? What does the clock on the wall say?
Oh, I can't see from here.
Then feel free to stand up. Check it carefully.
I don't have to. It was 1 on the dot when I got here, so it'll be around a quarter past now, maybe 1:20.
My, how time flies.
What's the matter? Don't you have a watch?
Oh, that might be part of the trick. Go on, walk over to the clock. Take a good look.
Now, what will I see?
The principle of equalization at work. Temporal redistribution on demand. Proof positive that my time is now your time.
You're on. $1:05? Hold on. Frederick?
Yes.
Did somebody move the hands back?
Sir?
The wall clock. Did you see anyone go near it?
Why, no.
Then it's broken.
No, sir. It keeps perfect time.
Well, let me ask you. How long have I been here?
How long?
Answer the question.
You met Miss Crosley very briefly, then the gentleman sent you a drink.
And how long ago was that?
A minute or two?
Come off it. Did he put you up to this?
Who?
The little man in the booth, whatever his name is.
Blevins? He bought you a drink and departed.
Oh, he did he? Then why is he...
Why is he what, sir?
Where'd he go? He was here. We had a conversation about time and his theories of...
Did he leave that for you, Mr. Harris?
Leave what?
The leather case. Perhaps he intended you to have it.
What in the... Hello?
Nate?
Hey, Paula.
You finally got a new phone.
Had to. I've been busy.
You sound out of breath.
At my morning jog in the park.
You? I don't believe it.
A man's got to get in shape sometime.
Have you found another job yet?
I've been going on a lot of interviews, about 10 a day.
Whoa, take it easy.
I have all the time I need now. It's like the more I do, the more I can do.
You'll have to tell me your secret. I could use some of that.
So, how's the magazine? Down the tubes without me?
Well, give it time. Listen, Nate, I may have a lead for you. Mandible Publications is looking for a color supervisor.
Mandible? Too big for me. They do a dozen titles a month.
The pay is double what you made here.
No more publishing. Surely you'll never give me a recommendation.
She doesn't have to. I'll write it.
Oh, you do that?
Of course, what are friends for? Which brings me to my next subject. I talked to Christine. Why haven't you called her?
The last time I saw her, she told me have a nice life.
Do yourself a favor, Nate. Make the call.
She's the one who walked out.
This is me you're talking to. Remember?
I'll think about it.
You do that, if you can fit it into your schedule.
Well, that's not the point.
Oh, I gotta go. Dragonlight is back from her coffee break. Keep me in the loop about Mandible.
Hey, mister! Can we have our ball back?
Oh, where is it?
It's over there in the dirt.
Sure. Here you go.
Thanks.
Oh, wait.
Yeah?
Can I see that bat for a minute?
Okay.
A nice one. A Louisville Slugger.
My dad got it for me.
Did he show you how to use it?
Nah, he's too busy.
Now look, when you hold it, be sure the trademark is pointing up. See the circle where it says Louisville? Otherwise, when you hit the ball, the wood might break.
Gee, mister, you know a lot of stuff.
And my dad taught me when I was your age.
I wish you could show us.
You kids play here every day?
You don't have time. You're always running.
Well, let me tell you something. Time is, well, it's,
Yeah?
I don't know what time is exactly, but I've learned one thing. We can all do a lot more with it than we do. It's a question of priorities.
Okay, I guess, only...
Yes?
What are priorities?
A taxi! Over here!
Where you headed?
Uptown, the Mandible Building, and step on it.
Sure thing.
Hold the elevator!
What floor?
The editorial offices.
Lucky 7 coming up.
I'm here to see the publisher, please.
Do you have an appointment?
Nathaniel Harris, 11:30.
I'll tell him you're here.
Have a seat. Mr. Harris, is it?
Thank you. I appreciate your seeing me.
I'm on a tight schedule, so let's cut through the fat. You have experience with prepress.
3 years with Starlight over at Maxilla. Before that, I was production coordinator for Carcosa Press.
Impressive. Paula told you about the position?
Color supervisor. What exactly would that entail?
Crunch.
Pardon?
That's what it's all about. I want our colors to pop off the page. Good enough to eat. The question is, How hungry are you, boy?
Right on time, Mr. Harris.
It works.
You seem surprised. Mind if I have a look? Oh.
It's undamaged.
And the little door above the base? Ah. Oh, how intoxicating.
What is?
The scent of movement to and fro, the entire mad rush of life, lived to the fullest. Vitality, passion, and even, the great outdoors, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you can tell all that.
The aura of youth is unmistakable. Oh, you've used it a great deal, haven't you? The storage chamber is almost full.
Why, I only did what you said. Started it ticking when I needed more time.
And the result?
Well, I got everything done, and then some. Over the last 7 days, I've been across town more times. I've gone on more interviews.
Oh, have a drink of water.
I could use one of those Moscow mules.
Not a good idea. It might provide too much of a kick in your present condition. The device is extremely potent. You appear to have overdone it. Several times over.
Oh, I'm a little run down is all.
With a young man, desire knows no bounds. A kind of greed takes over for life itself.
Oh, what does it do, exactly?
The device. Call it a doorway into the fourth dimension. Within it is stored unused time, which you have been permitted to tap. You're satisfied, I take it?
Yes.
Excellent.
But there's something you haven't told me. What do you get out of it?
Oh, I suppose a certain poetic justice, quid pro quo and all that. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Nature's method of redistribution in its purest form, with a little help from the equalizer. Glad to have been of service.
Oh, wait. Don't take it yet.
You didn't find a job?
I start the end of the week. I might need this for backup. Just in case.
You're sure?
Yeah, only in case of an emergency. I promise.
Very well. 1 more week. But heed my warning. Be certain not to overdo it. I'm not responsible for the consequences.
Nate, are you in there? Nate? Is that you? Oh. Go on, sleep. You must need it. Look at you on the couch like that. I just stopped by to drop off my key. Your key. I didn't think you'd be home tonight. Oh, Nate. What happened to us? I guess it wasn't all your fault. I could have been more patient. That job was killing your soul, wasn't it? The things they made you do, Paula told me. You couldn't help it that there wasn't any time for us. And now you're starting a new job. From the jaws of one bad situation and into the next. It can't be your heart's desire. You deserve more. Shh, now.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Christine? Is that you? Oh, I must have dozed off. Why are you here?
I thought you might want the key.
You don't have to do that.
I'll leave it on the table. Go back to sleep.
Oh, please stay.
I can't.
Don't.
I'll be back. Now sleep. You need your rest. Maybe I'll see you at lunch tomorrow. Our old place. Do you still go there? I'll keep up with you somehow. Until then, good night, my love.
Any chest pains?
No.
Your pulse is a little fast. How about headaches?
I wouldn't call it that.
What would you call it?
I just ache all over. I've never been so tired in my life.
Look straight ahead. Try not to move your head. Follow my finger with your eyes.
I'll do my best.
Okay, I'm going to switch off the overhead light and shine this directly into your eyes. Now, first one, then the other. You'll see a flash of red. Now, don't worry. It's perfectly normal. Ready?
Okay.
Okay, I'm turning off the lights. There you go. Now. All right. Wow.
What do you see, Doctor?
Some new broken blood vessels on the retina. Any trouble focusing lately? Blurred vision?
In the last few days.
Floating blind spots? Shadows at the edges of your vision?
That too. So what's wrong with me?
You want it straight, or you want it with sugar on it?
I can take the truth.
There's evidence of accelerated macular degeneration. The sort of thing I'd expect to see in a much older man. All since your last checkup.
What does it mean?
Well, it's hard to say by itself, but it's part of a cluster of symptoms. Slowed reflexes, general weakness. Have you noticed a ringing in your ears?
Well, not a ringing, but I do hear something.
Not voices, I hope.
More of a throbbing. It feels like a pounding in my head.
Your blood pressure could be a lot better. So, tell me, what's been happening in your life? I mean, stress on the job?
Well, I had a job.
But not anymore.
I found a new one. I start this week.
A big life change, no matter how old we are. Getting enough sleep?
As much as I can.
That's a no. You don't leave the window open at night, do you?
What?
Pale skin, circles under your eyes. Could be a vampire. Like Dracula. You know, sucking the life force out of you. That was a joke.
I know.
Well, something's going on. You're dehydrated. And I don't like the sound of your heart. I'll schedule an EKG and a complete blood panel.
When?
Right away. This morning.
Is that necessary?
I'd say so.
I thought you could give me a B12 shot or something.
I could, but it won't address the problem.
That was all the running around. There was so much I could do with the extra time, but that's going to change from now on.
Extra time? Where do you get that? In a vending machine?
Don't ask. You wouldn't believe me anyway.
Ready for my speech?
Go ahead.
You've been making the most of every day, and that's admirable, but you've stretched it too far. Burn the candle at both ends and you burn yourself out. You know the old saying, live fast, die young. Is that what you want?
I'll try to slow down.
Try? Not good enough. You're exhausted, Nathaniel. After the tests, I want you to go home, take your vitamins, and pull the covers over your head. 8 glasses of water minimum in the next few hours. Now, I'm going to call you when I get the results. Is there someone who can come by and cook you a healthy meal?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me know if you feel any worse. And cancel your appointments. Don't even think of going anywhere for the rest of the week.
Well, that's not possible.
You don't have a choice.
The new job.
You'll end up in the emergency ward.
I told you. I'll take it slow.
Famous last words.
That'll have to do.
Then I'm gonna check you into a hospital room right now.
No. I have something to do first.
You're not listening. Do you want a myocardial infarction? How about a stroke? Not common at your age, but it can happen. Life or death, Nathaniel. It's up to you.
Mr. Harris, are you all right?
Oh. Where is he?
Let me take that for you.
Where?
Who, sir?
The old man.
You mean Blevins?
I don't see him.
He hasn't come in yet.
He's always here this time of day.
Would you like to wait at his booth?
Just give him this.
The briefcase?
Tell him I couldn't wait.
Let me call a cab for you.
I have to get rid of it. Now.
Hey, buddy, watch where you're going.
I think there's something wrong with him.
I'm sorry.
Look, Mommy, that man.
I have to get away.
Shh, looks like he's crazy.
Far away.
Now, what have we got here? Been drinking, have you?
Can you hear it?
Move along.
You do hear it, don't you, officer?
Or I'll be running you in for drunk and disorderly.
Where's the case?
You'll have a case, all right, in front of the judge.
I left it, but it won't let me go.
On your way.
It was you, old man. What are you? Some kind of a psychic vampire. That's it, isn't it? Sucking me dry. Well, I won't let you. I'll
Well. Look at Mr. Businessman. Is it happy hour already?
Where is he?
I'll tell you what, old man. Just give me your wallet, and I'll tell you. Now, if you just hand it over, we won't have any trouble.
You have to help me find him.
What? What are you babbling about?
You don't understand. He has to take it back.
What? Are you for real? I mean, what's the matter with you?
Stop.
Are you having a fit or something?
Make it stop. It hurts. My heart. Please.
Forget it, you old geezer. I'm out of here.
Why, hello, Miss Crossley.
Hi, Frederick. Is Nate here?
Mr. Harris? He was, but then
Where did he go?
I didn't see him, miss. I offered to call a cab.
Why? Did he have lunch already?
No, miss, he seemed,
Seemed what? Is he coming back?
I really can't say.
Then I'll wait for him at the table.
It needs to be cleared.
Oh, take your time. I'm in no hurry.
Oh, hiya, Blevins.
Freddie, my boy. Didn't mean to be late.
So much to do. Oh, do you like my new sport coat? It's the latest style. They call it hot plaid.
I held your booth. Oh, and this is for you.
He didn't wait.
No, sir.
Hello there.
Hello.
I do believe I recognize you.
From where?
This very table. You're a friend of Nathaniel's. What a coincidence. So am I.
You know Nate?
Please, join me.
I'm fine here.
Until they clear your table. I insist.
Well,
I'm sure he'll be along. Besides, I want to show you something. You'll find it quite interesting. Nathaniel did.
just for a minute.
Follow me. The corner booth.
What's in the case?
Something very special.
I know what that is. It's a metronome. Are you a musician?
Looks can be deceiving. This one has a most unusual construction, but I wouldn't want to confuse the issue.
What was that?
For now, call it a collection chamber. It smells of youth, strength, vitality, the most precious commodities in the world. Oh, but you know all about that, don't you? You're young, full of energy. Would you believe I was once so tired of life that I didn't know what to do with my time? Until I invented the equalizer. I've been hoping to find someone to test it. Allow me to demonstrate.
A story about a man named Nathaniel, a victim of the adage that it's better to burn out than to rust. Unfortunately, everything has a price, and Mr. Harris learned too late just how steep that price may be. A man whose hourglass ran out to the last grain of sand. But consider, how different might his life have been had he lived it somewhere other than the Twilight Zone.
The 25th Hour, starring Mike Nussbaum with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Steve Key, Fernette Lebo, Friedrich Williams, Lisa Wolfe, Joby Cerny, Carl Amari, Jim McCants, Patrick Francis, Doug James, Meg Thalken, and Jacob Goldberg. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, Ray Bradbury's tale, The Veldt.
This is the office of Dr. David McLean, resident psychiatrist of the new Chicago Institute of Human Engineering.
All right, Miss Carver, will you take this, please? To Charles S. Haworth, senior psychiatrist, New Chicago Institute of Human Engineering. The following constitutes my report on the case of George and Lydia Abbott, which we discussed by telephone. Subject George relates onset of symptoms to the purchase of a $60,000 soundproofed Happy Life home. Under narcosynthesis during initial interviews, subject described the experience in the following manner. Miss Carver, would you play back the sonic record of the initial interview?
We'd always wanted one, and then we could afford it, so...
Go on, Mr. Abbott. Tell me about the home.
The home. Well, it was supposed to do everything the agent told us. And it did, I guess. It clothed us, fed us, and rocked us to sleep. Played and sang, and it was good to us. Very good, sure.
Tell me about the nursery.
The nursery. The nursery, ah.
It was completely automatic?
Completely automatic. There were crystalline walls that wavered from 2 to 3 dimensions. There were pseudo-textured floors that shifted from brick to dirt to waving grass. The nursery was the best, but then we wanted the best for the children. Doctor, I must be crazy. We have no children.
What about Peter and Wendy? They're your children.
Oh, no. We have no children, Doctor. We have no children.
All right, Miss Carver. To continue. After 3 sessions, the subject was able to recall and accept the idea that he had 2 children. He described the first day.
All right, Peter and Wendy. This is your nursery.
What's so special about a nursery, Dad?
Plenty. Just go in and see.
Do we have to?
You'll be surprised.
Gee.
Go ahead.
I'm scared. I'm not. Hey, it's nice in here. It is? Come on in, Wendy. Boy, look at the pictures on the walls. They're real.
They're almost real. You can change them any way you like, just by thinking about it.
Go on in, dear.
Well, all right, Mommy. Hey, Wendy, look what I can do with the pictures. That's the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. Sure. I just thought about it, and there it was. Let me try. Peter, let me try. Well, go ahead. Just think. How about Wizard in Oz? I want to see Wizard in Oz.
Well, dear, there we are.
Oh, they like it, don't they?
Why shouldn't they? All I have to do is think, and they've got whatever they want in 3 dimensions. Color, sound, and smell.
Oh, it's nice that we can give them all the advantages.
Sure. What else are we working for, huh? Well, what do you want to do this evening?
Well, the Petersons asked us over for bridge, but if you...
we don't have to worry about the kids. They'll be all right in the nursery. Come on, Lydia. We deserve a night out.
And in the nursery, the walls were a kaleidoscope of time and space and imagination. The green forest of Sherwood and the quiet forms of Robin and his merry men gave way to the roll of the high seas and the smell of salt in the air as Sir Henry Morgan sailed into the harbor at Jamaica. And behind the crystalline quartz walls, the vacuum tubes and grids and banks of metal image tape spun quietly and efficiently, erasing the line between illusion and reality. Of course, the electric bill from Consolidated Utilities was tremendous, but it was worth it. The Happy Life home breathed contentedly as life proceeded with soft automaticity as guaranteed in the brochure and bill of sale.
George.
Hmm?
George, George, I wish you'd look at the nursery.
What's wrong with it?
I don't know.
I was in the nursery last week. It's perfectly all right.
It's different now.
What do you mean, different?
I want you to come and see.
Are the kids there?
No. Madge Allen took them to a show along with her kids. That's why I want you to look at it now, before they get back.
Oh, all right. What you expect me to do, I don't know. I'm no mechanic.
This isn't a question of a leaky faucet, George.
All right, dear. I'm coming.
The nursery light flicked on as they came down the hall. The relays clicked and the tubes warmed and chemical odor banks and pipes bubbled into life as they paused before the closed door.
Go ahead, George. Open it.
On all sides, in 3 dimensions, stretched the hot, tired landscapes of an African veldt reproduced to the last stick and pebble and bit of straw. The ceiling above them became a sky with a hot yellow sun. A wind blew in from the baked veldtland. The hot straw smell of lion grass. The cool green smell of the hidden waterhole. The great rusty smell of animals. The howl of the jackal in the distance. And the papery rustling of the great vultures that wheeled and circled under the yellow burning sun.
Let's get out of this, son. It's a little too real.
Oh, George, you promised you'd look around.
Well, I don't see anything.
Wait a minute. There are the vultures.
Filthy creatures.
There. There are the lions. Far over that way.
Yes, I see them.
Oh, they're on their way to the waterhole. They've just eaten.
It's some animal. A zebra or a baby giraffe, maybe.
Can you see it? Are you sure?
It's a little late to be sure. Nothing over there but clean bone and the vultures swooping down for what's left.
Did you hear that scream?
What scream?
About a moment ago?
Sorry, no.
Oh, here come the lions. George, they're frightening.
Take it easy, Lydia. They're just illusion.
The lions were 15 feet away. So real, so startlingly real, you could feel the prickling fur on your hand, and your mouth was stuffed with the dusty upholstery smell of their heated pelts. And the yellow of them was in your eyes like the yellow of an exquisite tapestry. The yellows of lions and summer grass, and the sound of the matted lion lungs exhaling on the silent noontide, and the smell of meat from the panting, dripping mouth.
George, I'm afraid they're so real.
They're only an illusion, Lydia, that's all.
Watch out! Ah!
Out, quick, outside!
They almost got us.
Now, take it easy, calm down.
I could feel their breath.
Get a hold of yourself, Lydia. They aren't real. Walls, that's all it is, crystalloid walls.
They look so real.
Of course they do. But it's all dimensional color reactionary process and metal tape film behind glass screens. It's all odorophonics and sonics. Now, here, take my handkerchief.
I'm afraid. Did you see? Did you feel it? It's too real.
Now, Lydia.
And we've got to tell Wendy and Peter not to read any more on Africa.
Of course, dear.
I want you to lock that place up.
But you know how difficult Peter is about that. I punished him last week by locking the nursery for an afternoon, and he threw a tantrum. And Wendy, too. Well, they live for the nursery.
It's got to be locked. That's all there is to it.
You've been working too hard, Lydia. You need a rest.
I don't know. Maybe I don't have enough to do. I have too much time to think. All I do is set the menu selector dials at the beginning of the week.
But that's the whole idea. The house is automatic.
I know, but couldn't we turn it off for about a week and take a vacation?
You mean you want to fry eggs for me?
And darn socks. I feel like I don't belong here. The house is wife and mother and maid. How can I compete with the African velds? George, those lions can't get out of there, can they?
Of course not, dear. Now, don't think about it anymore.
They ate alone. He sat idly watching the dining room table produce warm dishes of food from its mechanical interior.
You forgot the ketchup. That's better.
It wouldn't hurt to lock the children out of the nursery for a while. It was clear that they had been spending too much time in Africa. That sun, he could feel it on his neck still, like a hot paw. And the lions, and the smell of blood. Remarkable how the nursery caught the telepathic emanations of the children's minds and created a life to fulfill their desires. The children thought zebras, and there were zebras. Sun, sun. Giraffes, giraffes. Death and death. They were so young. But long before you knew what death was, you were wishing it on someone else. But this, the long, hot African veldt, the awful death in the jaws of a lion, and repeated again and again and again. The children came home dutifully at 8:30.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Pop.
Hello,
darlings. Do you want something to eat, dear? We're just having dessert. We're full of strawberry ice cream.
And hot dogs.
We'll just sit and watch.
Sure. Peter, tell us about the nursery.
The nursery?
All about Africa and everything.
I don't understand.
Well, your mother and I were just traveling through Africa with rod and reel.
There's no Africa in the nursery.
Oh, come now, Peter. We know better.
I don't remember any Africa. Do you, Wen? Go run and see, huh?
Sure. I'll be right back.
Wendy, come back here. Wendy!
Oh, she'll be right back, Pop.
She doesn't have to. I've seen it. Come on.
Sure, Pop, but Wendy'll tell us.
Open the door.
See, Daddy? It's not Africa. It's Florida. Like in Bambi.
There go the deer. See? It isn't Africa.
I see it isn't. Go to bed.
But it isn't 9 o'clock.
You heard me. Go to bed.
Okay. Good night, Mom. Good night, Pop.
Good night.
Good night, dear. I'll be right in.
Wait a minute, Lydia. Look at this.
What is it?
This is the corner where the lions were, isn't it?
What is that you picked up?
An old wallet of mine. There's a smell of hot grass on it. And the smell of a lion. It's wet with saliva. And it's been chewed.
George, those smears of blood.
Come on out. Now let's go to bed.
But in the middle of the night, he was still awake, and he knew his wife was awake.
George, how did your wallet get in the nursery?
I don't know. Wendy must have changed the walls from the African veldt. I'm going to keep it locked. Maybe it isn't good for the children. My father used to say children are like carpets. They should be stepped on occasionally. We've never lifted a hand. They're spoiled and we're spoiled. I think I'll have Dr. McLean come tomorrow morning and have a look at Africa.
But it isn't Africa now. It's Florida and Bambi.
I have a feeling it'll be Africa again before then.
Although their automatic somno beds tried very hard, the two adults could not be rocked to sleep for another hour. A smell of cats was in the night air. And in the morning, the stove cooked French toast, and the dining room table poured the syrup and melted butter.
Pop,
Yes?
you aren't going to lock up the nursery for good, are you?
That all depends.
On what?
On you and your sister.
We feel you should have some variety, dear.
I wouldn't want the nursery locked up ever.
Well, as a matter of fact, we're thinking of turning the whole house off for about a month. Sort of camping out.
Be fun for a change. Now, don't you think so, Wendy?
No, it'd be awful.
I don't want to do anything but look and listen and smell. What else is there to do?
Oh, all right, all right. Go play in Africa.
Are you going to shut off the house soon?
We're considering it.
I don't think you better consider it any more, Pop.
I won't have any threats from you, son.
Okay, Pop. Come on, Wendy. Let's get back.
After breakfast, Dr. David McLean arrived.
Oh, I saw the nursery last year, George. It looked all right to me.
You didn't notice anything unusual?
No. The pattern showed the usual violence, a tendency towards slight paranoia. All children feel persecuted by their parents. They're perfectly normal.
There it is.
Suppose we take a look at it now.
They entered without knocking and sent the children out. The screams had faded and the lions were feeding quietly under the trees.
I wish I could see what they're eating.
How long has this been going on?
A little over a month.
Certainly doesn't feel good.
I don't want feelings. I want facts.
George, a psychologist never saw a fact in his life. He knows about feelings. And this doesn't feel good. Now, my advice to you is to have the whole room torn down and your children brought to me every day for the next year for treatment.
Is it that bad?
I'm afraid so. You know, that's why the nursery was developed originally, to let us examine the patterns left on the wall by a child's mind.
But what is it? What's wrong with Peter and Wendy?
Well, it's hard to say.
I haven't punished them more than average. Oh, I took away a few gadgets. Last week, I locked the nursery to show I meant business.
You've let this room replace you and your wife in your children's affections. This room is their real father and mother. And now you come along and want to shut it. Well, you can feel the hatred coming out of that sky. George, turn everything off. The nursery, the automatic kitchen, the whole automatic house. And start now.
But won't the shock be too much for the children?
I don't want them going any deeper. Let's get out of here. I never like these rooms. They get me nervous.
Those lions look real, don't they? I don't suppose there's any way...
What?
That they could become real.
Not that I know.
Some flaw in the machinery, tampering?
No.
I don't imagine the room will like being turned off.
Nothing ever likes to die, even a room.
I wonder if it hates me for turning it off.
Paranoia is thick today. Well, hello. Is this your scarf? It's stained. Brown. Blood.
That's Lydia's. Come on, the main fuse box is out here.
Right, go ahead. Pull the switch.
Yeah. It's off.
The two children were in hysterics. They screamed and kicked and threw things. They yelled and sobbed and swore and jumped on the furniture, weeping.
It's off and it stays off. The whole house dies as of now.
He marched around the house, cutting switches and pulling fuses.
Don't let them do it. Don't let Pop kill everything. I hate you. I hate you.
Insults won't get you anywhere.
I wish you were dead.
We were for a long while. Now we're going to start really living. Instead of being handled and massaged, we're going to live.
Once more, Daddy. Just once more. One more minute of the nursery, that's all. Just one more minute.
Oh, George, it can't hurt, really.
Oh, all right, only shut up. 1 minute, and that's the end. Forever.
Gee, thanks, Pop. Thanks.
And then we're going on a vacation. Dr. McLean is coming in half an hour to help us out. Lydia, turn on the nursery for just a minute.
Oh, boy. Come on, Wendy. Come on. Thanks, Daddy. Thanks a lot.
Just 1 minute, remember? Now, where'd I put those suitcases? Lydia!
Don't shout, George. I'm right here.
Did you leave them alone in the nursery?
Well, I've got to get ready, George.
Well, I guess we'd better get them out of there before they get involved with those beasts again.
Pop! Pop, come here! Daddy! Mommy!
Come on, quick.
Wendy! Peter! What's the matter?
Hurry up. Open the nursery. Wendy! Peter!
They aren't anywhere. Wendy? Peter?
Peter! The door. Open the door. They've locked it from the outside. Peter!
Peter! Wendy! Peter! Open the door, dear!
Let us out, Peter! Open the door. It's time to go. Open the door!
George! The lions!
Peter, do you hear me? Open this door!
They're all around us, George!
Son! Son, do you hear me? Let us out! Son!
George! Look out! The lions!
When Dr. David McLean came, half-hour later, he found the two children in the nursery sitting in the center of the open glade eating a picnic lunch. Beyond them was the waterhole and the yellow veldland. Above was the hot sun. At a distance, Dr. McLean saw the lions fighting and clawing and then settling down to feed in silence under the shady trees.
Hi, kids. Where are your mom and dad?
Oh, they'll be here directly.
Good. We've got to get along.
He squinted at the lions with his hands up to his eyes. Now they were done feeding, and they moved to the waterhole to drink. A shadow flickered as the vultures dropped down from the blazing sky to finish what the lions left.
Dr. McLean? Dr. McLean?
Huh? What?
Have a cup of tea?
Which concludes my report to date. There were no lions, of course. Not in a physical sense. Lydia and George were devoured, however, almost as surely as if there had been lions. Their personalities were devoured by the mechanistic marvels which had usurped their role as parents. All four members of the family are under intensive therapy now and are doing as well as can be expected. Send that by telerope, Miss Carver. Oh, and would you ask George Abbott to step inside? I'm ready for him now.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Veldt, written by Ray Bradbury and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Mary Patton, Bill Quinn, David Pfeffer, Beverly Lunsford, Charles Penman, and John Larkin. Your announcer, Fred Collin. X-1 was directed by Dan Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Slowly orbiting at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless star systems that fill the universe. This week, Maura Cassidy and Space Exploration Team Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff encounter the phantoms of Tamerlane and experience a dream within a dream on Alien Worlds.
Starlab Control. This is the Galileo. Do you read me?
This is Starlab. I read you, Galileo. What's your situation, Captain Egan? Where are you?
We're 200 kilometers out at Vector 205. And this isn't Captain Egan. It's Lieutenant Becker. Egan is dead.
Lieutenant Becker, this is Dr. Cassidy. What happened to Captain Egan?
He died in the maelstrom, Dr. Cassidy. A whirlpool in the universe. Captain Egan fell into it and drowned in the stars.
He's either tripped out on something or he's in shock.
Lieutenant Becker, what's the condition of your crew?
Sleeping. They fell asleep on Tamerlane. They're still dreaming.
Call the short-range vehicle hangar, Jerry, and order a couple of tugs out to tow him in.
Right.
And all my days are trances, and all my nightly dreams are where thy dark-eye glances, and where thy footstep gleams, in what ethereal trances.
Attention all SRV personnel. This is a priority rescue alert. Prepare 3 Magnum-class tugs for immediate launch. Utility pilots Haskell, Shaw, and Henning. Please report to the SRV operations officer.
Leader, Vector 9. Roger, fireframe. Mission Control, Galaxy 9. Roger, Starlab. We have the Galileo in sight, and she is damaged. Looks like the starboard thruster housing's ripped open, and she's leaking fuel. Tug 17.
17, go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, Jimmy, see if you can check out that fuel leak, will you?
Roger.
Tug 9. Tug 9. Come on, Ron, I know you're there. I can hear you swearing at your receiver in my headphones.
Sorry about that, Lee. I had to switch to another channel. Your transmission was breaking up.
Okay. Get around to the Galileo's port side and see if you can get a grappler pad on her. Use the standard placement.
Roger. I have grappler contact, Lee. Pad magnetism stable. Okay, Lee, I've closed off the leak.
All right. Now let's get a grappler pad on her starboard side. I'll stick one on the nose.
Roger.
Okay, you guys, let's haul her in.
Minutes after launch, Space Tugs 2, 9, and 17 returned to Starlab with a damaged laboratory ship in tow and guided into Docking Bay 14.
Incoming casualties.
Minutes after the Galileo's arrival, Starlab's executive physician, Dr. Diana Rossiter, begins a computer-assisted examination of the ship's unconscious crew. Three hours later, Starlab's Mycroft computer completes its analysis of the examination.
Look at the waveform patterns here on screen 3. These are the electroencephalograms of the Galileo's crew. You notice anything unusual?
Looks like the same EEG repeated 10 times.
That's right. And not only are their EEGs identical, they all have the same pulse rate, temperature, respiration, and dream state algorithms.
Really?
I don't know what happened to them, Maura. But they're all dreaming the same dream.
After its disappearance during a routine mission, the Deep Space Laboratory ship Galileo returns to Starlab, its captain missing and presumed dead, its first officer in a state of second-degree mind shock, its crew asleep and dreaming identical dreams.
What about Lieutenant Becker?
He talked off and on during his examination, but he was getting so anxious I thought it best to sedate him for a while.
Diana, did you record what he said during the examination?
Maddie's making a copy of the tape now. You want to hear it?
Mm-hmm. Have her send it up to my quarters. I'll listen to it when John and Buddy get here.
Solaris to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Solaris.
We've picked up some time, Jerry. Our revised ETA is 4 minutes, 13 seconds.
4 plus 13, roger. Okay, John, your revised docking orbit insertion coordinates are 196 degrees at subvector 20 Alpha, docking bay 9.
See you in a few minutes, Jerry. Solaris out.
Starlab clear on ITS channel 096.
You have that look on your face, buddy. What are you thinking? Remember what Maura said about Lieutenant Becker? You know, that verse he quoted when she asked what happened to Frank? Yeah, what about it? Well, it's part of a poem by Thackeray or Tennyson, one of those guys. It's from that period, anyway. I know I've either heard it or read it. Wait a minute. Ingrid read it to me. Solaris to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Stand by. Go ahead, Solaris.
Jerry, patch me through to the library. I have to talk to Ingrid.
Roger. Stand by.
days are trances, and all my nightly dreams are where thy dark eye glances, and where thy footstep gleams, in what ethereal dances, by what eternal streams.
That's it. What's it from, Ingrid?
It's the last verse of a poem called To One in Paradise by Edgar Allan Poe. And that isn't Lieutenant Becker's only reference to Poe. Buddy, play back the last part of Dr. Rossiter's tape again.
Okay.
They're almost finished, Lieutenant. Now, look into the light.
No, it was dark. It was always dark.
Mm-hmm.
Then Captain Egan wanted to explore, so we went out in the crawler.
I see. Now, the other eye, Lieutenant.
The whirlpool started. I got scared and I jumped out of the crawler, and it was swallowed up in the maelstrom. I didn't mean to leave him there.
I know you didn't, Lieutenant.
My hands. When I look at my hands, I see sand. Grains of golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep. While I weep. While I weep.
No, lie down, Lieutenant. Come, that's right. Now, I'm going to give you something to make you feel better.
Well, anyway, the whirlpool he mentioned coincides with one of Poe's short stories, A Descent into the Maelstrom.
And the reference to grains of golden sand?
A poem Poe wrote in 1847 after his wife died. A dream within a dream.
Mora,
What is it, Jerry?
you better get up here. I have a transmission coming through on the Mayday frequency. It's Captain Egan.
Egan? How can that be?
We're on our way, Jerry.
I'm on Tamerlane, somewhere in the Ursa Minor system. The exact coordinates are on the Galileo's flight recorder.
What about the whirlpool, Captain?
An illusion, a dream, like everything else around here.
What's your situation now, Frank?
Now, the batteries here in the crawler are about gone, so this will have to be my last transmission. And I have rations for 2, maybe 3 days. Get me out of here, buddy. I don't think I can...
Captain Egan? Captain Egan? Ah, that's it. We've lost him.
Ingrid, is Tamerlane connected to Poe?
It's one of his most famous poems.
What's it about?
Love, life, death, rebirth, the entire spectrum of physical and mystical experience.
Call Docking Bay 14, Jerry. Tell Simon to disconnect the Galileo's flight recorder and take it to the Solaris.
Okay.
Ingrid, go back to the library and pull everything you have on Edgar Allan Poe. Hard copies, sleep tapes, microcards, everything. Then meet us at the Solaris.
Am I going with you?
You certainly are.
But why?
Because what happened to the Galileo might happen to us. And since this whole incident is somehow connected to Poe, what you know about his work might be our only protection. Okay, let's get busy.
At 13:30 hours, 40 minutes after receiving Captain Egan's transmission, Mora and Ingrid entered Docking Bay 9 and joined John and Buddy aboard the Solaris.
Is everything programmed and ready?
We're all set, Mora.
Good.
Better strap yourselves in. We're due to launch in 90 seconds.
Ready?
Let's go.
Okay, buddy, let's run it down. Exterior hatches and fuel bay doors.
Pressurized and locked.
Environmental control systems.
Green across the board.
ECS backup terminals.
In phase and programmed for zero-time emergency interlock.
Microwave antenna function.
Positive.
Digital auto guidance and inertial gyro integration.
Auto guidance in phase. Gyro integration at 0-3 seconds.
Tank pressure.
Maximum 1 through 6.
Cancel the ignition safety terminal.
Positive function on IST lockout.
launching from Starlab, the Solaris penetrates the Ursa Minor star system, a constellation filled with glowing stellar dust and brilliant star clusters, a constellation dominated by the second magnitude binary star, Polaris. 3 hours later, guided by the navigation coordinates from the Galileo's flight recorder, the sleek white SET interceptor lands on the dark, mist-shrouded planetoid of Tamerlane.
Open the visual scanner ports, buddy. Let's have a look at this place.
Okay.
There's nothing but mist and shadows. Can you move a little to the right, Buddy? I can't see the screen from back here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. How's that?
That's fine. It looks like the landscape in the fall of the House of Usher.
Wait a minute. What's that in the corner of the screen?
It's a cat.
Yeah.
A black cat. It's...
Wait a minute. What happened?
Where'd it go? It's gone. Was it really there? It's gone. Maybe it wasn't really there.
It had to be there.
Oh, Buddy, I'm so sleepy.
We all saw it, didn't we? Where's Frank? Oh, we have to find Frank.
Go to sleep. Don't go to sleep. We can't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep.
Tolling of the bells, iron bells. What a world of solemn thought their melody compels. Hear the loud alarm bells, brazen bells. What a tale of terror now their turbulency tells.
In there, Fortunato. The cask of Amontillado is in there.
For the love of God! I forced the last stone into position and plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For half a century, no mortal has disturbed them.
Rest in peace, Fortunato. Requiescat in pace.
Under the floor. He's hidden the old man's body under the floor.
Louder. Louder. I admit it. Tear up the planks. Stop the beating of his hideous heart.
The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. It slowly descended, hissing back and forth, repeating its arc again and again.
As the shades of evening drew on, within view of the melancholy House of Usher.
And the raven, never flitting, still sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeing of the demons that is dreaming.
How shall the burial rite be read? The solemn song be sung? The requiem for the loveliest dead that ever died so young.
All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream.
Dr. Cassidy. Buddy. John. Buddy. John, wake up. Dr. Cassidy, wake up.
Frank.
I saw you land about an hour ago. I've been trying to raise you on the crawler short-range transmitter ever since.
Bells. I was dreaming about bells. And some kind of terrible razor swinging back and forth.
And there was a murder. An old man was killed. His body was under a floor, but his heart wouldn't stop beating.
The pit and the pendulum. The telltale heart. Poe. We've all been dreaming about his stories and poems.
Everyone aboard the Galileo had the same dreams. After we landed here to repair the meteorite damage, we saw a black cat. When it ran into the mist, we all fell asleep.
But you weren't asleep the whole time you were here. What woke you up?
Earth tremors and storms. And after every disturbance, the mist would clear long enough for us to see another part of Tamerlane had disappeared. It's losing its molecular density, too. I've been checking it out on the crawler's densiometer. Tamerlane is returning to its own dimension.
What do you mean?
Tamerlane isn't supposed to be in this time-space continuum. Somehow or other, it slipped out of its own dimension. And now, it's slipping back.
How do you know that?
The longer you stay here, the more you dream. And with every dream, you understand a little bit more about Tamerlane and what it is.
Have you found out why all the dreams are related to Edgar Allan Poe?
Yes, I have. I found the house last night.
House? What house?
The house where the dream chamber is. The House of Usher. Come on, I'll show you.
Just the way I imagined it.
Looks haunted to me.
Come on, let's get this over with before Tamerlane drops out from under us.
Take my hand, buddy.
Where to, Frank?
Up the stairs, then turn left.
It's freezing in here.
Help me with the door, John.
Impossible. It's impossible.
It's not a room at all.
Space.
Oh, it's beautiful.
We're in space.
The dream chamber. An opening in a time-space continuum. A place enclosed not by walls, but by the golden light and phantom shadows of a parallel universe. A void filled with glittering star fields and an eternity of stellar mists, tinted with all the colors of creation. And in the center of the dream chamber, a bed made of interlocking beams of light, and lying on the bed, forever asleep and forever dreaming.
It's him. It's Poe.
Is he alive?
He's a dream, buddy. A dream sustained by everyone who reads his work and falls in love with its beauty and terror, its sorrow, its truth.
Are we looking at eternity?
Well, we're looking at Poe's eternity.
It's fading. Everything's fading.
Let's get back to the ship before we get caught in this.
Look, he's standing up.
Ingrid, what's wrong with you? He's not standing up.
He's afraid. He's running away.
Ingrid.
Buddy, help me. I can't hear anything.
Hey, help me with her, Frank.
Okay, let's get her out there.
All right, Ma. Thanks for letting me know. I'll notify Starlab and tell them you're on your way in.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Oh, by the way, I heard from Dr. Rossiter. Lieutenant Becker's all right, and so's the Galileo's crew. They woke up about a half an hour ago.
All right, Commissioner. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
ISA comm center clear.
Half hour ago. That means they woke up the instant Tamerlane disappeared.
What are you doing, Ingrid?
The hallucination I had in the dream chamber and that terrible stillness afterwards. I know it's related to one of Poe's stories. I remember something...
I remember.
Here it is. Silence, a fable. And mine eyes fell upon the countenance of the man, and he was afraid. He raised his head and listened. But there was no voice throughout the vast, illimitable void. Only silence. And the man turned his face away and fled into the distance.
And I beheld him no more.
A Dream Within a Dream was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, Corey Burton, and the Watermark Players, with special guest stars Francis Bay, Clark Warren, Mel Wells, Jack Angel, and Marilyn Schreffler. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Round. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the adventure of the Parallax Deception from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Street. Next stop, 14th Street.
Bus driver.
Yes, sir.
There's a restaurant I've seen, a buffet.
Lots of restaurants along here.
Carolyn's Country Kitchen, I believe it's called, with the chicken special.
Oh, yeah, corner of 17th. That where you went off?
Indeed, I've been looking forward to trying it. All you can eat, I understand.
Oh, knock yourself out.
Oh, I shall, I assure you, I shall.
Next stop, 17. 17. Here you go. Here, watch your step. Yeah, wait a minute.
Yes?
Well, when you got on, did you ever give me that transfer?
Most certainly. There was such a crowd, but I finally found it. Remember?
If you say so. Yeah. Have a nice night.
I shall.
Next time.
Here's your check.
Ah, yes, the check.
Get you anything else?
Another glass of iced tea, perhaps. Refills are free of charge, I presume.
Nadine will get it for you. I'm off the clock now. And pay up front.
Certainly. Oh, miss.
Yeah?
Might I trouble you for one more plate of your delicious fried chicken?
That makes 3.
Your policy is all you can eat, is it not?
Another chicken platter coming up.
Thanks, Mrs. Nolan.
Oh, don't mention it, Bernice. Hey, see you Saturday for the baby back ribs.
You take care now. Enjoy your meal, sir?
Very much. I couldn't eat another bite.
That's nice. Cash or charge?
Oh, cash, of course. I don't believe in credit cards. All that interest.
I know what you mean. That'll be...
Oh, my.
Something wrong.
What a bother. Do you know what's happened?
Why don't you tell me?
My wife borrowed from my wallet and forgot to leave anything for me. Will you take a check?
Like it says on the sign, no checks.
Yes, I see. Well, not to worry. My name is, James Brocklehurst. I'm with the Plyo Film Corporation. Perhaps you've heard of it. Here, let me give you my business card, if I can find one.
Card won't do me any good.
Oh, my. Most embarrassing for me as well as for yourself. In that case, I insist on returning tomorrow evening to reimburse you in full.
Would you move it, pal? I gotta pay and get home.
Of course. Tomorrow evening, then, at this exact hour. I'll include a generous tip as well. Thank you for your kind understanding.
Hey!
Thank you.
What's the matter with that guy?
I'm not sure, but I think he just stiffed me.
Meet Mr. Luther Aorta, a normal enough man, at least in his own mind. Like so many people, he enjoys getting something for nothing. But for him, it has become an obsession and a way of life. So it isn't surprising that he's attracted by words like all you can eat and no limit and, best of all, free. That's the magic syllable. It does strange and wonderful things to the metabolism. In fact, it's his whole reason for living. Unfortunately, Mr. Aorta is about to discover that such signs don't necessarily tell the truth, because though the offer in question may be free, it sometimes comes with a one-way ticket to the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Free Dirt, starring Eric Bogosian, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Luther?
Luther, I'm talking to you.
Yes, dear.
Breakfast is ready.
Good.
If you want yours, you'll have to get that junk off the table.
Oh, but it isn't junk, dear. I found several good coupons in this morning's paper.
You and your coupons.
Samples for the cost of a postage stamp. We can get new packets of seeds absolutely free.
Seeds? You've got 100 packages of those things already.
Yes, dear, I know, but these are special.
I'll bet.
They are. Look.
Would you clear off the table, please?
From the largest seed company in the U.S., free peaches, free cucumbers, free asparagus, and free ranunculus. Can you just taste them?
What are you going to do? Eat the seeds in a bowl with milk?
Of course not. I'm going to plant them.
Oh, you are? Where?
In the backyard. They'll make a lovely garden.
I hate to disappoint you, but plants need something our yard doesn't have.
And what's that, dear?
Dirt.
Dirt?
Topsoil, loam. There's nothing but rocks out there.
Yes, you're right. But don't worry. I'll find some fresh dirt and bring it home.
From where?
That may require some thought.
Just a minute. Breakfast first?
Oh, yes, breakfast.
You drive me to work today, remember?
Of course.
Sit down and eat. I'm going to be late.
I was just thinking about the dirt.
Where were you last night, anyway?
I rode the bus into town. Some things I had to take care of.
The bus, huh? I'm surprised you were willing to pay the fare.
Cheaper than the cost of gas nowadays. It worked out very well, actually.
Did you eat anything?
To be sure, I found something on the way.
A bargain, no doubt.
Quite a remarkable one, in fact. You would have been proud of me.
I hope so.
Where does one go to get dirt, I wonder?
Oh, Luther.
A quarry would have some, but they'd probably charge a lot of money.
Finish your eggs. I'm late as it is.
Just cleaning my plate. It's a crime to waste food. Let's see now. Nothing on the way home but offices, real estate companies. Perhaps the nursery. No, packaged soil would cost a fortune. Oh well, have to give this some serious consideration.
Or double your money back. That's right. If you're not 100% satisfied with your new Ellison steam cleaner, return it to the factory and get double your money back. Call toll-free today or write the Ellison Company, Box 403, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And now, back to music for your morning commute.
Box 403, Box 403. Where's a pencil? Wait a minute. I don't believe my eyes. Free dirt apply within. Within where? Of course, Lilyvale Cemetery. Where better to go for rich parturient soil? Hello? Hello, anyone? Anyone at all? Guess not.
Help you, sir?
Oh, I didn't see you there. So many tombstones.
Getting crowded. What can we do for you?
Well, now, maybe it's what I can do for you.
Ain't gonna sell me nothing. This is a poor place. Not enough customers, if you know what I mean.
No. I'm not selling anything. That isn't it at all. I was driving by, and I saw the sign. You're offering free dirt.
Yep, left over from the grave digging.
Well, I'm here to take some of that dirt off your hands. If there's any left, that is.
Oh, there's plenty, all right. It builds up.
And it's free, you say? No strings.
Free as a bird.
How much may one have?
Much as you want.
On what days?
Any day there's some fresh, but you gotta do the hauling yourself.
You couldn't do that for me.
Can't. If I was to leave, there wouldn't be nobody alive left here, would there? Anyways, I don't have a truck. You?
No, but I might be able to borrow one. Now, if you don't mind, may I see the dirt? Even it out now. I want to get as much as possible in one load.
Okay, mister.
Otherwise, I'll have to pay you for 2 trips.
Relax. We're getting it all.
Nice truck.
It will do.
Where'd you get it?
My neighbor, Mr. Santucci. I promised to share the bounty with him.
Bounty?
The fruits of my labor. It's a long story. Good thing your gravediggers were here.
Always looking for extra work. Dig it up or shovel it someplace else. Same difference.
You're sure you don't mind my taking it all?
Glad to be rid of it.
Well, it certainly does look like good soil. One should be able to grow anything in that.
Ought to. Been fertilized enough.
Yes, I suppose it has. All right, gentlemen, that's the last of it. I'll meet you at the house. Thank you, my good man. You've made my day.
Don't mention it.
Good dirt, I guess.
For some people.
Me, I don't like the touch of it. Sitting out here all week and it's still damp.
I don't even like the look of it. Sure it came out of new ground? No old graves underneath?
Hard to say. The plots are pretty close together.
Well, don't tell that aorta guy.
Yeah, you're probably gonna make mud pies out of it.
I'd as soon not know. Just be sure he pays you.
That's about it.
Good, very good. You've distributed it perfectly. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, yeah. Real beautiful.
I'll set to work while it's still moist.
You want to pay us now?
Now?
That's the general idea.
Oh, dear me, no. That wouldn't do at all. For income tax purposes, I'll have to ask you to send a bill.
A bill?
Don't know the address here.
Not here. My office. The Magnetic Cartridge Corporation, 163 Fairmont. Yes, that's it. I'll jot it down for you.
Fairmont, huh? What part of the city is that in?
The far side. Now, if you'll put the wheelbarrow and shovels in my car, I'll drive you back to Lilyvale. Just give me a moment. I can hardly wait. Peas, carrots, tomatoes, onions, squash, rutabaga, turnips, lettuce, corn, watermelon, and ranunculus. What a harvest this is going to be. I wonder what will come up first. Let's start with this one.
What are you doing, Mr. Aorta?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Santucci. I'm planting my very own garden.
Where'd the dirt come from?
The graveyard. But it's wonderful dirt. Really.
Make sure you get the truck clean. My husband don't like no dirt in it.
Oh, I will, completely. And do thank him for me.
Graveyard, huh?
Yes, just look how nice and moist it is. Reach over the fence and hold out your hand. See? Positively brimming with life.
That what you call it?
Think of the things that will grow out of this mulch, and all of it positively free.
You can have it. Feels funny. And the color ain't right.
Oh, it's splendid, I assure you. Excuse me, I have to drive the workmen. I'll hose the truck off soon as I get back. Good as new.
Yuck. Even smells funny. Now I gotta wash my hands. Don't know what it is, but something about that dirt just ain't right.
And parsley, and watercress, and zucchini, and sweet potatoes. Yes. And cabbage, and string beans, and even red peppers. Oh, what a succulent harvest this will be. There, let the soil do its magic. For now, my precious seeds, prepare to deliver your wonders.
You?
Hello, Myrtle. Home early, I see.
Early?
Or late? What time's it getting to be anyway?
You were supposed to pick me up from work, or didn't you remember?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, dear. Truly I am. But you see, I've been out here all afternoon, working my fingers to the bone.
Doing what?
Gardening. Isn't it magnificent? I've marked each variety with twine. I've even dug a small drainage ditch between the rows, so the water can run off.
And do you know what I did today? I had to take a cab all the way home because my husband forgot I was alive. It slipped his mind.
1,000 apologies, dear. It won't happen again.
You bet it won't. This is the last time I let you have the car, and from now on, you can take the bus every day.
Myrtle, dear, may I ask one question?
No.
What's for dinner tonight? I'm feeling a bit peckish.
Open a can.
Hmm?
What? Luther?
Go back to sleep, dear.
What in the world?
Just opening the window a crack.
What for?
Ventilation. Smell that.
Come back to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
I know, but I simply had to get a good whiff. Isn't the night air delicious? Like it's alive.
Oh, crazy man.
Listen. You can almost hear the little seeds reaching up from the earth, trying to be born. Myrtle! Myrtle! Didn't you hear me?
I heard you.
Come!
Why?
You won't believe it!
What is the matter with you?
I've got to show you something.
I have to be at the office in 20 minutes. Let go of my arm.
Look!
Where did all these plants come from?
Where do you think? I planted the seeds yesterday. Now look at them.
That's ridiculous. You got up early, drove to the nursery, and brought them back here somehow.
Don't you be ridiculous. The squash, the beans. Do you realize what a miracle this is?
You plant something and it grows. That's no kind of miracle.
In one night? Use your eyes, woman. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. It's impossible. It's not possible, is it?
Luther, if you did this to impress me, it's...
No, I swear to you, all this happened in 24 hours. Less than that. Look at these cucumbers. Delicious, delicious.
Look, I haven't got time for you. I'm late enough.
Try a carrot. Take a bite. Just one little bite.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
Are you kidding?
Why? What's wrong with it?
It tastes like, dirt.
KRIS-TV.
This is Luther Aorta. Send a news truck over at once. I've got something big to show you.
Pardon?
1217 Sunnyview Lane. Someone has to take pictures of this. People won't believe it if they don't see it with their own eyes.
Has there been an accident, sir?
Not an accident. Something glorious, stupendous, something positively not of this world. Well?
It's a nice garden, I'll give you that.
Yeah, same here.
But I don't see anything unusual about it.
I told you, the seeds were planted only yesterday. It all came up overnight.
Is that a fact?
Ask my wife. She'll tell you as soon as she gets home.
Mr. Aorta, we appreciate your call, but we're a television station, not the university.
Do you see the size of it?
Well, it looks exactly like what it is. A vegetable garden in someone's backyard. Bigger than most, but that isn't really news.
So you're not interested in miracles?
Only the ones that can be proved.
All right, then. I'll prove it to you.
And how will you do that?
I'll rip out all of these plants and do it again. You can see for yourself tomorrow. Would that be proof?
Yes, sir. That would be proof.
Assuming there was documentation. Footage of you doing it and the results. And that would mean cameras around the clock.
And unfortunately, that's just not in our budget. We have other stories to cover. I'm sure you understand.
Now, if you'll excuse us.
But think what a breakthrough this is. Food for the world, instantly.
That would be a miracle.
Would? It already is.
Then how do you explain it?
I can't, but it's happened.
Oh, looks like it's been happening for a while.
What do you mean?
Well, these leaves, they're already turning black around the edges.
They can't be.
I'm afraid so. They've reached their maturity. Now they're going to seed.
Then I'll plant some more.
You do that. And when you do, give us a call.
I will. I'll get right on it. You can count on me.
I'm sure we can. Bye now, Mr. A.
A-O-R-T-A. Straight from the heart.
I've seen some nutcases before, but this one is the king.
Could have saved us a trip if he told us the whole story in the first place.
Make sure he does the next time.
Oh, think he'll call again?
You know it. But I hope we're out on a real story when he does.
Now get that head of lettuce there on the end. Pull.
Got it.
Looks like it's 6 months old. It's rotting already.
You believe me, don't you, Mr. Santucci?
I wouldn't, except my wife saw you planting the seeds.
Yes, she stood right where you are, leaning over the fence.
I'll tell you flat out, I've never seen anything like it in my whole life, and I was brought up on a farm. It just don't make sense.
It must have been the dirt.
Could be. Can't think of anything else. Made a nice layer of topsoil. Now it's all sucked clean. You need some more fertilizer.
I wouldn't know what kind to get, unless there is plenty more where this came from. That's what the caretaker said.
Might work, might not. I'll tell you one thing, though. I wouldn't be caught dead eating any of this stuff. It ain't normal.
That's the point. It isn't. It grew so thick, ripened so fast.
Sell it to the college, maybe.
That's an idea.
Or the agriculture department. Could be you come up with something brand new.
Yes. Maybe I have. I'll call them first thing in the morning. But for now, I'd better spread some fresh dirt. Mr. Santucci, what are you doing tonight?
Why do you ask?
I was thinking we could go back and get some more in your truck.
I don't know.
If it works, we might even get a patent out of it. At least the Guinness Book of World Records. Partners. What do you say?
Where did it come from?
Not far. We can be back before dinner. Don't worry, we'll be fine. It's only a cemetery.
Never liked cemeteries.
It won't take long. The caretaker's shack is just ahead.
Late for dinner and the missus will kill me.
We'll be in and out in no time. You'll see.
Sure got dark fast.
It's the trees and the statues. Here we are. Hello? Hello?
Maybe we should come back.
Nonsense. It has to be now, while the plants can be revived.
Well, it's my truck, and I say we get gone. There's nothing but dead folks here.
Then no one should object if we drive on in.
Help you, fellas?
Hey! Don't go creeping up on people like that.
Sorry, mister. Not many visitors this time of day. Is that you, Mr. A?
Yes, I wanted to ask you.
How'd that free dirt work out?
Very well. I was wondering if you could spare a little more.
I guess so. Planted a fresh one this morning.
A fresh what?
New man for the sod Sheraton. Got his bed turned down and everything.
Good, good. Then we'll bring the truck in if you don't mind.
Better watch those tires. Hit a sinkhole and you're stuck for the night. No AAA.
Of course, of course. Thank you, my good man. You don't know what this means to me.
Hope you brought a flashlight. They like it nice and dark out here.
Come on, Aorta. Let's get this fool thing done.
Arnie, how much longer?
Coming!
Your dinner's cold.
Be right there, I said. That's it. I'm going inside.
But we're almost done. One more wheelbarrow full, and the whole garden will be covered.
Well, it's your yard. You finish it. Don't know why I let you talk me into this in the first place.
Think of the publicity. Our pictures in the paper. 2 neighbors who can feed the world.
Lots of luck, pal. I gotta take a shower to get this stink off me.
There. A new layer spread out. Nice and even. That ought to do it. Myrtle! Myrtle, where are you? What are you doing with the suitcase?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm getting out.
But why?
Don't try to stop me, Luther. And I'm taking the car. You can just fend for yourself.
I think I deserve an explanation.
Oh, you do. Take a guess. I can't stand living with you anymore. Like Mrs. Santucci says, you're a loony.
Do this and you'll be sorry.
Are you threatening me?
No. But those plants, they might be worth a lot of money.
Yeah, in your dreams. Keep away from me.
Tomorrow I'm going to have someone from the university come over and take a look. They're worth a fortune. Mr. Santucci agrees.
They might be worth nothing. That's what they might be worth. You know why? Because they're as loony as you are.
That's not true. They're a miracle of horticulture.
Then if you know what's good for you, you'll eat those miracles, because there isn't anything else in the house. Do your own shopping. I've had it.
She'll be back. Just you watch. She's right about one thing, though. The refrigerator's as good as empty. And the cupboard was bare. Oh, well. I've got my vegetables, ripe and ready to eat. Where's the laundry basket? I'll fill it up and dine like a king. Onions, summer squash, eggplants as big as your head. So what if they're a little ripe? Fabulous, fabulous. Waste not, want not. Looks like I'm going to be a vegan for a while. Well, so be it. Tonight the vegetables, tomorrow the world. Boiled, sautéed, any way at all. How about a nice hearty soup and a casserole? Potatoes au gratin. Yes. A little salt and pepper, a few spices, and voila! Luther Aorta's Blue Plate Special, coming up. A bit earthy. Perhaps some condiments. Catsup, Worcestershire, a touch of brown mustard. You gorgeous turnip, you. Now, something to wash it down. I'm still not full. Something more to fill the hole. Let me see what's left. Can't leave anything to waste. Who's there? That you, Arnie? Who's in my backyard? The cat. Or raccoons. Come to steal by the light of the moon. Well, I will not have it. Get away! Go on, scat! What? Where did this come from? Somebody's dug a hole. A deep one. Someone or something. About 6 feet. But how? Whoa! Felt like something tripped me. But what? Gotta climb out. This is ridiculous. Can't get hold of a thing. Stop it! Stop pushing the rotten vegetables in. Who's doing this? What are you trying to do? Bury me? Stop! I tell you! Let me out! Stop! Stop! I can't breathe!
So, what do you think it was?
What?
Last night. Didn't you hear it?
I didn't hear nothing.
Well, I did. All night long. Like something digging with their hands, only...
Only what?
Not exactly digging. Chewing is more like it. Do you think some animals got into that crazy man's backyard?
Who cares? More there than he can eat.
Don't be so sure. He's got some belly on him.
Soon as the next crop comes in, I get my pick. A miracle, he says. We better make some money out of it. My back's killing me.
Oh, there he is now.
That ain't him.
It was him. I could tell. Go out and look.
Look for what?
The loony. See what he's up to.
You go.
You!
All right, Ida, if that'll make you happy. Huh. Where's all the rotten stuff? He cleaned them up pretty good. Aorta? Hey, Aorta! You all right in there? Hey, what did you do with the old vegetables? Hey, are you... Oh, jeez. What happened? You okay, buddy? Wake up!
What's wrong with him?
I don't know. He was just laying here.
Take his pulse.
Oh, he's dead.
Turn him over.
Oh, poor guy.
Sure got a gut on him. Bigger than ever. What's that stuff around his mouth?
Looks like dirt. What are you laughing at?
Don't you get it, Arnie? The whole yard's empty. And you know what he did with it. He ate himself to death.
No. No.
End of a very strange incident in the annals of home gardening. Whether Mr. Aorta finally climbed out of that hole or ate his way out doesn't really matter. But an autopsy found several pounds of dirt and nothing else in his bloated stomach. And Mr. Santucci, his unwitting partner, slept very little that night, waiting for the next deadly crop to appear. Like Mr. Aorta, he began to wonder if there are some things, free or not, that are best left to the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Free Dirt, starring Eric Bogosian with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Meg Falcon, Roderick Peoples, Linda Reiter, David Darlow, Elizabeth Lido, Roger Mueller, Amber Lake, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Karen Olson, Dana Bokor, and Carl Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
Within the far reaches of deep space, there remain unknown planets, journeys into galaxies yet uncharted. Stellar exploration is the newfound adventure. High above Earth's windy skies, 1,000 miles in space, a large wheeling disk lazily drifts in orbit. A space station whose official designation is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory. To those living and working aboard, it is simply called Starlab. Their lives and adventures become our story on the threshold of alien worlds.
Coordinates bearing 8179er, roger. This is Mission Control. You're cleared for EVA.
Stand by, Mission Control. We have a red code report from Level C radio telescope.
Roger, Starlab Control. Go ahead. Starlab Control, this is the Spectral Analysis Officer, Level C. Our radio telescope interferometry has detected unusual sunspot activity at a bearing of 409er.
Thanks, Bill. Keep us posted.
What's going on, Jerry?
I'm not sure, Tim, but we're gonna find out.
Starlab Control, this is Telescope 4, Level D. We're tracking with Level C.
Yeah, Ken.
The solar graphs show high density activity.
All right, Level D. Print through the data on the ICM recorder, please.
Right, Control. It's online.
Look at this.
What?
That's more solar activity in the last 2 minutes than we've seen in 2 years.
I'd better call Dr. Cassidy.
Meanwhile, on Earth, the effect of the sun's strange activity begins. Kansas City, Missouri, 8:05 p.m.
Good evening, Mr. Jennings. Good to see you again.
Thanks, Ron.
Now, would the two of you care for a bottle of wine?
Yes,
yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Great.
The usual, Ron.
All right.
Well, I'm certain you'll love the food here, Sylvia. It's a very special place. It's been a favorite spot of mine for years. I've known the owner a long time, too.
What's that?
Huh, that's strange. Probably just a heavy truck going by in the street outside.
My God, Roger! It's an earthquake!
Temperatures worldwide are dropping. Anchorage, Alaska reports a record low of 86
Earthquakes,
degrees
tidal
below
waves,
zero.
and temperature shifts around the globe slowly intensify. A solar mystery unfolds. And back on Starlab, the disorder becomes even more apparent. 21:30 hours.
The Starlab Control, this is Scope 4, Level D. We've just tracked a third major flare-out on the sun's Earth side.
Level D, begin all radio telescope recorders. Feed us an audio scan. Plug in the Mycroft computers.
Roger. Mycroft on. Log on scanners.
Hi, Dr. Cassidy. Thanks for coming up here. I knew you'd want to know.
All right, Tim. Now, what's going on?
3 of our main telescopes are tracking the sun.
Yes, and?
Analysis indicates an incredible amount of solar flaring and abnormal sunspot activity.
Earth stations are reporting earthquakes, tidal waves, and various other abnormalities.
We've begun tracking confirmation through our Mycroft Computer Center.
Okay, Tim.
This is Spectral Analysis Level C. We have a priority report.
This is Control Level C. Go ahead.
Jerry, I can't believe what we're seeing up here.
What is it?
It looks like we may be headed for a singularity condition on the sun.
Singularity? You mean the sun's going out? Bill, are you sure? Listen, we'll send Tim up there right now. We'll need all your current graphs and radiation scan reports.
Okay, Jerry.
And Bill, you'd better set up radar solar tracking operations, too.
Right, Dr. Cassidy.
Tim, you'd better get up there now. Get all the graphs and Mycroft readings.
Okay, Dr. Cassidy.
I'm not looking forward to telling the ISA the sun is going dead.
Knowledge concerning energy had become an important property to man. But the idea of the sun going out prematurely represents a new and very unusual situation for Dr. Cassidy and Starlab's research people. The beginning of a dark nightmare in the light of alien worlds. was aboard Starlab, a shiny rotating observatory high above Earth. The sun seemed to be going dead. Radio telescopes reveal a once fiery sun darkening. Research Director Mara Cassidy contacts the International Space Authority.
This is the ISA, Dr. Cassidy. Are you there?
Yes, Commissioner.
We've had a 20-degree temperature shift in the last hour in the Sahara, Ma. Satellite charts show glacier movement at the poles. It looks like an eclipse. What the hell's going on up there?
We don't know exactly what's happening yet, but our Mycroft computer terminal shows readings that indicate the sun is losing electromagnetic energy at a rate greater than normal. We may be headed for a gravitational collapse.
Pardon me, Dr. Cassidy. The mass proximity indicator is registering...
Not now, Tim. I've got...
Dr. Cassidy, are you setting up solar radiation scanning?
What? Solar scanning? Oh, yes, we're working on it, sir. Tim Half Communications patched Mycroft through to the ISA computers.
Right.
Commissioner White, I'm having our computer tech supply your office with a duplicate of our current information tapes. You'll have everything we've got shortly.
Yes, Doctor. My terminal is receiving it now. Hey, is this right? It can't be.
I'm afraid so, Commissioner White. We've got about 60 hours before the sun reaches singularity and Earth freezes solid.
What can we do to help?
Well, first of all, we need you to send an SET up here right away. We need to make a house call.
Well, the only space exploration team I've got for immediate launch that can handle this is Delta 1.
Delta 1? Oh, wait a minute. That's Graydon, right? Captain John Graydon?
And Buddy Griff, that's right, Ma.
Oh, no, Commissioner. Isn't there anyone else you could send us?
I'm sorry, Doctor. That's the team. We'll launch immediately. Their ETA is 3 hours, 10 minutes. Keep us informed, Ma. Out.
Yes, sir. We'll keep you informed. Out.
Dr. Cassidy, what's wrong?
I can't believe they're sending Buddy Griff up here. They might as well let the damn sun go out.
Delta 1, SET command. Report to ISA pre-launch immediately.
What? Oh, we just got in. Boy, you can't get a spare minute anywhere anymore. Oh, come on, Captain. Let's just finish this hand, huh?
Oh, we better pass for now, buddy. We better get down there.
Pass? The man's 18 in back of me. I got a hot 21, and he says pass.
It's just a game. We can pick it up later.
It's just a game. I'll say it's just a game. All right. ISA says jump, and Captain John Graydon jumps. That's how come you're a bloody hero and I'm just a lover.
And that's the story of your life, right, buddy?
Dr. Cassidy, I just got back from spectral analysis. The mass proximity indicators are registering some kind of solid object near the sun. It's like a planetoid.
Oh, Tim, don't be silly. The MPI is probably reading solar flare-off gases.
But I think there's something there.
Don't worry about it, Tim. Besides, the problem right now is the SET crew they're sending us.
I don't understand. Isn't that the next logical step?
Logical step, yes. Logical team, no. Especially with Buddy Griff.
Buddy Griff?
Captain John Graydon's co-pilot. The Prince of Pomposity.
John Graydon. I met him just after he got back from Altair. He's a great pilot. I remember a lecture he gave our academy class in 2010.
It's not John who worries me. It's Griff. During the Altair mission, my father was with them. Buddy made a very bad judgment error with a photon laser. It caused my father's death.
Oh, Doctor, I'm sorry. I had no idea.
Yes. Well, never mind. I'll deal with that later. Well, let's get up to spectral analysis and take a look at this planetoid of yours.
I'm really worried about this, Doctor. I have a theory that this object is affecting the sun. Now, don't ask me how the devil it got there.
Tim, pull yourself together.
Hi, fellas. Graydon, Commissioner White. Griff.
Hey, que pasa, Chief?
Listen, men, we've got problems with the sun. Heavy solar activity that needs some first-hand observation. You'll be briefed on Starlab by Dr. Cassidy.
Starlab, huh?
That's right. They're expecting you right away. You'd better get over to launch control now.
Have I got time to get some cigarettes?
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Lock tanking secured.
Box tanking secured. Delta 1, you are cleared for launch. 2030 Zulu. Your trajectory is 010 degrees.
Market control, 010 degrees.
Give my regards to Earth Control. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Roger, Delta 1, you have liftoff. All systems go.
Oh, man, I just love a good rocket ride.
ISA Launch Control reports Delta 1 liftoff, Dr. Cassidy. Their ETA is a little less than 2 hours.
All right, Tim, keep me informed.
Yes, Doctor. There's more data coming in on the mass proximity indicator.
What do you mean?
Instruments show a planet-sized mass does exist. It's roughly on the same plane of the ecliptic, someplace inside the orbit of Venus.
A planet? In the orbit of Venus? You're crazy, Tim.
I realize it sounds bizarre.
Look, Tim, we both checked the radio telescope reports from spectral analysis. There were no visible signs of any planetoid. Well, there must be something wrong with the MPI. Have the technicians CompuScan the circuits.
But, Dr. Cassidy...
And when Delta 1 docs, bring them to my office.
Yes, Doctor.
As the sun's unusual activity continues, Starlab researchers work around the clock to unlock the mystery. Tim has found a clue, which Dr. Cassidy believes to be a fluke. Computer error? Maybe. But what Tim may have found could be the first sign of alien worlds. Strange solar activity threatens the survival of Earth. A solar exploration team is sent to investigate under the direction of Dr. Mara Cassidy at Starlab, a space observatory. There is little time.
Dr. Cassidy?
Yes, Tim.
Delta 1 reporting. Captains Graydon and Griff.
Thank you, Tim. Come in, gentlemen.
Hello, Dr. Cassidy. Good to see you again.
Hello, Captain Graydon. Griff.
Hiya, Doc. Hey, where's the hero's welcome? No band, no parade, no hats and horns? I thought this was a big deal.
Like the big deal with my father, right?
Oh, look, lady, there were problems for all of us on Altair. What happened with your father could have involved anybody. It just happened to be me.
That's right, buddy. It just happened to be you.
All right, you two, enough of this. We've got work to do. Can you tell us why we're here, Doctor?
Well, you've observed the unusual solar activity during the past few hours.
Yes, of course. We were wondering if there are any solar collecting activities that could be causing this.
No, we've checked that. There's something going on with the sun itself. That's why we need you, to take pictures and run solar tests close up, before it goes dead.
Dead? The sun? Oh, Doc, you've been out without a spacesuit too long. That's impossible.
No, I'm afraid it's not impossible, buddy. Watch the computer terminal. Tim?
Right.
That's frightening.
Wow. What's our bottom line?
I want you to get as close as you can.
We'll have you patched into the Mycroft computer.
We can then direct you from that point as to what to do next.
Oh, just what I need to end up as barbecued spaceman.
We better get rolling.
Right. Tim, take Captains Graydon and Griff down to mission control.
All right.
Good luck, you two.
We'll get the story for you, Mara.
Yeah, and if you're real good, we'll sell you the rights. Bye.
I didn't expect you two at Starlab so quick.
Oh, we didn't either, Tim. But we had this tailwind.
A tailwind? Right. By the way, Captain Graydon, I feel I should tell you there's something out there by the sun.
Oh, really? What do you mean, Tim?
I have a theory about all this.
Theory? What theory? About what?
Well, I'm certain there's a planetoid out there next to the sun, drawing off energy.
A planetoid? You think it's alien?
Well, let me put it this way. It's not ours. We haven't been able to track it visually because of the glare from the sun's rays, so I can't prove my theory yet.
We'll keep an eye out, Tim. Thanks for the tip.
Right. So long, and good luck.
Thanks, Tim.
Delta 1, you are at T-minus 30. Launch.
Roger, Starlab Control. T-minus 28 and counting.
Delta 1, telecom computer lock. 775 megahertz. Our Mycroft data transfer is online.
Channel 775 locked. Transfers online. Check.
Starlab Control, we're on the grid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift away.
As Delta One moves into the black depth of space, Captains Graydon and Griff set a course for a dying sun.
We're getting close. Is shielding operational?
It is now, Captain.
Delta 1, this is Starlab. We scope you at 214 degrees, bearing 030. We have visual radio telescope contact with you. MPI shows a planet-sized mass close to your present position. You are off course by 02.5 degrees. Have you visual
Starlab. Starlab, this is Delta 1. Do you receive? Over.
What the? Skipper?
What's happening, buddy? Where's our power?
The main rockets just went branchless, flame out. We've lost our maneuvering power.
The radio's gone, too. Fire retros.
I am, Skipper. Nothing. They're like a plate of cold spaghetti.
We're being pulled off course. The compass has gone berserk.
What is happening?
Buddy, what the devil is that?
What? Where?
Look. Over here, through the infrared viewing screen, off the port side.
Where did that come from? It's huge. It's definitely not an asteroid.
No, it's too spherical.
Well, whatever it is, we're being pulled towards it.
Look at the size of that thing. I wonder if that's what Tim was babbling about. You don't suppose...
What, Captain?
Never mind it. That's the strangest looking thing I've ever seen. It's gotta be some kind of a giant vehicle.
Like a planetoid, Captain?
I didn't really want to say it.
Yeah, I know. Well, hang on, Captain. We're on a collision course with it.
Dr. Cassidy, look! On the tracking screen, Delta 1. It's gone!
What's happened to them?
They vanished! Right off the screen, the scopes, the radios, everything. They're gone. I knew it!
Keep trying to establish contact. We've got to locate them.
Hey, Captain, what happened? Who turned out the lights?
Buddy, we're inside Tim's planetoid.
What? Oh, man, I must have blacked out.
Look, over there. An opening. That's where we must have come in.
Hey, what's that?
Something's outside the hatch door.
I think we've got company. I hope that's the name of the hotel.
Disembark your craft. You are under Markup control. Do not resist.
Guess we better do as he says, buddy. They look pretty gruesome.
Really?
Alien beings. We've made contact with aliens.
I am Gorgon of the Markup Confederacy. Come with us!
I'm Captain John Graydon, ISA Terra. Where are you taking us?
I always knew I should have taken foreign languages. All right, don't get pushy. Get your claws off me. Boy, are you weird looking.
I know of no Markup Confederacy, at least in this galaxy.
Well, me neither, Chief. Wow.
This must be the lobby.
Commander Konar, we have intruders on Voltar. Intruders? By what reason do you come to Voltar?
Well, Doc, you see, we really didn't plan on it. You might say we sort of fell into it, you know what I mean?
Why do you approach Voltar sun miners?
Sun miners? We're from Terra, Earth. We're not intruders. We're on an emergency mission. Our sun is dying.
Captain, we've just stumbled onto the reason.
I am Zar Konar, commander of the Markat Confederacy, 5th Galaxy of Tremion. You are intruders.
Look, Commander Konar, we were pulled off our mission by you.
You have entered forbidden space. Markat space.
Markat space? What are you doing to our sun?
We collect and store great energy from many suns. Yours is not the first.
Yeah? Well, listen, you sun stealers. Earth can't survive without that energy.
Then you shall perish. We take suns in many galaxies. It must be so for Markat existence.
Hey, no way, you oversized tin termite. We're not gonna stand for this.
Buddy, no, don't. Buddy, are you all right?
It's all right, Captain. Run for it. I'll handle these things.
Seize them.
Run for it, Skip. Get out of here.
Buddy, are you crazy?
Run, damn it!
In here. I'll duck behind the skirter. Okay, now, down this corridor. Through here. Oh, which ramp? That one, that's it. There's the ship. Oh, if I could just manage to get...
Stop, Tyron!
Oh, boy, too close for cover. All right, I made it. Oh, no. I sure hope that energy field is null. Come on, baby. Come on, fly, Delta One. Fire, damn it. All right, Delta One. Now, let's get the hell out of here. I'm moving. The force field is null. Good. Instruments show me clear. I'm through. I've made it. I can't believe it. Oh, no. Wait a minute. What's that pull? Oh, no. They've got a pressure beam on me. I've got to go FTL. Quick. Okay. I'm out of their orbit. Oh, wait. Buddy. What about Buddy? I've got to get back. I've got to get help. I can't just leave him there. Starlab Control. This is Delta One. Come in, Starlab Control.
Starlab Control.
Starlab, thank God. This is Delta One. I've been overtaken. We've been in contact with alien beings.
Delta One, where have you been? You've been off our scopes for an hour.
The planetoid. Tim was right. It does exist. There are aliens.
John Graydon uses every faculty to blast free of the Markab aliens and return to Starlab.
Call themselves Markabs. Buddy's still inside. We've got to get him out.
Thoughts of what he just experienced race through his mind at laser speed. It is imperative to warn Starlab and Earth. The threat is no longer theory. It is reality. Graydon and Griff have made contact with alien worlds. This is Roger Dressler, inviting you to stay with us for the conclusion of The Sun Stealers after a brief intermission on the world premiere of Alien Worlds. high above Earth's windy skies, 1,000 miles in space, the astronomical space observatory Starlab lazily drifts in orbit. Research teams aboard have detected strange solar activity on Earth's sun. Space exploration team John Graydon and Buddy Griff are sent to investigate and face a bizarre encounter.
We're being pulled off course. The compass has gone berserk. Buddy, what the devil is that? Where did that come from? It's huge. Whatever it is, we're being pulled towards it. Hang on, Skipper. We're on a collision course with it.
Delta One is mysteriously pulled aboard an alien planetoid.
I am Zarkonar, commander of the Markab Confederacy, 5th Galaxy of Tremion. You are intruder.
Buddy, are you all right? Run for it, Skip. I'll handle these things.
Resisting, Buddy Griff creates a diversion, allowing John Graydon to escape from the alien planetoid aboard the Delta One spaceship.
Starlab Control, this is Delta One. Come in, Starlab Control.
Starlab Control, Delta One. Where have you been? You've been off our scopes for an hour.
The planetoid. Tim was right. It does exist. There are aliens. I've been overtaken.
John Graydon, shaken by the alien encounter, returns to Starlab in Part 2 of The Sun Stealers on Alien Worlds.
He's here, Dr. Cassidy. They're bringing Captain Graydon in now.
Okay, Tim, come on.
All levels report.
It's pretty strange, isn't it?
What, Tim?
Well, haven't you heard? I mean, something went wrong. They were overtaken by aliens. Buddy didn't get out.
I've only gotten the preliminary report. I'm not sure about any aliens yet.
Hi, Mara. Tim.
Jerry, where is he?
He's in the isolation airlock chamber.
How is he?
Doc Benson says he'll be all right. Radiation levels are minor, but there's enough present to leave him in the capsule for at least an hour. We need to run a couple more tests. You can talk to him on the intercom.
Good, Jerry. Tim, pull the Mycroft onboard computer tapes and begin decoding them. Better check over Delta One's flight recorders, too. Send all the information to the ISA.
All right.
John, thank God you're okay.
Mara, we're not alone out here. Buddy didn't make it out. He's inside an alien planetoid. It's draining the sun's energy.
Oh, take it easy, John. What's draining energy?
The Markabs.
What?
Oh, Mara, they're awful. Like insects, tall, very tall. I'd say maybe about 7 feet. Their bodies are black and shiny, claw-like hands, and large, radiating eyes.
Good Lord. Buddy, what about him? Is he...
About Buddy caused a diversion so I could escape. We've got to get back there and get him out.
Well, of course, John.
Dr. Cassidy, we have the ISA. We're feeding them to your televideo screen.
All right. I hope they've got a lead on all this.
We just got the reports. It's unbelievable. How's Graydon doing?
He's here in quarantine, Commissioner White. Listen, I trust you've received the flight tapes by now?
Yes, Ma. We haven't come up with anything solid yet, though. We're still trying to analyze all the information. But I'm afraid the computers at Jardel Institute have given us a new prediction.
What are you talking about?
Well, Doctor, according to them, we have less than 9 hours before the sun reaches a point of non-recovery. There's really not enough time for us physically to analyze and return you all that data.
So what does that mean?
Well, Ma, I'm afraid you're on your own. It's up to your people at Starlab to stop those aliens.
Their eyes turn instinctively toward a dimming ball of fire hanging in space. The sun is fading, dying, and with it the future of Earth. The hopes of a planet ride upon their shoulders as they prepare an opposition against alien worlds. The life expectancy of Earth has been reduced to 9 hours as our sun fades into obscurity. Alien creatures, revealed as the Markab Confederacy, continue to drain our solar energy. Starlab Research Director Mara Cassidy, along with her assistant Tim and Space Exploration Captain John Graydon, are the only ones who can stop the Markabs, if indeed they can be stopped.
Oh, John. Well, come on in. Glad to see you out of quarantine.
That makes two of us, Mara.
How are you feeling?
Much better, thanks.
Good. Can you recreate for me just exactly what happened to you and Griff aboard Delta One?
Well, we were within the ecliptic range of the sun about 5 minutes out, and we were getting ready for our first photo scan pass.
Yes?
All of a sudden, our radios went dead. Instruments, everything. We completely lost all power.
Mm-hmm.
Then we spotted this incredible object about 5 kilometers in diameter, metallic, black, with a large disc on top.
And then?
We lost control of the ship, and we were drawn into the object. We took about 6 Gs. Buddy blacked out. Next thing I knew, we were taken off the ship by the aliens that I told you about. They told us they were mining the sun's energy.
But how?
I don't know.
Oh, Tim. Good. You've got the Mycroft report? What's wrong? You're white as a sheet.
That thing out there is the cosmic wonder of all time.
Tell me about it.
What did you find?
Well, the Mycroft computer came through like Captain Video. Solar depth sensors, heat generation refractions, course deviations, wavelength correlations, video scan of the planetoid.
Tim, get to the bloody point. What did you find?
Basic theory of electromagnetic energy, Dr. Cassidy.
Electromagnetic energy?
Yes, that's right. The alien planetoid is an electromagnetic field extracting ultraviolet radiation through infrared oscillation.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, it means the Markabs are drawing ultraviolet light energy and converting it to a form of electricity.
That would explain the invisibility. The radiation creates a massive shield around them which blends with the sun's rays.
Exactly. That's why only the MPI picked it up originally on the infrared screens.
That's very interesting.
That's not all. The tractor beam that pulled you into the planetoid was also magnetically energized.
I see. Well, that would explain the compass going crazy just before we lost control.
Wait. That's it.
What?
We haven't got much time. Tim, get over to the hydro lab. Have them assemble a 50-megawatt portable CMG. We'll use the Michelson interferometer principle.
A counter-magnetic generator, of course. A beam splitter. Oh, brilliant, Doctor. I'll meet you two in the briefing room in 20 minutes.
I think you two blew a capacitor in your brains. You've lost me. I'm just a space pilot.
And that's just exactly what we need you to be, John. It's a long shot, but it's the only one we've got. An 1880 theory that could put the Markabs right out of business. Come on. I'm going over to the lab. We need to get together Delta One. We're going into that planetoid. If this works, John, we may be able to turn the Markab energy field back on top of them. If I can figure out a way to deactivate the pressor beam. Do you think you can get us back in?
Yes, I'm sure of it. But we'll need some kind of an escort to create a diversion. I'll go up to Mission Control and recruit a few pilots from Stargazer 1.
Okay. I'll meet you in briefing within half an hour.
As time continues to slip into the past, the future draws closer. They're designed to dethrone the Markab power. A tenuous betide to the indelible. Meanwhile, planetoid captive Buddy Griff remains a solitary man to an alien world.
Earthman intruder, your resistance to our way is useless.
You don't give us any choice, Konar. By our very nature, we're survivors. We must resist.
Ours is to destroy that which resists.
Why do you have to destroy everything? Don't you guys know how to create?
Our system of long ago was the victim of devastating destruction. We have long since created the power to never again be victims. It is the way of the Cord.
The Cord?
The rule of Markab supremacy in the universe to destroy.
Oh, it sounds like a case of bad karma, Doc.
I do not understand.
I can't believe I've actually gone over your 7-foot head. Karma is the...
Take him away!
Hey, what are you doing?
You too shall be destroyed. We are the rulers of the light. Yours shall be the world of darkness.
Ah, you'll never get away with this, Konar. My people will be back. You're all lunatics.
Can't be a milk run table. That's what this is all about.
All right. You fellas have been asked to fly this mission based on your experience as fighter pilots. Now, we've programmed D-28 missiles aboard your ships for a diversion ploy on the Markabs. Hopefully, the counter-orbital passes will cause enough confusion to allow us time to land Delta One inside. Now, if we're not out by the 20-minute limit, you're instructed to launch full Titan Helitrobus missiles into the side of the Markab planetoid, and then return to Starlab. Any questions? Okay. We'll launch in 8 minutes. Synchronized watches, 1600 hours, 22 minutes, and 15 seconds. Mark. See you guys on the 50-yard line.
Well, let's get
As Starlab pilots prepare the final assault on the alien encounter, a galaxy clings to the hope of triumph on alien worlds. The Markab aliens must be stopped. Their effect on Earth's sun is tantamount to galactic devastation. Starlab mounts the final front as John, Tim, and Mara prepare to effect the aliens' demise.
T-minus 27 seconds and counting.
Okay, Captain. The device is on board.
Good. Mara, would you strap yourself in, please? Mission Control, Delta One, on the grid for 028, trajectory on 1775.
Captain John Graydon prepares the leading assault on the Markab Confederacy. Mara Cassidy and Tim ready themselves for the alien confrontation.
All right, Tim, let's go over the mechanics of the CMG beam splitter.
I have the timing device set for 18 minutes on the detonator. When it triggers, it'll pull every bit of energy within a radius of 5 kilometers into the magnet center. The energy overload will create a chain reaction. As the alien storage collector beams split, it'll blow them right out of the galaxy.
Good. John, during the time the device triggers, we'll lose all magnetically operated instruments.
You mean I should be ready to fly Delta One by the seat of my pants, so to speak?
Hey, I like that. By the seat of my pants.
It's an old term used when flying airplanes without instruments, Tim.
You used to fly airplanes?
Oh, John's a pilot of many experiences, Tim, including pilot commander for the Jupiter 1 mission.
Really? Oh, gee, that must have been some flight.
Yeah, Mara remembers that one, don't you, Mara? She was our science officer, and a good one, too.
That was my introduction to the ISA, and the last time I saw my father alive.
Pardon me for asking, Doctor, but what happened to your father? On Altair, I mean.
My father was chief science officer for NASA. They were conducting neutron laser tests in zero gravity. He was setting up the guide path for the beam's target. Buddy Griff pre-detonated the laser's timing mechanism. My father was killed.
Mara, listen, it's time you knew. That's not really what happened. It wasn't Buddy's mistake.
What are you talking about? The report said
I know all about the report. It was an accident, that's true. But your father miscalculated the laser's initial impact strength on the beam's path. The device was hot, overheated from testing all day. The heat triggered the premature detonation, not Buddy.
How do you know all this?
From Dr. Solomon, the project coordinator. He told me the whole story shortly after it happened. But he never said a word about it to anyone, including me.
But it wasn't in the report. Why?
Because Buddy wouldn't allow it in the report. Since your dad was a notable scientist, Buddy took full responsibility for his mistake to clear his record.
Why didn't Buddy tell me the truth?
He's a strange guy. Buddy's a rebel, but he's also guided by a strong sense of honor.
I see.
All right, if you two are ready, I've got to get our act together before our Marcab madmen discover we're here.
Commander Konar, enemy ships are approaching Voltar. Enemy vessels? More intruders? Who are they? They are of undetermined origin, but they appear to have an Earthcraft configuration. Launch the Voltanians. Destroy them at once. Interceptors launched on enemy targets. Closing.
Captain, on the probe screen.
Good eye, Tim. The Marcabs have obviously spotted us. This is Delta 1 leader to strike force. Okay, you guys. Looks like this is the 50-yard line. Execute ZK-15s now.
Got him, Captain. Got you covered. Now fly that rascal right down their throats. This is Firefly 2, on the lead. Okay, boys, slow your computer better. 095.
Well, looks like you've got your diversion, Captain.
Right. And there's the planetoid.
It really is incredibly large.
Oh, my God.
Hang on. We're going down. Mara, I sure hope your rig nullifies that tractor beam.
Tim, program the key code.
5513. Lock. Energize. Locked, Captain. We should be clear of any field wave.
Good. So much for part one. Now all we gotta do is find the right place to sit down. There's the opening.
Radar configurations check out. There's the coordinates given on the open side. Mycroft's computations are correct.
I love you, Mycroft.
Not bad for an expensive adding machine.
Mycroft's a lot more than that, Captain.
Just kidding, Tim. Hang on. We're setting Delta 1 right in that pigeonhole. Okay, let's get this over with. Here, help me with the CMG. Okay. All right, you both have your communicators?
Yeah.
All right, Tim, you'll bring the CMG with me. Mora, you guard Delta 1. And if you run into any trouble, you call us. You've got your lasertron, right?
Right.
All right, don't be afraid to use it if you have to.
I'm ready, Captain.
We'll set up the jamming device. Then I'm going to try and find Buddy. Okay, Tim, let's go.
Good luck.
Good grief. Did they have to make this thing so heavy?
Oh, God, it's cold in here. This place is amazing. I've got to get some pictures of this interior. Someone's coming.
We'll look down this corridor. Let's look over here. Very well. The Earthcraft, it's back. And the prisoner has escaped. Where is he? Somewhere in this quadrant. I'll look for him. Call the guards. Find the other Earthlings. Quick, the alarm.
Captain Graydon. Come in. John.
Yes, Mara.
They know we're here. I just saw two of them. They said something about an escaped prisoner.
That can only be Buddy.
What do you want me to do?
Check your locator. Make sure you don't get lost, and then go for it, Mara. Follow them. Be careful. If you find Buddy, call me.
Okay.
Earthman, so you think you can escape? You cannot hide from Gargon.
Oh, hey, hiya, Chief. Hide me? Nah. I was just giving you a little exercise, you know? It's sort of keeping you on your toes.
Your spacecraft has returned.
Returned? Delta One? What do you mean?
He means...
Hey, all right, lady. Pretty fair shooting. You're just in time. I was just in the middle of escaping. Where's John? You didn't fly here by yourself, did you?
Oh, no. He and Tim are down in the power collecting room. We brought a CMG to blow this place to kingdom come.
CMG. What's that, one of your toys?
It's a countermagnetic generator. We think it'll counteract the method the Markabs are using to draw energy from the sun.
Sweetheart, save it. Maybe later, over dinner, perhaps?
Oh, that's right. We better get out of here.
And hopefully not any too soon. Now, quick, down this corridor.
How much longer, Tim?
Just 2 more connections here. Hand me those leads.
Tim, you're shaking like a leaf.
Yeah, I know. I just hate working under this much pressure.
Well, now's a fine time to cop to that one.
I'm okay. There. That's it.
I wonder where Mara is. I can't raise her on the communicator.
Should I set the timer now? We'll have 18 minutes, you know.
Yes, set it. You get back to Delta One, and I'll head back the other way. And then if
Captain, watch out!
Stop! Surrender!
Tim! I never knew you had it in you.
I can't believe I did that!
All right, set the timer. Let's get out of here.
Set!
There they are! Stop them!
Quick, Tim, this way!
John and Tim find themselves trapped by the Markabs. The CMG timer has been set. Only precious moments remain before a deadly explosion.
Look! There's Buddy!
Hey, all right, John! Buddy, thank God. Where's Mara? Back at Delta One.
We've only got 2 minutes.
Hurry!
Get on board, Mara.
Okay, everyone. We're not out of this yet. Buddy, fire Module 1.
Right, Skip.
I'll take the rocket guns and hold them off.
Lift. We have main ignition. Clearing the planetoid. Oh, yeah!
CMG detonation, 15 seconds.
Telemetry 4+4. Stand by to hit faster than light speed.
Check. FTL, primary ignition.
10 seconds to detonation.
FTL, main power. Now!
We're clear! We've made it! Oh, thank God!
CMG detonation, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There they go.
It worked!
Of course it worked!
And so we bid farewell to the Gusamines as they and their planetoid sink slowly into the west, and the east, and the north.
Together, a small group of people with tremendous courage and confidence have saved Earth from the threat of eternal darkness. The Markab sun miners have been destroyed soon enough to allow the sun's own energy to regain its mighty power. The heroism of Delta One's mission has relieved a galaxy from the peril of alien worlds. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. Associate producer, Jeff Allen. Music director, Tom Rounds. Original music by the London Symphony Orchestra, composed by Jim Kirk and Rich Fox. Story by Lee Hansen and Mike Odell. Alien Worlds starred Chuck Olson, Linda Gary, Bruce Philip Miller, Phil Diskin, Corey Burton, Bob Taylor, Graydon Gould, and Pat Paris. Our engineer was Stu Jacobs. Production coordinator, Aaron O'Neill. Assistants to the producer included Johnny Krajewski, Lori Tyler, Sue Cohen, Randy Blotke, and Roger Helms. Technical consultant, Peter Sky. This is Roger Dressler. Thank you for joining us for the world premiere of Alien Worlds.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Northwest Medical Clinic, how can I help you? I'm sorry, Dr. Matheson is unavailable. He's taken a temporary assignment out of town. Can I make an appointment for you with one of our other physicians? Fine. Okay, let's see. How about next Tuesday at 2:45? Great. You'll be seeing Dr. Kyle Powers. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Psst, Dorothy.
What is it, Millie?
Kyle gets another victim, eh?
I know, right?
How many of Dr. Matheson's patients is he seeing?
Quite a few, which makes sense. He's got the lightest patient load at the clinic.
Gee, I wonder why.
Shh, Millie, someone will hear you.
Well, maybe they should know what they're getting into before they see Dr. Doom and Gloom.
Excuse me.
May I help you?
I have an appointment with Dr. Kyle Powers at 10:15.
Another one bites the dust.
Shh. Okay, what is your last name?
Callahan.
Okay, Callahan, let's see. Ah, yes, you were originally scheduled with Dr. Matheson.
Yes, but I guess he's out of town for a while.
I'm afraid so. Dr. Matheson accepted a year-long research position at a university on the East Coast.
Oh.
Kyle is seeing most of his patients.
Like lambs to a slaughter.
Millie? Mrs. Callahan, why don't you just have a seat over there in the waiting area? The nurse will call your name when the doctor is ready to see you.
Thank you.
That poor woman.
I feel so sorry for her.
If she's used to Dr. Matheson, she's in for a real shock.
I know. I don't envy anyone facing their first appointment with Dr. Kyle Powers.
Mrs. Callahan?
Yes?
I'm Dr. Kyle Powers.
It's nice to meet you.
And why are you here today?
Well, I'm concerned about this mole on my leg.
May I see it?
Of course. It's right here, see? On the calf. Dr. Matheson said I should keep an eye on it in case it changes. I think it looks a little bigger. What do you think it could be?
A mole that changes like that is usually melanoma.
Oh, melanoma? That's cancer, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm going to need to ask you some questions.
Oh, well, go ahead.
When did you first notice the mole had changed?
About a week ago.
How much bigger is it?
I'm not sure.
50%?
No.
40%? 30?
10% maybe.
Do you spend a lot of time in the sun?
No.
Has anyone in your family ever had melanoma?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever have a severe sunburn as a child?
No, not severe, no.
Do you have a lot of freckles?
No.
Are you taking any medication that would weaken your immune system?
Oh, I don't think so. What would weaken my immune system?
Well, any number of meds. Azathioprine, benzotophine, chlorothianate.
I don't even know what those are. Doctor, please just tell me if I do have melanoma, what treatment is available?
Well, that depends on what stage it's in. Surgery is typically the first treatment for all stages of melanoma.
Surgery?
And of course, if it spreads to the lymph nodes, those have to be removed. Late-stage melanoma also has to be treated with chemotherapy.
Chemotherapy?
If it spreads to the organs like the lungs or liver, there's not much that can be done.
Nothing.
Well, in that case, the focus is on relieving the symptoms and keeping the patient as comfortable as possible.
Until what?
Well, until the patient expires.
Oh!
I'm going to refer you to a dermatologist. He'll perform a biopsy and then send a sample of the growth to the lab. If it is melanoma, the dermatologist will refer you to a surgeon for the sentinel lymph node biopsy. It's all standard procedure. Here's your referral. And Mrs. Callahan?
Yes?
I know there's something most patients worry about at this point, so let me assure you. Even if the cancer gets to the point where you can't function, your insurance should cover most of the medical bills. Keep in touch.
Meet Dr. Kyle Powers, a physician well-versed in and fascinated by the mechanics of the human body. Alas, he is also a man with an unmistakable disconnect between his intellect and his heart. For you see, the good doctor is lacking in one crucial area: the ability to take into account the feelings of his patients. But his next appointment is no ordinary customer with a stuffy nose or gouty foot. Awaiting him in exam room number 6 is a messenger who is prepared to give Dr. Kyle Powers a dose of his own medicine, a prescription that can only be filled in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Amazing Dr. Kyle Powers, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Kyle? Kyle.
Yes, Doctor?
I told you, you can call me Bill.
Okay. Bill? What is it?
You saw Dolores Callahan this morning, right?
Yes, the melanoma.
No, Mrs. Callahan is not the melanoma. Mrs. Callahan is the widow with 3 children who has a suspicious mole.
How do you know what she has? Have you been checking on my patients?
Just the ones that have left here in hysterics.
She was distraught. That's to be expected when you're facing cancer.
Who's to say it's cancer? Why assume the worst and communicate those fears to the patient? Come on, Kyle. You've worked here a few months now. You should know that's not how we roll.
I just provided her with all the facts. My guess is she's home right now making an informed, thoughtful decision about how best to address her illness.
Really? Because after your interrogation, my guess is she's home right now making out her will. Look, we have a responsibility to make certain our patients leave here with a hopeful outlook.
Our responsibility is to diagnose them correctly. What if we treat a patient for something trivial that's really something life-threatening? The golfer who collapses on the 17th hole from the heat, but who really had a stroke. The woman with the annoying little cough that turns out to be emphysema. The list is endless. Thyroid disorders masquerading as psychiatric problems. Lyme disease posing as arthritis. That's why I ask so many questions. The more facts I can get from the patient, the more accurate diagnosis I can make.
So you're going to continue cross-examining our patients like it's the Spanish Inquisition?
Look, doctor, I realize my technique differs from yours. It may not consist of the sycophantic mollycoddling you prefer, but I think you'll find overall that it gets me closer to the most accurate diagnosis possible. That may not mean anything to you, but it's the reason I get up in the morning. It's how I roll. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of patients to see.
May God help every one of them.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Kyle Powers. I'll be your physician while Dr. Matheson is... Oh! Well, you're obviously not Eileen Richards.
Obviously. The name's Beaumont.
I seem to be in the wrong room, Mr. Beaumont. Let me just...
You're in the right room, Kyle.
You know me?
Yes.
You're not a quality assurance auditor sent to check up on me, are you? Did Dr. Bill T. Goodwin send you?
No, but I am here as a representative.
For who?
Whom? I can read you the list if you like. Mrs. Barbara Kennedy, Mr. Emilio Rodriguez, Miss Dolores Delmonico, Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Stone.
Those are all patients I've seen.
Mr. and Mrs. Emil Saperstein, the very Reverend Arthur Buchanan.
Some of them are patients I treated when I first started practicing.
Mr. William Tanner, Mrs. Glynis Peabody.
But how would you know I've seen all those people?
The Sullivan twins, Katie and Kylie, Rabbi David Weisinger, the Honorable Judge Harrison J. Evans.
Okay, I get it. You know every patient I've ever treated, so who are you, the ghost of Christmas past?
Hardly. I am here to communicate a message on behalf of your patients. They are fed up with your lack of concern for their feelings. You keep them waiting long past their appointment times. You do not call them back with test results. You do not explain their illnesses in terms they can understand. And you do not make clear the side effects of the medicines you prescribe. They have described you as rude, disrespectful, insensitive, and tactless. As one patient so eloquently summarized, Dr. Kyle Powers has the people skills of Attila the Hun.
I get it now. You're an attorney. You're representing all those people as a part of some kind of lawsuit against me.
I'm afraid not. I am simply here to, how shall I put it, keep things in balance.
Look, I don't care if you're here as an attorney, an auditor, or my fairy godfather. All I know is I've effectively diagnosed and treated hundreds of patients. That's how I gauge my success, not by the number of friends I've made along the way. In short, I'm not broke, so I don't need fixing.
In that case, I'm going to need you to sign this.
What is it?
It's a standard affidavit, stating that you are willing to pay the consequences of your actions. I recommend you read the whole brief before signing.
I'm not reading or signing anything.
Well, you're going to be one of the difficult ones, aren't you? We'll have to settle for a non-written agreement then. A simple handshake has sufficed in the past.
I'm not shaking your hand either.
Come now. It's just a handshake. The sooner you shake my hand, the sooner you'll be rid of me.
All right, if it'll get you out of here faster, here's my hand.
Thank you.
Ow! What did you just do?
Good luck, Kyle.
Wait! What did you do to me? Where did he go?
Can I help you, Doctor?
The man who just left this room. Which way did he go?
You're the only one who's left that room in the last 10 minutes.
Well, that can't be. I was just talking to him.
I can page him if he's still in the building. Who was he?
Nobody. Just some prankster with a joy buzzer. Who's my next patient?
Mr. Gianelli. He's in room 7.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gianelli. I'm Dr. Kyle Powers. I'll be your physician while Dr. Matheson is gone. Are you in pain?
Oh, yeah.
Where does it hurt?
The back.
What part of the back?
Down low.
Did you do anything that might have caused it?
Probably. I work on a construction site, see?
and I had to move some heavy sheets of plywood by myself.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you say the pain is?
About a 7, maybe 8. Seems like it's gotten worse in the last half hour or so.
Well, let me take a good look at the area where it hurts. Could you lift your shirt, please?
Sure.
Lower back, you said?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to feel around the area.
Hey, you gave me a shack. Doc, you okay?
I don't know. I feel, my back suddenly hurts.
Yeah, must be going around.
It just started out of nowhere. Maybe it's some kind of a kink. Let me see if moving around helps it. No, it still hurts. Excuse me, Mr. Gianelli. I'm gonna have to sit down over there. Hey. The pain stopped.
Lucky you.
That's odd. It stopped when I let go of you. Mr. Gianelli, I'm gonna touch you again.
You're the doctor. Ow, Doc. You need to get a humidifier in here.
Fascinating.
You're done already?
Yes, Mr. Gianelli, this is just a hunch, but is the pain you're feeling on the left side?
Yeah.
Does it hurt no matter how you move?
Yeah.
And you say it's gotten progressively worse?
Oh, yeah.
I think I know what's wrong with you.
So do I. I pulled a muscle hauling around those stupid sheets of plywood.
I don't think so, Mr. Gianelli. You have a kidney stone.
You're kidding me.
I'm convinced of it. I felt, that is, you have all the classic symptoms. Here, this is an order for you to go up to radiology for an x-ray. That'll tell us exactly where the stone is, and we can figure out what to do about it from there.
Hey, Doc, can I ask you something?
What?
How could you tell all that just by touching my back?
Mr. Gianelli, I wish I knew.
So, now that we can talk privately in my office, let me get this straight. You're telling me that you've been able to tell what your patients are feeling simply by touching them, that you can actually experience the pain they're feeling.
That's what I'm telling you.
Impossible. It can't be done.
Then how do you explain the fact that Mr. Gianelli's x-rays came back showing that he had a kidney stone right where I said it was? And what about all my other patients? Everything I diagnosed this morning was confirmed by x-rays or ultrasounds or MRIs.
You simply diagnosed them correctly.
But I'm telling you, Dr. Bill, I felt their pain.
Prove it.
All right. Who's your next patient?
No, not a patient. I want you to prove it on me. I've been experiencing some pain the past day or so. I want you to tell me where it is.
Okay. I'm gonna have to touch you.
I knew there'd be something about this I didn't like.
And it has to be on exposed skin. At least, I think it does. I'm still experimenting.
Here, you can touch my hand. That's the most skin I'm willing to let you experiment with.
All right. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Here goes.
Hey, you gave me a shock.
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Interesting.
Well, what's your diagnosis, Dr. Kreskin?
Well, I would hasten myself to a dentist if I were you. You've got a toothache. Top row, right side. I'd say second molar from the rear.
Well, I don't know what to say.
No need to say anything. Your expression says it all.
What is it, Dorothy?
Mr. Samuels is waiting in room 4. He's getting a little impatient.
Tell him I'm on my way. There's got to be some kind of logical explanation for this.
Fine, we'll talk later. Oh, by the way, you might want to have that corn looked at. The one on the big toe of your left foot. Feels like it's going to burst right through your shoe.
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Okay, thank you. Northwest Medical Clinic, may I help you? I'm sorry, he isn't in yet. Can I take a message? I'll let him know. Thank you.
Hey, Dorothy. Another reporter for Kyle?
Yeah, that's like 25 now.
Ever since word got out about his gift, he's become the most popular doctor at the clinic.
I know. I can't believe he's going to be on that talk show tomorrow.
Yeah, I am dying to see what Dr. Charisma is like on TV.
Oh.
Welcome back to Barbie Porterson's Wake Up Call. I'm Barbie Porterson, and this half hour I'm going to have part 3 in my series on how I've managed to stay young looking the natural way without the use of drugs or surgery. But enough about me. We have a guest with a rather unique gift. His name is Dr. Kyle Powers, and he claims that he can experience the same pain his patients are feeling simply by touching them. Doctor, it's good to have you with us today.
Thank you.
Now, why don't you tell us exactly what happens when you touch one of your patients?
Well, in a nutshell, I experience exactly what the patient is experiencing. I can feel where the pain is in their body, how intense it is, what might be causing it, and I'm then able to provide an accurate diagnosis.
Amazing! Would it be possible for us to get a demonstration from you?
Of course. Do you have any discomfort or pain that's bothering you?
As a matter of fact, I do. Let's see if you can guess what it is. Now, what do I need to do for this demonstration?
Nothing. I just need to touch bare skin.
Oh my, careful, doctor. We're a family show.
You can just give me your hand.
All right, here you are. Oh, I think a spark flew between us. Don't tell my husband.
Interesting.
So, what's your diagnosis?
I believe the pain you wanted me to identify is a sprained muscle in your left thigh. Feels like you've probably been working out a bit too rigorously at the health club.
Ooh, that's amazing. That's exactly how my own physician diagnosed it. But it took him 20 minutes. Doctor, you truly have a special gift.
There's something else, though.
What?
Your head. You have a headache. Are you coming down with something?
Of course not. I'm fit as a fiddle. I stay fit the natural way.
There's definitely something there. In fact, it's not just a headache. There's pain in several very specific locations in your forehead.
That's interesting. Well, thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Wait. I know what I'm feeling. You recently had some sort of cosmetic injections, didn't you?
What?
Yes, the type that eliminates frown lines and wrinkles.
Me? Cosmetic injections? What a ludicrous suggestion. Well, back with more of our Barbie Porterson's wake-up call after these messages.
You know, a simple analgesic will help with that headache.
No, I don't need it. Could we cut the audio, please?
Yes, I think that would be quite agreeable. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't mind having a couple of days to think it over. Could you hold on for a moment? Come in.
Kyle.
Doctor, I'm on the phone.
I need a moment with you.
I don't have a moment.
Make one.
All right. I'm sorry, can I call you back? Thanks. That was extremely rude. And what are you staring at?
You look so pale. Do you feel all right?
I feel fine. Just a little stressed, and your intrusion doesn't help. So what's so urgent that it can't wait?
Well, let's start with the waiting room overflowing with your patients.
I had an important phone call.
With who?
Not that it's any of your business, but I was talking to Nigel Fairwick.
Nigel Fairwick? He's the TV producer who creates all those vapid reality shows. Why would you want to talk to him?
He wants to produce a television show starring yours truly.
You're kidding me. Didn't he see that debacle of a TV interview you did the other morning?
Yes, in fact, that's why he wanted to talk to me. Apparently the show's ratings skyrocketed after I outed Barbie Porterson. The interview was all over the internet.
And this TV show of yours will allow you to perform additional acts of benevolence for the public good?
Sometimes. But mostly will consist of me diagnosing the illnesses of actors, political figures, and even world leaders.
Doesn't it bother you to exploit your gift like this?
Exploit? You just don't get it, do you? I'm not seeking these people out. Nigel Fairwick, the newspaper's looking for interviews, those patients in the waiting room, they're all coming to me. I'm the solution to their problems. I'm the answer to their prayers.
Spoken like a man with a true messiah complex. There's just something about your gift I've been trying to figure out. If you can feel your patient's pain, then you must be able to feel other things as well.
Like what?
Like their emotions. You must be able to feel their fear, their anxiety, their despair. Do you feel those things, Kyle?
I feel them.
Then why don't you ever talk about them? In all the interviews you've given, I've never heard you once mention the patient's emotions.
Because it's irrelevant. It's the pain that helps me diagnose the illness. Besides, those feelings only last as long as I touch the patient.
So you shove those emotions aside. The way you've done with your own emotions all your life, I guess. Don't you see what you're missing? You could be relating to your patients in a way that no other physician could ever hope to achieve. You could treat your patients on every conceivable level, not just the physical, but the emotional, the spiritual. Kyle, you're the winner of some sort of cosmic lottery. Don't squander it on a mindless television freak show.
I'm sharing my gift with my patients. If I go on TV, I can share it with the world. How is that squandering my gift?
Because you're doing it to stroke your ego.
How do you know why I'm doing this? Can you read my mind? Is that your gift? Oh, wait, I forgot. You don't have one. Hello? Nigel? No, it's all right. I'm glad you called back. I've decided I don't need more time to think. I want to get started on this TV show as soon as possible. This afternoon? Well, that sounds great. I'll see you then. Thanks.
You're really going to do this?
I have a meeting with Nigel in an hour to sign the contracts.
And what about your patients?
Tell them to come back tomorrow.
What if they don't want to? What if they can't?
Oh, they'll be back. That's the part you don't seem to understand, Doctor. Everyone wants to see the amazing Dr. Kyle Powers.
Well, Dorothy, my last patient has left the building. Let's start closing up shop.
Way ahead of you, Doctor.
Hey, I put the TV on in the waiting area. Kyle's TV show is about to start.
Oh, I don't want to miss this.
Oh, yes. We shouldn't miss the circus when it comes to town.
Come on, Doctor, it started.
I'm coming.
Hello, America, and welcome to Doctor in the House, the new show that promises to be the most amazing, the most remarkable, the most astounding television program you've ever seen. I'm Gil Montgomery, and I'll be your master of ceremonies.
Master of hyperbole is more like it.
And now, let's bring out the man who's been written about in every newspaper, magazine, and medical journal in the country, nay, the world. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kyle Powers.
Wow, a standing ovation.
You'd think he was the second coming.
He thinks he is anyway.
How come he's sweating so much?
He's probably just nervous.
I don't know. He looks kind of pale, too.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Gil.
Are you feeling okay, Doctor?
I'm not sure. I've been feeling a bit lightheaded today.
Well, physician, perhaps we'll give you a chance to heal thyself later in the show. But right now, we're going to bring out your first patient. Are you ready?
Yes,
I think he fainted.
Oh, no.
Perhaps we should go to a commercial.
But what's wrong with him?
He's not getting up.
Can somebody help me, please? Is there a doctor in the house?
I better head down to the studio. Kyle, I've got the results of your tests. They're pretty extensive.
Tell me.
Well, simply put, your autoimmune system has completely broken down.
Can you tell why?
No, I can't find anything that would cause it. There was something about your results, though, that looked familiar. I'd seen this pattern before, but I couldn't remember where.
You've seen this pattern. You've seen this pattern in another person?
Not one person. Many people. I went back through your files of all your patients. Kyle, what you're experiencing is the affliction of every person you've treated in the past 3 weeks. Think about it. You've got emphysema like Mrs. Crandall. You've got stomach cancer like Mr. Drummond. Even have a kidney stone
like Mr. Gianelli.
Yeah, you get the idea. Every illness you've treated in the past 3 weeks is coursing through your body.
It was 3 weeks ago that...
You received your gift. I know.
How long do I have?
At the rate you're deteriorating, I'd say you've got 24 hours.
No. That just can't be.
Look, I know you're in a lot of pain. We're going to do what we can to make you comfortable. I want to run some more tests. There's got to be a way to beef up your immune system.
Bill, after the way I've insulted you, why are you showing me so much...
Compassion? It's part of being a doctor, right? Get some rest, Kyle. I'll be back.
The time is now 9 p.m. Visiting hours have ended.
Bill?
I'm afraid not.
You? What are you doing here?
I wanted to see how you're feeling. By the looks of you, I'd say you're knocking at death's door.
You did this to me, didn't you?
No. You did this to yourself. Remember our agreement? The one we shook hands on. The one you refused to read. You violated, let's see, Section 3, Paragraph 9, which states, the party in question will refrain from using his gift to advance, hasten, or otherwise promote his own personal agenda. You were given a gift intended to help you better understand your patient's feelings. But you managed to use it for your own gain. Quite an extraordinary display of abuse, really. In short, your discomfort is your own fault. And you are uncomfortable, aren't you? I sense that you're feeling more than pain. Yes. You feel the agony of every patient you ever intimidated or demoralized or humiliated. You feel their despair. Tell me about them, Doctor. Tell me about Mrs. Fitzsimmons. I believe you told her last week she has a spot on her lung. Can you tell me what she's feeling right now?
She's afraid she'll die without seeing her grandchildren.
And what about Katie Morgan, that college student who's been having dizzy spells? You sent her for a brain scan yesterday.
She's afraid she won't be able to marry her fiancé, have children, grow old with a loving husband.
And what about Mr. Hamner? You sent him for chemotherapy 2 weeks ago.
He's...
Yes?
He's filled with the terror of not knowing what lies beyond death.
It must be hard to carry the burden of all that despair. And what's worse, you're feeling it all at once, aren't you?
It's worse than the pain.
I can imagine. It must be unbearable. So tell me, Doctor, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the despair?
What?
How much worse has the hopelessness become in the past hour?
Don't!
40%? 30%?
Stop!
Is there a history of anguish or misery in your family?
Please stop!
Have you taken any medication that would cause this kind of acute melancholy?
Don't torture me like this!
What have you done today that would cause such agony, such utter torment?
That's enough!
Reached your limit, Doctor. And just answer one last question for me. Do you understand now how your patients feel?
Yes. I would prefer death to this much despair.
All right, then. Since you're already at the end of your rope, I suggest we end it as quickly as possible. I'm going to touch you one last time.
Northwest Medical Clinic, may I help you? Sure, let me transfer you.
Hey, Dorothy.
What is it, Millie?
It's a shame about Kyle, isn't it?
Yeah, a pity it had to end the way it did. I mean, for a little while, he had it all, and now, well, you know.
How have his patients been taking it?
Not well. Of course, I have to tell them what happened when they called to make an appointment.
That's a shame. But, you know, at least Kyle is at peace now.
Yeah. Well, he seemed very peaceful when I gave him his messages this morning. I guess a full recovery will do that to you.
That and a near-death experience.
Yeah, but it is too bad he lost his, well, you know, his gift.
Yeah. I wonder what it's gonna be like for him now. Just seeing patients as plain old Dr. Kyle Powers.
Good morning, Mr. Franklin.
Hi, Doctor.
I've got your test results here.
I know. I have a feeling you don't have good news for me.
I'm going to be completely candid with you. And before I tell you anything else, let me say this. What you've got is treatable. And we're going to exhaust every option available to get you well. So why don't we get out of this sterile examination room, go down to my office and have a cup of coffee, and work out the details.
Sounds like a plan. You know, I keep thinking about how everything could change. I'm retiring in a couple of months,
Margaret and I wanted to take a trip to Germany to see when my mother was born, and my daughter's about to have my first grandchild. I'm just afraid I'm not going to be around to see all that.
Mr. Franklin, I know exactly how you feel.
Meet Dr. Kyle Powers. Not the same one we met earlier, but a new and improved version. A person who has perhaps quite literally been to hell and back, and learned along the way that redemption requires no small amount of effort on the part of the recipient. It's a fundamental lesson that's customarily taught in Sunday school or at the feet of a beloved grandparent. But a select few insist on learning it the hard way, while traversing the antiseptic, shadowy corridors of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Amazing Dr. Kyle Powers, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was especially written for The Twilight Zone by Barry Rickert. Heard in the cast were Pat Fraley, Joby Cerny, Robin Moeller, Ty Davis, Ellie Weingart, Alex Sopner, Emmy Bloom Regali, Rob Riley, and William Dick. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone were done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by Todd Beyer, Craig Lee, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
Written by Lee Hansen, Jim Cook, and Ron Thompson. Our stars included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Clark Warren, Larry Moss, Herb Ellis, Joe Young, and Helen Funai. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, Earthlight, on Alien Worlds.
This is Lee Hansen. The next 2 episodes of Alien Worlds will not involve Starlab or our friends in the ISA. We're going to take you on a mystical journey through a science fiction fantasy adventure that explores the intergalactic origins of spiritual evil and how the inhabitants of the ancient planet of Aletheia set out to neutralize that evil over 2,000 years ago. Here then are Olin Soule, Lorene Tuttle, Russi Taylor, and Roger Dressler in Part 1 of our special presentation, Earthlight.
something silent fractures the Elysian midnight clouds, and they slowly puzzle apart, releasing the ghostly radiances of 3 white moons. Brilliant lunar light shimmers down onto Elysia's night side. Darkness dissolves as far north as the ion refineries at La Helia, as far south as the Aviara Sun Tower complex, as far east as the Lusaw Canal intersect, as far west as the domed wingship port at Darmus. Huge cloud fragments break away and drift past the moons. There is a sudden eclipse of light. Then the cloud fragments narrow to smoky splinters, curl up into the fluorescent winds of the aurora sphere, and vanish. The moonlight returns, intensifies, expands. It sweeps across the Starflight complex at Kalava, illuminates the celestial laboratories at Somari, seeps down into the Penumbrian shadow forest, and brightens the Pyramid of Deus, which rests at the forest's perimeter. A canal of dark water flows between the pyramid and the forest. Iridescent nova blossoms on the canal bottom sense the moonlight and rise to the surface, their translucent petals shimmering with color. Docked at the edge of the canal is a slender Elysian windship, its triangular sails folded, its 30-foot-long transparent metal hull low in the water. The huge main chamber inside the pyramid is illuminated by the pale yellow flames of 100 thick white candles. Moonlight streams in through the stained glass sky windows at the chamber's peak. Delicately woven tapestries and intricate mosaics decorate the angled walls. Beneath the sky windows sits Deus, the Father, Elysia's most highly evolved divine scientist. On the carved wooden table in front of him is an ancient voice book, its pages embossed with complex hieroglyphs. As he moves his fingertips over the hieroglyphs, the book voice tells him the future, reaffirming his dream about another expedition to the planet of Terralu.
A beautiful woman is blinded by visions of immortality and falls to sleep in a flower field. A star machine floats down into the scented voids of summer. A child is born. A healer of spirits walks across the deep currents of the faraway sea. The suffering are comforted. The dying are healed. The dead are reborn. The healer of spirits ascends to the stars. Terralu sinks below the fiery horizons of an alien sun. Faces look up. The sky stands still.
Terralu. So many expeditions. So little progress. So many of our sons and daughters lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
Deus?
Oh, come in and sit with me, Isabella.
Have you seen the sky, Deus? The clouds are gone and the moons are out. It's a perfect night for star flying.
Mm-hmm. The book said it would be.
Has the book reaffirmed that we're returning to the Veda sector of Terralu?
Yes, and it told me about the woman. Her name is Aram. She's young and strong and beautiful, and she's never known the Darkbringer virus.
Elishaba had never known the virus either. Do they share the same blood?
Yes. And because they do, the embryon child implanted in Elishaba during the last expedition and the embryon child of this expedition will share the times to come. The times to come. How are things progressing at Kalava?
The ship was moved to Dome 3 at sunset for fueling and ancillary pre-flight maintenance.
Has Aram's embryon child been taken aboard?
Yes. Lyria took him into the ship's nucleus chamber at moonrise. She's holding him in the secondary Genesis tank while Karmas finishes refocusing the convection lenses on the primary.
And what about Zuriel? Has he installed the new Paratron refractor?
He's still working on it. He would have finished by now, but there was a technical setback.
Oh?
When Zuriel examined the new refractor, he found that 2 of the waveform links were flawed. There wasn't time to send it back to Soma Ray, so he's correcting the flaw with a series of Nimbus filters.
Nimbus filters? I wasn't aware that such things existed.
They didn't until now. Zuriel synthesized them in the Spectrum Laboratory in Dome 6.
Is this the beginning of a new era in Alithian technology?
Well, Zuriel seems to think so. You know how he is when he does something especially inventive.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Deus,
Hmm?
when Aram's embryon child evolves to his final form and begins his work, will he be alone?
He will at first. But eventually there will be a multitude.
How will it end?
Tears, blood, a heart pierced with metal.
And what will become of us? Will we return to Elithia?
The book didn't know, Sibella. Where the journey back should have been, there was only silence.
Deus, was the book able to calculate the time lapse between our departure from Elithia tonight and our penetration of Terra Lu's gravity veil?
Yes, 11 solar days, 9 phenomeners.
When will we make contact with Aram?
3 phenomeners past sunrise on the morning of the 12th day. She'll be alone in a field near her village, gathering red and white flowers.
Red and white. Blood and purity.
Yes. The 2 elements that will haunt Aram to the end of her days. Well, it's getting late, Sibella. We'd better start for Kalava.
As Deus and Sibella walk down the luminescent gemstone path leading to the canal, a swarm of fluorescent blue spider moths stream out of the shadow forest, circle the canal's reflection of Elithia's 3 moons, and streak away into the flower-scented night. Sibella and Deus board Sibella's windship, move to the deep circular cockpit just behind the bow, and settle into thickly cushioned contour seats. Between the 2 seats is a narrow, transparent black systems console, its surface glittering with multiple rows of brightly colored control prisms. Sibella touches 3 of them, interfacing the windship's guidance system with the central canal link encoder at Darmus, the huge domed windship port which lies 75 demivectors south of the pyramid.
Your request for automatic guidance parameters has been received, Sibella. Your vessel will proceed from the Avatar Pyramid tributary through the Lusaw Canal intersect to the Tanil Imbria tributary arch. Automatic guidance will be terminated and manual control returned as you pass beneath the arch and approach the Kalava subcanal.
Tiny levers fold open in the windship's thin metal masts, releasing a quiet, magnetically generated wind which swells the translucent yellow sails. The small, graceful ship drifts out into the center of the canal, turns 45 degrees, and moves forward through the clean, clear water, nova blossom particles flaring in its wake.
Deus, what is calorescent spectrosite? I overheard Zuriel mention it to Karmas.
Spectrosite was the liquid light fuel that powered our first starships. We terminated its use long before you were born.
Why? Wasn't it efficient?
Yes, it was the perfect experimental fuel, Sibella. Efficient, highly unstable, and extremely dangerous. During the 3rd expedition, we killed 9,000 inhabitants of Terra Lu with it.
9,000. Deus, what happened?
An accident. A circuit malfunction caused a fuel bay hatch to open, and an armed spectricide fuel pod was ejected. The pod exploded on impact between two wilderness cities that stood near the shore of a dying inland sea. When Carmus and Lyria went down in a lander to look for survivors, all they found was a young female in the nearby hills.
Was she alive?
No. Spectricide radiation had transformed her into a pillar of white ionic stone. She stood like a statue, looking back at where the two cities had been.
The perimeter of the shadow forest slowly fades into the night as the wind ship leaves the Avatar Pyramid tributary and sails out into the Lusaw Canal intersect, the vast artificial lagoon where all of Ilithia's equatorial waterways converge. Deus settles back in his seat, looks up at the three moons through half-closed eyes, and slowly wills himself into a memory trance. A chill surges through his body. The nuclei of his secondary blood cells divide, releasing the organically stored experiences of another time. Then a bright rushing sound only he can hear takes his mind 1,000 years into the past. Sunlight and warm winds touch his face. He glides over the sea of echoes in a small windship. In the bright, pale green distance is Reviva Island. On it stands the great white dome of Ilithia's exobionic observatory. The observatory has been receiving and analyzing scan tracings from two drone flyers, which are exploring the void of the 9 worlds in the far galaxy of Siricius. Both flyers have discovered something unexpected and ominous. Diabas, the observatory matriarch, is concerned.
Have you confirmed it, Diabas?
Yes. Sit here beside me, Deus. I'll transfer the visual data to the wall screen.
An abstract three-dimensional scan pattern fluoresces onto the large triangular wall monitor and slowly becomes a geological image of multi-layered earth and volcanic rock. Embedded in one of the layers are the mummified bodies of 3 nude humanoid women. Next to them are 5 black skeletons whose grotesque skulls resemble the heads of ebony gargoyles. Each skeleton lies against a secondary pattern of thin black bones, the bones of what were once large, bat-like wings.
Another world contaminated by Darkbringers. Is it a planet in this star system?
No. It's in the Siricius galaxy. Terralu, the only inhabited planet in the void of the 9 worlds. Drone flyer Septus began transmitting these substrata images 7 days ago.
Was it a full-scale invasion?
No, it was confined to a relatively small area near Terralu's equatorial meridian.
When did it happen?
19 light eons ago, just as Terralu was entering its 3rd neuroevolution. They lived in caves then, Deus, and ate the flesh of things that crawled and flew.
How large was the attack force?
1 Darkbringer Legion, probably an inquest unit. They invaded the cave settlement, killed the males and children, and then attacked the females. The same assault methods they used here, and on Anianus and Telluria.
Why didn't the assault extend beyond that one area?
The region was destroyed during the attack by a first-magnitude stratoconvulsion and volcanic eruptions. An enormous chasm breached open, and the entire settlement collapsed into it. The Darkbringer Armada was probably in an observation orbit during the assault, but when they saw the instantaneous destruction of an entire legion, I think they became frightened and moved out into deep space.
Yes, you're probably right. They always did become blind with confusion in the presence of unexpected planetary convulsions. Have the reproductive organs of the dead females been analyzed?
Drone flyer Erebus transmitted its scanner analysis last night. The bodies of all 3 females contain traces of calcified Darkbringer insemination fluid.
Have you received a retrospective survival projection?
Yes. According to the residual biotime scan from drone Erebus, there were over 800 female survivors. All of them inseminated during the assault. None of their newborns had any physical Darkbringer characteristics, but they all emerged from their parent mothers, saturated with the Darkbringer anti-light virus.
Has the virus evolved with them?
This morning, from an orbital distance of 300 nemavectors, drone Septus hemoscanned the entire population of Terra Lu. It saw the virus in the blood and bone marrow of every male and female, regardless of tribe or age.
And has the virus affected them in the same way it affected us?
There are variations, even some resistance at first. But in time, the virus flourishes, and the inner light grows dark.
Without any evolutionary interference from us, how much longer will the virus control Terra Lu?
A minimum of 500 centuries.
But by the end of that time, the entire Sirius galaxy would be contaminated.
There's only one choice, isn't there?
Yes, an expedition. We know the inner light can be resurrected through induced evolution meditations. We proved that here. We proved it on Anianus and Telluria. Diavus, do you see any reason why our spirit magicians couldn't teach the meditations on Terra Lu?
I see 2 reasons. The anti-light disease wasn't as advanced on those planets. And where Anianus and Telluria were both entering an age of radiance when the invasions came, Terra Lu is still hyper-primitive and superstitious. It would be impossible to land ships there without terrifying. Our teachers will have to come to Terra Lu from within, not from without.
Embryons?
Yes. Created from your blood and implanted in their female. It would take time. It would be difficult. It would be dangerous. But in the end, the virus would be neutralized. The light would be resurrected. And Terra Lu would no longer be divided against itself.
Terra Lu.
Terra Lu.
So many expeditions.
It would take time.
So little progress.
It would be difficult.
So many of our sons and daughters lost.
It would be dangerous.
1,000 years.
But in the end, the virus would be neutralized. The light would be resurrected. And Terra Lu would no longer be divided against itself.
Diavus.
Deus?
Ah, Sibella. I was just remembering an old friend, and 100 other nights like this, and 100 other expeditions. So much time has passed. So many of Alithia's sons and daughters have been lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
What did you do after the Darkbringers killed your parent mother and father?
I escaped into the wilderness of Bas with a group of scientists and technical magicians from the city of Tialin. We thought we'd be safe there, but 3 days after the initial attack, Darkbringer annihilation squads began saturating the atmosphere and waterways with the virus. Eventually, we all became infected to some degree.
The effects of the anti-light disease have never been described to me, Deus. What actually happens?
It begins with an underlying discontent with the ceremonies and celebrations of life. Intelligence is corrupted. Emotion displaces logic. Imagination ceases to evolve. the ability to separate the symbols of existence from existence itself disappears. And so does the belief that all life is sacred. The effects are irresistible and inescapable, even in the unconscious sanctuaries of sleep.
How long were you in the wilderness?
25 years. Do you know the story of Vershila?
Oh, some, but not all of it.
Vershila was a mantric high priest who came to us in the wilderness during our 25th year of exile. He told us he had cured himself of the anti-light disease through a series of induced evolution meditations. He had discovered the meditations in the Persana ut Valia Jewel, the ancient Alithian poem of creation. He taught us the meditations, but we healed ourselves. Then we went out from the wilderness and secretly taught the meditations throughout Alithia.
And the revolution against the Darkbringers began 50 years after that?
Yes. Our technical magicians built secret subterranean laboratories where they created ships armed with powerful liquid light injectors. 1 year after our ships rose up against them, the Darkbringers abandoned Alithia, and the Age of Radiance began.
As the wind ship approaches the Tanil-Imbria tributary arch, it passes a sun tower complex construction site on the lagoon's northern shore. Polished metal, saucer-shaped hover drones lower huge white sun tower obelisks onto thick pads of fluorescent synergite. Giant constructor tripods stand in front of the huge synergite blocks, their long, flexible arms coiled around the 400-foot-tall sun towers, guiding them into place. The complex is surrounded by multifaceted solar energy domes and power dispersion pyramids made of thick, white crystal.
Did you see Shiva today?
Yes, we walked in the forest this morning.
How does she feel about the new sun tower complex? It looks as though it's nearly finished.
She's delighted with its progress. The iron refineries at Lahilia and the floral hatcheries at Vianatet are already drawing power from it. She estimates it'll be fully operational in another 6 days.
We'll be halfway to Terra Lu in 6 days.
Sabella, are you concerned that the book didn't know if we'd be coming back?
What will become of Asteus if the ship should fall into a star?
The prospect of death doesn't disturb you, does it?
No.
No, I thought not. Then, what does?
Rebirth. Have you ever imagined what it would be like to be reborn on some other planet? One that wouldn't care about our secrets or understand our ecstasies or forgive our failures?
There's no such planet, Sabella. Not in this universe.
Inside his pyramid on the ancient planet of Alithia, Deus, Ilithia's patriarch, listens as the voice of a sacred dream book reaffirms his sleep visions of another expedition to the planet of Terra Lu.
A beautiful woman is blinded by visions of immortality and falls to sleep in a flower field. A star machine floats down into the scented voids of summer. A child is born. A healer of spirits walks across the deep currents of the faraway sea. The suffering are comforted. The dying are healed. The dead are reborn. The healer of spirits ascends to the stars. Terra Lu sinks below the fiery horizons of an alien sun. Faces look up. The sky stands still.
Terra Lu. So many expeditions. So little progress. So many of our sons and daughters lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
Deus?
Oh, come in and sit with me, Sabella.
Has the book reaffirmed that we're returning to the Veda sector of Terra Lu?
Yes, and it told me about the woman. Her name is Aram. She's young and strong and beautiful, and she's never known the Darkbringer virus.
Elishaba had never known the virus either. Do they share the same blood?
Yes. And because they do, the embryon child implanted in Elishaba during the last expedition and the embryon child of this expedition will share the times to come. How are things progressing at Kalava?
The ship was moved to Dome 3 at sunset for fueling and ancillary pre-flight maintenance.
Has Aram's embryon child been taken aboard?
Yes. Lyria took him into the ship's nucleus chamber at moonrise. How will it end?
Tears, blood, a heart pierced with metal.
And what will become of us? Will we return to Elithia?
The book didn't know, Sibella. Where the journey back should have been, it was only silence. Well, it's getting late, Sibella. We'd better start for Kalava.
At the edge of the wide canal that flows past the pyramid, Deus and Sibella board a slender, transparent metal wind ship and settle into the deep cockpit behind the bow. Touching 3 small fluorescent prisms on the control console, Sibella interfaces the wind ship's guidance system with Elithia's central canal link encoder.
Your request for automatic guidance parameters has been received, Sibella. Your vessel will proceed from the Avatar Pyramid tributary through the Lusal Canal intersect to the Tamil Imbria tributary arch. Automatic guidance will be terminated and manual control returned as you pass beneath the arch and approach the Kalava subcanal.
Half an hour later, the wind ship sails out into the Lusal Canal intersect, the vast artificial lagoon where all of Elithia's equatorial waterways converge. Deus settles back in his seat, looks up at Elithia's 3 moons, and slowly wills himself into a memory trance that takes his mind 1,000 years into the past. 2 Elithian drone flyers have been orbiting Terralu, the only inhabited planet in the void of the 9 worlds. During their 13th orbit, the 2 laboratory drones have discovered something unexpected and ominous. Deus is called to Elithia's exobionic observatory, where scanner data from the 2 flyers is being decoded and analyzed.
Have you confirmed it, Diavas?
Yes. Sit here beside me, Deus. I'll transfer the visual data to the wall screen.
A geological image of multi-layered earth and volcanic rock fluoresces onto the large triangular wall monitor. Embedded in one of the layers are the mummified bodies of 3 nude humanoid women and the remains of 5 long black skeletons. Each skeleton lies against a secondary pattern of thin black bones, the bones of what were once large, bat-like wings. The skulls resembled the heads of ebony gargoyles.
Another world contaminated by Darkbringers. When did it happen?
19 light eons ago, just as Terralu was entering its 3rd neuroevolution. They lived in caves then, Deus, and ate the flesh of things that crawled and flew.
How large was the attack force?
1 Darkbringer Legion, probably an inquest unit. They invaded the cave settlement, killed the males and children, and then attacked the females.
Why didn't the assault extend beyond that one area?
The region was destroyed during the attack by a first-magnitude stratoconvulsion and volcanic eruptions.
Have the reproductive organs of the dead females been analyzed?
Drone flyer Erebus transmitted its scanner analysis last night. The bodies of all 3 females contain traces of calcified Darkbringer insemination fluid.
Have you received a retrospective survival projection?
There were over 800 female survivors. All of them inseminated during the assault. None of their newborns had any physical Darkbringer characteristics, but they all emerged from their parent mothers, saturated with the Darkbringer anti-light virus.
Has the virus evolved with them?
This morning, from an orbital distance of 300 nemavectors, Drone Septus hemoscanned the entire population of Terralu. It saw the virus in the blood and bone marrow of every male and female, regardless of tribe or age.
And has the virus affected them in the same way it affected us?
There are variations, even some resistance at first. But in time, the virus flourishes, and the inner light grows dark. There's only one choice, isn't there?
Yes, an expedition. We know the inner light can be resurrected through induced evolution meditations. We proved that here. We proved it on Anianus and Telluria. Diavus, do you see any reason why our spirit magicians couldn't teach the meditations on Terralu?
I see two reasons. The Anulite disease wasn't as advanced on those planets. And where Anianus and Telluria were both entering an age of radiance when the invasions came, Terralu is still hyper-primitive and superstitious. It would be impossible to land ships there without terrifying. Our teachers will have to come to Terralu from within, not from without.
Embryons?
Yes. Created from your blood and implanted in their females. It would take time. It would be difficult. It would be dangerous. But in the end, the virus would be neutralized. The light would be resurrected. And Terralu would no longer be divided against itself.
Diavus.
Deus?
Ah, Sibella. I was just remembering an old friend, and 100 other nights like this, and 100 other expeditions. 1,000 years. And it's just beginning.
Deus, was the book able to calculate the time lapse between our departure from Elithia tonight and our penetration of Terralu's gravity veil?
Yes. 11 solar days, 9 phenometers.
When will we make contact with Aram?
3 phenometers past sunrise on the morning of the 12th day. She'll be alone in a field near a village, gathering red and white flowers.
Red and white. Blood and purity.
Yes. The 2 elements that will haunt Aram to the end of her days.
Deus, Sibella, you are now approaching the Taniel-Imbria tributary arch. As you pass beneath it, automatic guidance will be terminated, and manual control of your winship will be returned. May the spirits of the 12 Lords of Light be with you on your journey to Terralu.
As the canal link override terminates, Sibella touches a control prism, which activates a triple row of bright rectangular lights in the bow. Then she steers the windship through the wide Taniel-Imbria tributary and enters the narrow Calava subcanal. A few moments later, the slim, transparent vessel glides across a small lagoon and docks at the edge of the Calava Starflight Complex. The complex is a vast, circular plain, flawlessly paved with interlocking triangles of white gemstone and red fire crystal. Hundreds of hexagon-shaped lamps free float around the perimeter, focusing brilliant light on 6 enormous copper-colored domes, a triple row of sun towers, and a primary launch arena. At the Calava dock, Deus and Sibella secure their windship and board a small hover drone which takes them across the gemstone and fire crystal plain to Dome 3. Inside the dome's airlock, Deus and Sibella remove their long, dark cloaks and fold them into a small compartment in the wall. later, they enter the dome's asepsis chamber and close their eyes and stand motionless as antiseptic light and sound sterilize their hair, skin, and outer garments. Then, a large circular hatch irises open in front of them, and they step through into the dazzling light of the dome's interior. In the center of the dome is Alithia's most powerful and complex starship, a huge ovaloid spacecraft created from organically grown metals. It rests heavily on 3 massive pneumatic parking spheres and dwarfs the 50 technicians who move over its seamless, polished metal surface. Parked in front of the starship are 3 teardrop-shaped tug crawlers, their transparent canopies slid open. 6 technicians string thin metal cables between the rear of the crawlers and towing rings on the ship.
What do the inhabitants of Terra think happens to them after death?
They believe that if they live lives of kindness and affection, their dream selves transmigrate to the serenities of Empiria.
And if they live negative lives?
Then their dream selves transmigrate to the fires of Stygia.
But those regions were destroyed during the subvoid annihilations.
The Darkbringer archipelago had its genesis in the fires of Stygia long before the annihilations. But as life was evolving on its surface, the archipelago left its orbit and passed through Empiria. And in this passing, Empiria's light began to destroy the Darkbringer primitives. But they survived and continued to evolve under the delusion that physical and spiritual light were their deadliest enemies.
In the center of the starship's nucleus chamber, the primary Genesis tank floats 1 meter above the floor. Inside the transparent egg-shaped tank, suspended in a shimmering mist of chill vapor, is the tiny embryon child. He floats on his side, delicate fingers curled against his face, eyes closed, dreaming of the warmly scented summer voices that lie ahead, and the beautiful woman who will end the chemical winter in which he sleeps.
Just look at him, Sibella. He's beautiful.
He takes after his father, Deus.
Lyria, is 12 solar days still the maximum span he'll be safe in cryosleep?
I was able to extend it to 15 days by altering the inversion factor of the chill vapor crystals. But 15 is the zero-time maximum. Any longer, and the altered crystals will begin to neutralize his cellular divinity.
Zuriel, have you calculated our time to Terralu's gravity veil?
11 solar days, 9 phenometers.
Is that an absolute calculation?
Absolutely.
Why are you so amused, Deus?
11 solar days, 9 phenometers is precisely what the book said.
It also said we're returning to the Vita sector for an encounter with a beautiful young woman named Aram.
Zuriel, have you synthesized a copy of the book?
I don't synthesize books, Sibella. I only synthesize Nimbus filters.
So I've heard.
Zuriel, how did you know about Aram in the Vita sector?
Aram's neuropulse is the only one in the bioindex terminal free of viral contamination. When I scanned the pulse, I found a first magnitude Vita sector imprint.
It seems you've finally become as wise as the book, Zuriel.
Zuriel, are we coming back from this expedition?
I don't know.
You're right, Lyria. He has become as wise as the book. It didn't know either.
Deus, may I see you for a moment?
Yes, Carmus. Where are you?
I'm in the systems index chamber.
Zuriel, you and Sibella go into the guidance chamber and begin the pre-launch procedures. Lyria, we'll have our usual talk after void entry. Is there a technical problem, Carmus?
No. The problem isn't technical, although technology was involved.
I don't understand.
I know we're returning to the Vita sector of Terralu, and I know the woman's name is Aram.
Zuriel?
No, I knew before Zuriel did. I was so curious to know where we were going that I got carried away and synthesized a copy of the book last night.
Karmas.
Yes, Deus.
Is nothing sacred?
Inside the dome, the three tug crawlers inch forward, tightening the thin towing cables that connect them to the ship. A huge section of the dome wall slides open. The tug crawlers move through the opening toward the brightly lit launch arena. Behind them, the giant starship rolls forward on its massive parking spheres. In the guidance chamber, Deus, Sibella, and Zuriel sit in cushioned pod chairs, facing a massive instrument console. Its dark metal surface alive with control prisms, regulator diodes, sequencer jewels, interface crystals, and iridescent decoder keys.
Start the pre-emanation cycle on the artificial gravity radiator, Sibella.
Interior gravity is stable at E.3. Grav factor links are sequenced to convert to E.9 during corridor penetration and E.12.1 at void entry.
Deus, an ion storm is forming in the penetration corridor over Illyria.
Karmas, we need a revised launch velocity.
Just a moment. A launch velocity of KPS .660 will take us through the storm before its primary spectrum collision phase.
KPS .660.
Sibella, engage the exterior hyperlight coils when we launch. Ion storms are too unpredictable not to take precautions.
Yes, Deus.
The ship is in position, Deus, and the towing vehicles have cleared the launch arena.
Engage the ancillary pulse drive reactor, Sibella.
Reactor engagement confirmed. Solar power matrix is stable at multiple sublinks 8, 18, and 80.
All ship register encoders, guidance optics, and inverter grids are hyperlinked and scanning.
Release the parking spheres, Sibella.
A hexagon-shaped hatch irises open in the bottom of the ship, and a huge gleaming tripod slowly telescopes down. Thick, metal-flex shock pads unfold from the tip of each tripod leg and press against the launch arena's white gemstone floor. The ship raises slightly, releasing the parking spheres which slowly roll away into the anchoring depressions at the arena's perimeter.
Pod chair emergency ejection hatches are armed. Pod chair floater cone nozzles are in phase.
REM scale time to launch is Tricon 0.3.1.
Retract the tripod, Zuriel.
The bright metal tripod withdraws into the ultraviolet glow of its storage bay, leaving the huge Elythian starship suspended 25 meters above the arena. 9 round ports iris open around the concealed tripod hatch, releasing thin beams of dazzling white light. Louvered exhaust vents blast raw magnetic waste against the arena floor, raising a translucent wave of fine white dust which rolls out over the anchored parking spheres.
REM scale time is terminated. Primary reactor interlock at binary 2.3.1.
Crimson hyperlight blink on around the edge of the ship. Then the huge spacecraft slowly rotates 90 degrees and begins its majestic ascent. At an altitude of 30 demivectors, the ship is a tiny ovaloid shadow at 9 pinpoints of light. At 120 demivectors, ship banks 18 degrees, angles up, and races toward the penetration corridor over Illyria. Suddenly, a section of the corridor ceiling tears away, and a sucking vacuum of ionized winds lash out, trying desperately to draw the ship up into its crushing vortex. Then, as suddenly as it began, the crisis is over, and the ship accelerates out through Ilithia's shimmering aurora sphere into the starlit serenity of deep space.
Is our embryon child safe, Lyria?
Yes, Deus. Safe and sleeping.
Have you decided what his name will be?
His name is the word the ancient thought magicians used to describe the power of the inner self. The word is Jesus, and it means, I am become the healer of worlds.
Written by Ron Thompson and starred Olin Soule as Deus, Lucy Taylor as Sibella, Mel Wells as Karmas, Byron Kane as Zuriel, Susan Silo as Lyria, and Lorene Tuttle as Diabas. Associate producer Ron Thompson, engineer Stu Jacobs, music director Tom Rounds, assistant to the producer Jim Cook, technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, The Seeds of Time, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy, along with scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority, watch over the countless suns, planets, and star systems that fill the universe. This week, Space Exploration Team Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff are hurled from the outer boundaries of space into the subatomic light and shadow of a world within a world, as the Infinity Factor Part 1 embraces the threshold of the unknown on Alien Worlds. Astrophysicist Tom Liu Ping has been performing experimental tests in supralight travel, moving at velocities beyond the speed of light. The final step in a series of tests is now at hand. A specially modified ISA Delta Series craft, the Hyperion, will be piloted by John Graydon and Buddy Griff at speeds traveled before only by an infinity of light.
Starlab Control, this is Tom Roping aboard the Hyperion.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Hyperion.
I just finished Timmy and 3, a little behind schedule. Jerry, I've got a revised ETA.
Any problem, Tom?
No problems, just a delay in getting launch clearance.
What's your new ETA, Tom?
15 minutes, 29 seconds.
Roger. I copy 15 plus 29er. Your docking orbit insertion coordinates are 614 at subvector Alpha, docking bay 3. Starlab, clear.
Roger, Starlab. Hyperion
did Tom Lu Ping arrive, Mora?
He got in at 0300, John. He was late leaving Timian 3. That's why we rescheduled the briefing. Here's his room. He should be ready by now. Oh, Tom, excuse us. I really didn't realize that you were...
It's okay. Come on in, Mora. I was just finishing my Tai Chi exercises.
Oh.
Ah, Captain Graydon. So good to meet you in person after all the visual communication.
Yes, hello, Tom. Nice to see you. Tai Chi, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of looks like slow-motion karate.
Yes, actually, it's more meditation than martial art.
Well, keeping in shape out here is a good idea. I do a little hatha yoga myself.
Oh, very good, Mora. Very good. Well, what's our program? I understand the briefing was rescheduled?
Yes, we're meeting at 1300 hours in room 2 on Level A Conference Center.
All right. I'll meet you there in a few minutes. Now this diagram on screen 6 shows the final modifications we've made on the Hyperion's drive system.
Well, it looks like you've practically rebuilt the entire Delta Series propulsion system.
Yes, that's right, buddy. But the key to super right veracity is the ion drive we've installed just behind the Starsmith Parsec accelerator.
What effect will superlight warp-through have on our communication systems?
In my preliminary tests, I experienced plasma sheath buildup that caused a temporary communications blackout.
Is there any way we can avoid the blackout?
No. But even though our telemetry signals will be delayed, when we reach super light speed, you'll be able to monitor our shadow image on the screen. But remember, the scanning brief will show where we were, not where we are. At warp speed, we'll actually surpass the frequency of light. Any final questions?
No, let's go.
Okay. Buddy, John, let's get our gear and prepare to launch.
Starlab Control to Hyperion.
This is the Hyperion. Go ahead, Mora.
Micron confirms your calculation for reaching supralight critical at vector 098.
098. Roger. Thanks, Mora.
Good luck with the test, and try not to lose touch.
Don't worry, we won't, Mora. Okay, buddy, let's do it. Interface all computer functions.
We have a positive decoder interlock on all data terminals. Manual launch functions are canceled. Real-time launch status, 15 seconds and counting.
Okay, Hyperion, you're cleared for launch.
Roger, Starlab.
Okay, let's see what this baby can do.
After months of planning and experimenting on Timian 3, astrophysicist Tom Liu Ping arrives at Starlab in preparation for the final phase of tests into supra-light-speed travel. Assisting in the tests and piloting the modified Delta Series spacecraft Hyperion are Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff. As the experimental vessel jets away from Starlab, Research Director Maura Cassidy prepares the monitoring procedure that will track the Hyperion's telemetry and progress during the multiple light-speed flight.
Oh, hi, Maura.
Hi, Jerry. How's it going?
Well, they've made a couple of orbits at light speed 1 to check the systems. We're monitoring them on screen 4.
Dr. Cassidy, this is Barbara, Spectral Analysis. Our monitoring is beginning to show telemetry distortion coming back from the Hyperion. What's their position, Barbara? We're tracking them in final orbit prior to the superlight entry at subvector 096. Okay, thanks, Barbara. Jerry, open a channel to the Hyperion.
This is Starlab to Hyperion. Over.
This is the Hyperion, Starlab. Jerry, I can barely reach you.
Roger. Hold on a minute, John. How's the signal now, John? Any better?
No, you're still breaking up, Jerry.
Tom, how's the ion drive functioning?
He's fine, boss. In fact, he's more effective than I thought it would be in pre-warp. We're going next to 15 different course directions, which should create
Can't you do anything about the transmission?
I don't know where all the hash is coming from, but there's some kind of interference. But the best we can do is keep the shadow blip on the screen.
All right. Well, that won't help us much communications-wise.
Dr. Cassidy, Barbara again. The mass proximity indicator registers a radical shift in the molecular density level of the Hyperion's hull.
Start an MPI printout recording, Barbara.
Mara, the Hyperion shadow blip has just disappeared from the screen. And they've vanished from all our tracking instruments.
Geez, what kind of light show was that? Scanners indicate we've walked through some kind of photon barrier.
Damage report, buddy. Well, the surge buffers between the ion drive and the parsec accelerator have shifted 110 degrees out of phase. And we've got heavy vibration and thermal overload on engine number 2.
Reduce power, buddy. Correct to a pitch of 312. And fire yaw thruster with a 0.5 vertical correction. Let's see if we can stabilize.
Right, Skip. She's coming around, Skip.
Where the devil are we?
Let me check the translocator beacon.
That's pretty strange.
What is it, buddy?
The beacon draws a blank. And celestial guidance doesn't respond either. It's as if we were in completely uncharted space.
Try a long-range scan.
I don't think that would be necessary. You'll find an Earth atmosphere planet at vector 659 Mach 5.
Where did you come up with those coordinates?
I can't tell you more than that. Trust me. Program the coordinates and you'll see.
Listen, Tom. If you know something we don't, you'd better come up with it right now.
It wasn't supposed to happen like this.
Tom, out with it.
Yeah, come on, man.
All right. About 6 months ago, I made breakthrough in my experiments.
What kind of a breakthrough?
I discovered a parallel universe during my first super-right walkthrough test in Delta 5.
Oh, terrific. Is that where we are now?
Yes.
What about the planet you just mentioned?
It's a water world called Asakusha. The people of the planet live on 2 islands. I made contact with one of the islands called Adusa. What I found was a world out of balance.
Out of balance? What do you mean?
The Asakushans had an ion generator that kept the people of the planet in balance, physically and emotionally. They regarded this generator as some kind of holy shrine. It's a 2-piece interlocking cylinder called the Altar of Light and Dark.
So what caused the imbalance?
The people from the other island, Kudor, broke into the shrine 2 years ago and stole half of the altar. As a result, the ion level of the atmosphere has shifted. This shift caused the people of Adusa to become weak and passive, while those of Kudor become strong and aggressive.
How did you get involved? Why did you get involved?
It was my intention to return to the planet after we had completed these tests and leave my ion generator with the people of Adusa so they could restore their physical and emotional balance. But now that the generator seems to have malfunctioned, I don't know what to do.
Jerry, start cross-checking the Hyperion's last known coordinates from the MPI graph.
Okay, Mara.
Starlab, this is Echo Leader.
Roger, Echo Leader. Go ahead.
We've completed our Phase 2 search and reconnaissance. There's not a trace of the Hyperion anywhere.
No debris? No sign of wreckage?
No, apparently she didn't break up. There's nothing here.
All right, Echo Leader, thanks. Return to base.
Roger, Starlab, Echo Leader on the return.
Starlab, clear.
What could have happened to them? Even at light speed, spacecraft don't just disappear.
Buddy, how's number 2 engine holding up?
Thermal overload is critical, Skip.
Okay, shut it down. We're gonna have to put her in the water.
Okay, Skip. We're on descent. 1,000 meters to impact. 500 meters.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Oh, my head.
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'll be okay. Just give me a couple of minutes.
I wonder if the ship sustained any serious damage. I think we're okay. The flotation collar inflated on impact. I don't see any structural damage. Open the hatch, Tom. Let's see where we are. See anything?
Yes. A small boat approaching. It's Lady Kami and Rod Serling.
Friendlies, I hope.
Yes, they're the ones from Medusa I told you about. Lady Kami!
You did come back.
Thank God you found us, and not the raiders of Kodor. You brought others. Yes, Rod Serling. This here is John Graydon.
Hello.
And Buddy Griff.
Pleased to meet you.
You come with us. We take you to Adusa.
Why did the people from Kodor steal the beacon device from the sacred altar?
Warlord Heko sought to gain control over the two islands. To him, possession of the altar represented ultimate power, but he did not realize the far-reaching effect this would have. With each new tide, his people grew more hostile and aggressive. That is why the two halves of the shrine must be restored. If not, all the people on Sukusha will eventually die because of this imbalance.
Will you help us with this task?
Buddy, what do you think?
Well, we're here. We might as well see what we can do.
All right, then. Looks like we're going to Kodor. Where is Kodor?
It is 26 miles across the sea.
The Four Preps, 1958.
What does he mean?
Never mind. It's just Buddy's way of breaking the tension.
Orbiting above the emerald green water world of Sukusha, the Hyperion develops an engine malfunction, forcing John Graydon to ditch the ship in the sea. 10 minutes later, John, Buddy, and Tommy Lou Ping are rescued and taken to the nearby island of Adusa. Here, Lady Kami and Lord Gunshow convince them to help Adusa recover a sacred altar from the nearby enemy island of Kodor. Meanwhile, on Kodor, Fleet Officer Sora enters the Imperial throne room with a message for Heko, Kodor's ruling warlord.
Lord Heko, alien skyship, fallen waters near Adusa.
Skyship? Come now, Sora. You know that such things exist only in legend. Perhaps you have had a vision.
Then it is vision I not see alone. Every watchtower on windward side of Kodor see also.
Shared visions are not uncommon, Sora. Have you consulted the Oracle for an explanation of this phenomenon?
I need not consult Oracle, my lord. I need only consult telescope. Skyships still float in waters near Adusa.
Not possible.
Step to window, my lord. You see. Here, take telescope.
How they do it, Sora?
My lord?
Gansho and the Lady Kami. How is it that they have the power to call the sky gods into their service?
How I should know, Lord Heko.
What do you mean, how I should know? You better find out. I want to contact our spies on Adusa. I want to know who those those intruders are. And I want to know before night tide. Lord Heiko!
Mora must be going crazy wondering what's happened to us.
Yeah. Dear Mora, we're somewhere in a parallel universe. The weather is overcast, and so are we. Your pals, Buddy and John. P.S. Help. Where's the post office, Gunshaw? I want to get this off right away.
What is your friend talking about, Tom? He's expressing dissatisfaction with our circumstances.
Can you blame him?
No, I suppose not.
Look, Tom, we know that you should have told us about all this before the Hyperion took off. So we're not going to get too upset right now. But when we get back to Starlab, if we ever do, you'd better be prepared to run for your life. All right?
All right. And thanks.
Our ship is ready, my lord Gansho.
Wait a minute. I don't mind sailing into the Valley of the Shadow of Death, but not in broad daylight.
The sun sets quickly on twilight afternoons like these, Buddy. It will be dark long before we sail.
Cross your heart?
My heart?
That's just Buddy's way of asking for reassurance, Cammy.
Oh. Yes, Buddy. Cross my heart.
Tom, where's the equipment you brought ashore from the Hyperion?
Over here, John.
Let's see. 2 laser rifles, 2 hard beam photon pistols, 5 night vision helmets, a tool pack, and a hospital kit. Okay, pass out the helmets, buddy.
Right, Skip. What use are these helmets, John?
The lens on top projects a type of light that can be seen only if you look through the helmet's faceplate.
Then, when we get to Kodor, we will be able to see in the dark without those in the dark seeing us. Yes?
Yes.
That's right.
Another miracle of rare device. You have so many. Are they endless?
I hope not, Gunshow. We're going to need every miracle we can get our hands on before this is over.
The night tide cycle is beginning, my lord Gansho.
Yes. Yes, it is time we sailed. Have you told Kiyatsu where we are going?
Yes. He's been aboard the ship all afternoon charting our course.
Who is Kiyatsu? He is our helmsman and navigator, Tom. He knows these waters better than anyone on Adusa.
Okay, let's get going.
Sora, do you still have the message the carrier brought this afternoon?
Hey, Lord Eiko?
Read it to me again.
But Lord Eiko, I already read to you dozen times.
Please, Sora, if you wish to remain in the good graces of your Imperial Warlord, you will indulge him, not question him.
Excellent point, Lord Heiko. My Lord Heiko, Gonshu, Kami, and 3 sky gods depart for Kodar on night tide. Course I have charted will take ship within 100 leagues of Pagoda Tower, between islands. Your faithful servant, Kiyatsu.
Good old Kiyatsu. He certainly does epitomize the word spy, doesn't he?
He does indeed, my lord.
And what arrangements have been made to welcome our visitors from Adusa?
But, Lord Heiko...
Tell me again, Sora. I love the image it conjures up.
15th Kodorian siege galleys positioned in semicircle round Pagoda Tower. When Kiyatsu sail past tower, circle will close, and Gonshu, Kami, and Sky Gods will be taken prisoner.
Oh, you certainly have a way with the words, Sora.
Aye, thank you, Lord Heiko.
By the way, what you plan to do with them after they're captured?
We'll try to persuade the Sky Gods to give us the secrets of their power.
Eh? And if they not easily persuaded?
Then we will simply feed them to the cannibal eels. And when no trace of them remains, we will tell ourselves they never existed. After all, Sora, life must go on.
Last week's episode, astrophysicist Tom Liu Ping arrived at Starlab for a final phase of tests in the development of supralight travel. Piloting the modified Delta Series spacecraft Hyperion and assisting in the tests are space exploration team captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff. As the experimental vessel jets away from Starlab, Mora monitors the progress of the multiple light speed flight.
Dr. Cassidy, the mass proximity indicator registers a radical shift in the molecular density level of the Hyperion's hull.
Start an MPI printout recording, Barbara.
Mora, the Hyperion shadow blip has just disappeared from the screen. And they've vanished from all our tracking instruments.
A flash of multicolored light sweeps past the Hyperion as it passes from one dimension into another and enters a parallel universe known only to Tom Liu Ping.
Where the devil are we? You will find an Earth atmosphere planet at vector 659 Mark 5. It's a water world called Sakusha. The people on the planet live on 2 islands. I made contact with one of the islands called Adusa. What I found was a world out of balance.
Out of balance? What do you mean?
The Sakushans had an ion generator which kept the people on the planet in physical and emotional balance. It's a 2-piece interlocking cylinder they call the altar of light and dark.
So what caused the imbalance?
The people from the other island, Kudor, stole half of the device. As a result, the ion level in the atmosphere shifted. The people on Adusa have become weak and passive, while those on Kudor have become strong and aggressive.
Orbiting above the emerald green water world of Sakusha, the Hyperion suddenly develops an engine malfunction and is forced to ditch in the sea. Minutes later, John, Buddy, and Liu Ping are rescued by Tom's friends, Lady Cammy and Lord Gunshow. The 3 are taken to the nearby island of Adusa, where they're asked to go to Kodor and help recover the cylinder stolen from the altar of light and dark.
Will you help us with this task?
Buddy, what do you think? Well, we're here. We might as well see what we can do.
Meanwhile, on Kodor, Fleet Officer Sora and ruling warlord Heiko, now aware of the plot to regain the cylinder, discuss a counterplan.
15th Kodorian siege galleys positioned in semicircle round Pagoda Tower. When Gyatso sail past tower, circle will close, and Gonshu, Kami, and Sky Gods will be taken prisoner.
And now, the conclusion of the Infinity Factor on Alien Worlds.
Jerry, let me see the last telemetry printout on Hyperion.
There you go, Mara.
Thanks. Jerry, has all this data been cross-checked?
As far as I know. Why?
Well, according to this, the Hyperion is still right where it was when it disappeared.
What? And then why aren't the scanners picking it up?
They can't, Jerry. The MPI data indicates the Hyperion has been reduced to the size of a subatomic particle.
Lord Guncho! Kodorian siege galleys! They're all around us!
I see no Kodorian vessels, my lord. Perhaps that helmet causes her to see things that are not there.
No, Kiatsu. The helmets allow her to see through darkness.
Lord Guncho!
Let me light this lantern so I might see.
Kiatsu, what are you doing?
Skipper, he's signaling those ships. Stop him.
I can see many boats closing in on us.
What are we going to do?
We're going to take them out, that's what. Skip?
Right, buddy.
Fire!
By the gods! A right-wing shooter. Good work. They break formation.
Look! There's Kodor! I can see the island!
Tom, take the helm. I know a cove just beyond those cliffs.
As the ship carrying John, Buddy, Tom, Lord Gunshow, and Lady Cammy approaches the pagoda tower between Adusa and Kodor, Kiatsu, the ship's helmsman, signals to the fleet of Kodorian siege galleys waiting in the darkness.
Stop, Kiatsu!
Skipper, he's signaling those ships. Stop him!
Suddenly realizing that Kiatsu is a Kodorian spy, John and Buddy knock the traitorous helmsman unconscious and engage the enemy warships with laser rifles. Half an hour later, Fleet Officer Sora reports the outcome of the battle to Warlord Heiko.
10 ships, my Lord Heiko. The Sky Gods projected lightning bolts that destroy 10 of our ships. I nearly drowned.
Where are the Adusans and the Sky Gods now, Sora? You have captured them, yes?
No.
No! What do you mean, no?
I mean, no. We did not capture them. They escaped to the other side of the island.
Escape? You had better find them, Sora. I'll drown you myself.
Oh, Lord Heiko, you don't want to do that, do you?
Kiatsu! Rod Heiko. Kiatsu! What happened? When I tried to signal our ships, Sky Gods knocked me out. Where are they now, Kiatsu? In a cove on other side of island. When they went ashore, I escaped. They're after the cylinder for the Order of Right.
So, my trusty Kiatsu, you did not fear me after all.
No, Rod Heiko. I not fear.
Kiatsu, tell me about the Sky Gods lightning. How did they do it?
Kiatsu? How I should know, my lord? I out cold during battle. You missed the whole thing! That will be all, Kiatsu. Yes, Rod Heiko.
Sora, hi. You were there. You tell me about the lightning. Was it wonderful? Oh, Lord Heiko, it was so terrible. And yet, it was beautiful, too. Everywhere there was lightning. Red, orange, and purple. There was fire and smoke and the clack of wooden masts splitting, rolling and burning. It was as if the night itself had turned to fire.
Oh, Sora, such a way with the words you have.
How much further to Heiko's palace, Lord Ganshu?
Up ahead,
on the ridge.
Do you know where Heiko keeps the cylinder?
Yes, in his throne room.
Do you remember how to get into the palace, Lord Gunshaw?
Yes, lady. I remember.
How long's it been?
He was brought here 200 moontides ago and nearly tortured to death by Heiko's warriors as a demonstration of Kodor power.
I used to come here often. Kodor was once the trade center for the two islands.
Of course, that was before Lord Heiko became so obsessed.
Yes. But we do have one advantage. Heiko must certainly know by now that we are in the company of sky gods.
Everyone on Sakusha fears the sky god legends, even Heiko.
Oh, I'm sure we can make that work for us.
What do you mean, buddy?
We'll use our lasers to make them dance a little. I mean, we don't want to hurt them.
It is good you do not wish to harm anyone. We also believe this to be right. To hear you speak makes me feel for the first time since the theft of the cylinder that all is not lost.
Don't worry, Gunshaw. We'll get your cylinder back.
And I will do my best to understand the manner in which to restore the altar. But I will need your help, Rod Gunshaw.
Yes, Tom.
Can you tell me if there are any insignias, markings, colors, or anything like that which connect the two halves of the altar?
Yes. The markings on the two halves of each disc fit together to form the law of the word symbol.
Stop a moment, Just a moment. Please show me the symbol. Here, draw it for me on the ground.
Oh, yes.
A circle. Of course. The infinity factor.
My Lord Heiko! Sky gods Gunshaw and Lady Kami enter palace. What shall we do?
What shall we do? We should call the gods, you idiot! Gods!
Lord Heiko!
Gods, where are they?
But Lord Heiko!
Where are my gods?
I already called guards, my lord. They ran away, frightened by sky gods. Lightning shot us. Run!
My gods run away! Sora, quickly! The cylinder. Take it!
Lord Heiko! Lord Heiko, stop! Oh, you will be killed!
Oh, where? Oh, Rod the Gunshaw and the Lady Kami! Oh, welcome back to Kodor!
We have come to take back the cylinder for the altar.
Take it back?
That's right. Hand it over, Heiko.
And if I refuse?
You've seen the power of our lightning shooters on your vessels.
How about we make a trade? You, sky gods, give me secret of your power, and I return a cylinder. Huh?
Lord Heiko, see that vase over there?
Oh, that's very beautiful, yes? It is my favorite. Oh, you destroy my Kodorian Pagodavis! Sora, attack!
Not me, Lord Heiko. Sora not want to end up like a vase.
All right, Heiko, that's it. Tell us where the cylinder is, now.
Sora, sky gods have us in tight spot. Hey, give it to them. Please. All right. Cylinder is over there. Behind curtain.
Yes, it is here.
Yes, and Rod Gunshaw.
Oh, Lord Gunshaw.
All right, everyone, come on. It's nearly daylight. Let's head back to the boat and set sail for the shrine.
Confronted at last by what Heiko believes to be sky gods, John, Buddy, and Tom Liu Ping convince him to surrender the cylinder, which will restore Sakusha's ion generator. Meanwhile, Commissioner White arrives on Starlab to confer with Mora about the mysterious disappearance of the Hyperion.
There's a strong possibility that whatever happened to them isn't alien to Tom Liu Ping at all.
What do you mean?
As soon as we heard about the Hyperion's disappearance, we pulled all of Tom's research tapes and retraced his experiments. We discovered through the fuel inventories that he'd taken some earlier test flights that no one knew about.
Well, how does this tie in with his research?
Well, from what we could decipher, he discovered some kind of parallel universe. There's also an emotional involvement. We found his diary.
Personal motivation.
Yes. He intended to return to this sphere of existence all along.
I can't get over it. The shrine, it's so beautiful. The hieroglyphics. These paintings. And these. They look like formulas.
The markings represent the entire story of Sekusha's great plan. It tells of how our world was to become one of perfect balance and wisdom. The altar was placed here to ensure that future.
Lady Kami, Tom has restored the altar. It is working.
All right.
Well done, Tom.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't as difficult as you expected.
It was actually quite simple. Once Rod Gunchu gave me the description of the pattern the two cylinders formed. It's a very primitive ion generator by our standards, but quite effective.
How soon will the effects become noticeable, Tom?
I measured the output of the ion generator as soon as it began working. I would estimate that its effect on the Secusians will be seen shortly.
Look, a ship is approaching. It's Heiko's inferior warship.
We've just enough time to reach our ship before the generator is up to full power.
Okay, let's go. But remember, buddy, we don't really know what effect this generator will have on these people, or on us.
As John, Buddy, Tom, Cammy, and Lord Gunshow carefully make their way back to the ship, Sekusha's ancient altar of light and dark fills the air with an ionized aura, re-establishing the planet's balance. Meanwhile, aboard Lord Heiko's Imperial flagship.
Ah, Sora, isn't it a wonderful day for a sailboat ride? Water smooth and the wind just right.
Hey, my lord. Sailboat, very relaxing. Lord Heiko, huh? Didn't we have something we were going to do today?
Ah, yes, Sora. I believe you're right. Did it have anything to do with Rod Gunshow? There's his vessel off the window at the side.
Hi. It must be we were to sail with him. Shall we go alongside?
By all means, Sora. By all means. Let us greet our old friend, the good and kindly Lord Matusa. Rod Gunshow! Lady Kami! How are you?
Excellent, Lord Heiko. Excellent.
Who are your three friends?
They are friendly visitors from another world.
Another world? You hear that, Zora? Visitors from another world? What other world, Rod Gunshow?
Earth.
Earth? What a funny name for a world. You must bring your friends to Koda for a visit.
Thank you, Lord Heiko. Glad to see that you're feeling better.
Thank you. We will look forward to that. Be seeing you.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Lord Heiko.
Sora, what did the visitor from other world mean? Now that I'm feeling better, have I been ill?
Perhaps he was just wondering about your health.
Where I never felt better. So good to be feeling so good. Eh, Sora? Hey?
I could not believe how quickly Heiko changed.
Yeah, he really went from a tiger to a pussycat, didn't he?
A tiger to a pussycat.
Buddy means he went from ferocious to gentle, Lady Kami.
I am glad Lord Heiko became pussycat.
Well, it's good to see the altar fulfill its purpose in restoring the Kudorian psychological balance.
Now, Lord Heiko, will be able to govern his island wisely, gracefully, and with great kindness.
What about your skyship? Will it be able to return you to your world?
What I learned about your ion generator showed me how to repair our spacecraft. We will be able to return safely, I'm sure.
Will you ever return to Sakusha?
There is enough in common in our hearts to make us all part of a great oneness. We too often forget one another. The emptiness is illuminated by the light of the heart. I must accept full responsibility for what I have done in our world first. Then perhaps I may return and go forth with what I have helped you create and give you greater understanding of what you have yet to create.
We will always remember your presence and what you have brought to us.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lady Kami. Lord Gunshow.
Goodbye, buddy. John.
So long. Remember to keep clear of the ship when we lift off.
All right. You have a safe journey.
As Lady Kami and Lord Gunshow watch the Hyperion rocket away from the emerald green water world of Sakusha, John, Buddy, and Tommy Ping make ready for the critical warp back through time and space into their own universe.
Buddy, let's program our coordinates for FTL reentry.
Right, Skip.
Tom, that circle Gunshow drew on the ground, what was that all about?
This circle, John, was the missing key to all my research. I knew that by understanding what had happened on Sakusha, I would be able to understand what I had discovered. We were reduced in time and space to an infinity where balance is restored through the cohesiveness of philosophy and science together. And the moon circle on the cylinders united the two.
The moon circle?
Yes, you see, the circle had been broken, separated. And the way the two cylinders fit together restored the circle and the balance of Sakusha.
We're programmed for FTL re-entry at Vector 558, Mark 1, Skip.
Okay. Keep your fingers crossed.
Mora, Commissioner White, look. The Hyperion's back on the screen. At least I think it's the Hyperion.
Wow. Looks like your theory may have been well-founded, Commissioner.
Yes, it looks that way, doesn't it?
Hyperion to Starlab, over.
All right.
It is them.
We read you, Hyperion. Welcome back.
Thanks, Jerry. What's going on, a party?
You might say that, yes. Are you all okay?
Oh, we're fine, Mora.
Where have you been? And do you know what happened?
Yes, we know what happened. We're still not sure how we got there, but it was an incredible experience. We'll tell you all about it soon. Jerry, give us a docking orbit insertion. And break out the Beaujolais. We're on our way home.
The Infinity Factor, Part 2, was based on a story concept by Larry Oakner and written by Lee Hansen, Jim Cook, and Ron Thompson. Our stars included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Clark Warren, Larry Moss, Herb Ellis, Joe Young, and Helen Funai. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, Earthlight, on Alien Worlds. Above the windy blue skies of Earth, slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. On Earth's moon, 250,000 miles beyond Starlab, Omega General Industries have uncovered the corroded hull of an ancient spacecraft during a lunar mining operation. Excavating further, they discover the mummified bodies of 50 extraterrestrial humanoids and a strange statue made of jet black crystal. Mining Operations Director Ray Farrell contacts the science complex at Lunar Base 12.
Roger, Omega General. Mine Pit 15, 9 kilometers due north of Clavius. A research team is on the way. Don't touch anything till they get there. Lunar Base 12 standing by.
2 hours later, Professor Victor Conrad and his research team arrive at the excavation. They finish their preliminary investigation at 0830 the next morning.
Hey, how's it going, Professor?
Well, the spacecraft's been under the lunar surface for close to 1,000 years, and the aliens were killed by something that turned their eyes and nervous systems into black crystal.
Black crystal? Like the statue?
The body samples and the statue samples are identical.
Well, what do you make of that damn statue anyway? The thing gives me the creeps.
I've seen that image 100 times, Mr. Farrell, carved in stone on most of the Gothic cathedrals of Europe. It's a gargoyle, a supposedly mythical creature that symbolizes ultimate spiritual evil.
1,000-year-old alien spacecraft buried beneath the lunar surface, and with it, a 4-foot-tall gargoyle made of black crystal. Mysteries from a forgotten time, waiting for a solution as part 1 of the ISA conspiracy, The Darkbringers, takes us from the bright side of the moon into the unearthly light and shadow of alien worlds.
Lunar Base 12 to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead.
Professor Conrad is standing by for Dr. Cassidy.
She's right here, Professor.
Mora, has the statue arrived yet?
It'll be here in about a half an hour. We heard from the shuttle a few minutes ago.
How is it being transported to Earth?
We've got an SET cruiser standing by.
Well, tell them to be careful with it, Mora. When we ran the thermal tests, it started to emit an ultraviolet glow that had all of us hallucinating.
Hallucinating? What do you mean?
For a few minutes there, we thought the statue was coming to life. Scared the pants off of us.
Coming to life? How did you get it to stop radiating?
Well, Arthur had the presence of mind to shut down the thermal generators, but the statue was still about 10% active at room temperature. We finally sealed it in a small liquid oxygen pot. As long as it's kept cold, it's completely inert.
We'll be careful with it, Victor. Anything else?
Yes, we're going to continue experimenting with the statue samples we've kept here. I'm setting up a photon saturation test now, and I'd like to interface our data terminals with your Mycroft computer, so you can monitor the tests from there.
Good, no problem, Victor. What will you need?
A couple of standard mode multiplexer channels should do it.
All right, I'll see to it right away.
And Mora, would you mind setting up a visual link, just in case?
Just in case of what?
I am not sure, but this whole business with the statue has everyone on edge around here. Even though it is gone, something about it is still here. Something quiet and dark.
Something invisible that waits in silent shadow, watching. Something the pilot and co-pilot of the lunar shuttle carrying the statue are unaware of.
Lou, you'd better go ahead and start the pre-ignition cycle for the retros. It looks like we picked up about 3 minutes when I cleared the booster nozzles.
3 minutes, 18 seconds to be exact. It just came up on the ETA monitor. I'll let Starlab know we're going to be...
Oh, hell. Meteorite puncture. Right through number 4 cargo bay. Well, it was just as in our day, Lou.
Oh, boy. How big's the hole?
A little over 3 centimeters according to the hull sensor. About the size of a marble.
Marble, huh? Steely, cat's eye, or shooter?
What?
Technical talk, Frank. I guess you didn't shoot marbles when you were a kid.
No, I lost mine by the time I was 13.
Give me my helmet. I'll go back and seal up that hole.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the closest I ever got to marbles after that was Chinese checkers.
Do you still play?
Once in a while.
Well, let's have a game or two when we get to Starland.
Oh, all right. $5 a game.
Make it 10 and you're on.
Sold. Lunar Shuttle 19 to Starlab.
Starlab, go ahead.
We're making better time than I thought. Our revised ETA is 10 minutes, 10 seconds.
Roger. Your new docking coordinates are 08 Alpha. Approach vector 2902.
Thanks, Starlab. How's it going back there, Lou?
The meteorite sheared the top off the pod with a statue in it. The liquid oxygen's leaking out.
Well, I told you it wasn't our day. Have you sealed the hole?
In the hull, yeah. There's not much I can do about the pod.
Well, they said to keep the statue on ice. Tell you what, flood the hole with chill vapor from the fire control system. That should keep it cold enough until we dock.
Frank, there's something moving around back here.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. It's hard to see anything through the chill vapor. Frank!
No!
An ancient shadow creature is loose aboard Lunar Shuttle 19. The sound of its unearthly fury merges with a terrified scream of co-pilot Lou Stratton. Then, silence. Pilot Frank Hollister activates the visual scanner in Cargo Bay 4.
Oh, my God. Lou!
Firing the shuttle's booster rockets, he accelerates toward the safety of Starlab, bringing with him the demon spirit of an alien world.
It's all there in the flight recorder, Dr. Cassidy. How many times do I have to go through this?
This is the last time, Lieutenant, I promise.
It won't work.
What do you mean? What won't work?
All this interrogation, you're not going to trap me into saying anything I haven't said before.
Look, no one's trying to trap you.
Oh, come on. Who do you think you're kidding? Yesterday it was the security officer, Major Wheeler. Last night it was Dr. Rossiter. Today it's you. You're working up a psychological profile on me, right?
You're wrong, Lieutenant. None of us had any intention of...
Lee Stratton was my best friend, Dr. Cassidy. But there just wasn't anything I could do.
When did you realize it was too late?
When I switched on the visual scanner and saw him hanging upside down from the storage rafter. His face. The look on his face.
What else did you see?
The statue. Sitting there in the corner, looking up at him.
Professor Conrad?
Yes, I am right here.
I've got Starlab on Scrambler Channel F. It's Dr. Cassidy.
Good. Patch her through.
Victor, Lieutenant Stratton's autopsy report just came off the computer. I have the printout here in front of me.
Anything definite on the cause of death?
No, there were too many variables. But the projections range all the way from 6 kinds of heart failure to terminal neuroinduction.
Terminal neuro... You don't mean death by psychic suggestion?
That's what it says here.
What about the black crystals in his eyes and nervous system?
They're identical to those you took from the bodies of the extraterrestrials. But Mycroft couldn't compute either the source or the structure.
What else?
His brain. It was 364 grams lighter than the average for a man his age.
What about the size?
Well, that's what's so strange, Victor. The size wasn't changed at all, just the weight. What do you think?
I think I'll go ahead with the experiments on the statue samples we've kept here.
I don't know, Victor. The statue arrived at the ISA lab an hour ago. But couldn't you at least wait till they've had a chance to look it over?
We can't afford to postpone the experiments any longer. Whatever happened on the shuttle might happen again. Besides, we've got a 48-hour head start on ISA. We may as well take advantage of it.
All right. Victor, have you come up with anything to explain how the statue got out of the pod?
Not unless you're willing to accept the possibility that the statue really isn't a statue at all, but some kind of transmorphic creature that feeds off the psychic energy of intelligent beings.
Well, I'm going to have to think about that. Good luck with the test. And please, Victor, be careful.
We will.
You got a minute, Victor?
Of course, Rachel. Come on in.
We just finished the comparative analysis of the scanner tapes we made of the statue when it was here and the scanner data of the statue transmitted from Starlab. I don't know if you're ready for this. We weren't. But the statue's changed.
Changed? In what way?
Well, the scan made after the shuttle incident shows that it's 60 millimeters taller than it was when it left here.
Are you sure?
We cross-checked everything.
What else?
Well, the face. It's not looking straight ahead anymore. It's looking up at an angle of 57 degrees.
Go on.
The statue's heavier by 364 grams.
As the mystery of the black crystal gargoyle deepens, so does the urgency to discover and resolve its supernatural secrets. At Lunar Base 12 Science Complex, Professor Conrad and his research team prepare a photon saturation test on 2 small crystal samples removed from the statue during an earlier experiment.
Rachel, will you please ask Arthur and Misha to meet me in conference room 4? I'd like to have a word with them before we start. And you had better join us, too.
Right away, Victor.
Back aboard Starlab, preparation of a visual link between Starlab Control and the interior of Professor Conrad's moon laboratory is supervised by Maura Cassidy.
Sally, I think the visual feed from Lunar Base should be cross-linked with Mycroft. That way, if something goes wrong with the VTR, we can always retrieve the pictures from the computer. Okay, I'll have it programmed in about 15 minutes.
On Earth, the statue arrives at the ISA Research Center and is locked in a refrigerated laboratory vault where ISA technicians begin their own experiments.
All right, let's shave off a couple of 2-micron specimens and get them under the electron microscope.
Hideous damn creature, isn't it? Wonder what it's looking up at.
Meanwhile, Captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff bank the SET interceptor Solaris away from the freighter convoy they've been escorting to the Timian 3 shipping lanes and jet towards Starlab.
Did they ever figure out what it was?
Not really. Scientific opinion was divided about 70-30.
In favor of an alien spacecraft?
No, in favor of a meteor.
How many people saw the explosion?
Well, there were quite a few villages about 500 miles away, and everyone living in them saw it.
At that distance?
Skipper, when that thing exploded, it lit up the sky as far away as London. And the sky stayed that way for 3 days and nights.
Huh. When did all this happen?
1908.
Amazing. Where do you get these books, anyway?
Ingrid, the librarian on Starlab.
Oh.
She came across this one while she was looking for an Oscar Wilde novel that Maura wanted to read.
And what made her think that you'd be interested?
The title. It's called The Fire Came By.
Starlab Control to Solaris.
This is Solaris. Go ahead, Jerry.
Maura'd like to speak with you.
Put her on.
John, do you have enough fuel to take a side trip to the moon?
Buddy?
Yeah, we're okay.
What do you want us to do, Maura?
I've scheduled a conference with Professor Conrad. Pick him up at Lunar Base 12 and bring him here. He's starting an experiment now, but he should be finished by the time you get there.
Okay, we'll take care of it, Maura.
Hello, buddy. Goodbye, buddy.
Cute, Maura. Cute.
In the science complex at Lunar Base 12, Professor Conrad places a sample of the statue into a Stellatron Systems PC-80 photon chamber. On Starlab, Maura watches by remote visual link as Professor Conrad seals the chamber, sits down at a control console, and presses a button. Radiant white light illuminates the chamber's observation ports as the needle-thin beams of 6 neothane Zelium lasers penetrate the statue's specimen. On Starlab, Mora monitors the experiment by remote visual link. On one screen, a wide-angle interior view of Professor Conrad's moon laboratory. On a second screen, the bright metal pyramid-shaped photon chamber.
Rachel, the spectroscope is starting to shift out of phase. Will you please check it?
Right away, Victor.
Arthur, what was your last refractive index reading?
It didn't even register. The crystals are absorbing all coherent light up to 8,000 angstroms.
All right. Let's switch over to the neon borazine lasers. Program them for a 1 milliradian beam, and we'll work our way up from there.
All right.
How are you doing, Mora?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think I should have had whatever that was I had for lunch. I get some pretty weird food around here sometimes.
Well, chew a couple of papaya enzyme tablets. They'll fix you up in no time. And if you wish to stretch your legs or anything, you'd better do it now. This next part of the experiment is going to take a while.
No, I think I'll just sit here and plan my revenge on the Starlab chef.
We're ready, Victor.
It looks like intermission's over, Mora. All right, Rachel. Turn them loose.
Oh, my God. Victor! Victor! Dr. Cassidy, what's going on? I just saw some telemetry from Lunar Base. Look, there's been an explosion. Jerry, contact the Solaris and tell them to get to Lunar Base 12 as fast as they can.
Starlab Control to Solaris. Starlab Control to Solaris.
Sally, get hold of the ISA lab and tell them to stop their experiments with the statue until they hear from me.
This is Solaris. Go ahead, Jerry.
I'm on my way.
I've got the Solaris, Mora.
We're coming up on it now, Mora.
Have you had any radio contact with them?
No, not a word. Even their microwave safety beacon has stopped transmitting.
Skipper, screen 5.
My God, what happened?
John, buddy, what is it? What do you see?
Mora, Lunar Base 12 no longer exists.
What do you mean?
It's been blown to pieces, completely leveled. The entire base.
Skipper, screen 6.
Buddy, what is it? What's happening?
A ship, just above the horizon. It's moving away from us.
Magnify it, buddy.
Looks something like an old Tarantula-class gunship, except it's about 5 times bigger. Jerry, record this.
We're rolling.
It's black. Stacked wings angled down about 60 degrees. Yellow markings that look like Cyrillic script, only upside down. Geez, Skipper, what do you make of that?
Keep talking, buddy.
Short black spikes are starting to bristle out all over the hull. Oh, Skipper, it's turning around.
Mora, stand by. We're going in for a closer look at that ship. Open a close proximity channel, buddy. Let's see if they'll talk to us.
You're on, Skipper.
This is Earthship Solaris. Please identify yourself.
Skipper, let's get some altitude before their aim improves.
This is Earthship Solaris. Our intentions are not hostile. Please. All right. I'll try it one more time, but that is it.
You better let me do it, Skipper. Every time you talk to them, they shoot at us.
Solaris, there is still time.
Time for what?
Escape.
From what?
Ask your dead brothers and sisters on the wasteland below us.
Damn you. You did that? You murdered all those people? But why?
They were committing sacrilege.
Just who are you?
Disciples.
Of what?
Lightlessness.
I've had about all of this I can take. Hold on, buddy.
Skipper, lightning is pouring out of those spikes and crawling all over the hull of their ship.
Activate the rest of the laser turrets, buddy. We're going around again.
Didn't even phase them, Skipper. That lightning soaked up our lasers like a sponge. We're hit. Flame out on number 4 thruster. There goes number 2.
The starboard fuel pods are split open. Skipper, if we don't get out of here now, we'll have to set her down on the moon. I don't want to lead that ship to Starlab.
Solaris, we are aware of the thing you name. Don't concern yourself with its safety. It is one of our destinations.
Come on, Skipper. It's now or never.
Use docking bay 4, John. The crash barriers are up and the fire control crew is standing by.
John, where's that ship?
Right behind us. Turn your seat around, buddy. Here we go.
John? Buddy, are you all right?
We're okay. Come on, buddy. Let's get out of here.
Mara, the alien ship, screen 10.
Listen to me, Starlab.
Who are you?
I am Stygos, High Priest of the Trell. You have stolen the symbol of our redemption.
The symbol? The statue?
Narl is his rightful name. We have traced him to your moon. We know his presence has graced the machine you live in. Where is he?
I don't know.
Then take your last look at the stars.
Please wait. I know where he is. But if you destroy us, you'll never find him. Because I'm the only one who does know.
The secret of Narl's whereabouts is not yours to keep.
And the lives of the 200 men and women at Lunar Base 12 were not yours to take.
They were violating the sanctity of Narl by subjecting the fragments of his being to the light.
But they didn't know they were doing anything wrong.
Narl is not a merciful divinity in the sense that you understand mercy. Neither is he forgiving in the sense that you understand forgiveness.
But there's nothing about innocence to forgive.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Suffer the darkness until you do.
Mara! Mara!
Mara, what the hell's happening to her?
Don't touch her! Don't touch her!
Pneumatic alert. Which one? Which button?
Sector 4, buddy! The yellow one!
Mara, don't try. Just lie still.
This is Medical 4. Stay where you are. An emergency unit is on the way.
Jerry, your hands. Are you all right?
I guess so.
What happened?
Well, she was watching the screen, talking to the alien. And then the screen threw off a tremendous burst of color. And then the lightning was all over her. It was so cold, it burned my hands.
John?
I'm right here, Mara. And so is Buddy. Dr. Rossiter's on her way.
John? I'm blind!
When the lashing ribbons of lightning finally release her, Mara falls, blind.
Your blindness is just a warning, Mora. How long it lasts depends upon how soon you tell me where Narl is.
Shut down all the transmitter frequencies, Jerry. Now run a check on Screen 10's receiver circuits. Whatever they use must have come in through the outside lens. Okay. What are you going to do, Mora?
If they find out where the statue is, God knows how many more people they'll kill. I can't tell them. I just can't.
Are you sure?
Yes. No, I don't know. Why does everything depend on me? Can't anyone else make a decision?
John, the receiver circuits on Screen 10 are completely burned out.
Okay. Shut the louvers and all the outside scanner lenses.
They're closed.
Oh, Dr. Rossiter, am I ever glad to see you.
Diana.
Mara, what happened?
I've been blinded.
Oh, my dear God.
There's a hostile alien ship outside. It fired some kind of energy beam in through one of the scanner screen lenses.
All right, Mara. Now let's have a look. I'm shining the light directly into your eyes. Can you see it?
No. But I think I can feel it.
I'm taking the light away. Now, I'm shining it into your eyes again.
Yes. Yes, I can feel it.
Let's get her on the stretcher and take her up to sickbay.
Take her for a second.
Okay.
Jerry, you better have Dr. Rossiter take a look at your hands.
Nah, I'm okay now.
What do we do now, Mora?
Tell Stygos you know where the statue is, but explain that it's going to take time to get it back here. If that doesn't work, use our photon injectors on his ship. Maybe they'll be able to do what the laser cannons on the Solaris couldn't. I'll contact Commissioner White and tell him what's going on. Now, come on, Diana. Communications first, and then sickbay.
Sound general quarters, Jerry. Okay, open a close proximity frequency. Let's see how good we are at telling the big lie. Stygos, this is Captain Graydon.
Have you made a decision?
Yes, we've decided to give you the statue.
Our sensors indicate that Gnarl is no longer aboard your machine.
No, he isn't, but we've contacted the laboratory where he was taken, and our scientists are sending him back.
You're lying, Captain Graydon. We've monitored no transmissions.
Close the channel, Jerry. Now open number 8 scanner lens, and project a target grid onto the screen. All right, interface the coordinates of their ship with our photon injectors. We have a target interlock. Stand by. And for God's sakes, keep away from the screen. 3, 2, 1.
No good, Skipper, no good. The force field is deflecting everything.
The ship's coming around.
Jerry, shut down screen 8.
Too late. There.
Buddy, hit the deck. Crawl away from the lightning.
It stopped. What happened? Jerry, let's see what's going on.
Skipper, the ship's moving away from us.
Buddy!
Look! What is it?
Magnify it, Jerry.
My God. It's a city. A floating city.
As the black metal insect ship of the Trail stalks away into the dark distances of deep space, a huge floating platform appears and slowly moves toward Starlab. On the platform, a dazzling architectural phantasm, a dream city of white crystal towers, transparent steel minarets, gleaming arches, and pale metal domes. As John, Buddy, and Jerry stand silently in Starlab control, watching the approach of the shining mirage-like metropolis, Mora tries desperately to contact Commissioner White at the ISA Command Center on Earth.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cassidy, but it's a top security conference. Commissioner White left strict orders that he wasn't to be disturbed.
Listen, we've got an emergency situation up here.
I'm only following orders.
Yeah, right. That's what they all say.
Now, Mora, if you don't change your tune, I'm going to be forced to stick a tranquilizer syringe in your backside.
ISA, please have him contact me as soon as possible.
I will, Dr. Cassidy. ISA out.
If I could only see.
Mora, we haven't even examined you yet, and already you're acting like a poor little orphan child who's got herself lost in the woods.
I am?
Yes, you am. Don't start feeling sorry for yourself now. We have too much to do.
Attention all Starlab personnel. The emergency alert is terminated. Stand down from general quarters and return to your stations. Dr. Cassidy, please contact Captain Graydon and Starlab Control.
John, it's Mara. What's happening?
The troll ship has broken off its attack and left the area.
What did you do to get him to back off?
It wasn't anything we did. It was something else.
What?
A city.
A what?
A floating city.
Are you serious?
Mora, he's serious. It's holding a position 2 kilometers off Starlab. A huge space platform with a fantastic white city built on it. It looks like something out of a futuristic Arabian Nights.
I'll be right there. Come on, Diana, take me back up to the bridge. John, is it still out there?
Hasn't moved an inch.
Oh, Mara, it's so beautiful.
Are you here, Jerry?
I'm right here.
Please, open a close proximity frequency.
Go ahead, Mara.
This is Dr. Mara Cassidy. Would you please identify yourself?
Dr. Mora Cassidy. Which of those three names do you have the greatest affection for?
Mora.
We are the Diatons, Mora, and we inhabit the star city of Imbria. I am Phaedra, Sky Priestess of the Before Time. We know your machine has experienced an encounter with the Trail. Did Stygos harm you?
Yes. Yes, he did. I'm blind.
Can you feel the light upon your eyes?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Then it will be my pleasure to restore your sight.
It will?
Of course. We have no vehicles of our own, so transport yourself here to Imbria. A projection of light will guide you. I'll be waiting.
Oh, yes. Jerry, call the short-range vehicle hangar and tell them to get a shuttle ready. John, Buddy, Diana, let's go to Imbria.
Imbria. A fantasy of gleaming crystal and bright transparent metal. A construct of light and serenity and magic. A floating star city, casting its radiance over all who grope their way along the blind corridors of alien worlds. Alien Worlds continues. Inside the white crystal city of Imbria, which floats 2 kilometers beyond Starlab, Phaedra kneels in her meditation chamber, listening to a sky mantra, the Diaton healing music she will use to restore Mora's sight. On Starlab, Mora, John, Buddy, and Dr. Diana Rossiter enter the short-range vehicle hangar and move toward the shuttle that will take them to Imbria.
How's it going, Bobby? You might as well get aboard, John. We'll have her fueled in another 10 minutes.
Aboard the Black Trail insect ship, Stygos, alone in his quarters, receives a message from his tracking systems officer.
Stygos, what do you want? As our ship withdrew from Starlab, we monitored a transmission. It was the voice of the female. Who received the transmission? A laboratory. On Earth. Alter course. That laboratory is our new destination.
Meanwhile, at the ISA laboratory, Commissioner White and Julian Benedict, head of the World Council's Experimental Weapons Section, are debating over which of their 2 organizations should have possession of the Black Crystal statue, Gnarl.
Matthew, if we can take the energy that statue puts out and incorporate it into some of our experimental thought weapon hardware, we'll be years ahead of everyone else in that area. Don't you see the advantage of that?
No, Julian, I don't. This is a science complex and not an arsenal.
Matthew, weapons development is as much a part of science as molecular biology or celestial mechanics.
Is it? When was the last time you heard of someone being killed by a microscope or a mathematical equation?
The bomb started out as a mathematical equation, didn't it?
Yes, and so did triple-yield agriculture, and antibiotics, and spaceflight. The bomb was created within the reality of a global war, Julian. That reality no longer exists, and I see no reason to encourage its return. The last thing we need is a repetition of the arms race of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Didn't the Petroleum War teach you anything?
That had nothing to do with us.
It had everything to do with this, Julian, and you know it.
I want that statue.
Julian, do you believe in the evolution of human consciousness?
Of course I do.
And what about immortality? Do you believe in that?
Yes, I suppose so.
Then would you mind telling me of what use weapons are to evolution and of what use war is to immortality?
I didn't come here to discuss abstract philosophy.
The statue stays here, Julian.
Do you know what this is, Matthew?
I haven't the slightest idea.
It's a World Council directive signed by the Secretary, ordering you to release the statue to my section.
Julian, we both know your section is being phased out. Why are you going through all this?
It won't be phased out for another year. And if I can help it, it won't be phased out at all. After all, what if the statue should fall into the wrong hands? What would be our defense against it?
Can I see that directive? Thanks. You'll have to excuse me now, Julian. I have things to do. And stay away from my people. I've already given them orders not to cooperate with you. As far as you're concerned, I'm the ISA, and this is between us.
What is this, Matthew? Some kind of conspiracy?
Yes, it is, Julian. A conspiracy of my values against yours.
Everyone strapped in?
Wait a minute, buddy. Maura, shouldn't that strap go over instead of under?
What strap?
The one you're sitting on.
Oh, I was wondering what that was.
Better?
Yes, thanks, Diane.
Okay, buddy, let's run it down. Navigation and thrust vector systems? Check. Attitude gyros? Locked. Service propulsion and reaction control systems? Positive.
Maura, Commissioner White on B channel.
Thanks, Jerry. Punch him in, buddy.
Maura, I just got your message. What's going on up there?
More than I ever thought possible. How soon can you get here?
It all depends. Does it have anything to do with the statue?
It has everything to do with the statue.
All right, I'll leave right away.
Now, where were we? Ignition, Skipper? Don't mind if I do.
As John, Buddy, Maura, and Dr. Rossiter jet toward the Diaton Star City, Imbria, Commissioner White enters the short-range vehicle dome near the ISA laboratory and boards a priority shuttle. 5 minutes later, the shuttle is towed from the dome to Launch Pad 6. Then, as the setting sun slowly erases the day, the shuttle lifts off and disappears into the darkening sky, racing toward Starlab on twin streams of fire. Meanwhile, 550 kilometers above and 400 kilometers south of the ISA laboratory, the Black Trail insect ship enters the Earth's ionosphere.
We are approaching the laboratory, Stygos. Have precautions been taken? Our impulse deflectors will confuse the echo patterns of any detection beam that touches us. We will appear to them only as a flaw mirage. Leave me now. I sense that you are restless now, but be patient. Your disciples are near. Your deliverance is at hand.
Where are we now, buddy? How close?
We're 1,700 meters away, Maura. There's the beam, bright and beautiful.
Who is with you, Maura?
3 friends. John, Buddy, and Diana.
Who is your pilot?
I am Phaedra. John.
Just a moment. John, our scan tracings indicate that your propellant emits a lethal mist. Will you please terminate your engines? Our atmosphere is delicate.
If I shut down the thrusters, we won't be able to maneuver.
The light will control your vehicle and guide it safely down.
All right. Shut them down, buddy.
World Council Communications to ISA.
This is the ISA. Go ahead.
Is Mr. Julian Benedict still there? Secretary Stone is returning his call.
Yes, he is. He's in the laboratory complex. Stand by, please. Mr. Benedict, I have Secretary Stone on the line.
I'd like to speak to him privately, if that's possible.
Conference room 6 is empty.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, Commissioner White ignored your directive, tore it up as a matter of fact.
Well, if I had his sense of ethics, I probably would have done the same.
What do you mean?
I've had some serious second thoughts about this whole thing, Julian. I think we'll let the matter of the statue rest until the President and Vice President get back from Draconia.
But, Mr. Secretary...
Was there anything else, Julian?
No, sir. Thank you. You can let it rest if you want to, but I can't.
Julian Benedict, a man slowly becoming obsolete in a universe that will soon have no use for his services. A weapons maker on the verge of taking his first desperate step into an alien world. Julian Benedict sits alone in conference room 6 at the ISA Earth laboratory, silent, sad, filled with resentment. The experimental weapons section he heads up is being phased out by the World Council. An attempt to gain control of the Trell statue and use its energy in a final desperate attempt to prove his usefulness has failed.
It seems your political system has little use for you, Julian Benedict.
Wait, who's there?
I am Stygos, High Priest of the Trell.
What are you doing on this channel? It's a top priority frequency.
We have access to whatever frequencies we choose.
Where are you?
Hiding in the darkness above.
How did your ship get past our defense scanners?
That's of no importance now.
What is then? What do you want?
What you want. The icon of Gnarl.
Is it yours?
10,000 millennia past. Our planet was visited by a nameless race of darkling beings with magnificent wings and eyes of fire. We were without intellect then. Nothing more than restless shadows, hiding in the sea, crawling out at night to feed off the night mists. The Darkling Priests gave us the gift of Gnarl, and through him flowed the powers of redemption that transformed us. Then, a nomadic stealer ship came down from the air and took Gnarl away, thinking he was a construct of a precious gem called Nightstone. We know now that the stealer ship malfunctioned, causing it to impact on your moon. The violators built a dome as protection from the lunar cold, but they made the mistake of taking Gnarl into the shelter with them.
How did you know he'd been found?
Our parsec scanners have been probing the universe for centuries. Do you have access to Gnarl?
Why don't you just take him?
That was our intention. But now we know the chamber that imprisons him is small. If we destroy it, Gnarl may be harmed.
Suppose I do have access to Gnarl. So what?
Free him, and I'll give you the secret of his power.
It'll take time.
I understand.
ISA Communications.
Please put me through to the Security Bureau in my section.
Right away, Mr. Benedict.
Security. This is Julian Benedict. Find Major Ripley and tell him to meet me in my office in 15 minutes.
Starlab Control, this is ISA Priority Shuttle 1 requesting docking coordinates.
Roger, Shuttle 1. What's your ETA?
10 minutes, 30 seconds.
10 plus 30. Roger. Your coordinates are Niner 60 at subvector 448, docking bay 9.
Roger.
Well, Jerry, this is Commissioner White. Is Mara there?
Mara? No. Didn't she talk to you?
Well, it was a short conversation.
An alien ship attacked us about an hour ago. Mora was blinded.
Blinded? Well, how is she?
I don't know. She's not here.
Where is she?
On Imbria, the Diaton city that's floating just about 2 kilometers off Starlab.
Welcome to Imbria, Mora.
Phaedra, you don't know how glad I am to be here.
I'm Diana, Phaedra. This is John.
Phaedra?
And this is Buddy.
Wow.
Are you ready, Mora?
Yes, I am. You can't imagine what it's like being blind.
Yes, I can, Mora. I'm blind.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All Diatons are blind. It's our legacy.
But how can you see us? How did you manage to build this city?
I sense you, as clearly as if I had sight, Diana. And as for Imbria, it was dreamed into existence.
Dreamed? No. When?
During the final century of the before time, an age of radiance unified the minds of all Diatons and transformed us into Shiva, the dreamer who never awakes.
When did this age of radiance end?
It ended with the coming of the Trell. They burned our fields and forests with terrible fire weapons. They suffocated our cities and canals with poison mist. 2,000 legions of Trell warriors. And before they went away, they blinded all of us.
Oh, Phaedra. Why did they do that?
The icon of their god had been stolen. They were angry.
That damn statue again. Did they think you'd taken it?
No. We were made to suffer their rage because we represented everything Null had taught them to hate.
Why didn't they destroy this city?
It was orbiting behind one of our moons. Those of us who survived the Trell invasion came here when we realized we'd never be able to rebuild our planet.
Not even by dreaming?
A dream can't always change what is, Mora, but it can create what isn't.
ISA control to Starlab.
Starlab, go ahead.
Has Commissioner White arrived here? It's urgent.
I'm right here. What's the problem?
A security police unit from the experimental weapons section is in the laboratory. They say they have orders to take the statue.
Damn it, Julian. Who's the officer in charge?
Major Ripley.
Call the lab. Tell Ripley if he doesn't want to spend the next 10 years in Jastrow prison, he'd better talk to me.
Where are we, Phaedra?
The Synergy Chamber.
Who else is here?
Hold out your hands.
Oh, who are you?
This is Aleph, the avatar of Imbria.
Welcome to our dream, Mora.
Hello.
There's a recliner in front of you, Mora. Turn and lie down on it. I'm going to place 3 small Synergy prisms on your forehead now.
Oh, you're so warm.
In a moment, you'll hear the sound of a sky mantra, the music we use to heal those outside the dream. When the music begins, think only of your eyes and how they looked out upon the various dimensions of your life.
I see red and yellow and sunsets, and we're surrounded by clouds. It's sensual. I see Daddy! Daddy!
What's going on? Mora, what happened?
I can see!
Thank God. When we heard you scream, we didn't know what to think.
Oh, no, I wasn't afraid, but everything, it was so beautiful. It was just so beautiful. I thought I died.
Deep within the star city of Imbria, Mora lies sleeping, exhausted by the Diaton Sky Mantra ritual, which has not only restored her sight, but for one fantastic moment has opened her mind to eternity. Meanwhile, Aleph has led John and Buddy back to the Starlab shuttle, which sits on an illuminated white crystal platform in the center of Imbria. Inside the shuttle, John contacts Commissioner White on Starlab and learns what is taking place at the ISA laboratory on Earth.
How did you find out about Stygos and Benedict, Commissioner?
An ISA communications technician was filing the lab's hourly intercom recordings and came across their conversation.
Well, where's Benedict now?
An ISA security unit arrested him 15 minutes ago. Ripley, too.
What's the present situation?
Well, Stygos will probably move against the laboratory when he doesn't hear from Benedict again.
John. Stand by, Commissioner. Yes, what is it, Aleph?
The vault where Narl is. Do you know its precise latitude and longitude?
Commissioner White does. Why?
We're going to take possession of Narl before Stygos does.
Mora. Hi, Mora. How are you feeling?
I feel wonderful. What's going on? Why are you two wearing your pressure suits?
Well, we just talked to Commissioner White. Stygos is about that far away from attacking the ISA lab. We're going down for the statue.
You'll never make it in time. Earth's an hour away by shuttle.
We're not going by shuttle. We're going by light. Teleportation.
John, Buddy, secure your helmets.
This isn't gonna hurt, is it?
I think you'll find it a rather pleasant experience, Buddy. Phaedra, lower the cylinders.
The dematerialization thresholds have integrated, Aleph.
Purge the cylinders.
It really happened, Skipper. We're here. God, this thing is heavy. Come on, let's get a harness around it so we can pick it up. Okay, let's pick it up. Here we go.
Raise the cylinders, Phaedra.
Where is it?
What happened? Where's the statue? Oh, no. We lost it.
Phaedra.
Narl was too powerful. He rejected the translocation process just beyond the Earth's atmosphere.
Stygos. Narl is free. A Diaton translocation being tried to take him, but he escaped. Narl. Take him aboard and bring him to me. Then set a course for Imbria.
The Trell ship is at 90 power spans and closing, Aleph. The scan tracers acknowledge that Narl is aboard.
What can we do, Aleph?
Begin the light storm cycle, Phaedra.
What's going on?
Imbria is now being enclosed by an aurora sphere of ionized winds, invisible to the Trell sensors. As their ship penetrates this enclosure, their force field will be temporarily neutralized. At that moment, Phaedra will flood the aurora sphere with liquid light. The ensuing photon storm will destroy them.
The Trell ship is now 10 power spans and closing. 5 power spans and closing. Barrier penetration.
Narl is free! Narl is free!
Phaedra, the liquid light injectors.
blinding glance of light, a final scream, and the huge Trell insect ship convulses and disintegrates, its luminous fragments growing cold and dark as they pass like demon whispers into the deafening silence of the void.
Phaedra, are you going to guide us away from the city with another light projection?
Yeah, I'm really into riding light beams.
You may use your engines, John. We'll neutralize the exhaust vapors when we decontaminate the residue of the trail ship.
Thank you, Phaedra.
Thank you for everything you've done, Phaedra.
Goodbye.
Oh, well,
Goodbye, Phaedra.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Ayla.
Ayla.
You didn't tell them, did you?
I saw no reason. If they knew that we alone survived the Trell invasion, and that our blindness makes the generation of life impossible, it would only make them sad. But we'll heal ourselves in time, and then perhaps, when we see them again, there will be more to the dream than just you and me.
As the Starlab shuttle rockets away from Imbria, the radiant dream city slowly drifts away into a universe of stars and suns and secrets. Inside the city, a man and a woman in search of the miraculous, moving through the invisible dimensions of time and space toward other, more distant celebrations. Lightstorm, the ISA Conspiracy, was written by Ron Thompson. Our cast included Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guests Ernie Anderson, Robert W. Morgan, Olin Soule, Michael Rye, Russi Taylor, Francis Bay, and Peter Leeds. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. And so, until again we meet, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us soon for further adventures into alien worlds.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Darling, you can't mean it.
But I do.
Even after so long?
What is time? The ebb and flow of a river as we drift along, bobbing and sinking, but floating to the surface again and again and again.
My love.
From this day forward, we shall never be apart. This, I promise you.
Kruger, I've got an idea.
Who is this?
Jordy, who do you think? Listen, this one's a winner.
You know what time it is.
Late. Sorry, boss, but I just watched a movie and...
Movie? What movie?
Remember that assignment you wanted to send me to the coast?
To cover the awards, but you passed on it.
Right, the Career Achievement Awards at the Academy.
Jordan, surely this can wait.
That's just it. It can't. Come morning, I'll be on a plane, headed for L.A.
No, you won't. I'm sending the new boy.
Not so fast. You remember why I passed on it? Because Pamela Morris isn't attending.
As usual, so what?
Well, I ran one of her pictures tonight. Her greatest performance. And this I promise you. I've forgotten the magic. There's never been anyone like her, not even close. So here's what you do.
Have you been drinking?
Buddy, I'm stone cold sober. Get me a ticket for the red eye out of O'Hare. Then soon as it's morning, Pacific time, call our agent and set up an interview. I'll be there with bells on.
Interview about what?
Are you kidding? It's Pamela Morris. Where's she been all these years? Is she still as beautiful as they say? I'll get you an exclusive. And while I'm out there, I just might cover the awards, if you ask me real nice. 'Cause you're my favorite editor.
Do us both a favor. Go back to bed.
I haven't been to bed. I've been watching Pamela Morris all night long. And tomorrow, I'm going to meet her. No matter what. Thanks, Kruger. It'll be worth it. This I promise you. The world's most beautiful woman. Pamela Morris. In person.
Introducing Jordan Herrick, syndicated columnist, whose work appears in more than 100 newspapers. By nature a cynic, a disbeliever, and a jaded commentator on the movie business, caught up for the moment in a lovely vision. He's not sure whether that vision is merely a dream, but he'll soon find out. Her name is Pamela Morris, renowned star and femme fatale, not seen in public for many years, whose legendary beauty is remembered by millions. Mr. Herrick is correct about one thing. Tomorrow he will make her acquaintance, in person. But what he does not know is that the face he gazes upon may actually be a reflection, beamed his way directly from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Queen of the Nile, starring Kate Jackson with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hello? Hello? Is anybody...
Yes, sir.
I'm here to see Miss Morris.
Who?
Pamela Morris. Do I have the right address?
This is a private residence. No deliveries.
Oh, for the love of... I'm not a delivery boy.
Please turn your car around.
My name is Jordan Herrick.
Well, you still need an appointment.
I have an appointment. Check the list. Herri.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Herrick from Chicago.
Thank you.
I'll open the gate. Park in the circular driveway by the main house.
Yes?
Hello there. I'm Jordan Herrick. I have an interview with Miss Morris.
You're early.
Am I? Well, if she's not ready, I can wait.
This way.
Well. This is impressive.
Take your coat, sir.
That portrait on the wall.
Your coat?
Oh, here. Who painted it, may I ask?
I'll tell Miss Morris you're here.
Yes, you do that. What's the signature on the canvas? No. Can't be.
Where's my towel?
A young man is here to see you.
Where?
In the living room.
Really? Tell him I'll be right in.
There's no hurry.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, I lost track of the time.
Please, don't rush on my account.
You've come all this way. It's the least I can do.
But it's such a glorious day.
I'll be right with you. Just let me dry off.
Of course.
Charlotte, see if the gentleman would like a drink. Perhaps a light lunch?
Yes, miss.
Oh, don't go to any trouble.
I'll meet you in the living room as soon as I make myself presentable.
Oh, you're more than that. A great deal more.
If you follow me, sir.
Mr. Herrick?
Miss Morris, I didn't mean to interrupt your swim.
Nonsense. I've kept you waiting.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter, and I apologize. But I do love the pool. It's my one indulgence. Am I forgiven?
Absolutely.
Please sit down. Sorry?
This room. The furniture, the artifacts. Lovely.
You like my little collection?
Very unusual. You must have gathered these things from around the world.
Oh, you know how it is. Various locations over the years for this film or that.
You specialize in the exotic.
Do I? Yes, I suppose so.
Even the front door, that metal insect or whatever it is.
Ah, you saw that. The door knocker. Cast in bronze, after an Egyptian beetle or so, I'm told. Do you think it's too much?
No. It's quite remarkable. I've never seen another like it.
Nor have I.
Must be very old.
Yes, it must be. I confess I've forgotten exactly where it's from. Now then, I believe you have some questions for me?
Well, if you don't mind.
Not if you're the one who asked them.
I'll do the best I can.
I'm sure you always do.
To begin at the beginning.
As two people always must.
Huh. You were born in...
I must say, Mr. Herrick, you are very direct.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I meant geographically.
No, you didn't. You meant the year. That's what the public always wants to know.
You're not offended?
Should I be? I have my producers, my directors. You have your editors. They are all very demanding. Besides, a woman in my position must have no secrets.
I'm relieved to hear you say that. I was afraid.
Afraid? You have nothing to fear here.
No?
Why, Mr. Herrick, I'm only a woman, and a rather small one at that. Surely you've known many women.
Never one like you.
Then I'll try to make this as painless as possible. Suppose you tell me how old you think I am.
That's hardly fair.
Oh, come now. Especially after you saw me in my bathing attire. Unfortunately, it conceals very little.
I wouldn't say unfortunately.
Mr. Herrick, you make me blush.
I shouldn't have wandered out onto the terrace like that.
I did say no secrets.
And I overstepped the bounds with that question.
No, not at all. Please, be honest.
Really,
Here, take a good look. I'm sorry about the shirtwaist and sandals, but I didn't want to keep you waiting a moment longer. Time is so precious.
You're not wearing any makeup, are you?
Can you tell? There simply wasn't time.
You're very beautiful.
That wasn't the question. We were talking about my age. I'd appreciate your candor.
In that case, you look no older than you do in the painting.
Oh, everyone asks about that. I was only a child when I posed for it.
Is that so?
Come and see for yourself, close up.
All right.
Well?
Oh, surely I'm misreading the signature.
Why do you say that?
This can't be a Berthold.
Berthold? I was so frightened of him. The world was bright and new to me, and he was so wildly creative.
Was he?
I'd never met anyone like him. It was his genius that enabled him to project the flowering of a fragile blossom, as he put it.
He must have been a genius to capture you so perfectly.
What a lovely thing to say.
Tea, miss.
Ah. Shall we, Mr. Harry?
Certainly.
Tea or coffee?
Coffee, please.
Would you like something in it? Cognac? Whiskey?
No, thank you. I'll take it black.
I thought newspapermen were heavy drinkers.
That's a myth. At least during working hours.
And are you working now?
I am. Though it doesn't feel like work.
I want you to feel entirely at ease. It's to my advantage, you know. Lest you think badly of me.
Very little chance of that.
Is it time for tea, Charlotte?
Yes, Mrs. Draper.
Hello. My name's...
This is Mr. Herrick.
How do you do?
Mrs. Draper. He's the newspaperman, Mother.
I know.
You're Pamela's mother? Surely not...
Sit down, Mother. Have your tea.
It's remarkable, the resemblance between you two.
Some might think so.
With my mother, it is tea at this precise hour every afternoon.
Mrs. Draper, you must feel proud to have such a famous daughter.
Must I?
Mother never did approve of my career.
Believe me, Mr. Herrick, I had very little choice in the matter.
She thinks I'm too headstrong.
Dedicated is the word. You still are, Pamela.
Tell me, was your daughter always as beautiful as she is now?
Always.
Now there's loyalty for you.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Herrick, it is the truth.
Then perhaps I should interview you as well.
Why, whatever for?
Well, I might learn a few important details from the mother.
Such as the real age of the daughter?
Honestly, I wasn't thinking of that.
Isn't age relative? Besides, didn't I promise to reveal absolutely everything to you, Mr. Herrick?
You did.
All in good time.
Then I'll just have to be patient.
Not for much longer. This I promise you.
Pamela, I must have a word with you.
Later, in your room.
I am not going to stand by and watch it happen again.
You will if I say you will.
I can't bear it.
Mother, would you mind seeing if Charlotte has things under control in the kitchen?
Not this time.
Sorry if I'm intruding.
She was just leaving.
Pamela.
Weren't you?
A pleasure to have met you, young man.
My pleasure, Mrs. Draper. Perhaps we'll talk another time.
I hope so. Until then, goodbye. Take care of yourself. Take very good care.
I'll try.
Forgive her.
What for?
She's getting old.
Still, she might remember a few details I can use for my story.
No, her mind wanders. Her memories become distorted. Shall we finish our coffee on the terrace?
If you prefer.
There should be a breeze outside.
I'll bring the cups.
Mr. Herrick.
Mrs. Draper, I thought you'd gone.
I must speak with you.
Why, of course.
Leave.
What?
You must leave at once. Quickly, before she hears. You are in danger.
I am?
Very grave danger. All is not as it appears. She is not as she appears.
Mr. Herrick, are you coming?
Be right there. What's this about? If there's something I should know, you...
She is running out of time. Save yourself, young man, before it's too late. I implore you. Save yourself.
Isn't it lovely out here?
Quite stunning. And a perfect location. I'm trying to remember. Who owned this house before you?
Oh, some ancient actor from the silent days, I think.
And when did you purchase it?
There you go, Mr. Herrick, still trying to trick me. I assure you it was built decades ago, long before I was born.
No doubt.
I love to sit here by the hour, watching the birds and the clouds, listening to the sound of the water. At night I watch the stars.
Do you?
But that isn't what interests you, my nocturnal habits.
It'll fit nicely into the story I'm doing.
The question of age is still the big thing, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that.
I can hear it in your voice. Well, here goes. I am 38, Jordan. May I call you Jordan?
Of course.
Is that so terribly old?
Not at all.
Even in my case?
Especially not in your case. The years have never been kinder to anyone.
Oh, you're a dream.
It's the truth.
Ah, I should have realized you'd take all this down. Looks like you've already written several pages.
Some advance notes. Dates mostly.
Do they concern me?
Indirectly. According to one article...
I know you read something. A column by one of those stupid, jealous women.
If you don't mind me asking...
Fire away.
If you're 38, how could you have starred in a movie made, let me see, 29 years ago?
I can't believe it. Jordan Herrick taken in by the printed word. Tell me, do you always believe everything you read?
Then set me straight. The movie was Trails West, is that correct?
Darling, it couldn't have been me. I would have had to be 9 years old, don't you see? It's an old mistake. I've run across it before. Once something like that gets into the books, it's hard to erase.
Well, according to our files, your co-star was John Bradley.
Was it?
You were in love with him.
I never even met him. Your files are in error.
That's possible.
Almost 30 years ago. Why, I don't believe I'd even seen a movie yet. I wasn't allowed. My parents were very strict.
Oh?
We were poor. We lived in Iowa. My father's business was failing. It was a few years later that I set out for Hollywood, a star-struck girl in her teens, following the same trail blazed by so many hopefuls. I was extremely lucky.
You must have been. You made Queen of the Nile with Charles Danforth. When you were 14?
Juliet was 12.
It's such an important production.
Is that so much harder to believe than my true age today? You see, no one knew I was only 14. If they had, I would have been taken off the picture. I matured early.
Indeed you did. I've seen the film.
Have you?
Shot on location, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. No studio backlots then. A fabulous experience. I learned so much.
And that was when you began collecting?
What?
The interior of your house. I take it the trip inspired the decor.
I call it early Egyptian. I suppose it's silly of me, but how could I resist? It was my first big break, and I was far from home with more money than I'd ever seen before. I'm just glad it wasn't one of those horror pictures that I probably have the place filled with caskets.
No, I much prefer it this way.
But really, you know, the fact is that I still feel 14 in some respects. No, let me be more precise. Sitting here with you, I feel new. I know it sounds foolish, but I want to live, Jordan. I want to savor all there is in this life. Is that so wrong?
No.
Come here and look at the view. You can see practically the entire city from here. The canyons, the pools.
They look so blue from here.
Don't they? Such a perfect color. Reminds me of something.
Me too. Your eyes.
You are too good to be true. But do you see what I mean? The world is such a magnificent place, full of so many wonders, too many to know in one lifetime.
Maybe that's what makes life so precious. Because it's so brief.
Does it have to be? If we live fully, tasting everything that's placed before us like a magnificent offering, two people alive to the moment and each other.
Yes.
I'm being foolish again saying such things.
Oh, on the contrary.
We've only just met.
Hardly seems possible.
That's because you've seen my films, each a time capsule, preserved, unchanging.
There's something more, something that's very much alive right now.
It's just that I so seldom get the chance to speak my mind, to air my dreams.
That's true for everyone.
Is it?
It is for me.
If I could know there's another who feels the same way, who wants to know life to the fullest.
I think it's time for you to start believing.
I don't dare.
What are you worried about?
You were so understanding, so simpatico.
Don't stand too close.
No, you don't like it.
Move to the edge of the hillside. You might fall.
Oh, Jordan, I already have. No.
What's wrong?
What must you think of me?
Don't turn away. Look at me. It's as much my fault as yours. I wanted to kiss you from the first moment I saw you.
You're very sweet, very real. But you really must go.
Why?
Because I say so. But we can see each other again, if you like.
What about tonight? Dinner?
Very well, shall we say?
8 o'clock? Herrick? Party of two?
Not for an hour, at the very least.
I have a reservation.
I'm sure you do. If you'd care to wait on the bar.
Hello, Armand.
Miss Morris.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
I should say so. We've missed you.
How about that reservation?
The old table, I presume?
That would be divine.
Claude?
Yes, Armand.
Prepare that corner booth.
But it is occupied by another couple.
Then move them. Tout de suite.
Yes, sir.
And that's our show. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to dance.
Darling, I don't know when I've had such a wonderful time, but it is getting late.
Is it?
I should call home. to see how Mother's doing.
Oh, don't tell me there's a curfew.
It isn't that, but I do worry.
Excuse me,
Yes?
Miss Morris? Can I have your autograph?
Of course, dear.
Thank you, Miss Morris.
Will that do?
Will it?
You should charge for those things. That's the 10th one tonight.
Darling, something the matter?
No. Nothing.
We're to have no secrets between us, remember?
I was just thinking about your mother. Something she said.
When?
Earlier today, she took me aside. I could have sworn she was trying to warn me. Only I'm not sure of what.
Jordan, my mother is disturbed. You must believe me.
I do. But her words stick in my mind.
She feels responsible.
For what?
My father's death. They were returning from a party. She was driving, and the car went off the road. Father was killed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Since then, she's been suspicious, furtive, imagining all sorts of terrible things. I've tried to help her, but the doctors say it's hopeless. She's deeply depressed. She should be in an institution, but I can't bear the thought of...
I shouldn't have brought it up.
Let's change the subject.
Yes, let's.
Now then, I told you about me. What about you?
What do you want to know?
Where did you grow up?
Chicago. I still live there.
I've played Chicago, the Wells Theater.
The Wells.
Is it still always so cold in Chicago?
Only in the wintertime.
Oh, I almost forgot. I was going to call Mother. Where's my purse?
Oh, wait, you'll need coins for the phone.
Oh, don't worry about me.
Here, I'll get change. Waiter?
Jordan, please.
It's no trouble.
Listen to me. You're a kind and considerate man, but I can take care of myself. Just don't disappear while I'm gone. Promise?
You have my word on it. What's this in my pocket? A letter? Someone must have put it in my jacket. But who? Dear Mr. Herrick, you are a fine young man. I know you want to see my daughter.
But you must not. Under no circumstances are you to come to this house again. You will not believe what I am about to tell you, but I swear on all I hold sacred that she is not as she appears. The ravishing woman you know as Pamela Morris is far older than you think. She has told you her age, but she is much more than 38. I know. For you see, I am not her mother. I am her daughter.
Morning.
Jordan?
Oh, I was just about to phone you.
Were you?
I overslept after last night.
I was afraid you wouldn't call.
I wasn't sure you wanted me to.
Oh, now you're teasing me. I had the most wonderful evening.
So did I.
It was heavenly, Jordan. Every minute of it. Will I see you today?
Wild horses wouldn't keep me away.
You don't have to fly back?
Not just yet. I'll tell Kruger I'm onto something here. Something that could be very big.
Kruger?
My editor. Don't worry, he'll go for it.
Oh, I hope so. If I were to lose you now, you don't know how long it's been since I've felt this way.
Stay right where you are. I'll be right over.
I won't move from this spot. I'll tell Charlotte to make lunch for us on the veranda.
I have a better idea. I'll take you to Musso and Frank's for brunch. Perhaps your mother could join us.
What for?
I thought it might be nice for her. To get her out of the house for a change.
Mother's not feeling well this morning.
Oh, nothing serious, I hope.
Only the usual complaints. Her mind seems worse, though. I wouldn't want to subject you to that.
As you wish.
You seem awfully interested in my mother.
I do? Yeah. Just a reporter's curiosity.
Enough about her. How soon will you be here?
As soon as I shower and dress.
Till then, darling.
Till then.
desk.
This is Mr. Herrick. I'd like to place a collect call to Chicago.
I'll connect you with the hotel operator.
Kruger.
Hey, old buddy.
Jordy, glad you called. Where are you?
Still in Hollywood. Listen.
Good. I got another job for you, if you're through playing around with that little movie queen.
Almost. Do something for me, will you? Get out the file on one of our pictures.
Which one?
Queen of the Nile.
Right. Which one?
I just told you. Queen of the...
Well, you're a little young, I guess, but they made two of them. First one silent, I think, around 1920, maybe earlier.
I didn't know that. Get them both.
Take me a minute.
I'll hang on.
Here it is. You there?
Yeah.
I got it.
What's the name of the girl who starred in the original?
Let me see. Constance Taylor.
Never heard of her.
Anyway, she starred in most of it.
What do you mean?
It says there was some kind of accident during filming. A cave-in at a tomb in Egypt. Real tragic. They never found her.
Got a photo of this Constance Taylor?
There's a clipping from the obit.
Compare it.
With what?
A picture of Pamela Morris in the remake.
If you say so.
Well?
They look alike, but they would. They played the same part with the same makeup, same type of costume.
The old Wells Theater. When did they tear it down?
The Wells? Here in Chicago? Oh, it must have been sometime in the 30s. Why?
I want to be sure first. In the meantime, I need you to do a little more research. Find out about the men who were involved with Pamela Morris. Send me every press release, every clipping you have on her. Then fax them to me at the hotel. Can you do that?
This better be worth it.
Ooh, it will be.
Sounds like you're on to something.
Kruger, you wouldn't believe it if I told you. But it's something, all right. Something fantastic.
Well?
It's all true, Mr. Herrick. Every bit of it. But don't show it to her. Leave here at once.
This picture. Is it Pamela?
Yes. Yes. Please, Mr. Herrick. You don't know how it is.
January 12th, 1933. Gladys Gregory and Kester Roberts at the Wells Theater. On roadshow tour, fresh from their Broadway success in Honeymoon Deferred.
She had many different names.
But she herself hasn't changed in what? 50, 60 years?
At least 80. The sum total of my life. You can't imagine what it was like to see her always so fresh and beautiful, while my mirror image grew seared and yellowed with age. How I longed to see a wrinkle, just one, in that baby skin face. But she stayed young, and it was I who grew bent and gnarled, withered by the weight of the years. Is it any wonder that I hate her so?
Hard to imagine hating her.
Take one last look, Mr. Herrick, and then go.
How old is she, really?
She is ageless. Perhaps eternal.
That's true. What is her secret?
What woman would not sell her soul to know?
Surely you have some idea.
It has to do with the motif of this room.
The artifacts?
The scarabs. The scarabide beetle, to be exact. The Egyptian symbol for everlasting life from the banks of the Nile.
Mrs. Draper, if you hate her so...
Why do I stay? What else could I do? After Pamela and my husband.
Go on. Tell me the rest.
Charlotte?
I cannot. You must go.
What about those other men? John Bradley, Charles Danforth, Wesley Harrington.
Don't ask about them.
Charlotte, was that Mr. Herrick's car in the driveway? I thought I heard... Oh, Jordan. I knew it was you. I could hardly wait.
Hello, Pamela.
What's she doing here?
Pamela.
How nice of you to drop in, Mr. Herrick. Has my mother been entertaining you?
Yes, she has.
Tea, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Charlotte. What wild tales have you been spinning, Mother?
I'm beginning to think they're not wild tales at all.
Oh?
For one thing, the Wells Theater where you played was torn down years ago. Many, many years. And the artist, Berthold, who painted that picture of you, do you know when he died?
You may leave us, Mother. Charlotte will serve your tea in your room.
Pamela, please.
I want to speak to Mr. Herrick alone.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
That will be all, Charlotte. I'll pour for Mr. Herrick.
Yes, Miss Morris.
Your coffee, black, as I recall?
Yes, Pamela.
Drink up.
Pamela,
Now then, you were saying?
Please understand,
Oh, I do.
I'm a reporter. It's my job to gather facts.
And last night, that was part of your research?
Last night was special. Believe me.
My, look at all these newspaper clippings.
Let me explain.
You've compiled quite a dossier on me. What is it you want? Money?
You think I'm a blackmailer?
Well, if that's not it, what do you want?
The truth.
It comes down to this.
I told you it isn't about money.
I understand.
Then why are you opening the wall safe?
You want the truth, Mr. Herrick, and you shall have it. Come here.
What have you done?
Just a little white pill in your coffee.
You drugged me.
Don't worry. It's only a sedative.
Well, why?
I'm about to show you the secret. Don't you want to see what's in the box? Very well. I'll bring it to you.
What is that?
A rare Egyptian scarab, Mr. Herrick. Secret of eternity.
Where would you
get it? From the pharaohs, who understood its power.
Pharaohs?
I told you, Mr. Herrick. I was once Queen of the Nile.
That was only a movie.
Was it? Oh, yes, but I'm talking about the real thing.
You were?
Not were. Am.
Oh.
Sit down. It's easier that way. Let me open your shirt. You'll feel a slight sting as it penetrates your flesh. Then when it's fed, when it's filled itself with your life force.
Please. Please.
There. Now I simply remove it and place it on my skin so that it can reverse the process. Let me see. This leg should do nicely. Do you think I have nice legs, Mr. Harry? Oh, but you can't speak. You can't do anything, can you? A pity the art of mummification no longer exists, because in a few more seconds, there will simply be nothing left to hold your body together anymore.
Pamela, what have you done?
I've told you, Viola. Never come in until I call you if you want to live another day.
No, I can't bear it.
Get rid of the remains. Quickly.
This must stop.
Clothing, shoes, everything. Now.
Yes?
I have an appointment to see Miss Morris.
This way, sir.
I'm here, Charlotte.
Yes, miss.
Oh, do you mind? I seem to have knocked over a cup in the living room. Would you see that it's swept up? All of it?
Right away, miss.
If I've come at a bad time...
Nonsense. You must be Mr. Jackson.
Yes, I called the other day.
And I told you to come out when you could. Did you think I'd forget?
Well, I didn't want to intrude. I must say, you look spectacular.
Do I?
Radiant, if you don't mind me saying.
It's the weather. I so love the sun and the pool. I'm constantly refreshed. It reminds me of the location for one of my films, We shot it on the banks of the Nile River, the ancient source of life, or so I'm told.
Queen of the Nile. I've seen it.
Have you? But you're so young. Come. We'll have coffee on the veranda.
Everybody knows Pamela Morris, the beautiful and eternally young movie star. Or does she have another name even more famous, an Egyptian one from centuries past? A word to the wise. It's best not to be too curious, lest you end up like Jordan Herrick, a pile of dust and old clothing discarded in the endless eternity of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Queen of the Nile, starring Kate Jackson with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Jerry Saul. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Linda Ryder, David Darlow, Sarah Marks, Christian Stolte, Bob Dunsworth, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
Countdown for blastoff. X -5, -4, -3, -2, X -1. Fire! From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, Mars is Heaven. When the first space rocket lands on Mars, what will we find? Only the ruins of a dead and deserted planet? Or will there be life? Intelligent life in some strange form that we can only imagine? Will we be welcomed with open arms? Or will the Martians treat us as invaders? Only one thing is certain. Someday, a giant metal ship will take off from Earth to travel through the black velocities, the silent gulfs of space, to descend at last into the darkness of the upper Martian atmospheres. And on that day, man will finally know the answers. The day we first land on Mars.
Now hear this. Now hear this. Approaching critical deceleration. Fasten gravity suits. Stand by to land.
There it is. We've intersected the course vector, sir.
All right, Mr. Lustig. Over to manual control.
Aye, sir.
Masters, sound general quarters.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Lustig, what do you make of the terrain?
There seems to be a heavy ground, Miss Captain. We won't be able to use the infrared lights.
And we'll have to come in on radar.
Isn't that a little risky, sir? Landing in the dark?
I'd rather run the danger of a blind landing, Lieutenant, than come in without the cover of darkness. Remember, we don't know what kind of reception is waiting for us down there.
Airspeed 500. Altitude now 4,000.
Bridge to engine room. Stand by for deceleration. Fire forward tubes 1 and 3. Steady as she goes, Mr. Lustig.
As she goes, sir.
Airspeed 100. Altitude 1,000.
Radar indicates a level stretch dead ahead, sir.
Skids down.
Skids check.
Altitude 500. 4. 350. 3.
Up a point now. All right. Let's set her down. Cut the power. Masters, pipe battle stations.
Aye, sir. All secured, sir.
Well, gentlemen, we're now on Mars, April 20th, 1987, 4:33 Greenwich time. Enter that in the log, Masters.
Aye, sir.
Well, gentlemen, it's less than 2 hours till dawn. As soon as it's light, we'll send out a landing party. Masters, get me an all-over hookup.
We're all set, Captain.
Now hear this. All right, men. The smoking lamp is lit. Well, we're on Mars. The first manned ship from Earth to land here. We don't know what we're going to find or what dangers we may face. We're 17 men on an alien world, and it's up to us whether we ever get home again. The next few hours should tell the story, and I want instant obedience to all commands. I'll court-martial the first man who doesn't jump to when he's ordered. And one other thing. We may be on Mars, but this is still a United States naval vessel. Officers will conduct a personal and weapons inspection in 1 hour. That's all.
An inspection, Captain? Now?
Mr. Lustig, we've got an hour and a half to sweat out before we find out what's outside that airlock. I'd rather have a man worried about his stripes than about what's waiting outside on Mars.
Now hear this. Landing party report to forward airlock. Captain Black, Lieutenant Hingston, Lieutenant Lustig, and Dr. Horst report immediately to forward airlock. It's now landing time -5.
Well, they're paging us. You ready, Dr. Horst?
Yes, Mr. Lustig. As ready as I will ever be.
Come on, let's get in the lock. Hingston, Lustig, and Horst reporting in the airlock.
Very well, sir. The captain will join you.
4 minutes to go. At least the captain would get here.
What difference does it make?
I just want to get it over with, that's all. Anybody got a cigarette?
Yeah, I think you're smoking too much, Lieutenant Lustig. Are you nervous?
I offer you, Horst.
Wondering what's hidden outside underneath that ground mist? I've been giving it some thought. It'll be very interesting to find out. A very unusual planet, Mars.
Why?
It has an atmosphere. A wonderful thing, an atmosphere. Where you find one, you find life.
You mean Martians? What do you think they'll look like?
Who knows? Intelligent life can take many forms.
You mean they may have green skins and eyes on stalks or something?
The comic book conception is possible, of course. Or they may have developed far beyond us. Perhaps they have a science that can produce weapons far more dangerous than our atomic missiles.
You think we may have to fight our way up?
After all, we are invaders.
Now hear this. Landing time -2.
All right. We heard this. You know what I'd like to find outside that airlock? Good old Illinois. Ever been there, Lustig?
Only Chicago.
Well, you ought to see my hometown. Green lawns, big white houses.
Sounds like my hometown.
My grandmother used to have one of those iron deer on the lawn. Every Halloween, we'd paint another color. One time, we painted it black and white like a Holstein cow.
Where does your family live, Dr. Horst?
I have no family. When I was a child, they were gassed to death in the Dachau concentration camp.
Tough.
No, it has its advantages. I have no ties on Earth. Nothing to lose now. I imagine I'm the only one on board who is free to enjoy our present peculiar position.
All right, Masters, you can button it up now.
Aye, sir.
Well, gentlemen, check your sidearms. In 1 minute, we'll be the first men to set foot on Mars. Quite an honor, eh?
As long as the medals are not rewarded posthumously.
Still uneasy, Dr. Horst?
Captain Black, I've been uneasy ever since I can remember. On Earth and on Mars.
Well, 30 seconds. Give me the intercom phone, Lustig.
Yes, sir.
Masters?
Aye, sir.
Battle stations are to be manned until we return. If we're not back in 2 hours, I want no rescue party sent out. Blast off and save the ship, you understand?
Aye, sir.
All right. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Lustig, open the outer airlock.
Aye, sir. It's fresh air.
Let's go. All right, now, take it easy. It's too dark to move fast.
Quiet, isn't it? Not even a wind. Can't see anything from this ground this time.
We don't know what's out here. All right, come on.
What the quiet? Captain, I could swear that sounds like a rooster.
I don't hear it anymore.
Very homely but unlikely sound. A rooster crowing on Mars?
Hingston?
Aye, sir.
Set that machine gun 25 yards to the flank. We'll stay here till the ground mist lifts.
Aye, sir.
What do you make of the ground, Horst?
Grass. Plain grass. You can see some large foliage there where the mist's thinned out.
What the? Hingston, hold your fire, you fool! I hit it, Captain. What? Some kind of wild animal. I hit it. I could see the tracers, but it's still standing.
Come on, Horst. Doctor, where are you?
Up ahead, admiring the wild animal.
Careful, Horst. Wait for us.
Don't worry, Captain.
It's an iron deer. A lawn ornament.
Well, that's impossible.
It's hollow. Interesting, isn't it? A whitewashed Victorian iron deer sitting on a lawn in the middle of Mars.
I don't understand.
Look around. The mist's lifting.
Hey, Captain, look there. It's a house, a regular old-fashioned house. But, sir, on Mars.
Good Lord. I haven't seen carved scrolls and gingerbread like that in years. Look at that port swing. The geraniums.
There. I told you it was a rooster, Captain.
Give me the glasses, Lustig. I want to take a look through that front window. Well, there's an upright piano. Some sheet music on it. Lustig, it's beautiful Ohio.
Oh, it can't be, sir.
Horst, do you think that civilization of 2 planets could be identical?
I don't know. That specific variety of geraniums is only 50 years old on Earth.
Is it logical that they should develop in Mars? How about that port swing and the piano and beautiful Ohio? Why, it's impossible.
Captain Black, this looks like the town I was born in.
Well, it looks like my hometown, too.
I've thought of something, sir. It's the only solution. Maybe we're not the first ship to reach Mars from Earth.
Don't be ridiculous, Lustig.
Oh, how else can you explain it? Suppose some scientists got together. They invented some spaceship and planted a colony here. That's the only answer.
That's impossible, Lustig. Been space travel, it couldn't be secret. Do you have any idea what ships cost, what industrial power is needed? No, there's got to be some logical reason.
I think perhaps we might find out, Captain. The light just went on in that house.
Kingston, cover that door with the machine gun.
Aye, sir.
All right, come on, horse. We're going to ring that doorbell. There's got to be a scientific answer to all this.
And there's something moving in there.
Stand back, Horst. Give me a clear shot.
Are you sure a bullet can stop a Martian?
Steady now.
Can I help you?
Will we...
If you're selling anything, it's much too early.
No, wait just a minute. What town is this?
What do you mean? Are you census takers?
No. We're strangers here. We want to know how this town got here.
Is this a game?
No, it's not a game. We're from Earth.
From where?
From Earth.
Do you mean out of the ground? Are you sure you're feeling well?
Madam, we came in a flying ship across space. We're from the third planet, Earth. This is Mars. Now do you understand? Mars.
You go away now, you hear? I'll call my husband from upstairs and he'll chase you. Go on.
But this is Mars, isn't it?
This is Green Lake, Wisconsin, in the United States of America. Bounded on the east by the Atlantic and on the west by the Pacific. Now go away. Goodbye.
Horst, do you suppose it's really possible? I've got to find out more about this.
I told you I'd call my husband. Now you go away.
You've got to tell me one thing first. What year is this?
Year? 1928, of course. For goodness sake.
You hear that, Horst? And we know it's 1987, and we know this is Mars. Horst, is it possible that we got fouled up, made some tremendous blunder, circled around, and landed back on Earth?
In 1928?
Well, maybe some switch in time or dimension. Could we have shifted somehow, gone backward in time? Oh, Horst, this won't hold water. It's not logical. We checked every mile. We went past the moon, out into space. We're on Mars. Lustig out at point. Hingston in the rear. Keep that gun at half load.
Aye, sir.
Horst, there's got to be some cold, logical solution.
Captain.
What?
That house down the street, the white one with the green shutters.
Lustig, what's the matter?
I never thought of... Thank God!
Lustig, come back here.
He's running for that house.
That crazy fool. After him, quick.
Lustig, stop!
Come down off of that porch.
Grandpa!
Lustig, what the devil do you think you're doing?
Albert!
Oh, Grandma. Grandpa, it is you.
Lustig, what is going on here?
Albert, it's been so many years.
How you've grown, boy.
It's so good to see you.
Lieutenant Lustig! Oh.
Captain, Grandma, I want you to meet my friends. This is Captain Black. Captain, I want you to meet my grandfolks.
Howdy. Any friend of Albert's is a friend of ours.
How long have you been here, Grandma?
Oh, a good many years, ever since we died.
Ever since you what?
Oh, yes, sir. They've been dead 30 years.
What?
Oh, now, don't you trouble yourself. It's all right. We're alive again, that's all.
Do you mean to tell me that Mars is heaven?
Oh, nonsense, no. All we know is here we're alive again. And who are we to question God's infinite ways?
Well, Lustig, we're going back to the ship.
But, Captain, I want to talk to my grandfather.
Lieutenant Lustig, I don't like any part of this. You'll come back with us if I have to club you and carry you.
Aye, sir.
Now, let's go. Heaven only knows what they've run up against back at the ship. Crowd around the ship.
Looks like we're being welcomed with a celebration, Captain.
Celebration? We've abandoned ship. Every port is open. No guard set. You masters!
Hiya, Captain. Meet my old dad. Dad, that's Captain Black. He's not a bad guy for an officer.
Hingston!
What's it?
Bring that band back. Use force if you have to.
Excuse me, sir. There's my Uncle George.
Hingston!
I'll be right back, Captain. Uncle George.
What the devil is going on here?
Don't you understand, sir? They've all found friends and relatives. They're all here.
You're right, Captain. I've found it. The whole crew's out in the crowd.
But I gave orders. Definite orders.
You don't understand, Captain.
I understand mutiny. I don't care how many relatives show up. I'll have discipline.
Johnny! What? Johnny, you old son of a gun!
It's you. Edward.
Yes.
It can't be.
Oh, of course it is. Johnny,
Ed.
you old...
Ed. Dr. Horst. This is my brother, Edward.
How do you do?
Hello, sir.
It's wonderful to see you, Edward. Look, I've got to get back to my ship.
Oh, Johnny, wait. I almost forgot. Mom's waiting at home.
Mom?
Yeah, and Dad, too.
Mom and Dad are alive? Then Then you're real, Ed.
Well, of course. Don't I feel real? How's that, huh?
Why, Ed!
We've got lunch for you, Johnny. Mom's making corn fritters.
Dr. Horst, haven't you found anybody?
No, Captain. I have nobody.
Well, then you come on home with me, right, Ed?
Why, sure.
Horst, you wouldn't believe it, but it's been 35 years since I had Mom's corn fritters. By George, 35 years.
And there's plenty more in the kitchen, so don't hold back, Johnny. You too, Dr. Horst.
Well, Johnny, you're still in the Navy, eh?
That's right, Dad. I'm in command of the ship.
We're an old Navy family, Dr. Horst. All three of our boys in the service.
Yeah, Ed was the best pilot in the Pacific, too. What did happen, Ed?
What's the difference? I'm here now.
Yeah, but...
You know, it's almost perfect. All we're missing is your brother, Will. Then the whole family could be together.
Well, it won't be long, Mom. Will's in charge of the XR-54. Next rocket coming out to Mars.
Oh. Well, little Will. When does he leave, Johnny?
Well, the takeoff's scheduled for September, but it depends on what we report.
Oh, yeah.
There's no question about that now, huh?
No.
Christmas together again. That'll be something.
Sure will, yes, sirree. Well, this calls for a celebration. How about a little of the old dandelion wine, eh, Johnny?
Now, Father, don't you go giving Johnny too much wine.
He's a big boy now, Mother. Well, sir, isn't everything just fine? Just fine.
Play that one again, will you, Ed?
Oh, sure.
Well, Dr. Horst, what are you doing sitting over here alone? What do you think of my little family?
Very nice.
You know, I can't understand why you didn't find any folks here, Dr. Horst. It's just a shame everybody else is so happy.
Well, I never remembered my family, Mrs. Black. All I know is they were gassed at Dachau during the Second World War. When I was liberated, I was in delirium 3 months. I cannot remember anything before then. A psychiatric phenomena.
Well, that's terrible. Isn't there anything anybody can do?
I don't want to remember. I have not had a pleasant life. I prefer to be free of emotional entanglements. They interfere with a scientific approach.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Horst.
Oh, I'll get it.
That's our ring. Long and 3 shorts. I remember that.
Well, maybe we'd better call it a night. You must be getting tired, Johnny.
I'd better be going back to the ship.
Nonsense. You stay the night. We insist.
I just couldn't rest thinking of you all alone on that ship.
I'll be all right. Well, good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Dr. Horst. That phone message was for you.
Me?
Yes, that's right. A message from Anna.
Anna? I don't...
Well, there, she must be an old friend. Isn't that nice?
I don't... You sure it was for me? I don't remember any Anna.
Well, she asked if you were better.
Perhaps she's someone who knew you at Dachau.
Anna?
She said she's coming over here first thing in the morning. So you'll have to stay over.
Yes,
well, that settles it then. You stay here, Horst. You can bunk with me in my old room.
Yeah, but Johnny, we thought you'd like to be with Edward.
So you could talk the way you used to.
Well, we can't put Dr. Horst on the daybed. I think we better share the room tonight. Be plenty of time for talking, Ed.
Yes, I guess so.
I suppose I better drop back to the ship. You know, Ed, security check.
What? Why do you have to do that here?
I don't know, Mom. There's no good reason, I guess. Suppose we skip it tonight, huh? Well, good night, everybody.
Oh, it's good to have you home, Johnny.
It's good to be home, Mom.
Captain Black. You asleep?
No, I've been thinking about what we were expecting. Green-skinned Martians. All the time there was only Mom and Dad and Edward waiting. That's funny what tricks your imagination can play on you. Well, I guess Mars is heaven, Horst.
You know, I've been thinking about Martians, too. Captain, just suppose there were Martians, and they saw us land, and suppose they thought of us as invaders. What would be the best weapon they could use against our atom bombs, huh?
I don't see what you're getting at.
They would want to disarm us first, huh? To wipe out all suspicion, to make us feel at home. Captain, suppose this house isn't real. Suppose the people are just images, stolen from our own memories by Martians, created for us by telepathy, hypnotism.
Oh, that's the craziest theory I ever heard.
Maybe that's why there was no one for me, because in all my life there is no happy memory, no real loved person, not even my mother. I don't remember her, only the piles of rotting corpses at Dachau. There was no happy emotion for these people to recreate.
How about that phone call? Anna?
Yes, Anna. I didn't remember who she was, but I do now. I just remembered. When I was freed from Dachau, sick, delirious, I raved about a wonderful, kind nurse named Anna that took care of me.
Well, there you are. It's logical. She's coming to see you tomorrow.
But there was no Anna. I'd been nursed by a man.
What?
Anna was only a dream. And there's only one way they could have learned about her, by reading my subconscious mind.
That's impossible, Horace.
Why? The whole crew was thinking of home. Suppose the Martians read our minds.
Yes, but if there are Martians...
If there are, they have us separated. Each man in a different house, sleeping, trusting. No one at the guns.
I left my pistol downstairs. Do you think there's something to this, Horst?
It's a perfect trap, Captain. Who would suspect his own mother, his grandparents? How easy. Just a knife in the heart of each sleeping man.
That's impossible, Horst. But we've got to get back to the ship.
Listen. The crickets have stopped. Come on. We don't know when they change back to whatever they really are.
All right, careful.
Where are you going, John?
Ed, we wanted a drink of water. That's all, Ed.
You're not thirsty, John. You don't want a drink.
Look out!
You don't want a
His
drink.
face! It's changing! He's a Martian! Run, Horst! Run!
You can't get away, John.
This way, Horst! Horst, where are you?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me, Earth? This is Captain John Black, the XR-53 calling from Mars. I've locked myself in the ship, but they've crippled it. I can't take off or fire the guns, and they're coming for me now, the Martians. I'm all alone here. All the rest are dead. Hinkston, Lustig, Dr. Horst. Poor Horst, he didn't even reach the door. Listen. They're trying to break through the hull. Edward and Mom and Dad and all the folks, but they're changing now. They're melting and changing back into... They're Martians. Can you understand? Martians, not men. They made us think that Mars was heaven and we fell into the trap. Can you hear me, Earth? You've got to stop the next rocket. Listen, tell my brother Will. Tell my brother not to come. They'll trap him too. They'll kill them all. Hello? Can you hear me, Earth? This is John Black on Mars. Hello, Earth. This is John Black on Mars. Hello, Earth. Hello, Earth.
Tonight, X-1 has brought you the science fiction classic, Mars is Heaven, written by Ray Bradbury and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Wendell Holmes as Captain Black and Peter Capell as Dr. Horst, with Bill Zuckert as Masters, Bill Lipton as Hinkston, Margaret Berlin as the old lady, Bill Griffiths as Edward, Ken Williams as Lustig, Ethel Everett as Mom, and Edwin Jerome as Dad. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Wayne as a transcribed NBC Radio Network production. Minus one.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yes?
Hi, Marilyn.
Oh, hi, Val.
Guess what?
What?
I got a catalog this morning.
That's nice.
I'll hold it up so you can see. Didn't you hear me? I said I got
What's so special about a catalog? You get a lot of them, don't you?
Yes, but this one is from the Bureau.
Oh.
Well, isn't that simply the greatest?
I suppose so.
You suppose? Wait till you see it. It's beautiful.
I know.
You think you do, but you can't. Not until you've seen it for yourself.
I got one, too.
You did? Why didn't you call me?
I was going to. Honest.
Isn't it wonderful? Oh, I can hardly wait. How long does it take, do you think?
I don't know. A few days.
But the transformation prom's next week.
They have to give us time to decide.
I don't need time. I've already made up my mind.
You have?
Number 12. They're so beautiful, with perfect blonde hair and those little noses that turn up at the end.
My mother's a number 12.
I know, and she looks so fabulous. Don't you think she looks fabulous? My mother's a number 14, but I always thought your mother looks so much better. Who wants to be a brunette? Nobody has dark hair nowadays. There's this one girl at school, that senior Jennifer. Well, she picked number 14. What a mistake. Nobody liked it. She tried to dye her hair last week and it came out all red and springy looking. Now she wears extra makeup. She thinks we won't notice. But her hair doesn't go with anything else. And
I have red hair.
Oh, I know.
Do you think there's something wrong with red hair?
No, honest. It's great, really. But when you think about what you'll look like after the transformation, isn't it dreamy? Maybe I'll pick number 15. They have such nice long legs. Of course, number 11 does too, just like a dancer. Not as slim as number 12, but...
I gotta go.
To look at your catalog, I bet. Hold it up to the phone so I can see.
It's not here.
Well, where is it? You didn't lose it, did you? Better check, because if you did...
My mother's got it.
Oh, good. I mean, I want to ask her a question. Do you think she's happy being a number 12? If she could give me her opinion before...
Yeah, I'll tell her. Bye, Val.
Portrait of an American girl caught in that transition known as the terrible teens. The place? A world very much like our own, with all the modern conveniences that make life healthy, happy, and safe. The time? Only a few years from now, when the passage into adulthood has been rendered as pleasant and painless as possible. The answer is technology, and the guarantee that beauty is available not only to the lucky few, but to all, equally and without prejudice. Call it the American dream. For what young girl would not want to be beautiful? Given the chance, what girl will not happily exchange a plain face for a pretty one, an overweight body for a slender one, a lonely adolescence for popularity? It's a dream that might happen tomorrow. But as we're about to see, it's already happening in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Number 12 Looks Just Like You, starring Bonnie Somerville and Charles Shaughnessy, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
What are you doing, honey?
I'm looking at the scrapbook.
My old scrapbook? Oh, dear. How embarrassing.
I think it's nice.
You should be looking at your new catalog. Here, I brought it back.
That's all right.
They all look so pretty, don't they? I can't decide. The 17 reminds me of your father. His features, I mean. But I think the 12 might suit you better.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I don't know.
I thought we should look at it together, all right?
If you say so.
Of course, you can't see the details clearly. The holograms are so small. Just the basic faces and figures and how they look wearing different outfits. But you get the idea. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Are you listening to me?
I'm sorry, Mothers. Some of the pictures in this old album...
Sometimes I don't understand you, darling.
What do you mean?
Most girls your age are thrilled to death when it's time to choose a pattern. Have you even looked at the catalog?
Yes.
I remember how excited I was before I made my choice. I couldn't sleep for 3 nights. The patterns were all so lovely, I couldn't make up my mind. My mother had to help me decide. I finally chose number 12. I guess that's everyone's favorite.
Is it?
Aren't you excited?
Mm-hmm.
What is it in that old album that's so fascinating?
The way you were. Before.
Oh, you can't be serious.
This page, for instance.
Not that one.
It is you, isn't it? See? It says Lana Donnelly.
Oh, I can't believe how plain I was. No wonder I didn't have any friends as a child. The sandy hair, all those freckles.
Like mine?
Well, that's what you inherited. But when I see that thick waist in the picture, those ugly, shapeless legs, I absolutely want to cringe. I wish your father hadn't given you this book. Hard to believe, I know, but I'm afraid the awful truth is it's me, before my transformation.
I knew it.
I was such a sight.
I wouldn't say that. I think you were beautiful. I really do.
Well, I certainly don't. I was unbearably homely. It was always hard on me at school until, well, thank goodness for the transformation. It's the most marvelous thing that could happen to a person, and it didn't come a moment too soon.
Am I very homely now?
Of course you aren't. Not to me. But afterwards, oh, think of it. You'll be beautiful.
Mother.
Yes, dear.
May I ask you a question?
Anything at all.
Suppose I didn't want it.
What?
I wouldn't have to, would I?
Darling, what are you talking about?
At least I could wait a little while, couldn't I? Would that be all right?
Oh, I don't think so. It has to be done at just the right time, a certain stage in your growth. Later, it's much harder. That's why the Bureau notified you. The time is now.
But what if I'm not ready?
You're just nervous, darling. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Say, I know what you need.
You do?
A glass of instant smile. I'll ring for Grace.
I don't need anything.
I think you do, if you could see yourself. But all of that will change. Just think. Turn it over in your mind and savor it. Very soon now, very, very soon, you can look like this. Or this.
Who's that one?
She's exactly your age. Isn't she beautiful? Her name is, let me see, Melanie Moore. There's no reason why this couldn't be you. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
You rang, Mrs. Q-Barrel?
Lana.
Pardon me, Lana.
A cup of instant smile for my daughter, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
On second thought, make it 2. I could use a little pick-me-up myself.
Right away.
Teaching the help to use first names can be a problem these days. But we're all equal, aren't we?
Yes, Mother.
Remember that. After all, Grace is a number 12, too. Even if she is our maid.
Oh, Mother.
Why so glum, darling?
I'm tired. I think I'll go to my room and lie down.
That's a good idea. You're not yourself today.
Oh? Who am I?
You act as though there's something wrong with the transformation. I don't understand what possible objection anyone could have to being beautiful. After all, isn't everybody? Someone's at the front door, Grace.
Yes, Lana. Be right there.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Hello, Lana.
Oh, Rick. Thanks for coming by.
How's Marilyn?
The same.
I almost couldn't believe what you said on the vid phone.
I couldn't believe it myself. But it's true. She doesn't want the transformation. Can you imagine?
Let me talk to her.
I wish you would.
Where is she now?
In her room. I'll let her know you're here.
Yes.
Marilyn, are you awake?
Why?
Uncle Rick is here.
He is? Be right there.
That girl. You were her father's brother, Rick. What did he tell her?
How do you mean?
What could he possibly have said to give her these crazy ideas?
It's an interesting question. Don't jump to conclusions. He was a good man.
I know that.
A little strange, perhaps, but a good man. I'll have a word with her. Might not have been his fault, you know.
Then whose?
Hard to say. They pick up so many peculiar notions from the Trivid and that school.
Here she is now. Don't let on that I called you.
I won't.
Honey, look who stopped by to see you.
Hi, sweetheart.
Uncle Rick!
Oh, forget that uncle stuff, will you? You want me to start feeling old?
Oh, you're not old. Can you stay?
For a few minutes, I guess. I was just passing by and I...
You two will excuse me.
What's the matter, Mom?
Nothing. I'm late for my culture class.
Still taking that night course, huh?
Well, I can't miss a chance to improve myself, can I? Make yourself comfortable, Rick. If you need anything, Grace is in the other room.
Sure. Nice to see you, Lana.
Nice to see you. Come back soon, will you? We'll all have dinner together.
Sounds great. Bye now. Now then, what's all this about?
What's what about?
Well, I gather your mother is worried.
Oh.
Don't say it like that. She cares very much about you.
Because I don't want to be transformed?
Something like that.
Because I want to stay ugly.
Stop it. You're many things, honey. Most of them delightful, but you're definitely not ugly. You're just...
Just what? Not beautiful?
Some people might say so.
What would you say?
You're different looking.
Different good or different bad?
Doesn't matter. The point is, people choose transformation when the opportunity comes along.
I guess I'm not like other people.
Your father chose it.
I know. He was a number 17 just like you.
Well, yes. 17 is the favorite for men these days. Has been for the past 20 years. My brother was a perfectionist. Wouldn't settle for anything less.
Uncle Rick.
Yes?
Haven't you ever wanted to look like you?
I do look like me.
But you also look like a lot of other people.
And all considered rather handsome, or so I'm told. Is that bad?
Is it good to be like everybody? Isn't that the same as being nobody?
I think it's time you tell me.
Tell you what?
Where you've been getting these radical ideas.
My father used to say...
Your father was a handsome man, wasn't he?
Yes, but he read books. He thought about things. Sometimes we talk, just the two of us.
Everybody talks.
I mean about real things, not just electronic baseball or the super soccer team or where to buy a dress or fix your hair.
Is there something wrong with sports, Marilyn, or buying new dresses? Think of all the businesses that would close down if nobody thought about them.
But if you make that all there is in life...
Sorry, sweetie, I have to be going. For now, I'd say you're out of sorts. It's not unusual at your age. You better have a glass of Instant Smile. Ask Grace to bring one in.
I've had a glass of Instant Smile. I've had glass after glass after glass. And you know something? It doesn't do any good.
Take it easy.
I don't feel like smiling. I feel like frowning. In fact, I want to cry. I'm unhappy, and I don't know why. Do you understand? I'm just not happy.
I'll tell you what you are. I don't know how it happened, but I'd say you're a very sick young lady.
Why? Because I don't want to be like everyone else?
I'll tell your mother to make an appointment with the doctor tomorrow. Till then, take care of yourself, sweetie, and try not to worry. We'll all be better very soon. You'll see.
What's wrong with me? Somebody please tell me. What's wrong with me?
So glad you could come.
Thanks, Mrs. Cubero.
Lana, please.
Oh, sure. Lana.
We haven't seen much of you lately.
I know.
Marilyn, look who dropped by.
Who?
Hi, Marilyn.
Val?
Yes, it's me.
Oh, I didn't recognize you.
Doesn't she look fabulous?
I feel fabulous. Number 12 has always been my favorite, ever since I was a little girl.
Well, it was worth the wait, wasn't it?
You bet.
Are you two going out tonight?
I don't think so, but if Marilyn wants to.
I can't. I have to do my online homework.
Just a visit, then. I'll leave you alone. I know you have a lot to talk about. Remember, Val, you're always welcome here.
Thanks, Lana.
If you need anything...
We're fine, Mother.
Don't be such a stranger, Val.
I promise. See you soon.
She told you, didn't she?
Well, yes.
And that's why you're here.
Really, Marilyn, don't you think you're being silly about the whole thing?
I think it's my own business.
Well, of course it is. But I don't understand. Nobody does.
I just don't see why I have to make up my mind right now. There's no law, is there?
But everyone has it done.
Fine. They're not me.
It doesn't hurt or anything, if that's what you're worried about. When they did mine, I didn't feel a thing.
I'm sure it didn't.
Well, what then? You like the way I look, don't you?
Sure. You look just like my mother now. Oh, excuse me. Like Lana.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, Val. But I like you.
Of course you do.
We're friends. We'd be friends even if you didn't have the transformation. Don't you know that?
That's not the important thing.
What is important, Val?
It's like getting a new dress or a new hairstyle. You just look better. You want to look as nice as you can, don't you?
If I do it, I'll look like one of those holograms in the catalog.
That's right, you will. And they're all beautiful, aren't they? What's wrong with that?
I don't know. But somehow I have this feeling that it's wrong.
Why?
How will you know me afterwards? How will anyone know me?
That doesn't make sense. You know what I think, Marilyn? I think you're just plain weird. If everybody says it's all right, if the whole world thinks it is, then how can you say something different? I don't get it.
You're the one who doesn't get it. I don't want to look like someone else. Val, I want to look like me. I won't let them change me into something else. I won't let them. Help me, please, Val. I don't have anyone else who'll listen. Please help me.
Marilyn?
Mother?
No, I'm Miss Simmons.
Oh, you must be a number 12, too.
Why, thank you, dear. As a matter of fact, I am. Doctor will see you now.
Where's my mother?
She's already in the office. Would you like to come with me?
All right.
Dr. Hortel?
Yes, nurse?
Miss Cuberl is here.
Thank you, Eva.
Hello, Marilyn, darling. The doctor and I were just having a talk.
Please, call me Rex.
All right, Rex.
Would you care for a beverage, Marilyn?
No, thank you.
That'll be all for now.
Very well. Call me if you need anything.
Yes, I will.
Have a seat by me. The couch is very comfortable.
What's this for?
Oh, just a simple interview. Your mother, Lana, wanted us to get acquainted.
Why?
Rex will answer any questions you have.
I'll do my level best.
And I appreciate it. We both do. I'm sorry to have bothered you. It's such a small thing, really.
No, not at all. That's my job.
Marilyn, please, sit.
Now then, you're 18?
Yes.
Well, it must be about time to... Ah, yes, I see that you've already received your notice. Went out last week.
That's why we're here.
No, you mustn't worry.
I try not to.
Marilyn's like so many young people nowadays.
She is?
Mm-hmm. And it's our fault.
How so?
Well, because we haven't made things clear to her. It's a matter of communication. But when you deal with a bureaucracy, well, there's bound to be an information lag.
I read everything from the Bureau.
But it didn't give you any definite explanation of why you've had to wait this long. I'm sure it's been difficult. Marilyn looks at you, Lana, at the women all around her in pictures on the Trivid, and then she looks into a mirror. It has a negative effect on her self-image, not to mention her spirit.
There's nothing wrong with my spirit.
Marilyn, please.
Well, from pure perfection of body, face, limbs, pigmentation, carriage, stance, she sees herself and is horrified. Isn't that so?
Well,
Well, of course it is. The child asks herself, why must I be so hideous, off balance, oversized, awkward, when everyone around me is so perfect? In short, she's tired of being a monster. She's come close to giving up.
Dr. Rex, that's all well and good, but you don't understand.
He doesn't.
I beg your pardon?
She isn't just depressed or anxious, she's...
Well, go on, say it. You're my patient now. Everything is in strictest confidence.
Well, she's... I don't know quite how to put this.
I made up my mind.
You have?
I don't want to have the transformation.
You what?
I don't understand it either. She never said anything before, and now, suddenly...
Is this true?
Yes.
Oh, perhaps you'd like to talk about it.
Not particularly.
She won't give any reasons. She just...
Suppose you tell me, Marilyn. In your own words.
There's nothing to tell. I just don't want to change.
You do understand that transformation is a normal part of growing up. It has been for years now. In a way, it's a milestone. A sign of maturity. It means you're ready to take your place in the adult world.
How? By being like everybody else?
Well, I wouldn't say that. No, there are a great many styles in the catalogue. You're absolutely free to choose any one you like. There's no pressure on you at all. No coercion.
Isn't there?
No, that would be against regulations.
But I have to choose one, even if I don't want to. That's the way it's set up. If I don't, well, I don't even know what would happen to me.
You make it sound like you're being forced. No, that would be contrary to free will. And if there's one thing this country guarantees...
But what would happen if I don't? If I stay the way I want to be? Why do people care so much? I thought this was supposed to be a democracy where we respect everybody.
Marilyn.
Even if they want to be different. Even if they want to live their lives the way they...
You mustn't talk like that.
Why not?
You've been given every advantage, every privilege. We're talking about a chance to develop your full potential.
Would you mind if I conduct a test?
What kind of test?
A personality profile. For my records.
I don't see why not. Do you, Marilyn?
Come over here, please.
What's that machine?
Oh, it simply scans your mental activity, then prints it out on a strip of paper. The whole process takes a few seconds. It's quite painless, I assure you. All you need to do is sit in this chair.
It's all right, darling. I promise.
What are you putting on my head?
A cranial recorder. I'm sure you've had this done before.
You did. When you first started school, remember?
All right, close your eyes, please, and sit quietly. Now, you must understand, the transformation is desirable not only from an aesthetic point of view. It plays an important role in one's psychological adjustment. According to scientific research, it's absolutely vital. There. That's all there is to it.
What does it say?
Lana, was there anything specific that triggered your daughter's feelings? An emotional incident of some sort?
Nothing that I'm aware of. She's never shown much interest in her appearance, but I honestly can't imagine anything
Your
that
husband died in the Ganymede incident, I see.
5 years ago.
Did you ever discuss this matter with him?
Yes. I recall that he had some misgivings at first, but he finally chose number 17. Your number.
Huh, I see.
You remind me so much of him. Your eyes and the way you walk.
Well, that's hardly surprising. It's an outstanding design.
He's not Daddy, Mother, or Uncle Rick.
Now, you can go back to the couch now, Marilyn. We're all finished. Just lift the helmet off. You were very fond of your father, I take it.
Yes.
And you respected his opinions, didn't you?
He was very, very intelligent.
Oh, I'm sure he was. Did he ever tell you that the transformation was bad?
Not exactly.
I'm sure he didn't.
What did he tell you?
He said he thought it was tragic.
Jack had some ideas that were rather nonconformist, Doctor. But it was just talk. He had the highest physical and psychological rating with the rocket service.
Well, this is a very unusual case. I'll require some additional time to look into the matter. Suppose I get in touch with you, say, in a few days.
That will be fine. I appreciate your seeing us.
Did you find out?
What's that?
The machine. Did you find out what's inside my head?
Oh, your general intelligence rating is quite high. Social adaptation, good. Powers of reasoning appear normal. Oh, above normal, in fact.
Then why won't you let me make up my own mind?
Honey, please.
Why can't I? Why should I be forced to do something I don't want to do? You can't make me, can you?
Oh, no one has ever been forced to take the transformation. Now, the problem is to discover why you don't want it. Then, once we understand that, well, we'll make whatever corrections are necessary. You're something of a challenge, young lady. Don't you worry. I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. Whatever it takes.
Where are we going?
This way, please. It's just at the end of the hall.
What part of the hospital is this?
They have the private offices down here.
I thought Dr. Hortel was going to meet me.
You mean Dr. Rex? He'll be along later. Miss Marilyn Cubero.
Come in, Marilyn. Sit down.
It's too dark. I can't see anything.
Walk toward the desk.
Wait.
See the chair?
Yes, but I can't see you.
Sorry, the lamp must be right in your eyes. Let me adjust it.
Who are you?
I am Professor Friend. Sigmund Friend. You must call me Sig. Dr. Rex has told me about you. I'm here to help. Sit, please.
Help me?
Help rid you of your fears of this necessary and important...
No, that isn't true. It's not necessary.
This very necessary, very important step in your life.
But why? Why does everyone want to force me to do something I don't want to do?
Why else but for your own good?
That doesn't make sense.
Why else would the state go to so much trouble and expense? Many, many years ago, wiser men than I decided to eliminate injustice and inequality from this world. They saw in physical unattractiveness one of the factors that make men hate. And so they charged the finest scientific minds with the task of eliminating, or at least minimizing, ugliness everywhere.
But I'm not ugly. I'm not pretty, but I'm not ugly either.
To others, you may be.
Not to those who love me.
There's more to it than that. As we learn to reshape the features, remold the body, we also learn to eliminate most causes of illness, and thereby prolong life. Before the transformation, you might have expected to live 70, 80, perhaps 90 years. Now you may live twice that long, even 3 times. These are good things, don't you agree? Genuine advances for humankind.
Yes?
Your mother. She's lovely, is she not? At one time, her face and body would already have begun to show the marks of age, of decay. You would not deny her youth and beauty, would you?
But you could do that part without changing me, couldn't you? I wouldn't mind just that.
Someday you might. And then it would be too late for the transformation.
No, I'll never change my mind. I've thought about it, and I'm positive.
Why?
Did you ever read Shakespeare? Or Shelley? Or Keats?
Those books were banned many years ago. Where did you find them?
My father gave them to me. And dozens more. Aristotle, Socrates, Dostoevsky. Did you know Dostoevsky was an epileptic? Ugly, deformed, but he wrote about beauty. Real beauty.
Marilyn, I warn you. This sort of subversive talk...
Those men wrote about life, about the dignity of the human spirit, about love.
I've heard enough. Interjecting smut into this interview is not going to help your case, not at all.
Then may I go now?
I've arranged a room for you. You'll be quite comfortable.
But I don't want to stay here. I want to go home.
It's only temporary. Your mother will be informed, and you'll be allowed visitors.
Mother, did you hear what he said? They want
I'm not your mother, dear, but I am a number 12. This way.
No, you can't make me stay here.
I'm afraid you must let me decide what is best for you.
This way.
No, please.
We're not going to hurt you. We're going to help you.
Let me go! Let me go!
We're almost there. Just ahead. Third room on the left.
And you're sure she's all right?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm so glad. Did you know, Doctor, we've been best friends since preschool?
Well, she's lucky to have a friend like you. And a mother who cares so much. Like you, Lana.
I hope she's awake.
Marilyn.
Dr. Rex?
You have company.
Oh, Mother.
She was quite upset last night. I gave her something to help her sleep.
Hello, darling.
You haven't done anything to her yet.
Oh, a mild sedative, nothing more. If you'll excuse me, I have to look in on another patient.
Of course, Doctor. Thank you.
Hi, Marilyn.
Hello, Val.
Are you okay?
I think so.
We'd have been here sooner, only the doctor said you were sleeping. How do you feel?
I don't know.
What happened?
Nothing. They just wouldn't let me go. Oh, Mother, they're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna make me do it.
That's not true, Marilyn. Dr. Rex promised, remember?
He was lying.
Lying? Why should he?
I don't know, but I know he has to say that to keep people from finding out.
Finding out what?
That they do the transformation whether you want it or not.
Don't try to sit up.
Didn't you hear what I said?
I can't see why you're so unhappy, when all they want to do is make you pretty.
But they don't.
What?
Last night before I went to sleep, I remembered something. I remembered what Father told me. He said, when everyone is beautiful, then no one will be. Because without ugliness, there is no beauty. Oh, Mother, don't you see? They don't care whether you're beautiful. They want everyone to be the same. That's all.
They? Who are you talking about?
I'm afraid it's time to go now.
Already?
If it's all right, I'd like to stay and talk to Marilyn some more.
Well, just for a few minutes.
Don't worry, dear. Everything's going to be fine. You'll see.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, I was thinking about what you said, what your father said. I don't see why he's so important to you.
Val!
I mean, he's dead, isn't he? Besides, you must have had other fathers. My mother's been married 11 times. Personally, I always like the stepfathers better anyway.
Please, Val.
You've had 9 fathers since the first one. Well, haven't you? Everybody marries everybody these days.
Val, stop.
After all, how can anybody live with the same husband for 100 years? Besides, from what I hear, your first father wasn't much fun.
Stop talking about my father. You didn't know him. I loved him. He was good, kind, and he cared about me. Not the way I looked, but what I thought, what I felt. And he cared about himself, his dignity as a human being. My father wasn't killed in the Ganymede incident, Val. He killed himself.
Why?
Because when they took away his identity, who he was, there was no reason left to live.
I don't understand.
And I don't understand you, Val. Look at me. Do you ever feel anything?
Sure. I feel good. I always feel good. Like that poem we learned in school. Life is pretty, life is fun. I am all and all is one.
You don't get it.
Get what? What are you talking about?
You really don't. You can't. You can't understand anything.
I gotta go, Marilyn. Goodbye.
I have to get out of here.
You're number 14, aren't you?
Yes. Do you like 14s?
I do now. Have you had lunch yet? I was just on my way to the 22nd floor.
That's amazing. So was I.
Working a long shift today?
Till 7. Then I'm free.
That's great. Say, have you seen the Holo Lounge yet? If you like, I was thinking we could...
Which is the way out? I can't remember. Must be those 2 doors at the end. Mother?
What's that?
Is that my mother on the gurney?
Is your mother pregnant?
No.
Then your mother must be at number 12. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
What are you doing in your hospital gown?
I was just looking for the nurse.
You better stay in your room. Push the button by the bed. The nurse will be along.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. The double doors. This has to be the way. Hello? What is this place? Somebody?
Hello, my dear.
We've been expecting you.
Dr. Rex? Where am I? What?
This is an operating room.
No!
No need to run. Sooner or later, everyone decides to be beautiful.
What number have you chosen?
No, please, please!
Ah, Mrs. Cubero. Val. Just in time.
Is it all over, Doctor?
All over.
Is she okay?
She's fine. You'll see for yourself.
I've been so worried the last few days. She seemed in such a state.
It's as I told you. Occasionally, a young person has difficulty adjusting to the idea. It always works out fine in the end. It never fails. A complete self-contained procedure.
Mother! Val!
You see? What did I tell you?
Look at me, Mother. Look at me.
Marilyn?
Well, what do you think?
You're beautiful. Simply beautiful.
Wow, I love your long legs.
And the nicest part of all, Val, now I look just like you and Mother.
Turn around so I can see you.
Do you like my makeup? They even gave me some high heels. Of course, I'll need a new dress to go with my new look.
Yes, yes you will. Come along, Marilyn. We'll do some shopping on the way home. Then we'll have a party, and all your friends can come over. You're going to have so many new friends from now on.
I know. Isn't it exciting?
Portrait of a young lady in love for the first time with herself. Improbable? Perhaps. But in an age of plastic surgery, bodybuilding, an infinity of cosmetics, and an obsession with appearance, let us hesitate to say impossible. These and other blessings, some of them decidedly mixed, may await us in the not-too-distant future, or at least a future to be found in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Number 12 Looks Just Like You, starring Bonnie Somerville and Charles Shaughnessy, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by John Tomerlin from a story by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Linda Reiter, Rebecca Spence, David Darlow, Nick Sandys, Nina Lascelles, Tom McElroy, Rick Arthur, Joby Cerny, Fernette Lebo, and Terry Lopez. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrell. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at TwilightZoneRadio.com. Doug James speaking.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story,
Shanghai.
Okay, very funny.
Think it over, boy. Tomorrow the old ball and chain.
Yeah. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow you commit matrimony.
Come on. We came down here to Scarlet Square to have a little fun. We might as well be at my mother's music hall in Beacon Street.
Oh, the problems of the rich.
Tell me, Jeff, just where does the coffin fortune come from? Pirate treasure?
No,
I guess it started in Nantucket. My great something or other used to be a whaler.
Oh, whaler, there she blows. A dead whale or a stove boat. Watch my trusty harpoon.
Hey, well, look out for the fort.
Oh, my.
Where's the money now? Oh, I don't know. We've got a lot of commercial holdings, mills, import-export outfits, rocket lines, you know.
Mere trivia.
All right, now look, why don't we get out of this dump? We could go up to the Copley Plaza. It may be stuffy, but at least the glasses are clean.
Well, you're the condemned man.
All right, you two go ahead and get in the car. I'll settle.
All right, meet you out in front.
Right. Excuse me.
You want something, Bud?
Yeah, the check.
Okay. Hey, Milton, check.
He'll be right out. Right, thank you.
Hello, mate. Nice night, eh?
Oh, yeah, I suppose so.
I've been watching you. Celebrating?
Sort of.
Yeah, so am I. Just got off a deep space run out to Centaurus.
Oh, that's a 15-year run, isn't it?
15 and 3 blooming months.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how'd you know? You a spaceman?
No, not exactly. Where's that check, barkeep?
Hang on to your hat, Bud. Milton's slow, but he's sure.
Fill it up, Charlie. Say, why don't you join me, matey? Yeah, Charlie.
Oh, no, thank you.
Oh, come on, won't take off him, no?
Well,
celebrate whatever it is you're celebrating on me. Pour it, Charlie.
Okay.
Well, all right, thank you. I guess I might as well.
Cheers.
Yeah, right, cheers. Oh, what was that, Marty?
Charlie's special brand, eh, Charlie?
Yeah.
Well. Oh, say, look, Charlie, would you get that waiter out here? I've got to meet him.
Hey, what's your hurry, matey? You got plenty of time.
Sure. Sit down.
Take it easy. You don't look so good.
No, I don't feel so good.
Now, sit right here. You feel chipper as a blooming grasshopper in a sec.
No, I've got to get outside. The car's in a hurry. Where's the check? The check? Oh.
All right, matey. Up on your feet. Wakey.
Oh, all right, let go of me. What's the idea?
Rise and shine and greet the dawn.
What? Where am I? What's going on here?
Come on now, matey. Up in there. Wakey.
No, wait a minute. So you were at that bar, Scarlet Square.
Come on now. Up on deck or you'll be in trouble.
Deck? What are you talking about? Where am I?
It's hard to say exactly. Offhand, about 8 hours out of Atlantic Spaceport.
Atlantic Spaceport? Now, look, what kind of a joke is this? If Alan and Peter think this is funny, what ship is this?
R.S. Michael M. Rafferty, Coffin Line.
Oh, Coffin Line. Well, that makes it easy. Now, you've got to put back to port.
Forget your toothbrush, Banks.
No, listen, you runt. You take me to the captain or I'll tear you apart.
Here, I'll grab my jacket.
All right, get moving.
Sure, mate. Yeah, I'll take you to the captain. But you're going to be sorry.
Morton, what the devil are you doing on the bridge? Get below before
Right away, sir. Only this here gentleman asked to see you.
Yeah, that's right, Captain. There's been a mistake made. I'm afraid it was supposed to be a joke.
Oh?
Yes, you see, I'm going to be married today, and I suppose the boys thought it'd be funny to make me miss the ceremony. I'm sure it won't be too much trouble to have you drop me off back at the Atlantic Spaceport.
What? Morton, what is this?
Well, it's simple, Captain. He wants you to turn the ship around, that's all.
Now, look, if there's any trouble with your superior, I'm sure I can fix it up. You see, I'm Jeff Coffin.
Yeah?
Well, you don't understand. My father is Cyrus Coffin. He owns this ship.
Oh, he does, Morton, get this drunk below.
Now, just a minute. I can understand you're not believing me, but I can identify my... Hey, where's my wallet? I've been robbed. Oh, now, look, Captain, wait a minute. All you have to do is radio back and check.
Mr. Black, remove this man from the bridge.
Yes, but...
Aye, sir. You heard the captain, Buster.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Let go of me. This is no way to treat a passenger.
Passenger? Huh. Wake up, sonny boy. You're one of the crew. Now get below.
All right now, mate. Grab yourself a buffer. Get to work on those deck
No,
plates.
look, they can't get away with this. This is kidnapping.
Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Now get this here deck nice and shiny, and we might even see about some grub. I'll be back in 2 hours. And mind you, I want to be able to see me bloomin' reflection in it.
You better polish that deck plate.
They can't get away with this.
Well, the law says once you sign on, you're under absolute orders. I looked it up.
Yeah, but I didn't sign on. I was kidnapped.
You won't be able to prove it. Come on, mister, please. I didn't get anything to eat yet today, so give me a break, huh?
Oh, all right. What do? Run the buffer over it?
Yeah, that's right. Like this.
You sign on?
Yeah, I ran away from home.
How old are you?
16. 30 when we get back.
Yeah. What do you mean 30? We're headed for Mars, aren't we?
Only to refuel. We're outbound to Centaurus.
Oh, no, it can't be. Well, that's a 15-year run. Morton! I've got to get back.
No use.
I'm getting married. My bride-to-be will think I'm dead. Martin! Martin!
What's up here? You want me to call Mr. Black again? He'll give you what for.
Listen to me, Morton. Listen, I've got to get back to Earth. I can't disappear for 15 years.
Oh, is that the fact?
Look, we stop at Mars, right?
Yes, and you'll be below decks under lock and key.
Listen to me. If I can make it worth your while, will you get me off at Marsport?
Jumping ship, huh? That's real naughty, mate.
$1,000?
Why, what would I tell me poor old mother in better say?
$2,000.
5 in advance.
What do you mean in advance? You're probably the one that rolled me for my wallet.
I'll find a way. They don't believe your young Coffin, but maybe I know better. All right, it's a deal.
Look, Mr. Coffin, can you take me with you? I didn't realize what it would be like. I can pay my share. I could work it out for you, or maybe borrow money. I couldn't stand 15 years. I'd go crazy.
All right, sure. What about it, Morton?
Boy'll cost you another 1,000.
You cheap swindler.
Here now, Mr. Coffin. I'm all what stands between you and a lovely pleasure cruise for 15 years. So I'll thank you to treat me with the respect and politeness what a gentleman like myself deserves.
Stand by. Stand by for landing procedure.
All right now. Listen careful. This is the cable locker for the grappling anchor.
Right.
When she lands, this hatch will open. Cables go out. Don't get yourself caught in them. You'll be tore apart.
All right, we've got that.
You sure we can get out?
Now, you just do what I say. We drop down to the blast pit. Nobody'll be there. Lie low in the pit till dark. Got that?
Right. Now, look, Morton, I'll tell the patrol you helped us get away. That'll help you when they catch up with this gang.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you kindly. I've got to get to my station now. Luck.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Morton.
Well, there's a landing horn. Now keep clear of that cable, Joey. Here we go. Right. Hold on tight.
There goes the grappling cable.
Yeah. All right, come on. Drop through the hatch. It's about 6 feet. All right, it's clear. Hurry up.
Here I come. Oh.
You all right?
I twisted my ankle. It's all right.
All right, that's the blast pit. Get going.
Right.
Now, we're all right so far. The ship hides us.
Here's the pit.
All right, now get down so they can't see you. Wait a minute. I hear somebody coming. Keep still.
Maybe we better look.
Look, if we stick our heads up over the edge, they'll see us short. Now keep down and keep still.
I hear him.
Shh.
Well, well, well. Look what we have here. 2 little babes in the wood. Now you two move and I'll shoot you in the belly. Morton, you got good eyes.
I told you I saw him coming this way, Mr. Black. Jumping ship. My, that's a terrible thing to do.
Mr. Black, inform the ship's company that these 2 men have been found guilty of attempted desertion.
Desertion? You kidnapped me, you dirty crook.
Don't you talk to Captain Howell that way.
I'm sentencing them to 24 hours hull watch. Take them away.
Morton, take him to the aft lock.
Aye, sir. You calm down after 24 hours hull watch.
What's hull watch?
Very simple. We put you 2 in spacesuits, shove you through the airlock on the end of a line. You sit out there and watch the hull for 24 hours. No food, no water, and the eating units in those suits are just a little bit defective. Makes it interesting along about the 18th hour.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Here we are, gentlemen. The airlock. You get in there. Got 5 minutes to get into them suits before we blow the air out. See you in 24 hours. Maybe. Welcome back to our little home.
Water.
Thirsty, eh? You should control these animals' instincts.
Get water.
Right, yeah? Yeah. Slopping like a bloody animal.
Joey passed out. Help him.
He'll be all right. Teach a lesson, both of you. Take my advice and behave yourselves. You've got 15 years to go on this here ship. You might as well make the best of it.
Hey, Morton! What do you call this mess?
That's your supper, mighty food concentrates.
What's the idea? Only 2 months out and on concentrates already?
You complaining, Ray?
Yeah, I'm complaining. If Captain Howell's chiseling on the manifest, that's his business. But when he tries to take it out in our hides...
You keep quiet or I'll turn you into Mr. Black. Concentrate is what you get to eat from here on out. Now shove it into your face and keep quiet.
Suppose I shove it into your face and see how you like it. What's going on in here? What's going on? Morton.
He struck me, that's what.
48 hours hull watch. All right, what are you all looking at? Get back into your places. Morton, bring that man down to the aft airlock.
It's murder, that's what. Plain murder.
Space Code gives a 30-hour limit for punishment.
They didn't even have a burial. Just shoved them out the lock.
Well, if the owners knew about this, they'd stop it.
Fat lot of good that's going to do us during the next 15 years.
Wait a minute, if we could get the ship back to Mars.
No, 2 weeks after we landed, we'd be hung. That's what Space Code says about mutiny. And if they catch you in the act, they shoot you down and no questions.
All right, I'm willing to take that chance. We're going to let Black and Howell kick us around for 15 years? Why don't we take over and head back?
Right.
I'm for it.
Let's go.
You bet. Going to interrupt something, gentlemen? Discussion? Talking about the captain, maybe?
Grab him.
Here, because
Get up. Throw him into the jet. Come on.
I'll have you all out of the oil in shifts. Also, your knife rations, that's what I'll...
Show him my oil rag, Morton.
Well, that's done it. He's an officer.
Who cares?
Yeah, we've got to move now. Joey?
Yeah?
You get up to the radio room and smash the set before they can get a message out.
Right.
Pop, you get aft. Tell the engine watch.
Yes.
The rest of us will go up on the bridge.
How about this rat?
Tie him up. Speed counts now. We've got to take over before they know what hit them. All right, careful. We've got to surprise them.
Don't worry, we'll get them cold.
Jeff.
Shh, quiet.
Sparks were sending when I got in, but I knocked them out and smashed the set. We're okay.
Good boy. All right, come on. Right past the bulkhead.
Look out!
The blast bulkhead.
Yeah, we're cut off from the bridge.
We'll never get through that.
They must have found out somehow.
The intercom. Black can turn it on from the bridge. You heard the whole thing.
Well, we better get out of here.
What'll they do?
I don't know.
We got all the controls up there. We can shut down the driver, but we can't steer.
Yeah. You better dog down the hatch behind us.
All right, men. Captain Howell's giving you 1 minute to give up quiet.
In a pig's eye, Black.
You'll hang for mutiny, every one of you.
What do we do now?
Quiet. They can hear everything on the intercom.
Not if I pull the jack out.
That's the boy. Look, we've got to get through to the bridge.
It's a Mexican standoff. We can't get at them. They can't get at us.
What's that?
It's an air leak. The pressure's down.
It's Howell. He blew the hatch on the mess hall section. Just opened her up and let the air out.
Morton, do you know what Black's going to do? He's going to bleed off the air down here.
Serves you all right. If I had my way, I'd see you all out on the hull till you froze stiff.
You're forgetting something, Morton. You're back here with us.
What do you mean?
If Black and Howell blow out compartments one by one or bleed the air off, you'll get it too.
They'll take care of me. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, you think so, huh? Joey?
Yeah.
Plug that intercom back in.
Right.
Captain? Captain?
Giving up?
We've got Morton back here.
Yeah?
If you try anything on us, he'll get it too.
What am I supposed to do, cry?
You don't care if he dies?
That's his problem. We're going to drop the oxygen level 5%.
Don't do that to me. Captain! Captain!
It's unfortunate that you were captured, Morton, but the security of my ship comes first.
You mean you don't care? You'd see me dead.
Precisely.
Well, you can't. It's murder, that's what. I'm not one of them. You can't kill me. You can't.
Joey, pull the intercom plug. All right, there you are, Morton. They'd kill you just as soon as look at you. Now listen, we've got to get through that bulkhead. You know this ship. There must be some way.
Morton, we're your only chance. Get us through the bulkhead.
All right. All right, why shouldn't I? They'd kill me.
Well, then there is a way to get through.
An emergency release.
Uh-huh.
They don't tell crewmen about it to keep them from breaking through in an engine blast and leaking radiation to the bridge.
Well, then let's get going. We've got to get through that bulkhead before Howell cuts the air down and gets us all. Here's the bulkhead, Morgan. Where's the release?
Under the floor panel. You can pry it up.
All right, hurry. I got it.
She's up.
Works on a key. Ready?
All right, Morton. Open it up.
Here goes.
Morton! He's dead. Electrocuted, and the bulkhead's still closed.
They didn't even get to turn that key. It killed him instantly. Harry.
Yeah?
Have you got your watch gloves? They're insulated.
Oh, yeah, sure. Get Morton out of the way.
Don't touch him, Joey. He's got the current through him.
I'll shove him away with the gloves. All right, now. Stand by. Here goes a key.
All right, let's go. Get him.
Come on in. That's it. Stand back there.
Come on, get him.
Stand back. All right, Flexi, how you like this?
All right, grab the guns. Joey, look out. Let go of that gun, Hal. All right, hold them both.
You don't have to worry about Black. I got him square with a wrench.
We better tie up the captain.
Well, what do you think you're going to do now?
We're going to turn around and go back home.
I don't think so. I burned the navigation tapes, and none of you can recalculate them.
Why, you
You'll
dirty-
just wander in space till the fuel gives out. You'll die right here on this ship.
Jeff, the interceptor screens went on.
Meteor?
No, it's a ship. A patrol ship coming up on us.
Oh, they must have got an SOS off.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not so sure that's so bad. Now, wait a minute. We don't have to worry. We can just tell them the truth.
You're not familiar with space code, young man. Mutiny is punishable by immediate execution. In other words, they don't ask questions. They just shoot.
He's right, Jeff. We're through. Can we get away? Not from a patrol ship. Already sent us a heave-to flash. If we run, they'll blow us out of space.
I'm afraid your mutiny is about over with, gentlemen. They'll be aboard in an hour. And 10 minutes after that, you'll all be dead.
Nobody move. Sergeant, take a squad and secure the ship. Collect all weapons and post a guard in the engine room.
Yes, sir. You, Brown, Williams, Osinski, come on.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Major. I wasn't quite sure my SOS had gotten through.
Oh? You're Captain Howell?
That's right. And I can swear out the affidavit of mutiny.
I don't think a mutiny charge will stand up, Howell. Not with the relief of command warrant out for you. I think we'll just forget about it.
But you can't do that. Space code is clear. You recorded my SOS.
No, we didn't, Howell.
Then how'd you get here?
They sent us after you to get Jeff Coffin. Where is he?
I'm Jeff Coffin.
Jeff, we had a missing persons alarm for you, and then when a check you signed turned up at Marsport.
A check? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. I gave one to Morton to help me get away.
And he sold it to a fence for half face value. We traced it back to the ship. Coffin, I've got orders to escort you personally. We're taking you back to Earth.
Can I send out a message, Major?
Of course. Oh, that reminds me, Jeff. I've got one for you from your fiancée. She said to tell you that she didn't object to a bachelor party in principle, but she did think 6 months was stretching it a bit.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Dr. Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority, ISA, watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. This week, the men and women of Starlab become entangled in the adventure of the Egyptian necklace, an intergalactic detective story in the Sherlock Holmes tradition on Alien Worlds. British Museum freighter Nile Delta, commanded by Captain Jack Lemus, is returning to Earth from the planet Thanatos. Aboard the freighter, the priceless King Tut exhibit, sent to Thanatos 2 weeks earlier as part of an interplanetary cultural exchange program.
Nile Delta to Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Nile Delta.
Is that you, Jerry?
Affirmative, Captain. Are you planning to dock at Starlab on your way home?
No, not this time. An ISA tanker came up from Cannabis 12 and refueled us on the other side of Saturn. No, I just wanted to say hello and invite you around for a visit if you're ever in London. My wife's got quite a lovely sister she's trying to marry off. And I've got some 40-year-old brandy that'll lift you right out of your boots.
Thanks for the invitation, Captain. I'll take you up on it the first chance I get.
I'll be looking for you. Nile Delta, clear.
Starlab, out.
That alien ship's back again, Captain. 3,500 meters off the port bow. Have you tried to contact her? We tried, but she still doesn't respond. All right, let's have another look at her. Full magnification this time. Hey, she's a beauty, isn't she? All white and slim like that. Do you recognize any of the markings, Tony? Wait a minute. What's that on the tail fin? The sun symbol? No, just below it. The blue and gold bird with its wings spread out. Isn't that the same? Hold on. She's dropping down a bit. Tony, she's been damaged. Top of the hull, amidships. There go the SOS flares. Let's get up alongside of her and see if we can help.
As the Nile Delta's navigator maneuvers the red and gray freighter into a side-by-side position with the damaged alien ship, Captain Lemus and First Mate Tony Cargill put on bright blue pressure suits and enter the freighter's airlock. A moment later, an enclosed metal flex walkway slowly telescopes from the Nile Delta's airlock to an access hatch which is irised open in the hull of the fluorescent white alien spacecraft.
You're very generous to give us your time and kindness.
Well, hello. Who are you?
My name is Piratep. I'm glad you didn't abandon us. Yours is the only vessel we've seen since the accident.
When did it happen?
3 days ago. And some of our mariners have been injured. Is there a healer aboard your vessel?
Yes, there is. And we have a complete medical facility as well.
Then if you'll please follow me, we can begin transferring our injured to your ship. If you wish to remove your helmets, you'll be in no danger. We're oxygen breathers, too.
Whew, well, that's better, isn't it? Aye, it was getting a bit stuffy in there.
This is Amontef.
Which of you is Captain Lemus?
Well, I am. How do you know my name?
We know the names of everyone aboard the Nile Delta. We also know it carries the afterlife treasures and mummified body of Tutankhamun.
Your ship isn't damaged at all, is it?
No, it isn't.
Don't look now, Captain, but I think we've been set up for a little of the old smash and grab. What the bloody hell do you want with the King Tut treasure? It only has value on Earth. It's worthless out here.
We don't want the entire treasure, Captain. Only the beaded floral necklace.
It's not mine to give you. And even if it were, I wouldn't. I have a rule against being overly charitable to anyone who makes a fool of me or my friends. Come on, Tony, let's get back to the ship.
Please, Captain, don't force me to use this weapon.
A weapon? A tiny little thing? Let's get out of here, Captain.
Amontef?
Stop them, Piratep.
Tony! Tony!
Museum freighter Nile Delta is returning to Earth from the planet Thanatos. Aboard the freighter, the treasure of the Egyptian boy king Tutankhamun. Midway between Earth and Saturn, a damaged alien spacecraft appears and fires SOS flares. Nile Delta Captain Jack Lemus and First Mate Tony Cargill board the alien ship to offer assistance. But inside, they discover they have fallen into a trap set by the aliens who want a beaded floral necklace from the King Tut treasure. An hour later on Starlab, Dr. Maura Cassidy and SET Captain John Graydon, not yet aware of the Nile Delta incident, enter the vestibule of Starlab's Visual Media Theater.
John, how long has Buddy been in there?
About 6 hours.
6 hours? What's he watching? The outtakes from Gravity's Rainbow?
Oh, no, that was yesterday. Sunday, he sat through 5 old Stanley Kubrick films, and Monday it was a Daffy Duck festival. What he's watching today is anybody's guess. Maybe he fell asleep.
Well, I wish he'd sleep a little faster. We're going to be late.
Hi, Maura. Hi, John. Buddy.
Buddy, didn't your mother ever tell you that if you watched too many movies, your face would break out and you'd go blind?
Very funny. I think you've got that mixed up with something else, Maura.
I do? What?
I'll tell you later. Well, buddy, what'd you see today?
The Guiding Light, All My Children, and Search for Tomorrow. They're television soap operas from the 60s and 70s.
Soap operas? Why do they call them that? Were they musicals about people getting clean?
Not exactly, Maura. They were mostly about people getting dirty.
Dr. Cassidy, please contact the control bridge.
Oh, we'll never make the lecture at this rate. Have they repaired the intercom terminal in the theater, Buddy?
Well, it was working this morning.
Be back in a minute.
What did you think of those music tapes Ingrid brought back from Calabria? I was listening to one when I turned in last night. You know, the one with all the voices?
The Hymn to the Vanished Canals?
Yeah, that's it. And I fell asleep while it was still running, and I dreamed about kaleidoscope faces and stained glass animals all night. Incredible.
Let's get up to the bridge. Something's happened to the Nile Delta.
When we woke up, we were back aboard the Nile Delta. The rest of my chaps were still knocked out, and the necklace and the aliens were gone.
Is the necklace the only thing missing?
We don't know yet. We're still checking the manifest.
Have you notified the museum yet?
I'm going to do that just as soon as... Stand by, Starlab. Dr. Cassidy, our medical officer, Dr. Lomax, he's just come up from the cargo bay. He said the aliens opened the coffin, unwrapped the mummy down to the neck, and took a tissue sample from its face.
A tissue sample? Is Dr. Lomax absolutely certain about that?
He's positive, Dr. Cassidy, and he's holding up a little gold surgical instrument they dropped.
We'll put it in a safe place and we'll analyze it when you get here. See you around midnight, Captain. Starlab out.
Nile Delta, clear.
Buddy, John, what do you think?
Well, we've got about 9 hours before the Nile Delta gets here. Let's go down to the library and pull the King Tut tapes out of the Egyptology section. Maybe we can turn up something.
Why not?
Meanwhile, at the Royal British Museum in London, Sir Dorian Bradford Gray, the museum's director, receives word of the Nile Delta incident. 15 minutes later, Sir Dorian reports the incident to British Prime Minister Lord Henry Gladstone Baggs. Within the hour, Lord Henry enters Buckingham Palace and conveys the news to Her Majesty, Queen Victoria III.
And what about the aliens who perpetrated this awful crime, Lord Henry? Does the Ministry have any idea who they are?
I'm afraid we're still in the dark about that, Your Majesty.
Hand us the royal pen and ink, Lord Henry, and some royal stationery, too. This incident requires the services of England's most famous consulting detective. Agreed?
Oh, yes, by all means, Your Majesty, by all means.
Now, let's see. From Victoria Regina the Third.
Yes, Your Majesty.
To Sonar T. Foom.
Without any shadow of a doubt.
My dear Mr. Foom, a matter of some urgency has arisen, which requires your immediate and undivided attention.
Britannia.
Meanwhile, in the heart of London's West End, Sonar T. Foom and his associate Dr. MacGuffin Drone are spending a quiet afternoon in their rooms at 221B Pennybaker Street.
Did you say something, Drone?
I really must protest, Foom. That instrument of yours had my London Gazette vibrating so rapidly, I could scarcely read today's news.
Please forgive me, Drone, but you know how restless I am when there's nothing afoot to test my keen powers of observation and deduction. And music does, after all, soothe the savage beast.
Well, if it's savage beasts you're interested in soothing, perhaps you should consider taking up residence at the zoo.
Careful, Drone. I think you're skating on rather thin ice with that one. Just a moment. Do my ears deceive me, or is that Mrs. Hudson's cat-like tread upon the stair? Yes, that's Mrs. Hudson, all right. No question about it. Come in, Mrs. Hudson.
Why, Mr. Foom, how on earth did you know it was me?
Elementary, my dear Mrs. Hudson. There are just the three of us in the entire house. The doors and windows are latched from the inside. Dr. Drone and myself are, as you can plainly see, here in this room, which left only you, Mrs. Hudson, unaccounted for.
Oh, Mr. Foom, you never cease to amaze me.
I also perceive an envelope between the thumb and forefinger of your right hand, Mrs. Hudson. White, 6 inches square, addressed to me in violet ink.
Oh, my, yes, I nearly forgot. It just arrived.
May I have the envelope, please? Thank you. A message from none other than Her Royal Majesty.
You don't say. Her Royal Majesty.
How did you know that, Foom?
The return address, my dear Drone. I recognize the royal zip code.
Your powers of observation are absolutely uncanny, Foom.
Yes. And now... Egad, Drone. The Nile Delta's been set upon by alien beings, and King Tutankhamun's floral necklace has been purloined. Her Majesty requests that we go to Star Lab at once and assist in the investigation of this beastly crime. Mrs. Hudson, call the airfield and tell Smattering to prepare the Bellerophon.
Right away, Mr. Foom.
Now, let's get our equipment sorted out, Drone. The game is afoot, and a new adventure is at hand.
The Royal British Museum freighter Nile Delta is returning to Earth from Thanatos. Aboard the freighter, the treasures of Tutankhamun, sent to Thanatos 2 weeks earlier for exhibition. Midway between Earth and Saturn, the freighter is boarded by aliens who steal the King Tut floral necklace and take a tissue sample from the face of the boy king's mummy. When news of the Nile Delta incident reaches Queen Victoria III, she quickly notifies consulting detective Sonar T. Foom.
Let's get our equipment sorted out, Drone. Her Majesty respectfully requests that we go to Star Lab at once and assist in the investigation of this beastly crime.
At the Pennybaker Street tube station, Foom and Drone board an urban link train that carries them to a small spaceport near Croydon. Crossing the field to Launch Pad 6, they board Foom's powerful multi-atmosphere cruiser, the Bellerophon, England's most sophisticated privately owned spacecraft. 30 seconds later, the Bellerophon jets out over the gray waters of the English Channel, banks up into a glacier-like mass of white clouds, and rockets away towards Starlab.
Erica finishes replacing the AE-35 module, huh?
Will do, Dr. Cassidy. See you later.
Let's see. 9 o'clock. Well, time to feed my fish. Hi, Winston. Hi, Emmett. Hi, Orpheus.
Dr. Cassidy?
Hi, Dorothy. Yes, Dorothy, what is it?
I have a transmission coming through from ISA headquarters. It's Commissioner White.
I'll take it here. Patch him through.
Mara, I just received a transmission from the British Prime Minister. Sonar T. Foom is on his way up to help with the Nile Delta investigation.
Good. I've always wanted to meet that man. When did he leave?
Oh, about an hour ago. He should be docking in a few minutes. He and his partner officially represent the British government in this case, Mara, so give them all the help you can.
All right, Commissioner, I'll keep you posted. Starlab out.
Good evening, Starlab. This is the Bellerophon. Sonar T. Foom at the controls.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Bellerophon.
What is Starlab's rotational profile?
18 per minute on a variable axis of 0.3 degrees, non-correctable.
Thank you so much. At our present rate of speed and your present rate of rotation, I calculate our docking orbit insertion coordinates will be 208 degrees at subvector 671.
Hold on a minute. That's right. Did you calculate that in your head?
Of course.
That's amazing.
Nothing to it, really. Now, what do you have in the way of empty docking bays?
Number 14.
Thank you so much. And will you please inform Dr. Cassidy that we'll be there in 1 minute, 13 seconds?
Will do. Starlab out.
All right, Jerry, have Polly bring them to my quarters as soon as they dock. Huh?
Okay, Mara.
Well, you two look more red-eyed than usual. Where have you been?
We went back to the library after dinner and ran the King Tut tapes again.
Did you come up with anything?
Yeah, you know that blue and gold bird symbol Captain Lemus described? The one on the tail fin of the alien ship?
Mm-hmm.
We found one just like it on King Tut's ecclesiastical chair.
What does the bird represent?
Well, it's actually a sacred vulture, and it represents the goddess Nekebet, a guardian of Upper Egypt and protectress of childbirth.
When Captain Lemus gets here, we should run his visual scanner tapes of the alien ship against the library tapes to see if the symbols match.
And if they do?
If they do, we've concocted a pretty bizarre theory to explain why.
I'm listening.
Well, if the symbols match, and this is strictly hypothetical now, if they match, then maybe the aliens aren't aliens after all. Maybe they're Egyptians.
Oh, come on, you two. Modern Egypt isn't capable of the kind of technology Captain Lemus described.
That's the bizarre part of the theory, Mara. We're not talking about modern Egypt. We're talking about ancient Egypt.
Good evening, Dr. Cassidy.
Mr. Foom. Dr. Drone, welcome to Starlab.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy.
Mara, please.
And who are these gentlemen, Mara?
Space Exploration Team Captains John Grayton and Buddy Griff.
Oh, how do you do?
Nice to meet you.
I believe you were discussing the possibility that the aliens who boarded the Nile Delta might in fact be ancient Egyptians.
Something like that, Doctor. It's a theory Buddy and John dreamed up.
I think we're going to get on very well indeed, gentlemen. Dr. Drone and myself were discussing a similar hypothesis not more than 15 minutes ago.
You were?
Congratulations, Captain Grayton.
Thank you, Captain Griff.
Mr. Foom, with all due respect to you and Dr. Drone, I find it hard to believe that we're dealing with 3,300-year-old Egyptians.
Not 3,300-year-old Egyptians, Mora, but rather the descendants of the high priests and priestesses who departed the earth following Tutankhamun's death.
Departed the earth? How?
The King Tut library tapes were full of references to skyships, Mora.
Tell me, gentlemen, did your theory arise from Captain Lemus' description of the Nekebet symbol on the tail fin of the alien ship?
That and the way the aliens were dressed.
Yes. Captain Lemus conveyed those very same descriptions to the museum. Fascinating, isn't it?
All right, suppose these aliens are what you think they are. That still doesn't explain the theft of the necklace or why they took a tissue sample from the mummy.
The necklace is a puzzlement, Mora, but the tissue specimen isn't. It has long been our contention that the Egyptian kings were preserved for only one reason, so that in future their tissue could be rejuvenated for the purpose of monocellular replication. Cloning.
You mean you actually believe these aliens intend to duplicate Tutankhamun?
Ancient Egyptian religion was completely devoted to the concept of life after death, Mara. Most scholars and historians still maintain that the Egyptian afterlife was simply an abstract journey through an equally abstract underworld.
Dr. Drone and myself think otherwise. We believe the Egyptian underworld was a metaphor to describe the very real fact of physical immortality.
Thou art standing before Ra, who cometh from the east. His duration of life is infinite. His limit of life is everlastingness. Become one with Ra, and be received into the land of eternal triumph. A verse from the Papyrus of Ani, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, telling of a journey into the regions of life everlasting, immortality, the most beautiful and mysterious of all alien worlds. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. Last week's episode began when Captain Jack Lemus, commanding the Royal British Museum freighter Nile Delta, notified Starlab that he was returning to Earth from the planet Thanatos. Aboard the freighter, the treasures of Tutankhamun, sent to Thanatos 2 weeks earlier as part of a cultural exchange program. Midway between Earth and Saturn, the freighter is boarded by aliens who steal the King Tut floral necklace and take a tissue sample from the face of the boy king's mummy.
A tissue sample? Is Dr. Lomax absolutely certain about that?
He's positive, Dr. Cassidy, and he's holding up a little gold surgical instrument they dropped.
When news of the Nile Delta incident reaches Queen Victoria III, she notifies England's most famous consulting detective, Sonar T. Foom.
Her Majesty requests that we go to Starlab at once and assist in the investigation of this beastly crime.
Meanwhile, on Starlab, SET captains John Graydon and Buddy Griff research the Egyptology section of Starlab's library.
Did you come up with anything?
Yeah. You know that blue and gold bird symbol Captain Lemus described? The one on the tail fin of the alien ship?
Mm-hmm.
We found one just like it on King Tut's ecclesiastical chair.
When Captain Lemus gets here, we should run his visual scanner tapes of the alien ship against the library tapes to see if the symbols match.
And if they do?
If they match, then maybe the aliens aren't aliens after all. Maybe they're Egyptians.
A few minutes later, Sonar T. Foom and his associate Dr. McGuffin Drone arrive at Starlab, and when Maura tells them about John and Buddy's theory...
I think we're going to get on very well indeed, gentlemen. Dr. Drone and myself were discussing a similar hypothesis not more than 15 minutes ago.
All right, suppose these aliens are what you think they are. That still doesn't explain the theft of the necklace or why they took a tissue sample from the mummy.
The necklace is a puzzlement, Maura, but the tissue specimen isn't. It has long been our contention that the Egyptian kings were preserved for only one reason, so that in future their tissue could be rejuvenated for the purpose of monocellular replication. Cloning.
And now, the conclusion of the adventure of the Egyptian necklace, an interplanetary detective story in the Sherlock Holmes tradition on Alien Worlds.
We ran the Egyptology tapes all the way back to the First Dynasty, but we couldn't find a connection with any other civilization. A lot of theories, but nothing definite.
What sort of theories?
Well, some historians think dynastic Egypt may have evolved from ancient Sumeria because of the similarity of their religious deities and astrological calendar.
And a few renegade scholars even hypothesize that the Egyptians were the survivors of Atlantis.
Look, before we get carried away by all these theories, I'd like to know one thing. Aside from religious deities and sky ships, did these civilizations share a common philosophy about where they came from?
Yes, Maura, they did. They all believed they were the children of highly evolved beings who originally came down from the stars.
Limehouse Express to Starlab Control.
The Limehouse Express? Where do people come up with these names?
Who knows? This is Starlab. Go ahead, Limehouse Express.
Good evening. It's Jerry, isn't it?
That's right. Who are you? What's your position?
My position is that I never state my position.
What's the problem, Limehouse Express?
No problem, Dr. Cassidy. Now, if you don't mind, I wish to speak to Mr. Foom.
Does he know you?
Oh, my, yes. He knows me very well indeed. I'm Professor Moriarty.
England's most famous consulting detective, Sonar T. Foom, and his associate, Dr. MacGuffin Drone, arrive at Starlab to investigate the theft of the King Tut floral necklace from the Royal British Museum freighter Nile Delta. Half an hour later, Starlab Control receives a transmission from the Limehouse Express, a mysterious spacecraft that refuses to give its position.
Have you tried to locate him with a tracer beacon?
He's neutralizing our tracer beacon with a scrambler beam that he's transmitting along with his radio signal. He's too far away for the scanners to pick him up.
Very clever, Moriarty. Very clever indeed.
Nearly as clever as you, eh, Foom?
Well, I wouldn't go quite that far, Drone.
No, I suppose not.
Open B channel, Jerry.
Go ahead, Mr. Foom.
So, Professor Moriarty, we meet again.
Ah, my dear Foom, it's so good to hear your voice. Interplanetary crime is so boring without an adversary of your caliber.
What exactly is on your criminal mind?
I'm in the mood for a bit of cat and mouse with you, Foom. So I thought it might interest you to know that the Tutankhamun necklace is in my possession. And the aliens who took it are being held aboard my ship.
You mean the Egyptians who took it, don't you, Moriarty?
Very good, Foom, very good indeed. Well, I see by the old atomic clock on the wall that we've run out of time. I do, however, want to leave you with these inspiring words. Catch me, if you can. Limehouse Express, out.
Limehouse Express, indeed.
Why, does that name mean something?
Moriarty's great-great-grandfather was the most cunning criminal genius of his time. His headquarters were somewhere in the Limehouse section of London. And like his great-great-grandson's spacecraft, the location of the old professor's headquarters was a constant source of mystery.
If the Egyptians are working for Moriarty, why is he holding them prisoner? It just doesn't make sense.
I think it's safe to assume that they were cooperating with Moriarty rather than working for him. It's obvious now that he was using them to get the necklace for himself.
And we're right back at the beginning, aren't we?
The beginning? Of course. Maura, you're positively inspirational.
I am?
Indeed you are. Drone, I think it's time we contacted the museum and had a chat with Sir Dorian. Something tells me he knows more about the origins of this case than he thinks he does.
Meanwhile, near Mars, the Limehouse Express, a huge metallic gray flying wing, moves into a parking orbit between the Martian moons of Deimos and Phobos. Imprisoned in a storage compartment near the flying wing's hangar bay are Piratep and Amenhotep, the two extraterrestrial Egyptians responsible for the theft of the necklace.
It was foolish and undignified, Amenhotep. The two of us sitting in Sir Dorian's office, wearing those absurd Earth costumes, trying to deceive him the way the professor eventually deceived us.
Perhaps we can still redeem ourselves. It is apparent from the way the professor talks about this man Foom that they are deadly enemies. If we could reach Starlab and explain to Foom why we need the necklace, he might be sympathetic.
But we'll never reach the hangar bay without a weapon.
We have a weapon, Piratep. A photon pistol. I hid it in my boot as our ship was being taken aboard.
Then you knew the professor was manipulating us. He's coming, Amenhotep. Hide the pistol.
Well, how are the children of the sun this evening?
Why have you brought the necklace here?
I'll be taking it to Anshar in a few hours, and I thought perhaps you'd like to have one last look at it. Be very careful with it, won't you, my dear?
Amenhotep, there's only one guard in the corridor.
All right.
What is it?
Take the necklace into the ship. I'll open the launch doors. The guards are coming. Take the necklace to stop them.
Piratep.
Stop him, you fools! He has the necklace!
Meanwhile, on Starlab, Sonar T. Foom and Dr. MacGuffin Drone sit in a conference room on G-level, analyzing a video image Sir Dorian has transmitted from the museum's employee index terminal.
Drone, there's something rather curious about this picture of Wilhelmina Hammersmith. Look closely at the eyes. What's your professional opinion?
Well, the left eye is artificial.
Now, look at the ring finger on the left hand. Oh, here, let me magnify it. What do you see?
A deep circular impression, as if a ring had been removed.
A platinum serpent's ring, perhaps?
Great Scott.
Great Scott indeed, my dear Drone. This is not a 70-year-old Egyptologist named Wilhelmina Hammersmith. This is none other than Professor Moriarty himself.
What an extraordinary masquerade.
Yes. Wearing this disguise, Moriarty appears at the museum and presents false credentials. Impressed with these documents, Sir Dorian gives Moriarty a post in the Egyptian Antiquities section. And it is here that he learns the highly confidential facts of the Nile Delta's Thanatos schedule.
Didn't Sir Dorian say that this Hammersmith woman was in his office when the Egyptian couple was there trying to buy the necklace?
Yes, and 2 days later, Wilhelmina Hammersmith Moriarty resigns, and the Egyptian couple are never seen again. Now, let me see. The two Egyptians who boarded the Nile Delta are obviously the same two who were in Sir Dorian's office. When they leave the museum, Moriarty follows them.
Escaping from a prison compartment aboard Professor Moriarty's Limehouse Express, the necklace safely in their possession, Piratep and Amantef dashed to their ship in the hangar bay of Moriarty's huge, metallic gray flying wing.
Take the necklace into the ship. I'll open the launch doors.
But as the thick metal doors slide open, they trigger a series of security alarms. And before Piratep can reach the ship, a squad of Moriarty's guards enter the hangar bay and open fire with laser rifles.
Piratep!
As Piratep falls, blood streaming from her face, Amantef closes the hatch of the ship and blasts off for Starland. 9 hours later...
Drone, wake up.
Fool. Is it time for breakfast already?
I've just been having a chat with a very interesting and charming Egyptian gentleman. I thought you might like to meet him.
What on earth are you talking about?
The Egyptian ship, my dear Drone. It docked 20 minutes ago.
You're pulling my leg.
I'm not pulling your leg. The white beads of the necklace are data storage terminals. Here, look through the lens.
Good heavens. Microcircuits.
The beads are emanation scanners, Doctor, that sensed and recorded the spiritual aura of the kings who wore the necklace. The necklace was brought to Earth by our ancestors and passed from dynasty to dynasty in the hope that it would one day be worn by a spiritually perfect king. A king who would then be replicated and given immortality. Tutankhamun is that king.
Look, you said you didn't know King Tut's tomb had been discovered until just a few weeks ago. How did your people lose track of its location in the first place?
The last Egyptian dynasty ended with the death of King Nechneb. When he died, the necklace was sealed in his sarcophagus. 1 year later, on the first day of the new solar equinox, our ancestors returned from Nahesh Shem in a ceremonial funeral ship. As the ship orbited Earth, an inner circle high priestess went down in a small lander. She recovered the necklace, analyzed the white beads, and saw that of all the recorded spiritual auras, Tutankhamun's had been the most perfect and powerful. Placing the necklace in Tutankhamun's tomb, she returned to the lander, contacted the ship, and reported that it was Tutankhamun who would be given immortality. But before she could give the location of the tomb, her transmission was interrupted. She was never seen or heard from again.
Limehouse Express to Starland.
I'll talk to him, Mora. Well, if it isn't the notorious Wilhelmina Hammersmith.
Don't be tiresome, Foom. I know Amantef is there. We tracked his ship. Now, as you said earlier, let's get down to cases. Piratep is alive and sealed in an airlock. If you don't return the necklace, I'll decompress that airlock and kill her.
I see. How do you want us to proceed?
Dr. Cassidy and Amantef will deliver the necklace in an unarmed ship. Amantef knows my location. And Foom, Don't try any of your tricks. Decompression is a singularly horrible way to die.
What are you going to do, Foom?
Elementary, my dear drone. I'm going to beat Moriarty at his own game. Amontef, come with me. I'd like to have a word with you in private.
Two hours later, Amontef leaves Foom's quarters and returns to Starlab Control. From there, he and Mora descend to Launch Bay 15, board the Deep Space Laboratory ship Octavia, and blast off for the Limehouse Express. 9 hours later, the Octavia enters Martian space and moves into a side-by-side position with Moriarty's huge flying wing. As the two ships float in the airless void between Deimos and Phobos, an enclosed metal-flex walkway telescopes from the Octavia to the personnel hatch of the Limehouse Express. After pressurizing the walkway interior, Mora stabilizes its atmosphere. A moment later, the two ships open their airlocks.
Piratep, your forehead.
Don't concern yourself, Amontef. The wound is superficial.
Thank Ra for that. Go into the ship now and rest.
You're very pleased with yourself, aren't you, Professor?
And why shouldn't I be? I not only have the necklace, but I've outsmarted Sona Tifoom as well.
You're no match for Mr. Foom. Your cruelty defeated him, not your intelligence. You're an ugly little man, Professor. Ugly and arrogant and stupid.
Sticks and stones, Dr. Cassidy. Sticks and stones.
It's time, Professor.
All right. Tell your men to return to their stations.
May I hold the necklace one last time?
Of course, Amontef. I'm as sentimental as the next man, in spite of my overweening ugliness.
Would you like to hold it, Mora?
Why, yes. Yes, thank you.
Professor?
Yes?
Amontef.
Into the ship, Mora. I'll bring the professor.
Professor! Guards! Guards!
Hold his wrists a little closer together, Amontef. Good. There. Watching you walk into Jastro prison is going to be a pleasure, Professor. Amontef, how did the descendant of an ancient Egyptian high priest manage to become a master of Oriental martial arts?
In much the same way that I became a master of disguise, Mora. Practice. Here, hold my nose.
Mr. Foom!
Shh! You'll wake Piratep.
Why didn't you tell me?
If you had known it was me disguised as Amontef, you might have behaved differently aboard Moriarty's ship. Here, help me peel off this beard. My fingernails are all sort of... Mora?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Foom.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure I'll be as good as new when they remove the bandages.
What did Amontef say when you told him what you intended to do?
He smiled his most seraphic smile and gave me his blessing. He's quite an extraordinary man, you know. While we were talking, I asked him why the Egyptian civilization was brought to Earth in the first place. And he said, to create a sense of wonder, Mr. Foom. A sense of wonder so compelling as to cause those generations still unborn to look at history with new insight and see the universe with new eyes. Eyes that will one day look back at ancient Egypt and understand what we tried to do there. And on that day, realize that they are looking back into the future.
The Adventure of the Egyptian Necklace was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Philip Clark, John Abbott, Lester Fletcher, Carol Bilger, and Joe Baker. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. The Adventure of the Egyptian Necklace is dedicated to the memories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of England's most famous consulting detective. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us for our next adventure, Time Clash, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Slowly orbiting at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Dr. Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless star systems that fill the universe. This week, a fugitive from a dead planet draws Starlab into the final battle of an interplanetary war of destruction and deceit, forcing Dr. Cassidy and the ISA to confront a question of conscience on Alien Worlds.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Solaris.
We're on our way back in, Jerry. ETA 3 hours, 15 minutes. Give or take a few weeks.
That's what I like about you, buddy. Always such a stickler for details.
What can I say? Class shows in everything we do.
Mm-hmm. So, how about that freighter bound for Thanatos? Did you ever find out what the problem was? The captain sounded a bit vague.
Well, it seems the captain signed on a crew of Semenians.
So?
So, Malakara, the holiest of all the Semenian sacred days, just happened to fall today. And Jerry, the Semenians consider it sacrilegious to work during Malakara.
You mean they just stopped working right in the middle of the flight?
You got it. So it was up to us to tow the ship to the nearest spaceport. There the captain can wait out Malakara. After all, we wouldn't want them falling into the sun or ramming the moon or something. It just ruins the view.
I see. Well, as long as you're in such a charitable mood, perhaps you could do me a favor and make one more stop on your way in?
Don't tell me. Let me guess. A corned beef on rye from the Delphi 5 floating delicatessen.
Not exactly. I've been picking up some erratic Sigma-class radio signals from Sector 9 or 5. I'd like you guys to check it out.
Consider it done, Jerry. We'll let you know if we find anything interesting.
Great. Oh, and before I forget, there is just one last little thing.
What's that?
That corned beef sandwich sounds really good. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, you think you could...
Sorry, Jerry. Malakara, remember? This is our day off. Maybe next time. Solaris clear.
Starlab clear. Funny, they don't look Semenian.
One hour later, the Solaris comes to a stop, 500 yards from a small, needle-shaped craft hanging motionless against the star-shot curtain of deep space.
Well, there she is. What do you make of it? Well, the design looks pretty standard, but those markings, I've never seen pictographs quite like those before. And look at all that carbon scoring along the port side.
Yeah.
She's seen some action, all right.
No sign of activity. Think it's a derelict?
What about the distress signal?
It might be automatic.
Better run a tomography scan.
Right. No good, Skip. She's shielded. Scanners just can't penetrate the hull.
So much for doing things the easy way. You think it might be a booby trap?
Now, who'd want to rig a trap just to get little old us?
Well, that depends. How many people do you know?
You have a point there.
Well, I guess our only choice is to shoot across a magnetic grappler, bring her back to Starlab for a once-over.
Okay, let's do it.
Better run grappler at maximum range, just to be safe.
And if it is a trap?
It's been real nice working with you, buddy.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
Two hours later, the battle-scarred alien spacecraft is maneuvered into the outboard airlock of Isolab 7, where it's carefully lowered onto a brilliantly illuminated observation pad located beneath a circular gallery of smoke-colored windows.
Well, there it is, Phil. Your very first encounter with a genuine UFO. What do you think?
It's different. The Academy certainly doesn't prepare you for anything quite like this.
That's why you're here, remember?
You mean this isn't a transport bound for the Passion Planet? I never should have taken that left turn at St. Louis. Oh, well. So, what's next?
Well, to start with, we've got to make a spectrographic analysis of the metals in the ship's hull. This will give us a picture of what materials make up its exterior and a rough idea about the kind of planet it came from.
More. Look! It's opening!
I see it. Seal the Isolab airlocks.
Something's coming out at the base of the ship. There, do you see it?
My God. Medical team alert. Get a bioexamination chamber down to Isolab 7 as fast as you can.
I've never seen anything like it before.
A large reptilian alien rises to its feet, its scaled turquoise skin glimmering against the dull gray of the spacecraft. It stands holding a three-clawed hand against the bright viewing lights, and then falls.
How is he, Maura?
Well, according to the report, he's been in a state of extreme oxygen deprivation for several weeks.
They could only find scattered traces of oxygen in his entire bloodstream.
How did he manage to survive?
Probably by going into a kind of hibernation. As you can see, he's still in something of a comatose state.
Now, Dr. Cassidy, the time of non-life is over.
You can understand us.
Your language is not unknown in the universe. I am called Isu of Nakaresh.
Nakaresh? I don't think I'm familiar with that system.
And with good reason. For there are none left, save myself to speak of it. There was a war, a terrible war, between my planet and another. The reasons are no longer important. Both our worlds shared the same last breath, and now live no more.
You mean the war left everyone on both sides dead?
All save two, yes. For as I survived, by chance so too did the last enemy battleship Urcus, which to this day pursues me.
But what can they hope to accomplish?
Nothing. Everything. It does not matter. Theirs is an unreasoning and irrational hate for my people that will not let them rest until the very last member of my race has been totally and utterly exterminated.
Maura,
Right here, Jerry. Go ahead.
I'm picking up a ship 5 kilometers out. I think you better take a look at it. It's big. Real big.
We're on our way.
And so it begins again. Can you not feel them? I can. I can sense their presence. Yes, it is them. The enemy. They have found me at last.
While investigating a distant distress signal, John and Buddy discover a battle-scarred alien spacecraft. Returning to Starlab, a large reptilian alien crawls out of the ship, sways for a moment, then falls unconscious to the floor of Isolab 7. Later revived, the alien reveals that he is the last surviving member of a race totally annihilated during an interplanetary war. Suddenly, a second vessel, a giant crimson-colored battle cruiser, appears near Starlab.
And so it begins again. Can you not feel them? I can. Yes, it is them, the enemy. They have found me at last.
Meanwhile, an envoy from the battle cruiser arrives in Starlab Docking Bay 9 to discuss the fate of the alien creature.
Well, would you look at that?
Did you say something, Mora?
Huh? Oh, no, I just meant I didn't expect him to be so...
Handsome? Good-looking?
I meant tall, Phil.
Just trying to help.
Welcome to Starlab.
Who's in charge here?
I am. I'm Dr. Mara Cassidy.
My name is Andrus of Belshazzar. I wish to thank you for capturing the creature Isu. It's comforting to know that there are others in the universe that recognize the depravity of his crime and will assist in the administration of justice. Now, if you will please, turn him over to us.
Wait a minute, back up. I'm afraid we don't know anything about any crimes. The one you want, Isu, claims to be the sole survivor of a great war, and as such has requested sanctuary.
Sanctuary? From a war that never was?
I'm not sure I understand.
Isu had isolated a plague bacteria against which our people had no defense. He used the threat of unleashing this disease as a form of blackmail in order to further his own twisted dreams of power. But my people refused his demands, and they died within the day.
But if what you say is true, then why are you and your crew still alive?
We were on a deep space probe when the plague was unleashed. And by the time we returned, all life on our planet was gone. At that moment, we vowed to bring this murderer to justice.
That's where we run into a problem. Both you and Isu tell different stories, while each claiming to be the last of his kind, leaving no one to verify either story.
You don't seriously mean to say that you equate my credibility with his lies?
My job here is to find out the truth. Isu has requested sanctuary, and I am obliged to give him that until his guilt in this crime, or at least the crime itself, can be established.
And how long will this take?
A few days.
A few days? That's impossible.
Well, I'm sorry, but we do have certain procedures for dealing with this sort of thing.
We are not interested in your procedures. Every moment that he lives further increases his chances of escaping us. My response to your suggestion is simple. You have 5 of your hours in which to turn him over to us.
That sounds a little like a threat.
It's a very disagreeable term. Let us instead call it a strongly voiced suggestion.
Oh, but you can't expect us.
I repeat, 5 hours. This discussion is concluded.
I repeat, 5 hours. This discussion is concluded.
That's the end of it, Commissioner. After that, he stormed out, and we haven't heard a word from the Urkas since then.
I see. It's quite a dilemma you've got on your hands.
What do you think the odds are of Andrus getting nasty if you don't turn over Isu?
I honestly don't know, Commissioner.
Well, go ahead and put Stargazer on alert, and have them put 3 squadrons on standby.
All right, sir.
Beyond that, I guess the best advice I can give you is just to follow your instincts.
We don't want to start a war, but I don't see how we can turn over the last member of another civilization to be murdered.
Well, I think I'll stop by his cabin and have a talk with him. Maybe he'll say something that could help confirm either story.
Good. Be careful
and be sure to keep me posted.
I will, Commissioner. Starlab clear. How long, Andrus? How long until Isu is ours?
Soon, Meshach. Soon. We've come too far and searched too long to let him slip away.
But how can you be certain they'll release him?
They're a reasonably intelligent race. I believe they'll see matters our way.
And if they still refuse?
Then we shall simply take him from them, in whatever way we have to.
What was it like, Isu?
Oh, it was beautiful. Crystalline flowers that reflected the emerald sunlight into a thousand dazzling patterns. Cool, quiet forests. And sleek silver birds with soft golden eyes. Then the war began. My task was to seed the space between our two planets with antimatter modules which would detonate whenever an enemy cruiser approached. In fact, I still carry a full load of them in my ship. Then it happened. The fools finally used it.
Used what?
My people and the Belshazzarians both possessed radiation weapons of incredible force, capable of wiping out an entire planet. We thought that neither would dare use it. But the Belshazzarians did, and we retaliated, and that was the last day. The emerald sky turned red, then black. The ground trembled, and the crystal flowers shattered into a million splitters. Birds fell lifeless from the sky, their golden eyes empty. I then realized that even though my world had died, if something from it could survive, myself, a bird, or even a simple flower, perhaps my world could continue.
I don't know, Jerry. I just don't know who to believe.
I gather your meeting with Isu didn't help to clarify matters very much.
No. But even though he can't prove his story, everything he says seems to ring true.
I had the same feeling about Andrus.
Urcus to Starlab.
I wondered when we'd hear from them again. It's been 2 hours. This is Starlab. Go ahead, Urcus.
Dr. Cassidy, we've changed our minds. We realized that in 5 hours, Isu could escape us again. We are therefore giving you 10 minutes in which to deliver him to us.
I'm afraid you're asking the impossible, Andrus.
And the impossible shall be your demise. We regard you as actively harboring a criminal with all the attendant consequences. Release him to us. Your only alternative is destruction.
Following the rescue of the reptilian alien Isu, who claims to be the sole survivor of an interplanetary holocaust, Andrus, Isu's pursuer, contacts Starlab.
You have 10 minutes to turn Isu over to us. Your only alternative is destruction.
Stargazer Security, this is Starlab. Please scramble a squadron of Zodiac fighters. Roger, Starlab. We will scramble.
All interceptors, this is a priority 1 alert. Scramble all Stargazer fighters immediately.
Andrus, our long-range sensors have picked up a flight of ships coming this way. They look to be fighters.
Oh, they've made the decision. Very well, then. Launch the assault groups. The time of final reckoning is at hand.
This is a priority 1 alert. All personnel report to
Isu?
Yes, what is it?
Do you know what those sirens outside mean? Do you know what's going to happen in another few minutes? There's going to be one of the biggest space battles this station has ever seen. A lot of people are going to die because of you. And you know what? I don't believe you. Not one bit. I think everything Andres said about you is true.
I'm sorry for you, my young friend. But you should not despair, for there may yet be another solution.
Meanwhile, 10 kilometers beyond Starlab, ISA Zodiac Squadrons 1, 3, and 6 rocket into battle against 5 flights of Belshazzarian fighters.
Zodiac 1 to Zodiac Squadron leaders, target sighted. Approximately 4 squadrons, type of weaponry unknown. Activate laser turrets and shielding generators on my mark. Mark. This is Zodiac 3, laser and shield functions confirmed. Zodiac 6 here, laser turrets and shields all go. All right, let's go in. Here they come. They're breaking through. Hold formation. Zodiac 6 takes the point. Roger. Zodiac leader, there's one on your tail. Hang on, I've got him. One down. Get him later, Zodiac 6. Zodiac 6, do you copy? They got him. All right, Delta Wing formation. Let's make another pass.
Craft is approaching from Starlab.
What type?
I can't tell. It's shielded. Wait, there's a signal coming in. It's Isu. He requests permission to come aboard.
Permission granted. Well, it seems we've won the war before we've even finished the battle. Call off the attack, Mishak.
Yes, Andres.
Zodiac leader to Starlab.
Go ahead, Zodiac leader.
Something funny's going on. They're pulling back and breaking off the attack.
Hold your position, Zodiac leader, and stand by.
Roger. Wait a minute. There's another ship heading toward Urkus. It's not one of ours, and it doesn't look like one of theirs.
1 second, Zodiac leader. I'm putting it on the screen now.
Oh, no. Isu.
Dr. Cassidy, can you hear me?
Yes, Isu, I hear you. What are you doing?
Too many have died, Mara. And for me, it is the end of the running. And perhaps the beginning of peace. In the years to come, watch for silent silver birds in flight. And think of me.
Silver birds. Starlab to Zodiac leader. Get those ships out of there fast.
Roger, Starlab.
Mara, what's happening?
My God, Jerry, I know what he's planning to do.
Remember me, Dr. Cassidy. Remember me.
The Urkus! It's gone up like a Roman candle.
Or like someone set off a shipload full of antimatter modules inside of it.
What were our losses, Mora?
3 Zodiac interceptors.
And the Urkus?
No survivors.
It's too bad. It seems now we'll never know who was really telling the truth.
If Isu was lying, this could have been his final, ultimate act of destruction.
Then there's always the possibility that he was telling us the truth after all.
There's always that, yes. Well, I suppose I'd better file my own report on all this. I'll see you in a few days, Mara.
All right, see you soon, Commissioner. Starlab out.
Laura?
Yes, Phil, what is it?
I found these in Isu's cabin. A cassette tape and this flower. They're for you. The tape will explain it.
Dr. Cassidy, this crystalline seedling is the last thing left to me, and I leave it in your care. When the time comes, you will know what to do with it.
When the time comes. Do you know what he was talking about, Mora?
Yes, Phil, I think I do. The crystalline flower seedling. Someday we'll find a planet with an emerald sky and still silver birds. And when we do, I'll know what to do with this. And I will remember.
A Question of Conscience was written by J. Michael Straczynski and starred Linda Gary, Chuck Olson, Bruce Philip Miller, and Corey Burton, with special guest stars Dawes Butler as Andros, Joe Young as Isu, Michael Bell as Phil, and Tina Holland as Mishok. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Music director Tom Rounds. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler, inviting you to join us for our next adventure from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Yes, Pete, here's a nut for you. Now, don't bother me, if you please. I have work to do. I'd like to speak to Mr. O'Connor, please. That's right. I'd rather not say. It's rather personal. That's it, Pete. Stay on your perch like a good bird. It's a boy. Is this Mr. O'Connor? Mr. O'Connor, I'll get right to the point. You have a young gentleman working for you in personnel. His name is Brewster. Alfred Brewster. Been with your firm about 1.5 years. Well, I'll tell you what about it. The man is a communist. That's correct, a communist, with certain terrorist affiliations as well. Never mind who this is. Let's just say a concerned citizen, all right? What is of the essence is the character of one of your employees. I happen to know that this man, Brewster, is a subversive and a menace to our society. What am I suggesting? Why, I think it's obvious. I'm suggesting he should be discharged immediately, given his walking papers and shown the door. Never mind how I know. I know, that's all. That's all. Now I'm going to check back in a few days, and if he hasn't been discharged, I'll be forced to take this matter to a higher authority. That's right, to the corporate office. Correct? Goodbye, Mr. O'Connor. Rather a full day, Pete, wouldn't you say? 11 so far. 11 names on this list. I better sharpen my pencil. And scratch off one more. Of course, it's questionable what concrete results we can expect, but at least the seeds have been planted. Oh, yes. The opening guns fired. The first salvo, so to speak. Hello, Board of Education? Well, please connect me. Yes, I'd like to speak with the superintendent of schools, please. It's a personal call. No, I'm not at liberty to give my name. That's right. It's urgent. Is this the superintendent? This is a concerned citizen. I'm calling about a teacher and your employee. That's correct. His name is Farwell. William J. Farwell. He teaches at your North End High School. That is correct. The man is morally objectionable. He's a drinker, a carouser, and I have it on good authority that his relationships with students are questionable at best. The man should be investigated immediately. Oh, yes. Never mind who this is. I happen to be giving you facts, and that is what is at issue here. Well, you best check on him. You most certainly should, and without delay. Quite right. Here you are, Pete. There you go. That's a good bird. You know, I'm rather tired. It's been quite a full day. You don't realize just how tired you can get during a campaign. But a dedicated man isn't concerned with physical discomfort or fatigue or anything else for that matter. No, a truly dedicated person is interested only in victory, in the conquest of morality over the forces of immorality. Hey, look at him out there, the dregs, carrion, leeches sucking us dry. Oh, yes, carrying evil around with them like infectious germs. We're gonna have to face it sooner or later. Huh? Phone calls are one thing. Threats and exposure is simply expedience. No, Peter, my friend, we're gonna have to embark on a much more ambitious course. Some major surgery, I think. The long scalpel, honed sharp and cutting deep. If the sickness is extensive, so must be the cure. And it must be today, Peter. It must be today, this afternoon. 4 o'clock. Oh, yes, that's when it will occur. Yes, we'll make it occur at 4 o'clock. At that moment, we will destroy evil. That is both my charge and my obligation, Peter, to destroy evil. And we shall do it at precisely 4 o'clock. I'm not sure of the method yet, but it'll come to me. Oh, yes, it'll come to me. Most assuredly, it will come to me. And it'll be a revelation, an epiphany. It will be the expiration of immorality everywhere, the exordium of the end. 4 o'clock, Peter. That's when we'll have it happen. Whatever it is. 4 o'clock, this very day.
This is Mr. Oliver Krangle, a dealer in petulance and poison, a self-appointed, self-designated, self-ordained vigilante, whose jaundiced eyes peer out at an unholy world and find it undeserving of anything but judgment and punishment. And Mr. Oliver Krangle is both the judge and the executioner. He has rather arbitrarily chosen 4 p.m. as his personal Gotterdammerung. We are about to watch the metamorphosis of a twisted little fanatic poisoned by the gangrene of prejudice to the status of an avenging angel, upright and omniscient, dedicated and fearsome. Whatever your clocks say, it's almost 4 o'clock. And wherever you may think you are, at this moment you happen to be in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, 4 o'clock, starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Yes?
Mr. Krangle?
What is it?
Well, there's a special delivery for you.
Just a minute.
Here you go. A whole lot of stuff, 8 or 10 envelopes at least.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Something else, was there?
Something... Oh, no, nothing else.
Then in that case, why do you stand there trying to read the contents of these envelopes as if you were an X-ray machine,
Me? Read your mail? Oh, I can assure you, Mr. Kringle, I have many more things to do than trying to read my tenant's mail. Your mail in particular.
I feel reassured.
You sure get enough of it. Somebody'd think you were running some sort of mail order business or something. Just look at that desk of yours. So much mail and papers and I don't know what all. What is your business, Mr. Kringle?
What I do is none of your concern. I pay my rent on time, and I keep to myself. A respect for privacy you should learn, Mrs. Williams.
Well, I never...
You never? That's good to know. Now, have you any more comments to air? Because if not, I would greatly appreciate your leaving me alone. I have a great deal of work to do.
I believe that. The question is, what kind of work?
You should believe it. You may thank me one day, Mrs. Williams. Oh, yeah. You and everyone else, assuming you're still around, and assuming you retain the capacity to feel appreciation.
What's that supposed to mean? Assuming I'll be around. Are you threatening me or something, Mr. Kringle?
Threatening you, Mrs. Williams? I don't threaten people, my dear lady. I compile files on them. I compile them, and I analyze them, and I investigate them, and then I categorize them, and I judge them. Oh, yes. If they're impure, they must be punished. If, on the other hand, they're simply misled or naive or unsophisticated, I point them to the right way. I lead them by the hand, Mrs. Williams. I show them the proper course, the path to redemption.
Is that... What I mean is that what you do for a living?
Indeed. In short, I check evil, Mrs. Williams, and I eradicate it, inoculate it, wipe it clean, and sponge it away.
And you know where these evil people are?
I most certainly do, Mrs. Williams.
Can you give me an example?
How about this one? Mrs. Claire Williams, age 54, widow, formerly married to John Alistair Williams. Political affiliation? None. Husband's political affiliation? None. Evidence of subversion? None. Negative personality traits? Curiosity and ignorance. Of course, that's just a preliminary report, Mrs. Williams. The in-depth research is in the master file cabinet right over there.
Well, aren't you the strange one? You ain't nothing if you're not a strange one. I'll be going now, Mr. Kringle.
Had your nap, Pete? All rested up, are we? Well, that's a good young parrot. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, Pete. Big things are going to happen at 4 o'clock. Yes, they are indeed.
4 o'clock? What's going to happen at 4 o'clock?
Interesting question, Mrs. Williams. A very interesting question. Very much to the point. What's going to happen indeed? At 4 o'clock, we're going to expose evil, strip it bare, push it out into the light, dissect it, pinpoint it, and eliminate it.
You are?
Exorcise it, denude it, confute it, destroy it.
Oh, now careful, Mr. Kringle. You're gone and broken your lamp.
What? Oh, the lamp. I see. Sorry. Well, no matter.
Would you like me to clean that up for you?
No, I'm quite capable of cleaning up after myself, madam. That's one thing I'm very good at, cleaning. Something else, was there, Mrs. Williams?
No, I don't believe so. If it's all the same to you, I'll be on my way. Saints preserve us.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
I'm looking for a Mr. Krangle.
I can't imagine why.
I was told he lives in this building.
Oh, he lives here, all right. There ain't no doubt about that. With a vengeance, he lives here right there at the top of the next landing. But if you ask me, young woman, you won't be going in there without police protection.
Is that right?
If you ask me, the man has a leak in his attic a mile wide. I ain't sure anymore that he's safe to have around.
Mr. Krangle? Mr. Krangle?
Well?
My name's...
Who else is with you?
Why, no one.
Are you sure?
Yes, quite sure. My name is Lucas. I wonder if I could speak with you for a moment.
Lucas. Ah, yes, Lucas. Kurt J., age 27, intern, East Side Hospital.
That's my husband.
Is he indeed? Well now. Your husband, you say. Come in, please. Come. Have a seat, by all means.
Thank you.
Now, what about your husband?
Why, Mr. Krangle?
Why what?
Why are you trying to hurt him?
Hurt? My dear lady.
What has he ever done to you?
To me? Why, nothing to me. That is, nothing personally. I don't know your husband, Mrs. Lucas. That is to say, I know of him. Oh, yes, I know of his background, but we've never met.
He's a stranger to you then, isn't he? He's a perfect stranger.
A stranger, yes, but not a perfect stranger, Mrs. Lucas. By no means. Your husband happens to be most imperfect. And when you perceive, quite correctly, that he's done nothing to me, at least not directly, I hasten to enlighten you. He nonetheless happens to have done a great deal against society.
In what way?
Ho, don't play dumb with me. Don't give me any of that naive stuff.
My husband, for your information, Mr. Krangle, is a dedicated young doctor. A gentle, decent, fine human being. He has only one abiding interest in life, and that is to cure, to heal, to stop pain.
And to kill.
How can you say such a thing?
Yeah, that's his other abiding interest, the one you've conveniently skipped. L-L-L-U-C Lucas. Here we go. I know his file well. Lucas Kurt J., M.D., second-year intern, East Side Hospital. This year, on the night of March 12th, while serving in the emergency ward, he permitted the death of one Mrs. Angela Rienti by failing to relieve pressure accumulated as a result of a brain injury sustained in a traffic accident.
It wasn't his fault. It was too late. That's his only crime. He wasn't able to treat her because he was responsible for half the ward that night. And by the time he got to the woman, she was already dead.
That's your interpretation?
It's not an interpretation. It's a fact. It's exactly the way it happened. By the time he got to her, by the time she was put into his care, she'd already died.
He should have gotten to her earlier.
How could he? Do you know how many lives he saved that night? How many people he saves every day, every week? He did nothing to her.
That's about the size of it, Mrs. Lucas. Miserable dereliction of duty, resulting in the untimely death of a woman who by rights should be alive today. These facts came to my attention, and I simply called them to the attention of the hospital supervisor, an institution, by the way, which I help to support through taxes.
By what right? I must ask you, Mr. Krangle, excuse me, but by what right do you presume to pass judgment on my husband? You're not even a medical man. Why, you weren't even there that night. You don't know anything about it. And yet you write your letters to the hospital, dozens of nasty letters accusing my husband of being a murderer. Why, you wretched, small-minded...
Enough, Mrs. Lucas. That will be quite enough. I've suffered your presence here, but I'm not required to tolerate your abusiveness, although I don't wonder you're the type of woman you are.
Oh, and what type is that?
You're obviously greatly attracted to your husband, and there's no secret that birds of a feather, well, you know the rest.
I think I catch your implication, Mr. Krangle, and you're over the line. Way over the line. You're as cracked as that lamp of yours.
Tell me, has the hospital discharged your husband yet?
Discharged?
That's right. Let him go. Cashiered him out. Eradicated him from the payroll. Given him the sack. I've been expecting it momentarily.
They have not, Mr. Krangle. They have done no such thing. It'd take more than a letter-writing campaign from a crank like you to make that happen.
Your husband is an evil man.
He is no such thing.
And I will not put up with evil in any form.
And I will not stand by and allow an injustice like this. Of all the presumptuous, wrong-headed...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lucas. I haven't any more time. Why, look at the hour. It's 3:00 already. I got things to do. Many more important things to do, thank you. Today's mail, for instance. You'd probably be interested in these. They're cases not unlike your husband's. Communists, subversives, thieves, harlots, but all made out of the same metal. Evil, Mrs. Lucas. All of them evil. And I will not countenance evil. I am absolutely incapable of countenancing it.
You're probably unaware of it, Mr. Krangle, but my husband is a very sensitive man.
Oh, please, spare me.
Your letters have had an effect on him, if on no one else so far. The people at the hospital tell him to ignore the letters, forget about them, but they're tearing him up inside. They're killing him. His confidence in himself, his ability to concentrate and work. You see, he's like a lot of doctors, Mr. Krangle. He cares. He cares very deeply. So, you see, you really have been quite successful after all. I imagine you've been equally successful with other people, too.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much sanity still left out there for you to have succeeded in having them all fired.
Mm-hmm.
But you must be hurting them. Those men and women, hurting them desperately, as you've hurt my husband. So you've really accomplished a great deal.
Yep.
Tell me, Mr. Krangle, if you can, that is. Why?
What's that?
Why do you do it? I really need to understand.
Why? You ask me why? Why? Because they're evil. That's it precisely. Nothing too complicated about that, is there? They're evil. Plain and simple. Here, take a look out the window. All those little bugs down there, you see? Bacteria. That's what they are. That's what your husband is. All those little... That's it. That's precisely it.
What is?
That's what I'll do. I've finally gotten the clue. I said little, you understand? That's what I'll do. I'll turn all the evil people into little ones, understand? I'll make all the evil people, let's see, 3 feet. No, 2 feet. 2 feet tall. That's it. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, at precisely 4 o'clock, every evil man and woman will become a mere 2 feet tall. A revelation, an absolute revelation. Peter, my lad, did you hear what I come up with? Did you? That's it. Do you see the beauty of it, Pete? That's it. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. 2 feet tall, Pete. 2 feet tall. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, I'm going to turn all the evil people, the wicked, morally stunted troublemakers everywhere, into tiny little freaks for all the world to see. I'll make them all 2 feet tall. 2 feet tall, I say. Yes, it'll be better than if they wore badges on their clothing. Impossible for them to hide the purest form of poetic justice. Evil will be made an object of universal scorn, laughter, humiliation. Yes, you're nut. You're hungry. Aren't you, Pete? Here you go, boy. I won myself. We must be strong, the two of us. Strong for what's about to happen. That's right, Petey. 10 minutes past 3. It won't be long now. Yes, a peanut. Here you are. That's a good, strong boy. I'll bet you could crack open just about anything with that great big beak of yours, couldn't you? Yes, you could. I'm sure you could. Look at them down there, all those wicked little people. They don't know just how little yet. No, of course not. But they will. They will. It's their day of judgment. Oh, yes. Time to finish our preparations, Pete. There's much to do. Less than 50 minutes left now. Must be sure all our pencils are sharp. We have a great many names to cross off the list. Cross off the list. Soon now. Very soon. Yes.
Oliver Kringle?
Come in. Yes, I'm Oliver Kringle. I'm the one who called.
Yes, sir. Agent Luther Hall, Mr. Kringle, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Our office received a call.
Indeed, yes. I placed the call and asked you to come. I felt it was my civic duty. Can I get you a cup of coffee or something?
No, thank you. Now, Mr. Kringle, you told the office that you had some sort of list, proof of criminal activity, and that today would be a day of reckoning. What exactly did you mean by it?
Sit down, please. Yes, there's plenty of time. We have more than 45 minutes before it happens.
Before what happens, Mr. Kringle?
That's the point. That's the whole point. That's why I called you here.
And why is that?
I felt the FBI should know. I also called the police and the fire department. I even got a call into Washington. Oh, yes. Although the latter message probably won't go all the way to the top. It's my understanding that the Reds are in complete control in Washington now. I imagine they've taken over the switchboards, too.
The Reds, Mr. Kringle.
Oh, yes, indeed, the Reds. It's a complete conspiracy, you know, Mr. Hall. All the evil people are banding together now, all the subversives, the commies, the terrorists, the thieves of the American dream. It's a total, absolute, worldwide conspiracy.
You said on the phone that you had a plan of some sort.
Oh, my, yes. It all takes place at 4 o'clock. I thought you people ought to know because, well, you'll have your hands full.
Our hands?
Picking up all the guilty parties. Oh, yes. You see, Agent Hall, I've spent a good many years doing this kind of work. Just look at all those file cabinets there. Years of dedication to the cause. I've made a study of evil. Oh, yes, indeed. A complete study of it. I cut out newspaper clippings. I listen to the radio and watch television. I follow every major court case that's going on. I compile a completely airtight list of charges against all of them, the evil people.
What do you do with them, Mr. Kringle?
Do with them? I follow through, of course. I follow them through to their conclusion. I write letters to employers. I make phone calls late at night. Oh, they hate that. Oh, yes. It's one of the most effective methods, as you probably know. Calling those terrible people late at night. The later, the better. Getting them up constantly, waking them, enumerating my charges, speaking out, and then hanging up. They hate it. Very frustrating for them.
I'll bet.
Oh, yes, indeed. They go out of their minds with fury. They don't like to be awakened late at night, I can assure you.
Who does?
Yeah, but with these people, it's absolutely necessary. The evil people, you understand. The destabilizers, the enemies of order. But to get to the point, Mr. Hall, the point...
And what is the point?
The clock on the shelf there tells the story. The entire and complete story. It's 3:20 now. In exactly 40 minutes, all the evil people in the world will be reduced to half. No, a third of their present size. Oh, it'll be glorious. All the unpunished murderers and the tyrants, the proud and the sinful, the schoolyard bullies, the cruel teachers and faithless friends, the wrongdoers, blackmailers, and the nicotine fiends, too, and the thieves, and the harlots, and the transgressors, all of them, every one. How does that sound, Mr. Hall?
How do you propose to go about doing this? I mean, shrinking people.
I merely will it, that's all. I will it. I've been giving it a great deal of thought. Now, in the past, various other plans have crossed my mind.
Other plans?
Well, for example, I didn't approve of our entering any of the wars, you see, and I had it in mind I might take the stiffness out of airplane propellers. Do you understand?
I'm not sure I do.
Well, when the crews came out in the morning, bundled up like children against the cold, and then went into their planes, they'd find the props hanging limp like great empty banana skins. Then the war ended and, it seemed like a waste of effort at that point. After that, jets became the order of the day, and so I thought, what would jam up the intakes on those jet engines? Huh? What better than a flock of birds? Oh, not you, Petey. Not the beautiful, brave, loyal parrots of the world. Oh, no. Just your low-class country cousins. You read about it from time to time. Seagulls that get sucked into jets, cause them to fail. So, naturally, I thought, chickens.
Chickens.
Ignorant. Can't speak. An army of them bred to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Release them on runways just at the moment of takeoff. That would ground those bombers and cargo planes, but fast. Of course, there'd still be trucks and overland supply routes. And then I read in the paper a year or so ago about an accident, a bad traffic accident. 3 people were killed. So I decided I would change all the wheels in the world from round to square, or maybe even triangular, so they'd stub in the asphalt and stop in their tracks.
You mean sabotage interstate commerce?
I devised another method later on. Terribly interesting, I thought. Mark all the evil people on the forehead, or better yet, turn them all one color, say, purple. But then it came to me that they'd simply be able to recognize each other more readily and band together in their collective wickedness.
I see.
Well, Mr. Hall, this is hard to believe, but I hit upon this latest idea about the change in size just this afternoon. Some benighted woman was in here, and she quite inadvertently gave me the clue I needed. Make them all 2 feet tall. Now, what could be simpler? Think of it, Mr. Hall. Think how ineffectual this will render them. They can't handle delicate scientific instruments or typewriters, or computers, or telephones because they can't reach them. They won't even be able to open a window or turn a doorknob to escape once we know where they are. Why, pretty soon they'll be as extinct as dinosaurs. Here's a peanut for you, Petey. I think, Mr. Hall, that the most interesting place will be, let's say, a murder trial, where nobody knows whether the accused is guilty or not. And then at 4 o'clock, if he's guilty, or watching the drunkards in a saloon, or, oh, there's so many places to be.
Mr. Kringle?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you a question, sir, and I hope you don't take offense at it.
Go on.
Have you ever had any psychiatric help, sir?
What?
Psychiatric help. I don't think you're rational. I think you've developed some kind of obsession here, and I think you need some help.
Help? Me? I need help? Why should I need help? I'm not evil. You obviously don't understand any of this, do you? I'm not the evil one. It's them. It's all of them out there on the street. Just take a look out the window. See? They're the evil ones. They're the ones who are going to be 2 feet tall. In just 30 minutes. That's when it's going to happen. In just 30 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Kringle, but there doesn't seem to be very much we can do about all this.
What do you mean? Why, the law enforcement agencies are going to have round-the-clock schedules from now on. Do you realize how many evil people you're going to be able to find? Why, they'll be all over the sidewalks, all over the streets. You'll have to build more jails. You have to build more electric chairs, gas chambers, gallows, penitentiaries. Well, what about it? What are you going to do?
Nothing, Mr. Kringle. Not a thing. And if you'll forgive a suggestion, that's what I think you should do, too. Nothing. These letters you write, these phone calls, there happens to be something in this country that precludes all that, makes it unnecessary.
And what's that?
Law, Mr. Kringle. There happens to be law. We like support from citizens. Support, help, cooperation. But interference is quite another thing.
Oh, I get it now. I understand. At last I understand. You're part of the conspiracy. That's it. You're one of them. Why, of course. I'm an idiot not to have realized it. Of course you people have gotten into the FBI. It stands to reason you would. You've infiltrated every other place. Well, I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Hall.
Good day, sir.
You'd better enjoy yourself for the next 20 or 30 minutes. You hear me? You'd better enjoy yourself to the utmost because you're going to be 24 inches tall. You and everybody like you. All the evil people, everyone, you'll see. Good riddance to bad rubbish, eh, Pete? To all their kind, the righteous will rise up, and the weak will fall before their terrible wrath. It's as right as rain. In a minute, Pete. It won't be long now. Yes, here's your nut. It won't be long now at all. We must have everything in order, all our pencils sharpened, weapons that are truly mightier than the sword. And our desk, we must have lots and lots of clean paper to make another list of the newly exposed. Their corruption on display for all the world to see. I wonder what they'll look like down there on the streets, on all the streets everywhere. Oh, what a glorious sight it's going to be. So many people. Think of it. Fat ones, Thin ones, the young and the old, suddenly grown too small for their clothing, which of course will no longer fit them. It simply won't fit them at all. Like the toads and the cretins they are. Someone should follow along behind and collect it in trucks, boil it in hot water, decontaminate it, and then redistribute it to the rest of us. Think of that, Pete. New suits, trousers, neckties, formal wear, tuxedos, this and casual wear of every style. Oh, yes, it shouldn't go to waste. Think of how much money could be made in resale centers across the land. Money to finance a whole new campaign. Why, Pete, we could open a chain of clothing stores. Aha! All we need is a fleet of trucks to gather it up. Ours for the taking. But alas, it's too late to organize any of that now. Oh, if only I'd planned ahead. Well, the least I can do is alert the media. Yes, that's the responsible thing to do. I wonder if they have any idea at all about what's to take place.
And at this hour, the Dow Jones is down 14 points.
Raging fire now under control in upstate.
The White House press secretary announced a peace plan today.
4-car pileup on the bridge. Motorists are advised to use alternate routes.
Come on down to Crazy Joey's Fashion Warehouse. We've got sportswear, clothes for the workplace, back-to-school duds, all at out-of-this-world prices. You'll think you've died and gone to heaven because my name's Joey and I'm crazy.
Another lost opportunity, Pete. But that man doesn't know how soon he'll be out of business. He has no idea, does he? No idea at all. We better check the television news while we're at it.
We'll have the weather for you coming right up after this.
The very vegger slices, it dices, it turns out finger-licking julienne potatoes.
Okay, now tell us about your new book, 101 Ways to Profit from Armageddon.
Amateurs. Pete, what to do? What to do? Of course I can send out press releases taking credit for all that I've done after the fact. If only I had more time. More time! Still, we'll have to alert them as best we can. Yes, put me through to the news department, please. Never mind who this is. Wait. This is Oliver Krangle speaking. Crangle. Yes, that's right. I'm calling with an important bulletin. Yes, for the afternoon broadcast. That's right. You ought to break in right now with a news flash, you know. Oh, it's something big, all right. Something huge. Believe me, it is important. When? No, you don't understand. It hasn't happened yet, but your viewers will still want to know when it does happen. Otherwise, there'll be chaos in the city. In fact, this should go on the national broadcast, coast to coast. What is it? Let's just say a new perspective on the world. Hello? 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 Petey, obviously they've infiltrated the local news channel as well. Of course they have. I should have known. They're everywhere, like insects, like vermin. Well, they won't be in control much longer, because Judgment Day is upon us. The strong will rise up to take what is theirs, while the subhumans are exterminated. It's the law of nature. But for now, there's precious little left to do, except make sure the clock is wound and to prepare ourselves for the occasion. Just try to be patient, Pete. Just a few minutes longer. Wait with me, and you'll see that it's all been worth it. I promise. But first, I must look my absolute best. Yes, top-notch, befitting a man of my stature. The reporters will swarm up the stairs here, wanting interviews. And there'll be photographers, of course, with their news cameras. Let's see here. What do you think, Petey? Perhaps a clean shirt and tie? My best shoes. I have to pass muster here. Meanwhile, you preen your feathers, my boy, and get ready to meet the press. There! It's happened, Pete. It's happening right now. This very second. Can you feel it? Something in the air. The next phase of evolution for the human race. Oh, nothing will be the same after this. Nothing! The new order has come at last. Yes, but first, I can't wait to see 'em all down there, turning into tiny little gnomes. Just 1 second, Pete, as soon as I take a look out the window. Certainly, Peter. You may have a nut, as many as you like. You must be hungry. I'll have something, too. We'll make it a celebration. This is our day. Of course, but you must be patient. I can't wait to look outside. I can't wait. But for some reason, I can't see over the windowsill. How can that be? I can't even reach the bowl of peanuts. I know you're hungry, but somehow it's just out of my reach. What? Unless someone has moved it, put it in a very high place, but that would have to be someone very tall. Someone very, very tall. Pete! What's happened? You've grown so large, and I'm so close to the floor. These shoes don't fit me anymore. And these clothes, whose are they? Must get out of this ridiculous costume. Pete, why are you looking at me like that? Your eyes and your beak. Close it. Please close it. You're not still hungry. You can't be. Pete, you're frightening me. You know me, Petey boy. You must. That's a good bird. Yes. Calm down now. No, Pete, no. Get away. Let me get out of here. I can't reach the door now. The locks. Let me out. No!
At 4 o'clock, an evil man made his bed and lay in it. A pot called a kettle black, and a stone thrower broke the windows of his glass house. Not a pretty picture, perhaps, but for this poor, misguided fellow, quite unavoidable. A simple matter of supply and demand. He was right about one thing, though. In a world where the strong get stronger and the mighty feed upon the weak, you can run, but you can't hide. Look for this one under F for Fanatic and J for Justice in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
"4 O'Clock," starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Maggie Carney, Rick Peoples, Doug James, Paul Patch, and Carl Amari.